See, we're talking about black and African Americans. We're not talking about this beef shit that we're on. We're not on this drama shit right now. We're on Aboriginal TV's channel talking about Pan-Africans throwing shots at the Aboriginals. A Pan-African came on here, our brother, that makes our shows live for real. I gotta say, all of us need to like sneak together and throw this nigga like $10 cause he's one of the only Pan-African boo-boos that come up here and put up a fight. People that just come up here need to see that. They need to see an African and they need to see an Indian and they need to see the debate so they could choose a side. Not a coincidence is a major factor in this community and people don't even know it. Goofy motherfuckers.
Was home when you left.
You're right.
Your sister was home when you left.
You're right.
Your brother was home when you left.
You're right.
The dog was home when you left.
You're right.
The cat was home when you left.
You're right.
The fish was home when you left.
You're right.
Your mommy, your daddy, your brother, your sister, the dog, the cat, the fish was home when you left.
You're right.
And that's the reason you left.
You're right.
I left my home.
I left my home.
To join the army.
To join the army.
I left my home.
I left my home.
To join the army.
To join the army.
The day I left.
The day I left.
My mama cried.
My mama cried.
She thought that I
She thought that I
would surely die.
would surely die.
I left my work.
I left my work.
Crying at the door.
Crying at the door.
She knew
that I
would die at war.
would die at war.
I left my son.
I left my son
Playing in the yard.
playing in the yard.
Sing
Sing that
and cry so hard.
made him cry so hard.
They were brought here from the soils of Africa.
This is the problem, Cuddy. I want to talk about what the black people say, what the black people went to. They want to go to some whole other shit. They run from
The question.
They can't find anybody who says what they say. Can you find?
Why are
somebody?
you lying? Martin Luther King.
No, he doesn't.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Hey, hold on. Didn't you just
Wait.
see me play?
No.
Okay.
Hey, listen, fam.
Go ahead.
Hey, bro, we're not gonna let you just come over here and say dumb shit when we have archaeologists that from the 1800s. Books, we got plenty of things.
But hold up, Chief.
I need him to address the
Not a
science,
coincidence.
bro.
Not a
Don't
coincidence.
just talk points.
Not a coincidence. Didn't you just see
Address
me
the
play
science.
Eddie Griffin and he just spoke to that? I just played Tariq Nasheed
No,
the
he
other
wants
day.
to find some pale skin.
I'm saying.
He needs a pale skin to say it.
I'm saying, what do you need? What are you saying that we're lacking?
So look, this is what you're lacking. Somebody made the claim that Martin Luther King says that we're Aboriginal. What I just put in the back chat is a speech.
No, he said we're exiled in
our own land. Don't do it. No, we're not about to do that. We're not going backwards. Let's go to what we could prove. He never said he was African. We know that. Stop it. We're going back to the science.
All right.
You sit on a throne of lies. No, you said that we don't have any foundation. No, sir. Only address the science that we're providing.
It take me 10 seconds.
Okay, then address the science, please.
The claim was MLK saying exile their own land, which equals Aboriginal. What I'm saying, I put a speech from 1966, March 17th, where he says that we came from Africa and was in slavery. Y'all be lying.
Now let us notice first that we have made meaningful strides. And I think I should point out that the Negro himself has come a long, long way in re-evaluating his own intrinsic worth. In order to illustrate this, a little history is necessary. You will remember that it was in the year 1619 when the first Negro slaves landed on the shores of this nation. They were brought here from the soils of Africa. Not like the Pilgrim Fathers who landed at Plymouth a year later, they were brought here against their wills.
Bro, I'm out, man. That nigga's tripping.
Break the lane, I'm trying to make a name, but my sick thoughts got me by my brain. I'm searching for my, how ironic how we hustle for the same, but get bracelets for trying to get a chain, and they want to take up.
You don't have the guts to be what you want to be.
The reason I do these videos is to see if people can be honest with themselves, to see if they can be critical of the people that they follow on these social media platforms. So up now I have legendary Top Cats, who should be called a legendary hypocrite.
That I'm not in control of the family, then it's not me that can come out here and study something and go back and tell my grandma and my auntie and them that, hey, this is who we are. Now they know exactly who they are. You know what I mean? And I'm not one of these people who gonna come out here and tell you that I'm 100% Indian and I ain't got no, and I know what the hell happened here. You know what I'm saying? We have our burial sites down in Louisiana. We have 2 burial sites down there, one on 40 acres, another one on 100. On one of them, they have Spaniards. We have Irish. That's why I always talk about the Black Dutch here. We got Black Irish, Black Spaniards. We have Africans. I told motherfuckers that my grandma, her great grandma was mixed with African. You know what I'm saying? I got a lot of flack from that in my community. Right. I'm not here to lie though. You know what I'm saying? I'm here to talk about that.
How you know that, bro? How you know you ain't got no African blood in you?
Because I know who my mom and daddy is.
So you saying that the Africans and the Indians wasn't hooking up? They wasn't getting together?
What? No, sir. Prove it.
They're not melanated. They're not melanated. Your parents are not melanated. Bro.
Tell you something, bro. We don't give them nothing. We don't give them nothing. Oh yeah, you know, in some cases, that nigga prove it. Hell no. I told motherfuckers that my grandma, her great grandma was mixed with African. I ain't seen no African, nigga. Prove it. I'm not giving you niggas no Africans. I'm not. You can't have it. I told motherfuckers that my grandma, her great grandma was mixed with African. You know what I'm saying? I got a lot of flack from that in my community.
Right. So you heard it from the horse's mouth. 1 minute he's African, next minute he's not.
I see you. You know I'm surgical with this bitch, Jay. How you want it, dog? Huh?
Break the lane, I'm trying to make a name, but my sick thoughts got me by my brain. I'm searching for my, how ironic how we hustle for the same, but get bracelets for trying to get a chain, and they want to take up.
It's the King Legendary Top Cat. Hey, you can choose, lose, stay confused. You want some cool boxing news? Click that subscribe button. Hey, show the King some love. Like, comment, and share. I really put some time and effort in making sure I can provide y'all with some quality content. So we gonna do it like this here. I want to introduce the new Sankofa boxing. Sankofa is a West African word, means to go back and get it. So in order to know where you're going, you have to know where you come from. We're gonna go back in the past, revisit some of the ancestors who laid the ground and made it possible for us to enjoy this sport of boxing today. We're gonna call it Sankofa Tribe, man.
This video's from 2 years ago. Now all of a sudden he's the head of the Aboriginal community. Nobody came from Africa. But in this video, he's talking about Sankofa, the ancestors, West Africa. Y'all don't see the scam? Y'all don't see the money play?
Break that lane, I'm trying to make a name, but my sick thoughts got me by my brain. I'm searching for my, how ironic how we hustle for the same, but get bracelets for trying to get a chain, and they want to take up.
So this video is about the 1619 story and a conversation I had with legendary Top Cats about those first Africans who came to America.
Ain't nothing African about Virginia. You talking about a European and an Aboriginal situation. You talking about Virginia.
So they didn't bring any Africans into Virginia.
Well, I mean, what Africans made a difference? You had those 19 that came in 1619, and if I was y'all, I'd be embarrassed to pull that because that wasn't even the situation of somebody being brought from West Africa in the slave situation. That was the situation that happened with. So that where did they get those people from?
So they came from Luanda, Angola. They was on the San Juan Batista.
Listen,
that
did
shit got
steal that boat? How did they meet them people? They came from
they was going to Veracruz, Mexico. They was going to Veracruz, Mexico.
They jacked the boat and took them people. So now let's not try to use this modern day story about it where they try to
No. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
That's what you're doing.
No, I'm not. So
what happened to those people though?
Hold on.
They freed them?
Hold on.
They got their freedom and some of them became slave owners. So
yeah.
I'd be ashamed to even pull that shit.
Hold
you
on.
want to make it especially if you got a slave narrative.
You don't want the whole story to come out. That's what it is. I'm just trying to ask you a question. Was it 3 ships or 2 ships involved in that encounter?
I can't remember right now.
It's 3.
They don't change
2 ships. No. It's always been 2 ships jumped on 1 ship in the Caribbean. But y'all fail to realize that 1 ship that they jumped was called the San Juan Batista. That ship is on record coming from Luanda, Angola, and it was destined to go to Veracruz, Mexico.
Here we have the 1619 story in question. Now, in the conversation I had with Top Cats, I told him that they came from Luanda, Angola, and they was on a ship called the San Juan Batista. So let's read a little bit. The Africans who came to Virginia in 1619 had been taken from Angola and West Central Africa. They were captured in a series of wars that was part of a much broader Portuguese hostilities against the Congo and Ndogo kingdoms and other states. These captives were then forced to march 100 to 200 miles to the coast to the major slave trade port of Luanda. They were put on board the San Juan Batista, which carried 350 captives bound for Veracruz on the coast of Mexico in the summer of 1619. Nearing her destination, the slave ship was attacked by 2 English privateers, the White Lion and the Treasurer, in the Gulf of Mexico and robbed of 50 to 60 Africans. The 2 privateers then sailed to Virginia, where the White Lion arrived at Point Comfort, or present-day Hampton, Virginia, towards the end of August. Here we are on the Slave Voyages website, and they also mention the 1619 ship, the San Juan Batista, and the voyage ID number is 29251. If anybody wants to look it up. Right, and this is just the information they have on it. It was in Luanda, headed to Veracruz, year 1619. Captain's name, Miguel Pinto Moto. And here are the sources, and they mention the 1619 20 and odd Negroes.
Y'all not telling the whole story. You didn't do nothing last time.
You're not telling the whole story by picking the pieces of the story that you want to tell.
Hold on, no. He just tried to tell a story of 1619 and don't know if it's 2 or 3 boats. Y'all not telling the same story. Y'all not telling the whole, because that 3rd boat came from Angola. That's why.
So why nobody know about that then? But
everybody knows about it.
Go get it then.
And there lies the problem within a lot of these conscious communities, specifically this one we're talking about now, the Aboriginal community. Their so-called leaders just don't know the history. They tell half of the story from a biased point of view, as we've seen with Top Cats. So moral to this video, 1619, those Africans that was taken by the White Lion and Treasurer was on a boat named the San Juan Batista that came from Luanda, Angola. That's just the facts. That's it. It's not a coincidence that the conscious community is not so conscious.
Not a coincidence is a major factor in this community, and people don't even know it.
Man, let them have a discussion.
I got you here. In your book that you got right, in your book, it was told in reverse.
Mm-hmm.
On page 29 and 30, you talk about African women coming from Angola and being brought to going towards Mexico, being hijacked in the year 1619, and 44 African women went to Virginia. So how is this equating to the slave trade being told in reverse?
What do you mean? That's part of it. I'm refuting the 1619 story. They were trying to say that the first Africans arrived in Jamestown, Virginia. I'm refuting it.
Yeah, but you don't say anything. You don't give any evidence to refute it. All you do is
yes,
say,
I do. You got to keep reading.
Oh,
like, what you're talking about is the beginning.
No, I did. So you brought question to the fact that they have Antonio and Isabella, and where did the man come from if it was all women?
Exactly.
But nobody said it was all women.
That's part of it.
But nobody said it was all women though.
I said it was all women. Yeah, I'm the source on that.
What?
I said it was all women. Yeah, I'm the source on that.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
I said it was all women. I'm the source on that. I said it was all women. I'm the source on that. I said it was all women. I'm the source on that.
You have no. So what is the source for? It was all women.
Go to the bibliography.
We did. And
where's the citation, bro? Why don't you have any citations?
Oh, calm down, brother. It's just me and him right now.
Nah,
I got the book right here. Hold up.
We having a
I gotta help y'all niggas out. I gotta show y'all how to research.
I paid $55 for your book and I don't see no citations, bro.
That was it? You only paid $55? And the citations are starting at page 129, nigga?
That's what you trying to do.
That's not citations, bro.
Money.
Bro, you don't know what a bibliography is?
That's a bibliography. That's exactly what it is.
What's the definition of bibliography?
It's not in-text citations.
What is the definition of a bibliography?
Why don't you have any in-text citations?
Yeah, I bet you won't be able to answer that question. How you gonna talk to an author about a book that he wrote?
Hey, bro, I don't more books than you, dog. We've been doing this shit longer. You ain't did.
I don't give a fuck how long you been doing it, nigga.
We own a publishing company.
Dumb ass nigga.
Let me ask him the question.
Keep researching. Keep reading the book, though. And be looking out for my stuff on Monday,
homie. When I asked him about the citations, now my dumb ass
he ran away. He ran away because I was going to ask him.
Fuck that nigga, man.
Where is the this is bro?
We trying to chill so we can get him on this information.
Exactly.
Yeah, man. That's what I said. Hold on, man.
Peace, everybody. What's going on with y'all? What's going on? Peace to everybody. Peace, Kira, Lucky, Melanated Goddess. What's good, fam? Desmond, Lucky Lotus, Cali, Barry. Peace. Peace to everybody in the chat. Vyasa. Salute. Nego Research Center. Peace. That might be everybody. Baller, peace. How everybody doing today on this good Saturday? But today, we got something a little interesting I want to go over. So, the Abos seem to be a little divided on the topic that most Black Americans are agree upon. Again, they don't consider themselves Black, but whatever, hold the semantics. Oh, yeah, Lucky, yeah. Tarshawn never hit me up with a time. You knew he wasn't. He ran. He not built for that one-on-one conversation. I was going to let it just be me and him up here. We was going to talk. I was going to give him like an hour. We could chop it up. But, he ran. But the Abels, they talking about reparation because this lady, Sister Bethy, which I showed a couple shows ago, how she put in a lawsuit basically against reparations. So Aboriginal Power, he's asking, why and things like that. Why get in the way? If that's not talking about you, why even get in the way of it? But we need to hear some of their conversation. Of course, there's going to be a lot of pseudo stuff in it, and we can't correct everything that they're saying, but let's go.
Interesting, I believe, also valid conversation on that we're about to listen to. Shout out to Sister Betty. Shout out to
Nah, I'm just asking you, like, what is up with that? Why would you go out of your way to stop reparations?
Okay. Here's why.
It's the same question I had. Why would you go out your way to stop reparations? You don't identify as black, but I bet you got cousins that do, aunties, whoever. You got family that do. Your neighbors do. You want to get in the way of their movement. That makes no sense. It just sound like a hater.
The HR 40 committee.
He asked Sister Betty, why would she go out her way to stop people from getting reparations? This is a critical question for those that's opposed to reparation. All right, so let's get into it.
Go out of your way to stop reparations.
Okay. Here's why. The HR 40 committee was put together. It's a couple of hundred of them to study slavery of African Americans. First of all, of African Americans, right, in America. First of all, they got the goddamn story wrong. Ain't no African Americans was made slaves in the Americas. Now, what part of the Americas? Because if you're talking about the islands, that's part of North America. United States.
I get all that.
I ain't finished. Because see, the audience need to know this so they won't ask me no more. United States. The 50 states.
So for those that's coming in, she's answering the question that Lex Vortex proposed, which is, why do you go out your way to prevent or try to stop reparations?
So that was the original question of the conversation. Now, of course, dealing with the Abos, they move the goalposts. They get far left from what the beginning of the conversation was. But it's why go out your way to put the paperwork together, to get other people to sign it and other people to attach on to it. Why go out your way for that, right? Because one thing that they like to say is that they was misclassified, right? So they was misclassified as Negro, Black, Colored. They began as Indian, became Negro, Black, Colored, and then now they're called African American. They hate that term, African American. But they have to understand, to go with your ideology, you have to understand that you're saying that your people who are the original Abos are the African American. So you have to understand the transition of the misclassification to even say you was misclassified, which isn't true. You're not misclassified. It's just different names for the same people. But they just hate that African so much that she's just going to go against it. She said no African Americans was enslaved, which is crazy. But we have the use of African American all the way back to the 1700s. So they think it came in 1988. It makes no sense. But Ab Power's going to get on it. And I like Ab Power's stance, even though he's still erasing the history. But he's just simply like, why get in the way of it? Why? For what?
Yeah, Sister Betty about to get into her reasoning why. Shout out to Sister Betty. Chief Morning Thunder.
We ain't got shit to do with Africans from the islands because there were no African Americans enslaved here. The only enslavement that took place here is of the Indians, the Aboriginals of this landmass. That's the only recorded slavery on North American mainland mass.
This is crazy. The only recorded slavery is of North American Indians in North America. That's it. That's it. I mean, I show records plenty of time. I don't even feel like I need to show anything at this point in time. Like, we all know that's just not true. We have a whole Slave Voyages website which shows the slaves coming in. Then, if you want to go further, you could look into the actual sources and find the primaries on the Slave Voyages website. I don't know.
So you're gonna have to take your little.
Well, that right there, I kind of disagree. I gotta say, I disagree. Even though you're right on Indians was enslaved here, but there was other titles that was up under this particular system of servitude. You had Indians that was classified as colored, Indians that was classified as Negro. All right. And all three were in the same conditions. So when we say a Negro, even though we're not Negro, when we say colored, even though we're not colored, they're talking about the same indigenous peoples that have been misclassified.
Listen, Sister Betty's delusional, Aboriginal power is delusional. They want to make this alternative history. What they really doing is hijacking ours. Because them same Negroes that they talking about, the same colored people, they all they have a history. You know, we wrote stuff down, unlike Aboriginals who say their peoples never wrote anything down. That's why there's no records or nothing of this stuff. We actually wrote stuff down. We were smart enough to leave a trace of our history. Abos wasn't. They have no history.
Classified by oppressors since they got here. So I believe that's very key into going forward with this conversation. All right. I believe we need to understand that we can't get too caught up on words. And I believe this could be a shift of the conversation and the perspective when we're dealing with politics or social political reasons. So let's get into it. Reparations is not for slavery. When you look up the definitions, which hopefully in legal terms, when they're filing these things, they're using the actual definition. The word reparation has nothing to do with slavery at all. So that's a misnomer that I don't know why.
So he said the word, Pete, what he said? He said the word reparations has nothing to do with slavery. All right, we look up the word, yeah, it's not going to deal with that. But that's not just what we're dealing with. We're dealing with the context of reparations in HR 40 and other measures like that in other states, where they're talking about repairing people for the injustice of slavery, but not just slavery. So it doesn't stop just there. So Ad Power, he's trying to lead his audience. He's trying to lead them to why reparations is fine because it has nothing to do with slavery. But when we speak of context of reparations in America, they're talking about slavery and other things. Yeah, hold on. I might have wrote it wrong. I got you.
People collectively attached to the word reparations. Reparations deal with war crimes. We are POWs. What is a POW? A prisoner of war. We are supposed to be compensated for these war crimes. What happened during these war crimes? We're going to get into that in the rest of this conversation.
The United States don't even have any control over Jamaica, Barbados. That's not their shit. So you got Africans, you got people like Jabari that look like us, whose lineage came from like Barbados, where Africans were placed by the Queen.
Root words. If you're expecting an answer from the chat, I will allow you to come on. The link is in the chat. Anyone can come on at any given time during this conversation.
Not by this corporation. The only time U.S. put Indians in Barbados is when they with those fucking Pequots. But United States don't have control over
Was there already indigenous Aborigines of Barbados? Or did all the people from Barbados that we see there come from somewhere else originally? That's a question we have to use while proposing going into this as well.
What the Queen did and how she got slaves over into her little British islands. So your HR 40 committee is studying African Americans. First, there's no African Americans. They're enslaved indigenous people. And then you got...
Well, we can't play the synopsis, right? And this is where I say I disagree.
Synopsis. I thought the word was semantics. He said you can't play the synopsis. Come on, Bat, get it together.
Agree once again. If we know that we are victims of colonialism, if we're victims of colonization, if you know and we know that we had to go find our Indian heritage, right? That means someone took our Indian heritage. If we got to tell people about who they are in genealogy, that means they don't have any increment of. So when we deal with who we are as a people and what has been done to us crime-wise, one of those things is being mislabeled. What was we mislabeled? Just because we're using a certain term, which I don't agree with a lot of these terms, but we have to be factual. The factual part is these terms were put on us. They're misnomers. They misclassified us. This is a crime. And without able to hold reasoning or to take accountability to these, you cannot charge someone for doing harmful things to you if you don't accept or identify as these misnomers at some point in time in your life. So what I say is that our peoples did identify as this. Our peoples did go up under these terms. Were they good terms? Did they do us any benefit? No, which is part of the reasons why we need compensation by war crimes. This is a war crime. Changing someone's identity, giving them another one, making them non-descendable. For those that don't know, non-descendable, meaning they take away your nationality, your indigenous heritage, folkways and mores. So to understand the battering that went on, we have to understand what was done to us, what our people accepted, and what cloaking device, what cloaking social status was put on our people. We can't go around saying they misclassified us and we ain't identifying with what they misclassified us as. Okay, so let's continue. I got root words in the building.
African Americans, people like Obama, and people who come from like Jamaica, the British Islands, and
yeah, but when we talk about African Americans in social political terms, they're mentioning one group of people from one particular place. And even though we have several black foreigners from Jamaica, Haiti, Africa coming to America, we never, us as African Americans, quote unquote, us as black people, us as American Indians, Aboriginal, Negro, and colored, we don't never identify an African that's living in America as an African American. That doesn't happen socially, a part of our conversation, because we know subconsciously, consciously, and socially, when they mention words like black, Negro, colored, African American, these are applied to the indigenous people. So when I say African American, we're not talking about Africans. This is common sense, which is why we say African Americans ain't African, right? When we say Negro, we know that the word, that's not their rightful identity. When we call them,
he just talking in circles now. Like African Americans ain't African, Negro. They just trying to hijack our culture and make it sound like it's something different. We're not talking about no different people. We talking about the same exact people. These Negroes, right? They're the same people who ancestors came from Africa. The colored people are the same people who ancestors came from Africa. The black people are the same people who ancestors came from Africa. The mulattoes, their mixed parentage, the African side or the Negro side, the black side, they came from Africa. They're the only one talking in circles. They're the only one trying to make new definitions and new meanings for these words that are already solidified in history. that our ancestors accepted, whether we like it today or not. They went by it, and even if they said, they might have went around like, oh, and not accepted it. But when they knew, when they said Negroes over here or colors over here, they knew what line to get in. They wasn't confused and got in the white line or the Indian line. Like, y'all are crazy, man.
Color, that's not their rightful identity. When we call them black, that's not their rightful identity. And we know this through teaching, through understanding. You understand what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is this was a status that was put on.
My bad. I don't mean to distract y'all real quick, but Kara, let me tell you something. He said my people was in America before the U.S., and I'm not denying that I'm a U.S. citizen. Listen, most of our ancestors were here before the United States became an actual country. That's nothing new. Most of our ancestors came over here in the mid 1700s. This is before the American Revolution, before the Declaration of Independence. That's nothing new. You're not different by saying that, Kara, at all.
My people, black is not us. Negro at the trenches, I'm not going to respond to you because the link is in the chat. You're more than welcome to come on. Real words, do you want to respond to anything before we move on?
No, I just think it's a touchy subject, and I hate when people go against reparations. I think it's a foolish statement, but the way she narrated, I have to agree with her because, I mean, we don't come from Africa unless they can prove it. So, and then reparations means.
So when they say African Americans, you believe in your mind socially that they're talking about Africans?
I'm saying that when they say
I'm asking a question. Do you believe that they're talking about Africans when they say African Americans?
That's what they put on. They're trying to put on us. That's why they say it.
That's bullcrap because we have document evidence of before we was called African Americans. You know what we was called?
Indian.
Real words. I thought you did research, sir.
What was we called? Color.
You don't know what we was called before African American? You're older than me.
Colors black.
I'm asking you.
Negro.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying we gotta have a proper understanding to what cloaking status is was put on our people. How can you argue with a term and what was classified as our people when you don't know what terms was classified as our people with?
I know what terms they was. I'm just saying that.
Well, I'm asking you, what term came before African American?
I mean, black, Negro, and colored.
They all came at the same time, or was it a system in place where they changed over time? So I want to put things in order. See, and so I'm gonna ask Sister Bethy. Shout out to Sister Bethy. We got Chief Morning Thunder on her with us. What name did African Americans go by before African Americans, Sister Bethy?
Negroes, and prior to Negro, colored.
Okay. And so who was the Negro and the colored people?
The Aboriginals
and so
American Indians.
So and who will be the African American peoples then?
In 1988.
No, in 2023. If we know in 2023, our people's called African Americans. In the past before that, we was called Negro. In the past before that, we was called colored. Who are the people that's African American today?
Africans like Obama.
I thought you just said that they classified your people as African American. So okay, let me rewind.
She sounds so slow. Africans like Obama. Like, come on, man. We got to do better than this, right? Like this term African, it's been around a long time. This is from 1885. Just like today in Harlem, they got African American Day. We've been celebrating African American Day. This is in 1885, Friday, January 1st, African American Day, and Emancipation Day. Emancipation for what? From what? The bakery? No, from slavery. This is nothing new. Nothing new at all. And then who we have speaking at it?
We have Frederick Douglass, U.S. Senator Bruce of Mississippi. This is nothing new. Nothing new at all. This is a long-going history. 54th annual African American Day Parade takes place in Harlem, September 17th. This term African American isn't new. Been doing this. But they just so caught up on, oh, Jesse did this in 1988, which isn't true. He just brought something up that we've been using. That's it.
So your peoples was Indian, my peoples was too. They got classified as Negro and color. Is that their last status that they are now? Is that what they classified as now? Or is the indigenous people classified as something else? That's what we got to get to.
Oh, you're talking about the Black/African American.
No, we're talking about our people being mislabeled. What is the last mislabeling of our people right
now? I have to say what Jesse Jackson said, probably African American.
So the indigenous peoples now, today, the Aboriginal peoples are called African Americans today.
Yes.
According to their records, right?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I don't know, Ab. The reason why I say that, because none of us ever identified as African American. Well,
people will argue me to death that we're not Black, even though we got documented records of our people identifying as that. And as a matter of fact, they created some of the greatest inventions that we ever seen. It's called Black inventors, Negro inventors. These are mislabels. These are misnomers. Our people obviously went by. What we're failing to do is go to the last misnomer, which our people accepted, and be able to prove that and work our way back to the original term. But when we're failing to identify who are the African Americans that the United States are socially talking about, if we can't properly identify that, we have an issue.
Okay, so here's why I say this. Because House of Consciousness has a story to who an African American is. African Americans claim slave ships. So I don't claim slave ships, so that's the problem with me.
Well,
so I would like to see their history being told out. If that's not the history, if that history is wrong. They said HOK got slave ship. Like everybody Black subscribes to HOK. I only listen to them when they talking about American history. I don't really care for the religion. I don't care about Egypt. I don't care about none of that stuff. It don't fit what I'm looking for. But she's just an anti-Black, anti-African, which is ridiculous. She should be ashamed of herself. Ashamed.
That's a whole. Well, right now we just want to get status. Because when we start getting into history, that means they get a whole nother thing. But I want to work my way up to you. So let's go let's start from the beginning, if we will. We was Aboriginal peoples here, right?
Yes.
Then people came here, and then they called us what else? What did the next thing they called us?
Coloreds.
Indian.
Oh, Indian. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Right. Am I right? Oh,
yes.
You know what I'm saying? Right?
That's correct.
After they called us Indian, they called us what else?
Colored.
After they called us colored, they called us what?
Negroes.
After they called us Negro, they called us what else?
Black.
After they called us Black, they called us what else?
African American.
That's what I'm saying. So now we know who the African Americans is. The real indigenous peoples.
Right.
It's another misnomer.
I could agree with that. I could agree.
So when they say that African Americans need reparations, who are they talking about? They're not talking about Africans. They're talking about your people, the ones that me and you go live for every day to try to wake up and hope that they get out of.
Do y'all see the hijack?
She was already here.
Right? They're talking about them. When they talk about African Americans, they talking about them.
Mommy said that.
They're not talking about us. Remember, we say they talking about us, our history. So now, you know, you got people like Malcolm X. He used the term African American in his speech, Ballad of the Bullet.
Like somebody broke the end of their house.
So
I'm like,
Malcolm X is an Aboriginal.
Bobby goes outside.
He was a Pan-African.
She goes, you're my dad.
Right? Exactly, melanated. One hand, he's saying, listen, they call us African American. That's us. We just don't have the history that goes with it. On the other hand, they're like, no, we're not African. This makes no sense. They want to be kind of us now. Like, you know, like it's weird. I don't know, man. I need some help, y'all. I need some help.
I just lost space there.
Yes, I have to say that's true. That's true. I think it's the reason why I act the way I do is because of the history that they put on the African Americans, which is the lie. I think that's what's like really killing me. That history. That's what it is.
Yes,
if that history wasn't there, I'd be more comfortable with saying, okay, yeah.
That's why we gotta go and do our due diligence.
Big ass pile.
If we're gonna get what's rightfully ours, if we're gonna put these people to the fire and make them own up to what they did, we gotta be able to own up what was done. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
So when people say we African Americans shouldn't get reparations, that's almost like saying that we shouldn't get our peoples for all the mislabeling, for calling our people black, Negro, and colored, we shouldn't get compensated.
So, but this what I'm saying. Compensated for what? So you just want to be compensated for misclassification? Y'all say y'all wasn't enslaved. Y'all say y'all basically gave over power with civil rights. Y'all know that, right? They say they gave over power with civil rights. The integration is when they lost power in America. So everything prior to that, the Great Migration, Jim Crow, sharecropping, all these things was happening while they was in power. So they was in power, letting our people become sharecroppers. They was in power, letting our people be in redline. They was in power when our people was going through all these things just to vote. They was in power when all these lynchings was happening. They was just in power up until the civil rights era. They don't know what they are talking about. They can't even keep their story straight amongst each other. Now, these are two people who have platforms who get, you know, a lot of views. You know, they hold a big audience when they go live. I ain't talking about they get anywhere 200, 150, right? But all abos, all people being indoctrinated, and they can't even get their story straight. So how we expect the abos to have anything straight? They can't even get their lie right.
No, it's
Mike
really
check.
not.
Can I say something, Sister Becky, real quick?
Not in the
Hold
way.
on, big dog. I got you.
Not in the way not in the way that I addressed it. I wanted to make the distinguishment. Maybe, hey, should I have used the? I did use the terminology used, but the way I addressed it in the lawsuit was like,
no, you shouldn't have did that at all. What you trying to stop something for? Why are you trying to stop something? Who led you to believe that's a good idea? Now, I know this became a topic because I brought this up, and then now I see them talking about it. Now, I don't usually do shit like that, but I'm gonna take credit. I'm telling you, they had to get it from me because they was looking over it. They didn't care. It meant nothing to them. They anti-African, so stop reparations. Y'all ain't gonna get it anyway, so.
Look, we're not Africans. We are these people. So I addressed it. So I think it's because of the story that HOK is promoting. That's what's getting to my blood. And I can't.
Yeah, but when you follow legals,
do you see this? These people are so YouTube minded, they don't understand what's going on in the real world. She said this story is something that the HOK started. So now, if we didn't have Sarnetta, we wouldn't have this slave story. What? Like, are you serious? Like that makes no sense. The story of slavery has been told since it's been happening. Since it's been happening, it's been told. We can find it. Like, what's this? Like, this is 1854, American slavery. Well, they're talking about the story of American slavery, African slavery, the American slavery, the African race in the United States, right? And what are they talking about? Slavery. This is in 1854, New York Times. What are they talking about? We always had this story, say, like, what are they talking about? HOK. I don't know.
Stuff, you're not talking to HOK. You're talking to the people who know exactly who you are. You understand me? They know exactly what they mislabeled you as. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, and I addressed that in the lawsuit. When you got here, we were Aboriginals. Then you changed us to Indians. That is in the lawsuit. It's cleared out, and now you're trying to push African American to take us off our land. That's how it's addressed in the lawsuit. So I'm just saying not African American because it's vocally now, but in writing, in lawsuit, I addressed it as you speak of it.
I mean, we're not African Americans, we're not Negro, we're not colored, right? We know these are mislabels, but there's a certain people that is classified as those. We got to be clear on that. There's only one group of people that's classified as African American in the United States, and you agree, me and you both agree that that is the indigenous peoples of this land.
Well, that because that didn't come out until 1988. The only one that's legally classified as that app is Barack Obama. That's a typical African American. And that's the problem. We're not him. That's who can claim African American because he's related to he's a descendant of the lands of Africa. We're not. So this is why my argument is no, we're not descendants of people of Africa. We're not.
Yeah, matter of fact, yeah, she put in a lawsuit. She absolutely did. Absolutely. Yeah, it's in there. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, she definitely put in one. She definitely did.
Hello, Miss Harris?
Yeah.
Hello? Do you hear me? Can you do me a favor?
Oh, I'm gonna find it.
Obama is.
We're talking about a social status, and I think we're conflating the social status with history. So now, even though the history is off, even though the social status is
out that social status came out after.
Listen.
Before you was born.
It doesn't matter when it came out. To be honest, it was put on a certain group of people. You see what I'm saying? When they came up with African American, it wasn't just put on Obama. It was put on the majority of the people that was classified as black and Negro in color. That's a fact.
Okay.
And those black, Negro and color.
Well,
people are the American Indians people. Do you understand what I'm saying? So socially, when we're talking about African Americans, we're talking about our people. So that's not really the point. The point is about reparations. I agree with reparations.
Are we descendants of slaves from Africa?
that ain't what reparations deal with. That is
It
that is not the template. That's been over 100 reparation plans put out. HR 40, HR 22, they got a bunch of them that's been put out. They all illustrate different conversations the way they reevaluate it, right? But systematically, they're talking about one group of people who had these stuff handed to them in America, right? So now we know that reparations has a definition. Reparations has a law-binding, defining definition that comes with it. Compensation.
Ain't that for wars?
Compensation for wages of war. War wages. So we know HR 40 is a nothing burger, right? That doesn't mean anything. To go out our way to say that we don't need money, or to say that any group of people don't need money, right? It's crazy. I feel like we need our compensation. We just proved that we was mislabeled, misclassified. That's enough to be wanting your compensation for those terms.
But HR 40 committee is saying descendants of African slaves. Are we descendants of African slaves, Ab?
What I'm saying is HR is a nothing burger. There can be various different formulations put together for reparations. You have the Black American plan, you have the Platinum plan, you got various different things that have been put on the table. HR 40 is the last one. When Trump was in, it was the Platinum plan. Go look at the Platinum plan with Donald Trump.
I saw
same thing. So what I'm saying is it's been various different ones. I feel like once we get understand of who we are and how we need to be worded, we can be able to structure what's going on. But when we have people that don't understand who the people that's supposed to be getting the money, that's when the confusion goes on. You see what I'm saying? Sir, I don't think that that reparations is slave based. Obviously, it ain't. It's a definition behind it. You're talking about a bill that's trying to get passed, pushing a slave narrative. I'm talking about compensation in general for our people. I'm not talking about one particular plan because there's been 1,000 of them. You see what I'm saying? I could pick and choose. I'm not talking about HR 40. I'm talking about compensation for our people is a must. Do you agree? No matter what we identify as, no matter what misclassification that we got, we need our cheese. Correct?
I do, as long as it's on the record that it's the Aboriginals that it happened to. I just can't claim the slave ship story.
We're not talking about slave ship. We're talking about a condition of our people. Not all of our. See, when you say you only want an Aboriginal, that's kind of being narrow-minded to the rest of the people that me and you take our time out to go try to wake up.
When I say that, I do mean with Aboriginals, Negroes, coloreds. I got a problem with African American. That
I got a problem with all these terms.
I do too, but
Negro
and colored don't take us off the landmass app. African does. I'm sorry.
Right. Well, they have their own connotations, right? And so Black, Negro, and colored and African American are terms that I don't agree with. But since I'm able to kind of agree with one of the terms that was been put on us, I can't throw away the rest of them because they all bullshit misnomers. So if I'm willing to accept one, I got to accept all of them as they come. Not meaning that they're right, not meaning that's our people. You understand what I'm saying?
I do.
So when we look at a particular system of reparations, I feel like our people need to get what's owed to them under all status. Because just like you said, when we got classified as Negro, guess what? Some bad things happened to Negro and they got classified as Black. You see what I'm saying? But we got to identify that we're them people no matter what they classify them as. It doesn't change the blood. It doesn't change the people. I think we're getting so caught up on words, we think it changed the people.
I'm about to let her get
I get that, and you're absolutely right. But does African take away your land claims? That's all I'm asking you.
Yes, I believe that a lot of times.
No, it don't. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Yeah.
terms take away. I believe that a lot of these terms take away a lot of various different things. But I believe, or cold-heartedly, when they say African American, which I don't identify that, they mislabel me as that. You understand what I'm saying?
Well, at least you're willing to say that African, yeah, it does take you off the land, but at least we have primary source.
Well, yeah, they don't, but they don't just call us African though. They're not going around calling us African, and nor do African Americans call Africans African Americans. We don't call Africans that live here African Americans. We say that's my African brother, no matter how long they lived here. You see what I'm saying? So when we speak of the term African American, it's been applied to one particular group of people. And like I said, that's the same people that was Indian. They got misclassified as Negro, Black, and colored.
Yes.
It's the same people.
That's very true. But at least,
and those same people went through. They had a bad name under Black, which they need to be compensated for. They went through shit up under Negro. They need to be compensated for. They went through shit under color. They need to be compensated for. They even going through things now under African American, which we need to be compensated for. And that's my point on it.
Okay, so I think the whole word African is what's getting me at, and that's only because in legal, I have proof. At least I have primary source that the Negro is the Indian. We have primary tribal law sources.
No, she don't. She don't have no sources like that. None at all. But real quick, let me just show y'all this. This is the lawsuit she showed. As you see up here, it says received September 19, 2022. Clerk, U.S. District and Bankruptcy Court of the District of Columbia.
Yeah, more. What? It's on the screen, brother.
No, you ain't.
I see the case. I don't know what it. I don't know what it's about though.
Okay. So understand what we're saying. So all that what you're talking about. Hey, listen. All that you're talking about, bro. I'm sure she'll put it in the back chat for you so you can read through it. We can talk about it right now. But the point is, though, that wasn't the question to break it down. The question was something going on, and it's produced.
You want me to help y'all? You said you want me to help y'all.
It's on the screen, brother. Hold on, bro. We're not getting past this though. Psycho. All the years that you Pandoodle's been working and all the funding that y'all got a nothing burger, brother? Y'all ain't doing nothing. Wait. How about this? And y'all got some plans that y'all planning to do in the future?
Right, ain't that what y'all got? That's what y'all got, right? But you're planning on doing, right?
Okay,
so
I'm gonna say this again. I'm gonna say.
This is.
Hold on, Sister Betty. I gotta beat him up real fast. Sir, you asked a question, and it's right there, right? This is in this community. The sister that's on the panel, her name is at the top of this lawsuit right here, sir. Her name is at the top of this lawsuit.
I got it.
Okay, so when you ask what's going on, I got you though, sir. When you ask what's going on, we're suing the United States government and the Department of Education. Is that enough for you?
All the
right, but for miseducation.
Oh, wait. Whoa, yeah, for miseducation. Yes, sir. So that wait, nothing burger. But when you asked the question, you didn't expect that, did you? You didn't expect that, did you?
Right. Now, how far did y'all get with this? How far did y'all get with this?
Business. It's still.
So it's none of my business. Wait, so what my
no. It's his business. This is business. This is business.
Everybody else being taught in school. That's not my business.
All right. It's still.
No, it's his business
right now. It's in district court right now. Now, all the bullets you see is all the motherfuckers I'm coming after.
Okay.
Something y'all should have did.
Hold on, let's go down the line.
And if you look right down here, HR 40 Commission to study and develop reparation proposal for African Americans. Why are these abos who say they're not African, who say they don't got nothing to do with Black history, nothing to do with none of that, why y'all suing against it? Like, ain't that shit like the white supremacists do? Why y'all coming for our lawsuits? Why y'all coming for our plans? Why don't y'all make your own plans to get your own shit?
This don't make no sense. Yeah, they got a whole lawsuit trying to stop our shit.
Let's go down the line, Sister Becky. Let's go down the line. Come on.
I see HR 40. Wait. I see HR 40 down there. Why are you going after HR 40?
Because I'm coming for y'all's motherfucking throat, nigga. You think we crazy?
Oh, you going after reparations?
Hold on. I got my hand up.
You going after reparations? So you want me to help?
Don't yell at him. Don't yell at him, y'all. Don't yell. Let him talk, please. Please let him talk.
Y'all asking us to help reparations, but y'all up here trying to knock down HR 40? And y'all calling us the CIA agents?
That's right.
And y'all calling us the CIA agents who got your whole ideology from a CIA agent? Chief even admitted that Alan Van Sertima is a CIA agent who sat up there with a plan in the Pan-African movement.
That's a nutting burger, nigga. He ain't even American, so shut your goofy ass up. You grasping for air.
You can't breathe. Nonsense. And got people up here thinking we ain't from Africa no more. He was the CIA agent.
Take little breaths,
CIA
nigga.
agent right there.
There gonna get even thinner in a minute. Nigga, we gonna close this news for your goofy.
Yeah. Shout out to the psychopathy for keeping his foot on their necks over that HR 40. All right, so Aboriginal power is pressing. Oh, what did I do? Aboriginal power is pressing the other Abos on. It's not even about if slavery happened or none of that. Like, these people got HR 40 in. Y'all say they're not gonna get it. Why waste your time putting a whole lawsuit to fight against it? Why not just let it be? Why fight against it? Because you don't like African? Well, you're not African. You don't like the slave story? Well, you wasn't enslaved. So this shit don't got nothing to do with you. So why are you coming for it? What are you coming for it for? This is sad.
Period. That says the Negro is the Indian. I don't have a primary source saying that the African American is the Indian. So Negro.
Well, that when you say you Negro, that doesn't mean black. But people say I'm not black.
In Spanish, it means black. But Negro in English is Negro. But at least we have primary source that
Negro in English.
But Negro in English is Negro. But at least we have primary source English. In Spanish, it means black. But Negro in English is Negro.
What? Negro in Spanish means black, but Negro in English means Negro. So what does Negro mean? This shit makes no goddamn sense. Callie, what's good? Callie, you heard that?
Yeah, she said, I got no proof. She said she got no primary source that the African American is an Indian. Told on yourself. Like I said, this whole thing is a scam. But to me, Sister Bethany is an agent, bro. You know, I said I hate to use that type of word. You know what I mean? But the fact that she's fighting against reparation, I don't believe she came in with that on herself. I think she's paid to do this shit, bro. For real. Somebody's paying her to do this. Some type of AstroTurf group. You know, right-wing Republicans have AstroTurf groups, right? That they use. Remember during the Tea Party, they had these different AstroTurf groups that was funded by the Koch brothers. I'm certain that she's paid by one of these type of right-wing think tanks, because you see what's happening right in society with Republicans in states like Texas, Oklahoma, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Florida, South Carolina, you name it, right across the board, Arkansas. How they all decided to block Black history, right? Make it aware, and in some states they've gone. Their extremes are even worse, like Florida, where one student can actually stop a lesson from being taught if they feel uncomfortable. You know what I mean? As far as history, right? So a white kid feels uncomfortable about what his ancestors did to enslave Africans, then they can actually stop the curriculum. And so, yeah, she's absolutely a problem. All these people are scammers, and to me, they're all agents. They're actual agents. The fact that they egg this on, but the funny thing is, they're kind of going against her, though, right? Like, you can see the Abos, they want the reparations, and I'm gonna tell you this right now: if reparations came along, they all gonna claim African. Every last one of them will claim African if reparations come.
most of them is on her side. Some agree with Aboriginal power, not maybe one or two agree with them. Most of them, they just think it's about slavery in Africa, so they don't want nothing to do with it.
Yeah, to me, I want to find out who's supporting her. I mean, I bet you we look around, we do some research, we'll see that she's hanging around probably on some right wing. Maybe she's on like 4chan or something like that. You know what I'm saying? She probably hangs out there and probably has been connected with some right wing think tanks, or she's hooked up with somebody. She's definitely paid by somebody, because why the hell would you want to, cut your feet off? That doesn't make any sense. So she's definitely being paid for this. There's no way she decided to do this on her own. I don't even think she even came up with this on her own. Somebody offered her to her. They saw that she was claiming some nonsense, claiming to be indigenous. Even I see some white folks on social media saying that black people were always here. Like they're pushing this in order to try to escape slavery. Like, yeah, it's true, which is why you also see right now, you see Aboriginals pushing white slavery, and you see white people pushing white slavery. I'm watching it both happen on social media right now. So it's like they're in agreement. That's what I'm saying. These motherfuckers are agents, bro.
Absolutely. So we got Swindle, Hoodwink, and Lucky up here. Super Guzman. What's good, y'all? Lucky, you there? Your mic open. I don't know. They might be having technical difficulties. But yeah, Callie, I'm leaning towards what you thinking. She might be planted here, man. But there's no way. There's no way. Mm-hmm. Lucky, you there? Callie, you there? Can y'all hear me? Is it my shit?
But at least we have primary source that
Negro in English will be black. And black in Spanish will be Negro.
That's what I just said. It's Negro in Spanish.
Yeah, so that's what I said. When you say Negro, which is Spanish, you're just saying black in English. But when we speak English and call ourselves black, people don't agree with it.
I think because they have that slash in there, African American is what's throwing everything up. When I say African American, the first thing I think of is no land in America. So that's what really fucks my head up mentally.
You know what's crazy is because anybody else outside of America, when they think African American, they think of your peoples and my peoples.
Correct, but they don't think of us as being the original owners of North American landmass.
Well, no, but that's a history. That's a history conversation. We got to identify as what was misclassified on us. Because if we're going to prove something from the people, if we're trying to get wages of war, these are one of the templates that come.
But Abos always say nothing happened to them, man. Well, what's up, Swindle? Lucky, y'all mic good now?
Yeah,
I hear you good.
Okay, that's a bet. Yeah, I was just finna co-sign Kelly, man. I said that same thing on the panel a couple days ago. Like the whites, they pushing this white slavery to erase the what they call white guilt. So they trying to push this non-white guilt movement, and they claim that black people throw around racism too easy. And the other side of the coin is the Aboriginals running around saying that white people agree with them that slavery never happened, when really in actuality they are agreeing with the white people. So it's like they are working in at a detriment to the overall reparations movement, let alone she filing a lawsuit and shit. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's definitely crazy.
It's all about the money.
I need your help.
Well, you said it's all about the money?
Yeah, that's all. It's what it is. It's all about getting money. They could care less about their heritage. This is all about money. You listen to Abbo a few times. He said he wants compensation. See, it's about the money.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, money for who though? Because they trying to stop if African Americans get money. They're trying to stop that. So you saying she's getting paid?
No, it's you listen. If you watch Abbo, they've always got the Cash App thing up there. Same with Sister Bethy. She puts up her Cash App thing, and they're just getting money. They're just spreading false information just to get money. And the godfather of all of this is Dane Calloway.
Yeah. Hold on, y'all talk. I gotta step away for 2 seconds. I'll be right back. Go ahead,
and you look at the godfather for the Moorish movement. It's Taj Tariq Bey. He started out in the late 80s, early 90s with all this BS about the Moorish don't need this or they're Aboriginal and stuff like that. Then it just blew out of proportion, like this. These people claiming to be Aboriginal. I mean, be happy of where your heritage is. That's what I have to say. If your roots are from Africa, be proud. Why are they trying to what's the word I want to use? Oh, why do they want to distance themselves from Africa? That's the main question.
Well, Swindle, the easiest answer is propaganda and the victims of colonization. So a lot of times the Aboriginals, they like to say that we are the victims of propaganda because we believe mainstream narratives. But what actually is the case is that they believe the mainstream narratives about the primitive African cultures and the different societies that Europeans down or try to belittle in order to continue colonization. So they are actually the ones who, digested the propaganda and they're spewing it back out. And they are, you know what I'm saying? They don't understand that they are victims of this.
See, it's like on my father's side, I can trace my family back to the late 1600s to a Native American tribe in Nova Scotia, Canada. From there, it ends because the Native Americans don't keep records. On my mother's side, I can go back 2 generations where my great-grandfather came from Italy. So I was born here in America. I'm an American. It doesn't matter what color skin you have. If you're born in this country, you're an American. I mean, I get some people that get pissed off when I say that. Sister Bethy is an American. Aboriginal Powers is an American. If you're born in this country, you're an American. But I do kind of, it's like with the African American thing. Charlize Theron is an African American. She was born in Africa. She came over here, became an American citizen.
I got to cut you off. See, African American is a term. It's an ethnic group. We called ourselves African American because we're an amalgamation of many and multiple African tribes. Charlize Theron was born in South Africa. She will be South African American, not African American.
Okay, thanks for correcting me. But you were born here in the United States. I don't call myself an Italian American because I'm not. I'm an American.
Yeah. No, we call ourselves hyphenated. We've been doing that since we've been here. We've always referred to ourselves as African, and then it changed over time, and we went from color to black. But before then, we were calling ourselves African. We had even our organizations going back to the 18th century. So we've always known we are of African descent, and in this country, we've never really been considered American fully.
You're an American. In my eyes, you're an American.
European. No, I agree. I am. I refer to myself as an American all the time, but in this country, we still are considered to truly be American. Not in this country.
See, I'll tell you something funny. I'm a conservative. I'm not a Republican. I'm a conservative. I listen to some a gentleman by the name of David Webb, who happens to be black. He gets called a white supremacist all the times for his views. Then on XM radio, there's Sunny, I can't think of her last name, which is she's a black woman. And if she got a hold of what Sister Bethy or Aboriginal Power was saying, she would basically go up one side of them and down the other side for dissing on their heritage. See, what I get out of Aboriginal Powers and Sister Bethy is they're disgracing their true heritage. And I still haven't figured out why they are doing that. Is it about money? That's the. See, I've listened to Dane Calloway. I listened to Aboriginal Power. Or
Hold on, is David Webb black?
Yes.
Oh, okay. He's one of those. I know he is. Yeah, he's one of those dudes like Thomas Sowell. Yeah. I would never fuck with him. He's someone who has no credibility in the black community.
In some black community, he does. Yeah.
No, the overwhelming majority of people in our community do not support people like Thomas Sowell or this other piece of shit, David Webb. We do not. He is in a only the vast minority of our community even acknowledge or even listen to people like who speak like them. Or same thing with the Candace Owens of the world.
How about Senator Tim Scott?
Hell no. I'm not a Democrat either. I would never fuck with any. See, this is my problem with black conservatives. I call them conservatives or conservacoons because they can never speak. Let me tell you right this: they can never speak ill against white racists. See, they always defend them. They never have anything negative to say about the people who rightfully say that the Democrats were Confederates, but then when these same hypocrites turn around and say, well, that's my heritage. You want to fly the Confederate flag. You want to say the Confederate flag. Hey, you want to say that the Democrats are the racist party, which they were. And I still think they are, right? Because I don't fuck with either party. But currently, which political party's trying to ban Black history? What political party what political party tried to defend the monument of Robert E. Lee? What political party wanted to stop wanted to continue to have Confederate flags fly in front of their state house? Which political party wanted to keep all that shit?
It's the Republicans.
Exactly. Conservatives.
So why? My question to you is, why get rid of history?
Because those monuments are disrespectful as hell, and those people were traitors. Hold on. Let me finish. Those people were traitors to the Union, right? You could keep those monuments up in the museum.
Those monuments come up way after the Civil War, right? Those monuments were put up for specific like terrorist reasons. They wasn't put up for no other reasons than that. Like,
so if we get rid of all these monuments and wipe these people out of history, I mean worldwide history, like we wipe off Adolf Hitler from history and stuff like that. What's going to happen is history is going to repeat itself.
Nobody's saying to do that.
But that's what's going on.
No,
we actually want to teach that shit in school. We want people to know who they are.
Yeah, I agree with that. But they're trying to erase it.
No, who is?
Yeah, Republicans are trying to erase it.
No,
yes, they are.
Republicans are trying to erase it.
You look at Antifa. Are the ones that are pulling these down. They're far left.
That's not erasing history, though.
That's not erasing history at all. That has nothing to do with that.
Just because you put up a monument 20 years ago, that has no historical relevance.
Okay.
So you act like these monuments... No. These monuments came up 30, 40, 50 years after the Civil War.
Yeah.
So they didn't need the monument to remember them to put it up. It's only being done. It's only being done to increase that white power ideology. That's why they was putting it up.
So, shit, I wish I could find this video, but there's this black gentleman who, his ancestors was in the Confederate, and he flies the Confederate flag. Is that guy racist?
No, he talking about a black dude. Yeah,
he's talking about the black guy.
Dude.
He's confused. He's confused.
Yeah, he's the black dude is sellout. You hold on. You know that for the most part.
Let me just say this. I know exactly what video.
Go ahead.
I know exactly the guy.
No, you know what I was going to say. Not a coincidence. I want you to continue. What I was going to say is, you do know that most of the, especially majority of those black folks who served on the Confederate side were slaves, and they were forced to work with their slave masters. You know that.
That's my point. That's my point. There was no black people freely joining up for the army, for the Confederate army. There was black people freely joining up for the Union Army, but not the Confederate Army.
Yeah,
they was being made to work, or they had a rich owner who would send his slaves in place of him, or
which was wrong.
Or the owner went to war himself and he brought the slave with him, and that was basically his assistant or type shit. Yeah. So these are not people who are, if they had a choice, they wasn't joining this Confederate Army.
Okay,
so
I understand
the guy's ancestor was an enslaved person. So his ancestor did serve in the Confederate Army, but he was not that. That's just not how it went.
Yeah.
He was not looked at as anything other than a slave.
Yeah. Okay. There's just kind of a change of subject here. Something I just clicked that Dane Calloway and I think Sister Bethy mentioned it a couple of times about the Underground Railroad and how it didn't exist. Where I live up in the Northeast, there are records of it. There's actually tunnels throughout my city which held former slaves where they hid them. And I mean, there's all kinds of records of them. No, I'm further up north. I'm in New England.
Like Vermont, New England, Vermont, Connecticut?
Vermont, yeah.
Vermont, right on the money.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
So look at this, y'all. Look at this. He said, "What about all those black slave owners?" And this is another problem with the Abos.
Yep, right? Pseudo as fuck.
Like, yeah, all right. So
but he's not gonna post anything, right?
No.
That's all I want to say.
Because black slave owners is a thing. Black people did own slaves. They owned other black people. They didn't own any white people. So let's just get that out the way. They didn't own any white people.
Hold on, but one more thing though, not a coincidence. You know, some of those folks that were listed as slave masters, they were purchasing family members and other people that they knew in order to free them.
That's what I'm about to talk about. That's all about. So there was laws in certain places where if a slave was manumitted, meaning he get that free status, he gets that free paperwork, then he has to leave the state in 96 months or a year. And also you had to go and pay extra money to the government or to the courthouse to get that person free. So not only did you have to buy them from the owner, then you had to go and pay an additional sum to get them the free paperwork. And then when you get them free, now they have to leave. A lot of people wasn't going through the last two steps. They would buy it. They would buy the person from their owner and keep them, as they would still have the slave status, but this is their family. This is their wife. This is their aunt, their uncle, their grandparents, their mother, their father, their little brothers. So they have this slave status. Or sometimes their children. And their children, yes. So they have this slave status, but they're not living every day as slaves. They're living every day working to make money to contribute to the house. This isn't no slave status stuff, right? This is just Patrick Gabriel confusing history because all he listens to is A1 and these other retards.
And then not a question. When they say the terms like,
I'm gonna land on this, Lucky. You got it. If you want to talk about black slaves, show me the white slaves the black people own. But go ahead, Lucky.
I was just gonna say, you be letting them get away too when they be using these broad ass terms like all and a lot and all that goofy shit. It was a specific number. You know what I'm saying? They was keeping records, so it wasn't no. I think the number I saw was like 3,000 at like the height. where African Americans that owned Negroes in the South, it was like 3,000 owned 13,000. I want to say was like the headline. I could find the article, but like these people, you need to have some exact numbers, bro, because when you say a lot of slave owners, it makes it sound like something that it's not. When we're talking about the amount of people that was in the
broad and
South,
vast, right? He makes
right?
it sound broad and vast, and it's just not the case.
Right, it makes it sound like it was 1 million people that owned 100,000 slaves, and it's like, brother, there was a small number that owned a small number. Period.
But you know, we know he's not going to click the link. But I would even ask, not a coincidence, to give you a wrench temporarily, just so you can actually post some shit. Let's see a link. Let's say you at least post a link for what you believe. I don't believe you would do that because I don't believe you actually research or actually you can actually look something up and find or you're just making a claim. You're throwing shit out there and you believe it, but you don't believe it without actually looking it up to see if it's true. And that's my issue with a lot of you, whether it's you, Patrick Gabriel, Lotus, or even Tierra.
He said, but you just said there was black slave owners. Yes, there was black slave owners.
Stupid.
But they didn't own
you
white
see what I'm
people.
talking about?
What don't you get? If they did, show me one. Just type his name. Bro. Type his name. But yo, Callie, Lucky, one of y'all on the computer?
No, I'm not on the computer.
I can jump
right
back
now.
in on the computer. I'm on my laptop, but I got in on my phone. I can come back in on the computer.
Jump in on the computer.
Lucky, one of y'all, if y'all free for some time, because I got to run somewhere. I got to help my aunt move some stuff, but I don't want to end the live stream, so I want to pass the controls to one of y'all.
Pass it to Lucky.
Yeah, I'm on the clock till 8. You feel me? So
yeah, I'll probably just. I'm gonna be
okay. I'll hop on the laptop. I'll go hop on the laptop real quick.
Yeah, I mean, I'm on my laptop. I'm just like I said, I'm on the clock, so I'm signing in right now on the laptop, and then I'm gonna come back in.
Oh no, because he wants to be able to share the screen with somebody, right? He wanted to be able to share the screen.
Yeah, but
now that's what I told you. Not a coincidence. Not a coincidence. What you need to do is you know how Q Butter has it set up on this channel where other people can take the control while you're off. You got to set your shit up like that, bro.
No, that's what I'm trying.
Oh, you trying to set it up now?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Let me go hop on my laptop.
I'm trying to do that now.
Man,
so at least, you know what I'm saying, if I'm in the background, y'all can still pull people up and things like that. Peace, Lotus. Peace, Wale.
What's up, Matthew?
What's up, Wale?
Yeah, well,
what's happening? Who's up here?
Yo, Lucky, put your email in the back chat.
Yeah, I heard some questions. I thought maybe I'd offer perspectives.
Oh, you got something you want to add? You got something you want to add, Wale? Go ahead.
Yeah, so about hold on. I got the YouTube on. I'm trying to cut it off. Okay, got it. I had to turn off the YouTube. And about what they talk about, the slave ownership type attitude. And there was a guy, Anthony Johnson, I think his name, that owned a lot of contracts.
Anthony, can I say something? Yeah, he didn't own any slaves. He owned indentured servants.
I'd say he owned a lot of slave contracts. I call them contracts.
Right. Yeah,
they were at the time.
No, you call them contracts. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so you call them contracts because they did have contracts because they was indentured servants and not slaves.
There was a time when that was the case. Most people had contracts on them. They were bond. They call them bond people. Yes. And then later they started saying slave as a unit. But most of the people were bonded out for some reason or another in their life. They got into a bond situation. And so they had bonds, they can buy them and stuff. And a lot of times in the people's imagination about history, they refer to those people as slaves. That's what I wanted.
They refer to them. No, anybody who had a contract, they refer to them as indentured servants. So we actually have a timeline of this because slavery just didn't pop up in America like the first person wasn't slaves. So them people that came in 1619 that they talk about, they wasn't slaves. They got indentured servants. They was indentured servants. Anthony Johnson, he didn't come in 1619. I think he came in 1621, but he's a part of that system. Africans that are being.
I think he was part of the 1800s. Anthony Johnson.
No, Anthony Johnson is in the 1600s, brother.
Really? That old? I didn't know that.
Yes, Anthony Johnson, Isabella. Anthony and Isabella had a son named, I think his name was Tucker, and he was one of the first Africans born in the colony of Virginia. Right, that Johnson line through the Tuckers. They actually have people today who say they are related to him. Yeah, but he had all indentured servants. So did you know what happened to when Anthony Johnson died in 1670? You know what happened to his land and stuff?
It was confiscated and given to his neighbor.
But why, Callie? Why, Callie?
Because at that time they had changed the rules, right? Where black folks couldn't own property. They didn't want black folks to own property, right? So if they were saying basically we weren't even considered a citizen. So a citizen can't own property. Sorry.
And that fell under what they called the head right laws. The head right laws.
I'm pulling up my laptop now.
What you got, the grandbabies with you today, Wale?
You did hear that a lot of people say Anthony Johnson or whatever had owned a lot of slaves, right? I mean, that's what I'm saying. And you say, no, they don't.
Nobody says
no. Oh, no, it's not.
We got to get the terminology right. Sorry, Wale. I don't
hear people say.
Yeah, especially the early 17th century, it was indentured servitude was heavy in British America. British America.
This said in the imagination of people, in the imaginations of most people, when they think historically, that's what I said. They refer to him as a slave owner. I mean, I hear it 100 times every month.
Yeah, but they're wrong. But look,
what he's saying is wrong. But I think he's right. What he's I get what he's saying.
I was saying they was contracts. I said contracts.
Listen. No, what Callie, he's not saying. All right, what he's saying is technically not wrong, right? People like him, they go around saying Anthony Johnson owned slaves.
Not people like me. I didn't say me. I said the man had contracts.
You said he had slave contracts. You said he had slave contracts.
Yeah.
So that means okay. So stop, Wale. So that means you're saying Anthony Johnson owned slaves? Yes or no?
No.
So what are you saying a slave contract is? If it's not a contract to own a slave,
he had contracts.
It's an agreement. Indentured servitude was an agreement.
Yeah, slaves don't have contracts. That's my point. I'm trying to get to. Slaves don't have contracts.
Oh, okay. And I understand what you are saying, and I think you already understand what I'm saying, because you did say that. You just tried to make it be me. And I said, I know a lot of people refer to Anthony Johnson as a slave owner. I said that in the beginning, man. I'm not trying to argue with you. I don't have no argument.
And I said your statement isn't wrong, but to insinuate that he would own slaves is wrong. So they are wrong.
I'm agreeing with you. That's why I even brought it up. And I see you're briefed enough to know that by the time he passed away, they had changed the rules. And they kept changing the rules.
Yeah, so you know what the rules, that was in 1670. So you know what the rule change in 1670 was?
I'd have to look up to see what their rule changed. Well, they be changing the rules all the time. That's why I don't play football. They change the rules all the time. I got time for that.
In 1670, the rule change was blacks or Indians can't own a Christian servant.
Okay.
So in their terminology, that Christian is a white servant.
Okay. I'm good with that too. I don't have no problem with what it is. Thank you.
And then in 1705, we get something called the Acts concerning
Wait a minute,
slaves.
1705. Okay, 1670, 1705. Okay, please. I'm up with you now. I got chronologically. I'm going.
So
thank you.
Now these are the laws that start solidifying what slavery is, and who can be enslaved. They start making rules like, if you're shipped here from a non-Christian country, you can be enslaved. If you come, if you're brought to us from Indians, if you're brought basically Indians who are in an enemy with us, and you're at war with somebody, basically an Indian who is on our side, then you could be enslaved also. No, then you'll be a servant, but I think it's for like 20 years or something.
Those laws, you know about the names of them and the dates and stuff like that?
Yeah, that's in the 1705 Acts concerning who could be a slave.
Okay, I like that you know all that stuff, man, and you know the names and the numbers and the times and the dates. You know, my mind don't work like that, but I like to know that your mind does. So when I need that information, I know the nigga to look for. You the one. All right, keep going, man.
Yeah, we can. Yo, hold on, Callie. One of y'all, Lucky, one of y'all. Did y'all put y'all email in the back? I'm trying to make y'all.
Yeah, I put my shit back there.
Oh, you did?
That is.
Yeah, what's up, PNF? Pull up, man.
So Lucky, I'm gonna try to give you the controls. I gotta go do something, but I don't want to end the stream. I want to keep going.
Well, man, I really appreciate talking to you about the thing. I'm out. That's all I come for. One love.
All right, Wale.
For sure. Not a coincidence. Put in the back, bro. Not in the back.
You see PNF pulled up like he want to smoke, not a coincidence.
He don't want to smoke, man.
He said we overusing the term pseudo, and he ready to show us.
Not in context with him.
Real shit though. We underusing that motherfucker.
All
right, yeah. Yeah, I'm signing in and setting everything up though, but you can put my emails in the back, Joe. But yeah, yeah. I don't know who to do this. I think he came on before. I've seen his channel before. He kind of banged against the apples, but dude tend to have.
Yo, he fell off. I was about to say. What's a good Black Power banging?
I sent both of y'all it.
Staying out the way.
I don't know what happened to Cali. Lucky, see if you got an email. I gotta hit this road, man.
Yeah, I ain't got it yet. But do it got to be a Gmail or it could be anything? Oh, matter of fact, I got it.
Yeah, but I'm saying about dude. I think I said before. Yeah, he's it's like he was showing how Moors are still today. Name all right. And my issue with him, he came in with a lot of white supremacists that I had to just that shit down right away. I was like, man, look, that be problematic, but those still are people. About to throw them under the bus. You coming in there putting a Thomas Sowell, all these other coons who that white conservatives approve of. Yeah, I'm not with that shit. I'm sorry. You can go somewhere else for that shit. Fucker, I ain't approving of him. I said that much. You don't approve of nobody who goes against black folks, especially they ain't one of us.
Hey, I'm accepting black people all the time.
Yeah, only those type of people like Thomas Sowell who shit on black people all the. Those are the ones black people. You guys, the ones who.
Hey, Kelly, I used to think Thomas Sowell was a smart individual when I was like 19, 20.
Oh, he's a lot of his videos are. Oh, he sounds great. He sounds great to somebody who don't know shit. To anybody who has any iota of history or any iota of economics or
right
when it comes you don't think that sounds intelligent. He says the African American culture is hillbilly culture. That's what he says. I don't want to listen
You
to
said
him
it's
like that.
hillbilly culture?
That's exactly what he said. He said
Dang.
African American culture is hillbilly. Straight Sam, I ain't got time for that, dude.
Hey, you know the coldest thing about it, because he shared the last name of my great grandparents, and I wonder, is he any relation?
It's possible.
The Sows, my great grandparents are Sows.
It's possible. Yes, well, I was like, nah. We know we have issues with abos, but man, say this: if one of them was in a fight and look like me, man, I'm gonna go help. I ain't gonna sit here and let them get down. Do that. And they say foul stuff, but they still are people. They just confused. Some of them are just confused.
Hey, I'm gonna keep it all at 100, homie. I'm gonna watch them get stomped out. Fuck that. You can't be saying Pan Africanism dead working against me, and I'm gonna work for you in your interest. Hell no, you say just like a woman that say she don't need a man. I will watch her change her tire by herself. I'm not gonna be a man. She don't need one. Show me. You feel me? Just like they saying they don't need us, they want to separate. Cool. And once they separate, they gotta stand alone, and then they gotta crawl back. Fuck that. They gotta crawl back. And if their children want to come with us, they gotta disown their parents. We gotta draw a hard line. When they start talking about we kill blacks over here, even if it's ideology, like they talking about ideology, to do no
I'm
that
not
language,
walking
homie.
that way. Yeah, they cut the black folks.
Damn, I didn't even know they did that. When Not a Coincidence played that, I'm like, damn, that's how they feeling. We kill black folks over here, even if they didn't mean physically. Pan Africanism is dead. You don't see them fight nothing else. They want to get their land back. We don't got their land, but they want to fight us. That's like Red want to fight Smokey because Debo got his bike.
All right, my fault. Hey, Kelly, so you was going in and out, but that might have been me. Black Power, was he clear?
Oh, I'm going in and out too?
Nah, both of y'all was talking, but it was kind of sporadic. But I think it might have been my connection.
No, Callie was. I heard Callie going in and out too. I thought that was him. It might be the connection there.
No, it probably is me.
Oh, okay, yeah, it is you, Kelly. Okay, I thought I was tripping. But yeah, I agree with you though, Black Power banging though. Like you can't be in open opposition to the movement and then be trying to cop pleas and stuff like that. That's a little weird.
I just wanted. They talk all this past history. Okay, cool. Show me a picture with 20 of y'all on a list. I mean, just a picture, 20 of y'all today, outside in public. They don't have it. You could see the Moors outside in public. You could see the Hebrew Israelites outside in public. The RBGs outside in public. But them, man, they don't come outside.
That's a fact, bro. You only see them boys on Clubhouse.
That's it. That's where they at, deep.
Yeah, that's crazy. You be over there on Clubhouse too, huh?
Yeah, I'll be over there. I ain't been over there in a minute though. Every time I change phones, I gotta download all these new programs to the new phone.
Already. Yeah, bro. I'll be trying to stay off of it, but sometimes I catch myself jumping down the Abo rabbit hole, man.
Hold on. Let me see if I can get one of them over here right now. Because I want him to come over here and talk about how English is his language.
Yeah, that's what they say. They say English, but they say Latin was started in Central America. Yeah, they say all of that, man. PF, what's up, man? You quiet, fam.
Hold on, let me see.
Man, I'm waiting on the host of the show to introduce me, man. But I'm up here, famo. You feel me?
Yeah, he busy. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead and make your introduction.
So it's Guzman up here. Okay, so I just want to make sure I clear my name because I'd love to debate and do info. I'm a worldwide renowned researcher. You saying that I'm pseudo and that, and I say y'all overuse it. You don't really comprehend what it means, as well as a lot of things you don't. And I want to start with the 69 chromosomes. And you gave me this nickname as you thought it was being funny. And I never thought it was funny. And you had a chance in the debate to address that as well. And you still
So you
lost.
remember. So you remember. No,
Yeah,
no,
you
we didn't.
told
We
me to
didn't
let me
debate
do my
that.
thing. Let me do my thing. I got you. I
Yeah,
got
but
you.
you
I promise.
kind of misrepresenting it because we didn't
I
debate
know,
that.
but I didn't even get to finish. I'm not going to slander you.
You
I'm going to
right,
say
brother. You
facts.
right, brother. You right. My fault. Go ahead, get your shit off.
I'm going to say facts. I'm not going to slander you at all. I'm not up here for that because I'm older than you. I just sound young because I'm in shape. But anyway, like I said, you gave me the nickname 69 chromosomes, and I never said that. I said there's evidence for a third allele, and I don't think you quite comprehend what that means. There's serohaptoglobin type evidence for a third allele in American Negroes, which makes them distinct through science and blood work, right? So we went and found out what an allele is, right? So we counted the chromosomes and the other intricacies of the chromosome, and I mean of the alleles. So the possibility of more chromosomes, obviously, if you have a whole nother sheet of an allele, so you have XY or X or XXY. So you have a whole nother sheet, a whole nother aisle. So it's many aisles that can be filled with alleles. So you have 23 alleles for each chromosome. So you have a third allele. So there's obviously more chromosomes. I never said it was 69. And then in the argument, I proved that living beings, had more than 46 chromosomes on several occasions, from gigantisms and retardations, and even deformations that is barely noticeable. I proved that scientifically. So technically, I'm correct. You was only bullying me because you couldn't understand that type of information at the time, right? So let's go to pseudo. Pseudo means something fraud, trying to be, want to be, trying to pass off as something that's correct, that's not. So in our cases, we're not correct because we know by experience we're at home, and we know that we did the research for ourselves. We didn't let nobody do the research for us. So technically we're not pseudo. So in many instances, I proved y'all wrong, and I'm willing to debate like a man, like Jabari and them do. You see what I'm saying? I'm not the abo that you can, signify and play games, but I'm going to embarrass you with the research like a grown man. So if you're not ready for that, you just got to respect me. That's all. This is what it's going to be. You and that going to have to debate me, family.
That's cool. But so in the chat, right? When I made the reference to calling you 6'9", you act like I made that up, right?
No,
But
I didn't. I wasn't acting like you made it up. You had been saying it, but I was ignoring you though. I was watching you do it because I knew I was going to debate you and beat you though. That's what I'm setting you up for. Because it's time to debate it.
I've been waiting for you to debate. That's why I've been calling you 6'9".
No, but that's 6 months of bullying me. We could have been promoting this. I already beat you in the debate though.
We two dark skinned males. I don't think we use bully. That's like a white people term, brother. You gotta come on, man.
No, right, because I'm not black and I'm not from your culture, and I've always opposed your culture since I was a child. You feel me? I've never felt like I was in your African black culture. I know I got like whatever the similar features, but as a light-skinned reddish American, I've always felt like on the outside of that blackness. You feel me? I've always been bullied because of my skin color. You know what I'm saying? I'd have been through that. So I don't feel like I'm black.
So okay, so that's important to know. I'm glad you said that. So with your case being a red, what you called it, I don't want to misrepresent what
reddish.
you said.
I call myself reddish, copper brown. You know, I tan brown and I can be light skinned. You know how it goes.
Okay, so with that reddish copper brown, that's a natural tone from no admixture, right?
Yeah, no admixture. I don't have the Slavic gene pool, basically.
Okay.
So I do have evidence of what we call indigenous. Some people say Native. So I got evidence for that. And maybe that's where a tribute to the light skin on both sides of my family. You know, because it's various copper color races with an S, right? The definition. So it's not just one race of Aboriginals. You see what I'm saying? So I'm looking at it that perspective.
Can
So
you
I
name
don't have these
some of
slides.
those races, please?
Yeah, it's a long list of them, man. We're not gonna do that, but I'm just giving you an example of why they
How
use it.
about three? How about three that's here in North America?
All right, hold on. I got you. I don't even know you. Let's stick to Guzman because I want to get over this first so we can go forward. Because I got bullied. And I continue to get bullied. You know what I'm saying? So I don't be thinking that shit a joke when I be winning arguments and the motherfucker say that, oh, they had you on the ropes and they was doing this and you 6'9". No, that's a lie. I'm always winning debates and conversations. Right?
So,
And I'm not pseudo at all.
So, brother, the reason why I called you 6'9" is because you said that we had an extra allele giving us 69 chromosomes.
No, I didn't say that. So that's where you become a liar. You cannot quote me saying we have
I got the
69
video.
chromosomes.
I took the clip of the video because I've been waiting on you to debate
You
me. Bro.
gotta show it. You have to show it. I guarantee you I said
right.
possibly. I guarantee you I
No,
added
brother,
possibly in there because I'm that smart.
What you did was you amended it after I pulled something up on the screen because you kept talking about Superman syndrome.
Well,
XYY
it's over. I
syndrome,
amended it. Once I
and
amended it, it's
47
over with.
chromosomes. Once I
It's
told you
still-
that, hold on, bro. Once I told you that the Superman syndrome that you was claiming was a 47 chromosomes, then you amended your 69 to 47.
And
then
I
you
didn't
started
have to amend it. I really didn't have to amend it because the possibility is there. I never was wrong. So I
So you
re-amended
still
it.
agree? Okay, that's cool. So you still agree
re-amended
that we
again,
have
and that's debatable.
Not there.
what you said?
He said the possibility's there. I said no, it's not there. There is no possibility that happened. What's good, PNF?
Yeah, what's good, man? Yeah, everything's good, man. But I'm just letting Lucky know about, his bullying me and how I brought the information of the third allele. So if we pull it up, right, like we have XY or XX, the third allele is going to represent XYY, XYX, right? And it's going to give you a whole new role for 23 alleles. So I have not the document. I have not. You can't cut me off mid-flight when I'm explaining to the audience exactly what y'all trying to diminish. I know exactly how to explain this. So if you have 46 chromosomes. If there's evidence for a third allele, right, a third gene, then you have the possibility for 23 more alleles, right? 23 more alleles on the sheet, right?
No, that's not
Because
what.
you got 23, then you got possibility for 23 more, I think.
No.
Is that how it works?
No, it's not how it works.
But that's how it's going to look up. That's how. Okay, explain it.
So look, what you're talking about, people with X. So somebody can be born with XYY, or a duplicate of their mothers, but those people are not, for the most part, normal functioning human beings. These people have. Hold on, you didn't want me to cut you off. These people have severe diseases. They have nervous system problems. Some people would say they're on certain spectrums, whatever. These are not normal people. Now, because you inherit that extra Y does not give you an extra set of all the chromosomes. That Y chromosome is only your sex chromosome. It's not all of your chromosomes that you inherited from your parents. You inherit 23. It's only the 23rd one. You inherited an extra one. And those people have severe disabilities. You might have that. I don't know, bro.
Okay, so I'm glad you broke it down like that. Let's emphasize on these specific new abilities. So with the American Negroes, they have a serum haptoglobin, right? Blood type, evidence for a third allele. And the Negro is very different from a lot of people, whereas their hair defies gravity, they have coppery skin, they're athletically superior, they have different eyes, different features than everybody else on Earth. The American Negro blood also allows them to become immune, similar to those with the with the sickle cell. So this is
Hold
what this
on,
study is about. I'm almost done. I swear to
Immunity.
God, I didn't cut you off. I swear to God, I didn't cut you
No,
off. I'm
Yeah, but hold
telling
on,
you.
I'm answering your
PNF,
question.
Hold
PNF,
on,
real
I
man.
quick.
want
But
you
you
Hold
cannot
clarity.
on,
cut me off because this is
hold
critical.
on, real
That's
quick.
lame, bro.
No,
Real quick, quick. All
no,
right, so listen, so we can
That is so
real
lame,
quick. So
bro.
slowly. I want
nobody,
to go
let me
slowly.
say this. Yo, hold on, y'all. Let me say this. PNF.
No, I
Yeah.
don't want you to run
No,
past the stop
Cali.
sign. I want you to give me some clarity. That's all I'm
No, hold
asking. I'm
on.
not trying to cut you off.
Cali,
I
stop.
missed what you said. I just
Cali,
want you
can
to
you hear
repeat
me?
it.
Cali, can you hear me? I just want to lay this out for the conversations, so we don't have to keep having these problems. I'm not saying anything
Hey, you
you're saying is
breaking up.
wrong, but you're saying a bunch of different. Hear me? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, you good
Yeah,
now.
we
That
hear
was
you now.
Yeah. So PNF, people are not cutting you off. You're saying a lot of different points that people want to ask questions about. If you're gonna say 5 different things, you have to understand somebody's gonna have a question at number 2, number 3.
Okay, I
Nobody's
got
cutting
you.
you
I got
off.
you. I
You
got
get
you.
what I'm saying? So that's
Yeah, I
the
got you.
problem, because you say
We're
these
trying to
things and
slow you
people
down,
like,
bro.
All right, okay, we
yeah.
can slow
So
down with it. I respect
yeah,
that. I got
please.
you.
So
I
nobody's
got
trying to
you.
cut you off. We want to have the conversation. We don't want to seem like we're disrespecting you.
All
So if
right,
you
I'm
know you
glad you
said
straightened that
something,
out.
yeah, you
I'll be
said
less
something.
apprehensive. I'll be less apprehensive
Yeah,
then. I got you.
please, because you're saying things that we want to ask questions about, but we don't.
All right.
Yeah, because I want you to start over, but go point by point.
Okay, so let's go to the specifics of what I'm trying to get y'all to comprehend with the allele, with the third allele. So the inheritance of the serum haptoglobin types in the American Negroes, which I'm proving distinguishes us from West Africans and Sub-Saharans. And he mentioned a retardation or inheritance that makes them whatever he explained. I'm saying in the American Negroes, they're able to fill the gaps, and that's why they have different attributes and characteristics than those who may have an extra chromosomes and are retarded. And it's called an inheritance of serum haptoglobin. And this blood also allows them to have superior immunity. That's why they are prone to universal negative blood types as well. So now let's look at the allele. We must define allele and third allele to prove my point of what I'm saying of what these slots is and what they're comprised of when we're dealing with maybe albinos or lepers or a whole Negro who have a full set of hair and full attributes with this extra chromosome that's allowing for this so-called inheritance of serohaptoglobin, because this inheritance will have to fill some allele. It can't just be invisible in your body. It has to be held up by some allele or chromosome. So this serum is held up by what? Maybe the extra chromosome or the third allele. So let me just get y'all to comprehend an allele, and I'm gonna be quiet. That's all I want y'all to do is comprehend that, and you can go from there. An allele is one of 2 or more alternative forms of a gene that arise by mutation are found at the same place on the chromosome. Hold on. Now, understand this before you think this is just some simple babble. Please understand. How many alleles do humans have? Before you think this is just simple. 2 alleles at each genetic locus, with 1 allele inherited from each person. So average humans have 2 alleles. Why do American Negroes have 3, which would multiply? It will multiply. It would double the pairs, giving them the possibility for this new compartment of a chromosome, because you're overstacking these alleles. So that's why I said the possibility. I never said that. But even if we have these extra alleles within our chromosomes, that still give us an advantage over other humans, right? Making us distinct. So I win the argument anyway. That's all I'm saying.
okay. So I got just a couple of follow-up questions. So, do you have any literature that says that Black Americans, or whatever you want to call them, have this extra allele that you are saying? And the second question on that is, do you have an understanding of what Klinefelter syndrome is?
Yeah, I'm not really worried about that. I'm worried about the alleles and the positive results of the blood serum haptoglobin types, because people have to donate blood from these people. So it's proof they don't have this disease you're talking about. They wouldn't be donating blood from them. We
So,
worried
brother,
about
that's
why
not
they got a
true.
blood bank on every Negro hood, dude. That's what I'm worried about. And guess what? I swear to God, I ain't trying to be negative. That's exactly opposite what I'm trying to explain. This is basically the superhuman gene, what I'm showing you. Nobody else produced like this. Nobody produced red blood like this. Like, y'all really need to emphasize on this. I'm telling you. Like, what I just proved proves the distinction. So we should worry about that because nobody else have it. Do I have the literature? Yes.
Right,
Did I
that's what
prove the
all I'm asking.
documentation? Yes. That you can look over? Yes.
Yeah, I'm simply asking for some type
Hold
of
on, somebody's
literature,
gonna
brother.
say something.
Yeah, I was just gonna say
Yeah,
something
I
quick.
know.
So
I
look,
wanted to ask him. I just wanted to ask him about the different races of
nah, hold
Abro.
on, real quick. Black Bang Power, I got you. Cause I want to. He keeps saying we only have 2 alleles. You
Right,
saying?
right. Humans,
Hold
regular
on.
humans, typical diploid organisms only have 2 alleles, right? On a
That's not
locus point.
true. That is not true. That is not
I'm
true.
saying, but that's what science says, because we're going off academia. I'm
Bro,
not
that's
going
not,
off what you're
bro.
talking about. Well, prove it then. Show
Academia
me
and
the proof.
science is the same thing. All right,
Show me
listen.
that
So
all
allele.
humans have 3
Okay,
alleles,
hold on.
brother.
No, it's not. We have more than 3, brother. Listen. What happens is when so let's take your eye color for example. You got brown eyes because your parent gave you the brown eye gene, and then both parents gave you the brown eye gene. Those genes match, which expresses that brown eye, that allele.
That's an
You have,
allele. That's what alleles do, right?
I know. So you're saying there's only 2 in the whole. What? So how do you get your hair?
You get
How
one
do you
from
get
your
your
mom,
height?
you get one from your father,
Okay,
right?
but no, but listen, when you read, it's at each gene position. You know, you got billions of positions on your chromosome. So
Nah,
you
you
have more
going out
than.
of context with this. You're not
No, I'm
comprehending.
not.
Yes,
No,
you
you're
are.
not comprehending. Allele is a gene expression, brother.
Right.
It's that
It's on.
trait coming out. It's that trait being expressed,
It's on a time
right?
locus point on a chromosome, right? It's at a specific
Yeah, and you're
location on a
acting like you
chromosome.
only have 2 of those. You acting like there's only 2.
You get one from your mom and your parent. What are you talking about? And there's evidence for
No,
a
yeah,
third
but
from a
at each
but
position, brother, you
right.
get one for your
So that's
parent
two.
from both
So
parents
that's two.
at each position.
So
At
that's
each
two. What?
position is 2. At each
So
position is
where's the
2.
third coming from for
How
the
many
Negroes?
positions do you have? That's what I'm saying. How many
Who else have 3
positions do
besides the
you have?
Negroes? Who else have 3 besides the Negroes?
Nobody. No, you
Right.
listen, bro. The
Nobody.
Negroes don't have
Exactly.
3, bro.
You just contradicted yourself and didn't
PNF.
even
If
hear
you have
yourself. Yes, you
3,
did.
you have
No, the
Klinefelter
Negroes don't
syndrome.
have
That's what
3.
that
You're
is.
missing everything, bro. You're missing
Lucky get
everything.
it. Lucky get it, but he's wrong too. You don't even comprehend what's going on.
No, not a coincidence. Not a coincidence. Don't let him do that. You
No, he
said the
don't.
exact
No,
thing.
he don't. It's 2. It's 2 per
PNF.
locus
Y'all
position.
breaking
Understand?
up,
Hold on,
Why
hold
bro.
on,
do
hold
Y'all
on.
breaking
Negroes
up.
have
I'm
3?
breaking up.
Hold on, PNF. Just chill.
All
The
right, I'm gonna
question.
chill. I'm gonna let y'all ponder
Listen,
about it. Go ahead.
no. But what not a coincidence said you haven't addressed. So we talking about these are like literal genetic. This is what you can see from your genetics or whatever. That, like how he explained what the alleles is. It's the representation.
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
So with this extra chromosome, what it represents on most people is
Right.
Klinefelter syndrome, brother. They have this. They have the symptoms. They have what these people experience who have this extra chromosome, brother, and
I
they
just think
experience
that's one
breast
aspect.
cancer.
We went over
No.
that.
I hear what you said, but it's not just one aspect, brother.
Yeah,
They're
it's other
considered on the
ways to have
spectrum.
it.
So if
Have you
they're
looked up
considered on
the
but what I'm
look
saying,
up
hold on,
the
let me finish what I'm
warriors
saying, bro.
gene?
Let me finish
Look
what I'm
up the
saying, bro.
warriors gene too. You got
So
the superhuman gene and the
let me finish
warrior
what I'm
gene.
saying,
Look that
bro.
up.
So the infertility, the learning disabilities, the breast cancer, that is what is a side effect of having an extra chromosome, brother. What are some of the good things? Okay, I just gave you some of the bad things. Give me the pros.
Look up warrior gene. Look up superhuman syndrome.
That's Klinefelter syndrome, brother.
That
I
is
just
right,
went
and that's
past
the
all that.
positives. You said look up the positives.
That's
Damn, right? It's
the
the
word.
same.
The word is not a positive. The word
And then
Superman is not a positive,
you
brother.
have giganticism syndrome, which needs a third chromosome. That's
But
not
what is it? What
necessarily
is it?
negative.
It's the same word, brother.
That's not really negative.
Superman, brother. Superman syndrome It's infertility. It's the same thing. You're not saying something
That's
good,
not
brother.
necessarily true. Science has already evolved, man. It's a new day. That's not really true. Stop
Brother,
it.
it's
It's a
not a
new
new
day.
day, brother. You're making this up.
No, I'm
I
not.
just
You're
pulled it
making
up.
this up. You don't have no definitive proof.
Bro,
Science
I've
moves on
been
every
pulling
day.
this up, bro. I've been pulling this up. You don't
I've seen the
understand.
same article where it says it don't even bother people sometimes. Like that's some of the possibilities you're reading.
Brother,
I already read it. I did
I
the
asked you for
video.
the pros and cons, brother. So the
I
majority,
did. I said
the mo-
superhuman gene giganticism.
all right,
This,
can you see the screen, bro?
yes, I seen it. There's
All right, bro.
positives of having extra chromosomes. There's positives, dude.
Listen, bro, it's key
Like
points, bro. Just listen to me for a second, bro. It's key points that you missing. The key
you said
point.
pros and cons, man.
You haven't given me no pros, brother. I
I
gave you all the
have
cons. I
superhuman
gave you
syndrome
simple.
and giganticism. That's positives to me. You can do a lot with that.
Superman syndrome is the exact same thing on the screen, brother. You didn't give me
Right.
anything.
So what's the ability of a Superman? What's warrior? What's the warrior gene?
Nah,
Look that up.
hold
You're
on.
Ain't
missing
that
it,
an
brother.
extra
Clean up.
chromosome?
Let Lucky read this real quick.
Right. So what it says right here is these are the key points of Klinefelter syndrome. So some of the symptoms are these are the first word is very specific. It says common symptoms. Okay, these aren't. I'm not going to try to take one person to try to make the whole narrative. This is common symptoms. It includes infertility, reduced facial and body hair, okay, enlarged breast tissues, and learning disabilities. These are the common symptoms. It is typically diagnosed through genetic testing. Okay. While
My
there is
bad,
no
Lucky. Read that last symptom again. What was the last learn? What was it? Learning what?
learning difficulties, right?
Okay.
So
Learning difficulties don't mean definite. That
that's
don't mean
cool,
that they're
bro.
not gonna get it right one day.
But the treatment for it, but they have a treatment for this. So, or they have what they call management. Okay. It includes hormone replacement. Are you aware of that, brother?
What did you say? Say that again.
So they have
It
some
says
treatments, brother. It's no cure, but they are telling you that some of the treatments is hormone replacement theory or therapy, such as testosterone and all that type of jazz. You understand that? Have you looked into that?
not really. It don't. Like I say, nothing's definite, man.
Okay, I feel you, but so each diagnosis and appropriate medical and psychological support can help individuals with this syndrome lead healthy and fulfilling lives. If suspected of this syndrome and you have concerns about it, consult a healthcare professional for evaluations. So why would they be telling people to seek advice for evaluations if you fall under these symptoms? If this is a positive, brother, you talking about the term Superman and you're saying that Clark Kent is a superhero, so it means something good, but it's a term that means Klinefelter syndrome. So please explain.
Okay, so let me read. Let me let the people comprehend how I think about it, not just your point of view. How about that?
And can you post that link in the back chat too? Before you read this, just post that link in the back chat so we can all read it when you get ready to read, brother. That's all I'm asking. That's it.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to do
and then
that.
go ahead and read.
Right.
But just want to put that out there. Dominate sport.
Yeah, I gotta do that.
See the same thing with Afro Latinos and also with people who are West African. We tend to have higher percentage of.
I have to read this, and I'm going to get this out the way, and I'm going to read. Clay said Klinefelter. So I have. Wow, he said put it in the chat. I'm gonna do this. What else going on? All right, hold on. Oh man.
Post it in the back chat.
Yeah, I am. I'm actually on the phone. I'm not on my computer, and I'm getting a call, so I got to wait.
On your phone. Hold on. Phone. If you pass, if you look on the phone, it says chat. Press that box, and then it should say chat, and the other side should say comments. On the side that says chat.
Okay, I swear I got you.
Hey, Callie.
We're gonna go to. Man, this dude. Hold on, I gotta answer this.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
You were saying that
Go
not
ahead,
a
answer the
coincidence?
call,
Told you.
Nah, I was asking you, Kelly. So you want to go into the fast twitch fibers?
Yeah, this is something that's been studied for a while. You could actually be honest with you, we don't even have as many fast twitch fibers as actual West Africans, but it's something that was actually developed in us due to the environment, the conditions, the diet, right? Geographic location. Like we had to have that, and it's also found in people from South Pacific Islanders, and even some of the indigenous people of South America. They'll find that they have higher percentages too. So it's all about environment and diet.
Koreans too. They have Koreans that got fast twitch.
Yep, and if you look at it, I'm pretty sure you read some of the same articles I read, right? It has everything to do with diet and the geographic location, basically tropical environments, right?
Right, and the fact that you can be fast twitch and you can be slow twitch in the same person.
Yep, that's a fact. But you see higher percentages of slow twitch in East Africans, which is why they're such good marathon runners.
Right, and they
like
also
these things we explain.
So what is this twitch thing? Is it a biochemical situation? What is it? Genetic?
So Callie gave you a little overdraft,
bro.
It's a combination. He tried to break it down for you. You wasn't there for it, Matthew?
Nah, I must have missed out on that part.
Okay. So Callie,
but yeah, you see it. Nobody said before you go. That's why you see it because everybody always points it out. They always like, man, why do always the Jamaicans and African Americans always dominate track? But they're the same people. They're literally the same people. We share genetics. Genetics with people from West Africa. This is why you see the higher percentages of fast twitch fibers within our community. And so people think, oh my God, they're cheating. There's some massive advantage. It has. Well, look, we didn't know that we were using athletes. And but you also, once again, you also see the fast twitch fibers.
Yo, Callie, you going in and out bad, fam.
So basically,
Mic check.
Americans and Islanders are the fastest people on Earth. Got it.
That's not what he said, brother. He was speaking to who has fast twitch muscles today. He mentioned Koreans. He mentioned South Pacific Islanders. He mentioned West Africans, and he mentioned African Americans and Caribbean Americans.
Okay, so it's a thing of people having a twitch. I'm still trying to understand the whole.
Come on, bro. You don't do that. You know what fast twitch muscle fibers is. You know what we talking about. If I can show the screen, if we got to do all that, but I thought we was just having a commercial break till PNF came back. But I can put it on the screen for you.
PNF. Y'all at PNF with 96 chromosomes? Gave y'all that chromosome work again? All right.
Yeah, 6, 9, 4. But I just want to know, brother. So, are you in disagreement with the fast twitch fibers around the world that we find, or do you agree that it's not just Black Americans?
Well, I mean, how many people have been tested? Like, are they testing people all around the world, or just people who run track?
No, they test people all around the world, but they do specifically focus on it for the sport of track. Absolutely.
Got it. Okay. So that means these are the people who are working out all the time, practicing their craft and perfecting their time and their takeoff time. So these are people that are consistently working on their body. But that's all I want to know.
Yeah, they're working on what they're born with, though. So, like the way Callie was breaking it down, like you said, you missed it. But like if an East African and a West African was to put in the same work regimen and then do the same exercises, they're not going to produce the same muscle mass because due to the genetics, And due to the environment, West Africans on average have a faster twitch than East Africans. So that's why they put on weight differently. That's why they are different types of athletes. This all plays a role. It does.
They
You
have
do have
very
to work
different
out.
diets too. They
That's
have
what
very different
that's what
diets.
Callie said. They have different diets. They have different environmental factors. Is the whole thing. So all these things are environmental factors.
Now that's what I was gonna ask him about the different races of Negroes right here in America, because their genetics will be formed different. Their genetic makeup and express itself different from diet on the East Coast versus the West Coast. And how do we know that distinction? That's what I was gonna ask him. Explain that.
Yeah, where you at?
I thought he was asking you, fam.
No, I was talking about PNF.
Oh,
Yeah,
he
PNF.
said he got a phone call.
Yeah, because he said there's different types of Negroes right here in the United States, and I'm trying to figure out what different type there are.
I mean, look
No,
at
you
how
talking
many
about his different.
basketball players and football players we have. You know, hey, I mean, if for that matter, you can count college too.
Yeah, I played
Americans.
football my whole life, bro. A lot of them niggas, you can tell them niggas is straight from Africa, bro. Motherfucker don't just hit the gym for three
Man,
and a
you
half
can't
weeks
tell.
and do whey protein and nigga just swole up like that for no reason, bro. That's what we try to let you know, fam. Nigga work out for
That's an
3 weeks.
American Indian thing.
Nigga work out for 3 weeks and be swole. They don't do that around the
That's
world,
a
fam.
that's an American Indian thing.
That's enough. Come on, fam. So why don't we have Sioux Indians breaking the 60-meter record? You know what I'm saying? Like we have Koreans doing.
The Sioux
If it
Indian
was a
man,
if it was an
those
American thing,
Indian
American
tribes,
Indian
though.
thing.
You talking about some Native Americans?
I'm talking about your people, fam. I'm talking
I ain't talking about no Native Americans. I'm talking
so
about people
okay. So
misnomered
you
as
do agree with
African
them then.
American. That's what I'm
So
talking
you
about.
so you do agree with them then. You do agree that black Americans are the only ones who have that type of I don't know what to call it, genetics. So you believe in Superman syndrome too, then, bro? That what you saying?
No, I don't say I believe in a Superman syndrome. I say people are working out and practicing their craft, going to the gym and going to the. I ran track in school too. I played sports too, but you know, I think it's based upon a person's training to give them the ability to run that fast.
But that's
You
what I was
know,
telling you though. If two people with two different muscle fibers train the exact same way, they're gonna get different results. That's why you have the dynamics that we have. That's why if you say you ran track, you could pretty much tell who gonna be the long distance runners, who gonna be your 400 runners. You gonna notice based off of certain little things that you could tell in the just appearance, and then the first couple exercises, bro. You're gonna know like, okay, we got an 800 runner. Okay, we got a nigga who he got some fast in him. He can run 100. This don't have nothing to do with one specific population of Negro. We are a diasporic population, so that's why you have that.
diaspora. So, like the brother Gibbons, I think that's how you say his last name. The one that be like, "You don't know me, son." So, what do you think he could beat a Somalian or Ethiopian running the 30 mile or something like that?
If he don't have slow twitch muscles, absolutely not. It don't matter how much he trained. His body is not built the same way somebody else's body is built to sustain that type of uh abuse on the knees or whatever they're doing with their body. All of
Yeah,
the
but
stuff that
we also got to keep in mind that this is not something that is broad across the entire population of people. These things are found amongst individuals in their population. It's not necessarily, you know what I'm saying, a East African is going to be a good runner or a West African is going to be fast. It's still it still varies amongst the population. And for the excuse me, and for the person who said that people in California got different diets than people in on the East Coast, we haven't been separated long enough to have any genetic differences. We're the same people. What
No,
the hell
no,
are you
no,
talking
no,
about?
no. The reason why I said
Big
that,
ups, California.
Hey, the reason why I said that is because old boy said that there was different types of Negroes
Yeah,
inside of in the United States. So
there
in
aren't.
order for there to be different types of Negroes, it has to be a separation for a longer period of time for the DNA to form genetic
Yeah, I'm
differences. So
agreeing with
I
that.
wanted, I just that's why I asked him, can he name a couple? It's hundreds. I don't got time to name them right now. I'm like, just but they saved them. They saved them.
Oh, there aren't any. We haven't been separated honestly longer than 200 years. I mean, if you think about it, the separation began in the
Maybe
1800s.
Lotus could name the differences
Lotus can't name the difference. Lotus
The
named
difference of
Superman.
what?
of Negroes in the United States.
The difference,
Big up
different type of
between.
Negroes.
Yes.
I mean, you got short Negroes. You got some
Oh my
midget
God.
Negroes.
This motherfucker right
You got some tall Negroes.
Okay, you got it.
So
Hey
I mean, I'm
Lotus,
just
did you
I'm
know? Did
I'm,
you
I'm
know
being
that
simple and
Europeans?
layman as possible. I'm being simple and
Lotus,
layman as possible.
did you know the Europeans on average are bigger than us? Did you know?
The
Did you know that?
Europeans, on an average
Yes,
physical
are bigger than
bone
black people.
structure, cranial
They're bigger than
structure, and
I'm
muscular.
bone structure. No, no, no. They're just
What
bigger,
what?
like literally bigger. They're stouter. They normally weigh more. They are. They are. They're
Okay,
bigger than that.
yeah, yeah. They're fatter and
No, no, no. I
greasier.
said stout. No, I mean that fat is. Come on, man. I'm not saying that to
Yeah.
insult anyone. I'm just pointing out a fact.
No, I just
It's
not know
not a
their
big deal.
genetics.
It's just the truth.
Your genetics
No,
is
you don't.
terrible.
No,
Yeah, I
they're
do. I
not.
took care. I
Their
took
genetics
care of
made.
their ass. I
You
took
took
care of
what?
old pale faces for 7 years of my life. Huntington Home Care and Bright Light Home
And so
Care, and
you know all about Europeans
I
because of
know a
that.
lot about genetics of the pale
You-
face and their health. They have the worst diets. They follow that periodical table of damn retarded food chart. I call it periodical
Periodical
table.
table. It's, it's the periodic chart. The
I
periodic
was
table.
I was
Come on,
joking right
man.
there. So they follow the food chart
No,
diet
you
of
won't.
wake up in the morning, eat some eggs, drink some milk, eat some
There's nothing
bread,
wrong with eating eggs.
eat some
What
pork and sausage.
they are amongst the most lactose tolerant populations on the planet. So they can drink milk because through their adaptation they have established toleration for lactose. So drinking milk is actually not a bad thing for them. To be quite honest, and eating eggs, who doesn't eat eggs? Eggs are pretty goddamn good. And it's a good protein shot. It's good for you. Cholesterol is good for you. Cholesterol is a good thing. We just been taught that it's
Man,
bad. I mean, you're
H3O
just looking
protein is
for this
better.
thing to make yourself better than people, just like white folks. It don't work. It's the same way it don't
No,
work
no, no.
when they try to make themselves better than us. It doesn't work when we try to make ourselves better than them. It's
I'm
ridiculous.
saying it's the food.
Stop being so
I'm
damn
saying it's the
childish.
food.
We eat the same
I'm
damn
not.
food.
Yeah, that's why we
We eat the
fucked up
same
out
thing.
here.
We eat the same thing. Because we eat breakfast. When the hell else are you supposed to eat breakfast? But in the morning. I think
Yeah, but
adults eat
I
too
don't.
much. You don't
I
need to
don't eat
eat three
breakfast.
times a day as an adult.
I do
Yes,
not
you
eat
do.
breakfast. No,
Everybody
I
eats
don't.
breakfast.
I
Breakfast
don't
is
eat
when you
breakfast.
break your fast, asshole. You don't have to eat in the morning, but you
Yeah,
break
I
your
don't.
fast whenever you eat. That's like saying I don't eat dinner. Dinner means to break your fast as well.
There's three things to
It means to
breakfast.
break your
One you
fast.
just said, and it's the type of food that you eat during the time in the morning
No,
in the
it's not.
AM.
You can eat anything in the
Yes.
morning, and it's breakfast.
Oh man, I'm
It's when
going
you
by
break
the
your fast.
I'm
You
going
don't
by the
have to
food
eat
chart.
damn eggs. Who told you that?
He say he going by the
I'm going
food
by the
chart.
food
What
chart. The
troll
food
dude?
chart told me that. That's the food chart. That's what the American was raised on that food chart. You grew up in it. Don't act like you didn't.
You
Boom.
funny.
Knock, drop a bomb. Big ups, Virginia.
Yeah, you going in and out if you speak, Cujo.
Yeah, see, even your service know what's up.
Nah, that was some Moorish babble just then. You just tried to flip the words.
Start.
No, that is
We
true.
need more facts
When
than
you go
start.
to a
Told white
restaurant
supremacy.
and you look on the menu and you see the menu, it says breakfast. They're not showing you every single thing. They're not showing you stuff for lunch or stuff for dinner. When you go to a
So,
restaurant, the breakfast menu
so,
is gonna have some damn pancakes, some waffles, some eggs,
so.
some goddamn
You act like that's
bacon,
a
sausage.
scientific law.
Uh,
All
to
of
eat
that shit
that
was
stuff,
marketed to people to eat. The reason people eat breakfast, eat eggs in the
man,
morning, is
that shit
because
unhealthy as
listen,
hell.
listen. The reason people eat bread and milk in the morning is because there was a time when milk and eggs were delivered fresh in the morning to people because of the lack of refrigeration. We can't look at it and think the world has always been like it is. I mean, you're old enough to remember references of a milkman. I've never seen one before, but I'm old enough to remember references when a milkman actually rode around and brought people milk daily, milk and eggs.
Right,
So
right.
we've been that's a commercial thing as far as the way we eat breakfast. All of that shit's made up. So what? But eggs are actually
So
a
what
good
I'm
thing. I
saying,
think to eat more or eat anything. Eggs are good.
man, eggs aren't good for you. And I'm not gonna.
Who
And I'm a
told you that?
person who likes to eat eggs. And eggs, and there's a lot of bad shit in eggs. I'm like, that's the reason
What?
why they have people who eat egg whites now, because that
Yeah, that's
yolk,
stupid. You need to eat the whole damn egg.
yolk. Yep, that's why Dr. said he was going by that egg diet. That's why he was dying. That's why a lot. That's why the murder capital. I mean, not the murder capital, but the biggest killer in what's called the African.
I'm glad you're breaking up with that bullshit. I'm
The
being
whole
humble.
point is they. That's the reason why they're able to build up and have so much bulk and fat and weight on themselves. It ain't,
Where do you get
that's
this
all I'm
shit
talking
from,
about.
dude?
From dieting and health, holistic health,
What
doctors,
does
people
holistic
who,
mean?
do you want the
Now I
dictionary
want you to
term?
tell me what it means. Oh my
Holistic pertaining
God,
to like
watching me? Come
herbs
on,
and
dog.
medicine,
No,
herbs and
holistic
natural
means your
remedies.
entire self. It means your entire self, like whole, like you. It really should have a W in front of it. Holistic means your entire self. That's what it means. It doesn't have shit to do with no damn herbs. Shit, nothing.
Okay, well, in the
It
medical,
means your whole
when
self,
it's
your
pertaining to
whole body. No,
medical,
no, 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 no. That's not true.
holistic
That's not
health,
true. That's not true.
Damn, Lotus,
Holistic.
you supposed to be a linguistic.
It means taking
You
care of
supposed
your
to be
whole.
the
that's
linguistic.
literally, look up holistic health.
Lotus keeps saying, according to white people.
Yep. According, you damn right. According to the Fellows of the Royal Society, holistic medicine.
What man? Get the hell! Nobody use that
I'm
damn
talking about
terminology in
what is holistic
during
health,
the. Oh my God! When you
huh?
your
What is
whole body health, it means your whole entire body. That's what holistic means. That's what it means. That's
okay?
it.
Well,
It
I'm
don't
not
have
just
shit to do
talking
with
about
herbs.
holistic. I'm
Well,
talking
what do
about
you said
holistic
it
health.
though?
Yeah, and I said holistic health.
I'm not commenting anymore. Go ahead. You like to hear yourself talk, but I
Yeah,
explained to you
got
you were wrong.
him.
You still want to keep on repeating the same stupid thing.
Big ups, California.
Wow. Yeah, no doubt.
You want me to read it to you?
California is no, I don't want no, I don't even I don't really like your voice that much. I want to hear you read. But
Well,
yeah,
I mean,
California is a place
it's
where a lot of
saying
black
what
people
you
live.
said. The
Oh, okay.
holistic approaches to health, right? And it says according to
Mm.
holism, from the Greek holo meaning whole. See, that's you said that. So Greek holo. Did you say Greek holo? So you didn't even go all the way back. It's holo.
No, I didn't have to. Why would
Okay.
I go all the way back? For what reason? I'm not trying to show you how smart I am or how much I know about Greek etymology. I'm just telling you that you were using holistic incorrectly, and I was correct.
Well, holistic health
Big
practitioners
up, Virginia.
may ask themselves, as they are patients, to deeply consider the ways that body, mind, spirits, relationships, and the spaces we inhabit all coalesce, or some shit like that. So
Coalesce.
coalesce. There you go. Yeah,
I
you
mean,
know
you
the
coalesce. Yeah,
coalesce.
yeah. I'm pretty good with the
Still in,
pronunciation.
still incorrect on that, but manifesting and shaping one's health outcomes and well-being. So
So what?
food. health, being healthy, exercising, calisthenics, yoga.
You could just walk. Human
My
beings
shit.
you don't have to do anything, to be honest. You could
I
just
just
walk
got back
around.
into massage therapy.
You
I'm
can have it.
a master reflexologist. Head to
That's
toe.
good. That's good.
Hey,
That's
you a
awesome.
What's up,
master
Easy?
everything, huh?
Master linguist. Don't believe me? Ask Lucky. Master
You just hold on. You just pronounced the
reflexologist.
word wrong. What the fuck?
Yeah, you did. You did.
What?
I'm not
No.
sure what language, of what
Yeah,
particular
yeah,
language.
because it ain't English.
Yeah, you're not very good.
He's a master
But
of what?
that word is not in English. That word is not in
Okay,
What?
English. That's the English
What's not
word.
in English? What's not in English?
coalesce.
Coalesce.
Coalesce it is an English word. What do you mean it's not an English word? You mean it
No, it
doesn't
ain't.
have roots in German in Old English? English is a bastardized language containing 6% Latin derivative. It's still English. The hell? Come on, man. You're
Coalescerate.
embarrassing yourself.
Coalescerate. Coalescerate.
Yeah, I would imagine
Grow
that's Latin.
together. That's Latin. Yeah. See, told you that ain't
Yeah.
English. Eat that book.
It's English. Coalesce is English. There's no word coalesce in Latin. It comes from the Latin word. God, man. Coalesce is an English word.
You lucky it won't play how to say it in Latin. I
Oh,
can't get it to
okay.
play while I'm on you.
Well, if you tell me how to spell, I took Latin. I can tell you how you
Can't do
pronounce it in
that.
Latin.
You can't do that with Cujo. Everywhere you go, Cujo already been, bro.
Yeah, I mean, so yeah, tell me how you spell it. I took
Well,
Latin.
he
I
said
took Latin.
English and it was Latin. So
It is English, but English is again a bastardized language, so it has root words from other languages. It's a fairly new language. English is one of the newest spoken languages on the planet, to be quite honest. Both British and American English are fairly new. English didn't really receive some type of standardization, honestly, until 1611. Well, really, when they made a dictionary, not the Nathaniel Webster dictionary, but the dictionary that was made in Great Britain, where you had. But
oh,
I
that's the
say
Royal
611. No,
that's the
before the
Royal
Royal
Society
Society,
dictionary.
before Royal Society,
What year? What year?
1611.
Oh, that's the Royal Company.
Oh my God, bro.
What? I mean, that's before the
Hey, I
Royal
like how you
Society.
say stuff to make it
It
sound
was
like
the
you know
Royal
what you're
Company.
talking about. Lotus,
Yeah,
you are
yeah, it
good.
does. That's why I call him out on that shit, because I get tired of him and run his damn mouth. Man, you don't know what you're
The
talking
Royal
about. It's
Company.
okay.
The
The
Royal
Royal
Company
Company of what?
is from the
What
16th
Royal
century
Company? What Royal
of the
Company?
United Kingdom of the UK.
No, there was no UK in the 1600s. Silly. There's no UK.
Uh,
What are you talking about?
of the
I told you,
The
you
There
know,
was
British
no
system.
UK. There wasn't a UK until 1737. No, 1707. My bad.
they can't get you out. They keep
1707. That's when it
like
was Britain. There was no. There was
England
England, Wales, and Scotland, and Ireland. Those were different
in England.
countries.
Yeah, well, I'm talking about in England. You had the Royal Company, but the Royal Company wasn't
You
just
had the
England. It was
Virginia
also
Company in England. You had the Virginia
it was
Company in England in 1600.
with the wrong one. Hey, that shit usually be working. I ain't gonna hold you. But I'm trying to tell you, bro, everywhere you going, that nigga Cujo already been at, man.
he's saying the wrong
Come on, man.
information. It's called the
No, I'm
Royal
not.
Company. Why is he saying the Virginia Company?
Because the Virginia Company was
There
the
was no
Virginia
Virginia
Company
Company during that
Virginia
time.
Company of London is the same.
in 1607. That's who founded Jamestown, dude. Come on, bro.
Man, that shit is fake as hell.
According to who?
All right, I'm ready when
According to
y'all
the
ready,
Royal
man.
Society.
Next.
According who get man? I'm not gonna.
Hey, where that other dude at? Where 69 at?
He bite, he bite.
All right, I'm looking for Guzman and Knack. I'm gonna just deal with them. I don't got time to play with people I don't know. So we're gonna do
Oh,
this.
so he don't want to answer about the different races that's in the Negroes in the United States. I
It
got you.
was
Oh yeah,
actually
yeah,
Get
yeah.
him,
somebody else
Cujo.
talking.
Hey, get him,
No,
Cujo.
hold up. But P and F, that was
Yeah, I'm
gonna
just
be one of my questions too about the because you said the different races of copper colored. So
yeah, we can get to that. Okay, go ahead and ask about it so we can remember. Let's get it out the way. So what you saying? The different races, what?
yeah, go
I
ahead,
just
Black
wanted
Power.
to know about the different races of copper colored people here.
Okay, we're
Okay,
gonna
we're
go
gonna
over
go
that,
over that,
but
but let's.
all right, I got you. It would be better if you let me share the screen though, because I'm gonna really break this down.
If you got your screen, man, do your shit, bro. We ain't
All right,
stopping you.
appreciate it. I'm gonna do present and say present, share screen. Okay, I got you. I'm sharing it. All right. Okay, we in the game.
I don't know if you know you muted up.
Oh, muted. My bad. My bad. Hold on. Let me check the mic. Okay. Lucky is emphasizing on Klinefelter, right? With the extra chromosome. So let's go into the list of things I looked up previously over a year ago. And he doesn't emphasize on other syndromes. He only emphasizes on Klinefelter. So triple X syndrome, although labeled as a disorder, does not bother fertility, right? It does not bother it. They did an article on it, and they can become normalized with this extra chromosome. And that's not my argument because it's individual. It's what people report, not what you assume. Then there's Jacob syndrome. It's a rare genetic abnormality, and it can be treated. I looked it up. It can be treated, and infertility does happen, but not all the time. And this is what I'm emphasizing because, like I say, it's individual what people go through. You cannot say if somebody is deformed or not because they have an extra chromosome. And if you want to
Question.
interrupt me, go ahead. But that's
So the two things you pointed out
you're
is
not gonna
just
let me
that.
finish though. So it's you. It's
Oh,
not.
I
I
thought you
thought it was
said.
somebody
My
else. Let me
bad.
finish. Let me finish.
My bad. I thought you said you
So
had a question. Go ahead.
yeah, I thought that was somebody else. Some of the new dudes who's rude. You know better. So let me do this. So last but not least, we go into the superhuman gene, and we got federal analysis that some of the most known historical serial killers have this extra chromosome, and you got to know exactly what these syndromes is and what type of chromosome. You can't just say, "Oh, extra chromosomes lead to retardation." That is very irresponsible. So let's go. Where was the other one at? The superhuman syndrome. Is this it? Let's go back. Now, the
Yo, you said
superhuman
serial killers have what?
notable superhumans have the warrior gene is what I'm about to go over, or the serial killer gene. Some of the most noted. So I'm saying it's recognized. I'm giving sources that the federal government has even tested some serial killers with the warrior gene who naturally have dominance in genetics, or the warrior gene that is found in the Americas, or the warriors of the Americas and the people of Americas. Let's go over this. So the human aggression and their extra Y chromosome, the fact of the matter that I'm proving of the activity and the extra activities is what I'm proving. I'm not going into the details of who, what, when, and why. I'm proving that each organism is a diploid organism, and they have what? Normally have what? Two alleles, right? So where he's going on to prove, I'm not focusing on the chromosomes. He's trying to call me 69 chromosomes. I'm giving different examples of extra chromosomes besides Klinefelter. I'm not even going into the alleles yet to prove how American Negroes are distinct, right? And their probability of having more chromosomes. So this is another one, and it does not say anything about Klinefelter. In fact, I looked up Klinefelter, and it is not categorized as Jacob syndrome. It's its own syndrome. So it's like the more and more I look at the commonalities with Klinefelter, it's like he made that up. He basically made it up because it's not the same. And people with the warrior gene or the superhuman gene are typically aggressive, and they'll beat you up. And I don't think that's a negative or a con. I think that's positive for tribal rule and government rule and military rule. I think it's necessary to have killers for your military. So I don't think this is a problem. I mean, if they're breaking the law, killing innocent people, yeah. But I
Do
don't
these
think
things
that
come
having
with
this extra
learning
chromosome
disabilities?
is making it a negative situation. So this is another example of extra chromosomal activity, proven distinction, and that 69 chromosomes is not called for. Calling me 69 chromosome is not called for. It's bullying because I'm showing you different examples of chromosomal activity, and they're making fun
Chris,
of
hold
it.
on, brother. Hey,
They're
brother.
making fun of it.
Hold on. PNF. So what you got highlighted right there? It says what serial killers. Now scroll back up. It says
but I'm
what.
just proving it's not Klinefelter. It's not
Hold
even
on,
the
bro. You just
same.
got
You
it
made
in,
it
bro. You
up.
just got it. No, brother, you just got it in. So let me say what I'm finna say now. So you pulled up XYY. That's the syndrome that we're talking about, brother. So you can digress and do all this other stuff, but the fact still remains XYY syndrome is coined a bunch of different things. So because XYY has been coined other syndromes,
Just
does
told you
not
you made it
remove.
up. I just told you made it up. It is not the same. You just lied. It's not
So
XYY. It's XXY. You just lied. You keep lying. It's
XXY, same
XXY. You
thing,
just
bro.
lied though. Let's
Bro,
just focus on that. You just lied. You said it's XYY.
I mean,
I just showed you that superhuman syndrome is XYX. You're lying. So let's move on. You keep lying on me, and that's what I want to focus on because I'm more serious than you,
okay, brother,
right?
you're misrepresenting and you're
And
actually
y'all know
lying.
he just lied and
So
gonna let him
just
get away with it. It's
keep
not
going for
the
4 minutes.
same.
You got 4 more minutes, bro, and I'm
Go
finna
ahead,
end
bro.
this shit, bro.
Come on here. I got you again, Lucky. And I don't want to do this to you. I never want to do this because I'm a man. I don't want to make somebody look bad. But if you're gonna disrespect me and bully me, then I'm going to find a way to embarrass you. You know, so I just proved them wrong several times. Now let's get to the if y'all want to get to the race part, because if Knack want to build in on it, if he goes against it, he gonna look like a goofy. Because I just showed you several examples of different
This is a
chromosomes.
no bully zone.
Right. I
Excuse
don't like
me.
getting bullied. A lot of people think that I'm with that shit, but I'm not.
Peace. Peace to the panel. P is it PF? I have a question about the articles that you're reading. Are you
Good.
specifically in like what your whole premise is? Are you specifically speaking about having an extra sex chromosome, or is it another chromosome like for eye color or height or something else? Because it's not healthy to have an extra sex chromosome. That's a condition called being intersex, which what used to be the old term, which is more derogatory and is outdated, is being a hermaphrodite, right?
Yes.
But now the term is called an intersex, and that's literally not. It's not. You don't want to
Yeah.
call it a mutation, but it's basically like a mutation because it could be a person who physically looks like a man, but inside he has ovaries. I don't think that's a normal thing for a man to have ovaries. Or a woman, she has breasts, she has a vagina, but she also has testes, right? So she doesn't have ovaries. She won't have a fallopian tube. She won't be able to get pregnant. Or a woman with a 3 or 4 inch clitoris. That's basically like a very small penis. Those are abnormalities. Those aren't things for us to celebrate in our as blackness. Yeah, we got men with ovaries, and yeah, we got women with test. Like that's not nothing to brag about. So I'm trying to understand: are you talking about an extra sex chromosome? Or are you talking about an extra, I don't know, chromosome for height or chromosome for intelligence or something? That's my question.
I think alleles deal with height and eye color and features, if I'm not mistaken, right? So
Mm-hmm.
my general argument was American Negroes have serum haptoglobin, an inheritance of serum haptoglobin types, and the evidence of a third allele. And I made the argument that normal humans have only two. So I also said there's a possibility for more chromosomal activities with these Negroes since they have so many alleles, more than the average African. So they went on to bully me. I'm gonna ask you your question in 1 second. I'm just filling you in. So they went on to bully me, call me 69 chromosomes because I proved the Negroes had more alleles and possible different chromosomes. So what I'm saying is with these extra sequences of chromosomes, however it may line up, the possibilities is many, even to be a serial killer, even for an extra sexual or a copy of an extra sexual, whether it be female, male, Jacob syndrome, gigantic syndrome. It's different syndromes for these
Hey, brother,
different
you want to read
chromosomes.
what's on the you want to read what's on the screen, bro?
So I'm talking to her right now. So I'm saying the possibility is many. My argument is not that. I'm saying it's a
Yeah,
possibility.
I have 2 pineal glands.
That's amazing. That is amazing.
Wait, so but when you're saying X and Y, that's specific to sex chromosomes. That's not. So that's what was confusing because I was listening from the chat and it sounded like you were just saying they have two alleles. So like I was googling this stuff while you guys were talking, right?
Yeah, I
We all
said
have 23
possibility.
pairs, right? But we
Yeah,
all have 23 pairs, right?
right.
So typically the majority of people, right? Black, white, Asian, Slavic, wherever, right? Most people, the majority of healthy people have 23 pairs. 22 of them are identical from men to women. This is what, according to Wikipedia, the 23rd pair is our sex chromosomes.
Right.
So that you can't have an extra one, or else you fall into being intersex. You a whole separate, different your sexual organ stuff. You might have some imbalances with testosterone and estrogen, and you might have a woman with a whole beard. Like it could be
I
really
get what you're
not
saying.
positive. So that's the
Right.
23rd pair. So the 22 pairs, that's the part that you're focused on. The other 22, there's some extra one somewhere in there.
Right. Right. And
Okay.
I believe for the Jacob is XYY. So that's an example. So what I'm saying is I'm not arguing if it's sexuality overlapping or you getting a double dose. I'm saying possibilities with the data space. It's just more
But it's
memory
not a
space.
possibility for you to develop normally sexually if you have a 2Y chromosome. Oh,
Yeah, but I'm saying that's not what we're arguing right now. We're arguing possibility, and I'm just proving the
right.
distinction.
But I'm
That's
saying
it.
there's no possibility. There's a possibility for you to have it, but it's not a possibility for you to have it and be normal.
Yeah, but you
No.
already proved the point with the hermaphrodite, and I know a hermaphrodite, and they're perfectly normal. So it's the beauty is
Have
it.
you seen them naked? How you know
They're
they
a
normal?
hermaphrodite. They're not normal.
I'm
Have
saying
you
though, but
seen
they
them
walk
That's not
around. I'm
normal.
saying, but they walk around mentally cool. They're not really tripping about it. They're loving
How you
themselves. So that's your
how
No,
do
judgment.
you
that's
know if they
fine, but
not
that's
going to
not
the
what.
I'm saying
Go
they
ahead.
not
You got
normal
it.
meaning I'm saying they not normal meaning if they are physically looking like a woman, but
Right. Like some
they were
people may
born
have
with
3
no
breasts.
uterus. Brother,
Some
listen, if
people
they're
got
born
3
with
breasts.
no uterus, right? No uterus, no cervix. How could you say that's normal? How could you just because you can't see a woman's cervix? But I'm saying when that person is born, they look and they could see on the inside, their whole situation is different. So the parents
Whatever.
have to make a decision. If, like, let's say the little baby girl, she looked like she got a penis. The parents have to say, well, we wanted to be a boy, and then they let it be a boy, and they raise a child as a boy, or they gotta say, "Nah, we want to be a girl. Can you fix my baby girl so she don't?" And they change it, and then a lot of times when they get older, that young woman will feel like she's supposed to be a boy. Now she all fucked up because she was born with a little baby dick, and her parents cut it off because
Yeah, that
that
ain't for me to
happens.
judge. I ain't even arguing that
But
right
you're
now.
saying
Be
that that's
real with
normal. I'm saying all this to say that that's
you. No,
not
I didn't say
normal.
that's normal. You putting words in my mouth. I
No,
said I'm
you
not
said that
arguing that
they
right now.
seem normal. I'm saying
I
you
said
can't
that's how
tell.
you judging it. I clearly said that's how
Hold
you
on. There's
judging it.
no bullying. There's no bullying.
I'm not bullying. I'm
I'm
not
not
finna let her
bullying.
put
I'm
words in my
saying
mouth, though.
I just don't
I'm
want you to
not
bully
making
the
putting
homie.
words in your mouth,
Okay.
sir. You said that you know a hermaphrodite and they seem normal. And I'm saying if you
Yeah,
have not
because
seen
I
them
asked
naked,
questions and
but if
they
you
went
have
over their
not seen
story
them
with me.
naked, you don't
I don't
know
have
what.
to. But
Okay, I think the
that's an
audience knows
irrelevant
my point.
argument. That's really irrelevant. It's like I say, it's base to base. It's case to case. It's how these people determine if they are special. They can determine that they're special, and you can determine that they're deformed. I'm not gonna do that for nobody. And like I said, we look at XYY, we look at Jacob syndrome, we look at XXX for the gigantic women syndrome who are not infertile. So they have different aspects. I don't know what the combination for hermaphrodite is, but I'm just looking at the ones I showed. I didn't even show hermaphrodite, and I would love to get into that. So I went over the alleles for the distinction of the blacks, and then of the American Negroes, and then we went into chromosomal activities, and he tried to prove to me it was for retardation. I'm giving examples of extra chromosomal activity and not retardation, just total retardation if you have an extra chromosome. That's all I'm arguing. The scientists and the individuals can argue if it's good or bad. And I
So
proved
look,
my point.
even within that spectrum of people being born with extra chromosomes, right? The ones who you could be around and functioning are not even normal amongst themselves. Meaning, the people who usually have this deformity are not normal.
Yeah. Why are we looking at
Do
that?
you
Why you keep
understand
looking
that?
at
So
that one though? Why you not looking at the superhuman syndrome? Because it's not the same. I
We're
just
looking
proved
at
it.
it because, brother, you
That
said
is
that
not the
Jacob syndrome
same.
was not
this shit
Clinton,
makes
brother.
no
That is
sense.
not
You
the
were,
same. It's not
brother, you
even the
made it
same
up.
sequence.
Hey,
It's not
listen,
even the
brother.
same sequence. It's not XXY. He lied. It's
Hey,
not the
brother,
same,
you're actually
and it's
lying
other
right now.
syndrome.
You're actually
What?
lying right now, brother. Just read
I
the screen.
lied.
Just read the screen, bro. Because you said Jacob syndrome has nothing to do with Klinefelter. And you said I was lying.
I didn't say that ain't what I said. It's separate syndromes and it's the separate sequences. You said, come on, bro. We just went over this, man. Stop it, man. This is not fair. This man clearly, man, stop it, man. It's
Brother, it's on the
XXX, it's
screen, brother. It's
XYY,
on the
it's
screen, brother.
XYX, it's XXY. It's different sequence. You lied, and now you're trying to go over here and make
No,
me look
brother,
stupid. That's slow.
you're actually lying,
We
brother.
can
It's
literally
okay
just
though.
rewind the tape and show you how you just made yourself look stupid.
He
Superhuman syndrome is not
definitely said
Klinefelter.
that.
It's as simple as that.
You see how you see how he going?
What I do? It was called human aggression and an extra Y chromosome.
He's doing a great job.
Oh, thank you, thank you. And I want to move on to the racist part, the copper color racist, because he's trying to dwell on this because he's embarrassed that he was wrong. If I was wrong, I would clearly say it. I promise
Nah,
him.
brother, we're not going nowhere, bro. Because this is what you do.
In there beating y'all up.
You run from the
Bro,
claim.
I will admit it.
Hey,
Please,
just chill, bro.
anybody
I just
admit me.
let you
Just
talk for
prove
a
me
long
wrong,
time, bro. I
anybody,
was
and I
muted
just
up, bro. I just let you talk for a
I
long
got you.
time,
I'm
bro.
gonna go
Mute
ahead
up.
and be quiet, bro. Give me
Right.
something to drink.
So you miscalculated and you didn't realize motherfuckers had their computer open. So you said Jacob syndrome don't have nothing to do with Klinefelter, and you called me a liar. So what actually happens is you just don't know what you're talking about. So Jacob syndrome is Klinefelter syndrome. This is directly from, and I'm quoting here, this is emedicine.medscape.com, brother. I can put the link in the back chat. It is talking about XXY.
Hello again, Wendy.
I don't know if he went in and out, but I'm gonna read from my source to show y'all how they categorize them. But we cannot hear you. I'm letting you know that.
Read the source. He'll come back.
All right, let me read. Let me read this right quick because I can't share the screen, and I'm reading from a medical source. Jacob syndrome, also known as XYY, is a rare genetic condition that occurs in about 1 out of 1,000 male children. It belongs to a group of conditions known as sex chromosome trisomies, with Klinefelter syndrome being the more common type. So Klinefelter is the more common type, but Jacob syndrome is distinguished as a little different. So it's a similar type, but it's not the same. It's simple as that. And he'll filibuster and try any way to get away from that. And when I show the source, y'all will be able to comprehend easily.
Excuse me, brother. Can you state the name of the? You said it was a science thing.
I'm trying to figure out how this source helps you,
Oh,
bro.
it's National Library of Medicine. I'm gonna show the screen. He might be showing a scientific source. I can't tell from the screen. From the screen, it just looked like a screenshot. But I'm reading from an actual medical source, and it's given a valid. It's actually highlighted Jacob syndrome, also known as XYY, 1 out of 1,000. Then it goes down to say it's a sex chromosome trisomy with Klinefelter syndrome being the more common type. So it's explaining that Klinefelter is more common than Jacob. So it's separating it in the article. So when I can prove that, that will null this stupid, worthless, filibustering argument, and we can get on to the races, the copper color races.
We talking about, you know, the Jacob syndrome don't help you though. It hinders
I'm
you.
not saying it do. We're arguing the possibility. That's it. If there's different possibilities for chromosomes, and I also proved that the serial killers and aggressive.
No, but I'm trying to figure out. You're trying to make. Am I correct? I don't want to put words in your mouth. Are you trying to make the case that an extra chromosome that it helps you?
Yeah, we was arguing for pros and cons.
Oh boy. Oh man, so that
you're
you're not going to be able to find a source to that to back you up on that. That's not going to happen.
That's
Actually,
individual.
what he just said
can
was
you just
if
look
because
that
you could be
up?
born with a vagina and a penis, that would help you be bisexual.
No,
I
that's
got you,
not what I
PNF.
said. That is just so lame because I said tribes and governments need killers. They need warriors. And I pointed out the warrior gene, which is the superhuman syndrome. Y'all focused on sex because y'all are in denial. The superhuman gene occurs with 3 chromosomes. Y'all are not covering that for a reason. Trust me. Because it
I
is
could
not
see.
Klinefelter syndrome. That's what I just disproved. Lucky. Y'all are in denial.
I can see like white supremacists using that and saying that blacks are more violent because they have an extra
I
chromosome.
said
But
nothing like
somehow,
that. I
no,
used it in a positive note.
I'm not saying that you
I'm
said
sorry. I'm
that.
sorry. I'm just jumping the gun.
Yeah,
My bad. My
I'm
bad.
literally saying that if that became like a known thing, like if that was like propaganda people were using, I could see
Yeah, I see
that
what you're saying.
argument being used to say, like, oh, black people carry guns because of that
Right.
chromosome, or black
Exactly.
women, put
They're more
eyelashes on
belligerent.
because of
Right.
their, like, we need to be rougher on their kids. Their kids are
Right.
special ed
Because
because
of
they have
this.
that chromosome.
Right. Now check this out, ma'am. There's an article on that, especially, and they were studying the ones in California, the black dudes out there for the warrior gene that's
So
naturally inherited to the Native
melanated guys
Americans.
is
Right. So they
when
did
you
an
look at the
article on it,
ethnic
and
numbers, it's not
they're
ethnically.
excusing. They're actually trying to paint it. That's
It
why
has nothing to do with
black people act like
ethnicity.
that. Now that correlate with my third allele with this extra junk
No,
DNA. They don't.
he was saying that black people have.
They
I'm not
I'm
don't,
saying
sorry.
it
I
bro.
didn't know
doesn't
he
They
was
exist,
don't,
going
but
in.
bro.
I
he
did
was
not hear
saying
him.
that
My bad.
black people have more of the third allele. So I was saying that could be used against us, in a negative.
Melanated
The same
God
way
is not real. What I'm telling you is it's not real. He just making it up. It's not ethnic based.
Her mind is open. Whoever you is, sister, don't listen to this little boy. Your mind is open
I
because
Hey, I
put
gotta
basically
agree.
that's
It
what
do
they
sound like
do.
you making it up, Brody.
No,
I
I got
put a
documentation.
reference
We
in the
can
back
just
chat.
How's
debate.
your
You
little
disrespectful.
boy?
So I put a
You
reference in the back
disrespectful.
chat to it, bro. And
Man,
the
you
point is,
disrespectful. The way I just broke that down, you
bro,
make me want to
nobody's
get out the panel.
disrespectful,
Like
bro.
that's so
You
lame.
running, bro. So
I'm
the
not
point is,
running.
He's
You in
biased.
it's
denial.
not ethnic.
She's
It's
He's
not. It
supporting
has
my
biased.
nothing to do
argument
with
by saying,
ethnicity,
"What
bro.
if they're using
It
that
has
Shut
gene?"
up,
nothing to
Kira.
do with ethnicity, bro.
So there's a possibility.
You
So
It
shut
has
up.
nothing to
you'll
do
hold
with
people back,
ethnicity,
man.
bro. Can you just understand that it don't have nothing to do with
Why should
ethnicity?
I
You
shut
are
up
false
since you're the
flagging, bro.
one who likes to talk shit
Andy,
though?
Hold on, just chill.
chill.
Just let me share the screen, man. You showing that same article? I showed several examples of
Brother,
different syndromes.
I've been
He
waiting to
showed one
speak. You've
syndrome,
been just still
Klinefelter.
talking. You've been talking still this whole time.
All I'm out of here, man. Hey, I wanted to go in on the copper color, but I'm a guest. I'm not any type of guest.
No,
I come
PNF,
up
don't
here and I
leave.
make it
Explain
happen. Now he
yourself.
want to
Oh,
argue.
are
He been
you?
doing this since the
Oh,
Abo channel. I
He's
don't like
running.
researchers like
Yeah,
him.
stay
For
PNF.
real. I don't like
Wow.
researchers like him. He's
Just
fake.
Stay
He's
just
Don't
pseudo.
name three so
leave,
I could Google them,
PNF.
Brody.
You're
Just
pseudo.
line it up, bro. Because you've
Hey,
been
just
running from
name
the
three so I could Google them. I want to research this. Just name three. Okay, he out of there? Okay.
yeah,
He left running.
he been
He
doing this
left.
for
He
Yeah, of
ran.
course he ran.
No, y'all
man.
got to get lucky in order. He lucky. He younger
Bro,
than
you've
me and
been
he
talking for
lying.
10
He
minutes,
like
bro.
to lie, fam.
Why do I have to get in order? You've been talking for 10 minutes.
You ain't even letting him talk. You ain't even letting
Yeah,
him
man,
All right,
talk.
you
cool.
He's
I'm gonna let
dominating
him
the
talk.
conversation.
agitating.
Everybody
I'm gonna
stay
be
quiet.
quiet
You
for
pseudo as
10
fuck.
minutes. 10
Who
minutes. I
was
ain't
the
gonna say
bully?
nothing.
Who was
10
the
whole
bully on
minutes.
the
I'm gonna let him
panel?
go, y'all. All right, 10 minutes. Let's go.
Right. The man said I was lying about Klinefelter syndrome. The man said he ain't been able to talk. I've been bullying him for 6 months. Meanwhile, he is the one who made the 6'9" claim, the extra alleles, and said that black Americans have on average an extra chromosome, which makes us have Superman syndrome. I didn't say that. He said that. So when I looked into what the brother was saying, and it just so happened that the Superman syndrome was also called Jacob syndrome, and it was also Klinefelter syndrome because it's all a sex chromosome thing. It's all dealing with sex chromosome, which is what the sister came on the panel and was speaking directly to, because even she understands that we're dealing with sex chromosomes. And what happens is it has nothing to do with ethnicity. It happens on all ethnic backgrounds, and it's more common in females over the age of 35 who give birth. So on the screen it says on average 1 in every 500 males will be born with this thing. So they have done the studies on it. They test on it. It has nothing to do with black Americans. It's not nothing skewed towards us.
Or have a superhuman gene.
Right.
Because
It
that's what
has
he thinks it
nothing,
means.
right. It has nothing to do with the way that the healthcare system deals with black women, none of that stuff. But what happens is we play on the misrepresentation of the information, and then we trauma bond with stuff that we agree with. We can't let the brother try to trauma bond with stuff that we know is real. He's making up stuff about this XXY, trying to talk about it as if it's something good when we know that it's found through all ethnicities and it is a disorder. Yes, you can work through any disorder. There is no treatment. I mean, there is no cure. There's only treatment. So you can manage it. I said that in the beginning. But there's a difference between managing a condition and this condition being the reason why you are a great individual. He brought up serial killers and all this type of stuff, speaking about a superhuman syndrome, when the only thing that he showed was that Klinefelter syndrome is common in people who deal with mental health. Literally, that's the one of the first things you look up when you type in Klinefelter syndrome. Who is susceptible to Klinefelter syndrome? It speaks directly to the symptoms or who would be susceptible to this shit. So this is why I be trying to figure out when they be saying these certain things. You can easily debunk this stuff. We don't have to go in a circle and make it sound like this term is different from this term is different. We're talking about XXY syndrome, period, bro. I don't care what a nigga calling it. It's XXY syndrome, bro. And it, just like she said, it adds other genitalia, breasts, it causes infertility, and all of these indifferences.
Yeah, it's a genetic defect.
It's
a
exactly
genetic
what it is.
defect.
And you can find this on
And he looking at it he looked at it on something positive, bro.
Women who get pregnant.
So I get why you were debating them, Lucky.
Likely to have a baby with this syndrome. That's all. And
You
we
done,
can go
Lucky?
based off of the ethnicities. We can go based off ethnicities, and we can prove that you're making stuff up, bro. So don't tell me I'm making shit up when I can prove you are actually in real time making this up.
You done?
Yeah, bro. That
Says
was
the
easy.
one that's calling himself black.
Hey,
All right,
all
hold
I'm saying
on,
is when the
let me
sister said
rebuttal that.
22 are the same, that just really killed it. So you have to be talking about the sex chromosome. That
You're
that
not
just
even
makes
saying
sense.
nothing either. You're not even saying nothing. Now, Lucky,
Right.
you're wasting time. Now, let's go right here, y'all, where it says XXY. It has the karyotype.
Can you make that a little bit bigger, please? Because I'm on my cell phone. I can't see that.
Right. Whatever article that is. Oh, yes, on me. Beautiful. Whatever article that is probably not accurate. It's probably not an accurate article. It's just
So,
probably
brother, that's
something.
not what we're gonna do. That I put it in the back chat. That
All
is
right, okay, I'm gonna read it. I'm sorry.
No, bro.
If I'm gonna get
Don't do that.
interrupted.
That's weak, bro. Don't do that.
But
That's
how
weak.
does it prove that you're an
No way.
Aboriginal, though?
Hold on, Andy. Just chill. That was a direct article, bro. So you can try that little fake facade with your panel, bro. I pulled it up
All
on the
right,
screen.
Jacob. All right,
Please.
Jacob. Let's start with Jacob syndrome, and so I can prove my point with the other buddy who said nothing. Once again, let's go in, so we can differentiate. Jacob syndrome, also known as XYY syndrome, is a rare genetic that occurs in about 1 out of 1,000 male children. So I guess he's correct that it happens out of anybody because they're not specifying any group, and that's not the point I was proving. It belongs to a group of conditions known as sex chromosome trisomies.
But that was the point you was proving because you said that made us different from
That
Africa.
ain't even. I know y'all got you shaking now. You won't even be quiet, so I know I got you. I got you.
But you also said that's the reason why we're more athletic than people, bro.
Let PNF talk. He let you talk.
Yeah.
Stop
Shut
trying
up.
to overtalk him.
Shut up. No one. I didn't ask
No,
you to
you
talk.
shut up.
And I'm not better saying anything. Be quiet.
Yeah, come on.
Let
Come
him
on
talk.
on.
Let PNF talk.
Okay, okay.
Interrupt
Sis.
you.
I'm just worried about Lucky. I'm not fighting
He's
everybody at
talking. He's
once.
talking.
Exactly.
I'm not
Let
gonna
him
fight
talk to
everybody.
Lucky.
So if I make a comment, bro, I'm not over talking you. Stop this.
Yeah,
Like this
I'm not.
pathetic
I'm only
ass,
talking to Lucky. I'm not falling for that shit.
You're not a victim, bro. Stop that.
Who me? I just said I'm just talking to you. That's it. That's all I said. I'm only talking to you right now.
Card, bro. Stop playing the victim card, bro.
All right, bro. You psychology don't work on me. So anyway, 1 out of
No, you are
1,000
acting
male.
kind of sensitive though, homie. Real talk.
I'll deal with you. I'm good like that. I can do that.
And PNF
So,
rock out.
please stop. Please.
Kiera.
This is not necessary. Okay, so it's known as a sex chromosome trisomy, with Klinefelter syndrome being the more common type. So it's differentiating Jacob syndrome from a different Klinefelter syndrome, which may be a more extreme version. So that's the distinguishing. It's not the same like he's trying to put it. It's literally the same. No, it's not. It's different syndromes according to the medical professionals who documented it. Now, next, I simply am not going around here trying to say Superman syndrome mean you're Superman as the TV Hollywood portray, like how they're trying to prove. I never said that. I'm very simple. I just read what I got from the source, and human aggression is can consider an attribute to super uncanny like abilities. That's why they tase and shoot criminals, because you can actually turn it up a notch. Now, the positivities out of this, like I said, out of my mouth, not nobody else's mouth, tribal leaders, military leaders, soldiers, they can use this. They can use super soldiers. We can use super aggressive people. And like the sister was saying, they may document this, I said may, in our people as to diagnose them as, the worst type of criminals and killers. Like I said, there's an article that also studied this in so-called black people in California. So this chromosomal activity is different than Klinefelter. It's totally different. And one more, we have the female have 3 X chromosomes, and it does not mention anything about it hindering their ability to have babies. So I'm only proving different chromosomes. I'm not going in and out on what these dudes talking about. They're wasting time. If we want to get into other layers, fine, but they're wasting time. And what I really mean by a serum haploglobin type and what that necessitate for the American Negroes against the West African. If you understand what I just broke down,
Hold on. Are you trying to say that people? Hold on. You trying to say that the black people in California? Are you trying to see the black people in California aren't of West African descent?
No, what I was saying is it's a study on some of the serial killers, the black serial killers, and the warrior gene. And there's a study with Native Americans in the warrior gene and something called dominance in genetics on why they naturally kill weaker men, right? And I'm supporting the sister, like they know something about our genetics because they call our DNA junk DNA. But anyway, I prove my points.
Who's they?
If anybody differs,
I'm saying no. You can't just make that throw that out there.
I don't argue with people.
I'm trying to ask you a question. Who's they?
With people like you.
I'm saying who's they? I want you to tell me who's they.
I don't go back and forth with people like you.
I'm asking you a question, bro. I'm on the panel. Who is they?
You asking me?
You just said they're trying to say that our genetics are junk. Who said that?
Yeah, scientists. People who disagree in the scientific community.
Who? Can you name one person? Can you name one scientist who said that?
I don't want to do technical semantics right now.
No, I'm just asking you. Can you name one person? It ain't gonna take it that long. You said they. Can you name one person?
Hell no. Celebrate my victory first.
Why can't you give me one person? No, you didn't prove shit. Can you give me one person?
We got a victory.
I don't want to move off of that. You threw that out there.
I just proved he
said
nothing.
You threw that out there.
I ain't
you threw that out there.
Trying to get me to divert.
I want you to. You threw that out there. I want you to name one person.
I still don't see how.
No. Name that one scientist.
I ain't naming shit.
Name the one scientist.
Hold up, Kelly. Hey, Kelly. Hold up, Kelly. What did you say, Melanie? I couldn't hear you.
I was gonna say like having an extra sex chromosome is still not a good thing. I think if you were talking about other chromosomes outside of sex, but I don't think that having an extra sex chromosome is gonna make any human a better human. It's literally a malfunction in cell reproduction, and
that's your opinion.
Sean P.
No, that's scientific. That's literally scientific. It wouldn't be in the DSM. It's literally in the statistical diagnostic statistical manual as a condition. It wouldn't even be there if it wasn't. Like no one's giving like being a regular woman with an X and a Y isn't in the DSM. But when you have a dysfunction, it is.
And you quoting a study from 1973, and you kind of alluded like they was talking about Black Americans. Why did you say that, brother?
That's where I'm trying to get to. He just abble babble.
I like that. Abble babble. That is nice.
You see the screen right, Kelly.
Bars.
You see what he was trying to say,
Bars.
Abo restitution.
This shit, the human aggression and the extra Y chromosome, fact or fact.
I like Afro-American. That ain't
I'm saying, how you arguing my point?
Yep,
I already
that's-
proved it's an extra chromosome. You said it wasn't.
I
It's like, why
hashtag
did you
that.
sit up here arguing my point? That's
Abo-American.
dumb.
Always, abo mean always bending over.
That's
Okay,
slow,
I want to
man.
know about these different type of Negroes.
That shit's so slow.
I swear.
I've won these. I'm winning arguments, and they just want to go to next
Exactly.
question.
You
Let me
proving
ask a
wrong,
question.
and it's just
I asked this question before you left,
Let me
homie,
ask
in the
one
beginning.
question. One question. That's it. I bet y'all can't answer. And it ain't even gonna be disrespectful. All of y'all. Anybody want to answer the question? Volunteer.
Can you just name 3 Negroes and
I'm
I'm
just
good?
saying I
don't
answered
need to ask
100
nothing else.
questions and I did well. Damn, give me credit.
No, bro,
He
you
gonna
asked. You said, "What's the
name
question
nobody,
again?"
bro, because
Can I get
he
one
made that
question?
shit up.
All right, that's cool. That's subjective,
No,
man.
fuck up. We're not answering shit until you actually answer the question we asked you.
What question?
Name the scientist who said that we had junk DNA.
Okay, let me name it. I know I can do this shit. And I cannot pronounce this shit. Give me 1 second.
You can do it.
I can do this shit. Okay. A study of global patterns of linkage disequilibrium at the CD4 locus and modern human origins. Tishkoff E. Dietz. W. Speed AJ Pacties. 1996 science.sciencemag.org. That's one source. That's one source for the studies into this so-called junk DNA and the specifications of Black or African American DNA. This is one source. I did that. So this
So in
dude.
that source, it
So
talks
he said
specifically
African.
about
We talking
Black.
about African Americans.
I said so-called. So-called.
Not so. No. What did he say? What did he say?
Mainstream.
What did he say? Did he say so-called?
He's trying to get technical over every little thing I do. I don't want to debate with people like you. You're a waste of time.
No, I'm not a waste of time. You can't use it. So hold on. No. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say. I know, and I'm gonna say. I'm gonna make this statement real quick.
I'm not here to make a. I'm not here making an
I haven't been talking.
argument.
I haven't been talking.
American
I haven't been talking. I haven't been talking much. So I'm gonna say this.
My brain.
You're gonna use. Hold on. No, I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna say it anyway. I'm gonna get it out. I'm gonna get it out whether you want me to or not. So I'm gonna say this: you're gonna use sources that say African American, but then try to go against your own goddamn source. You see how stupid that is? You use sources that say African American.
Thanks for your advice. Next, thank you.
Think about no. Think about that for a minute. I want you to sit and think about that. Why don't you find a source? Why don't you find a source that says Aboriginal?
Oh, okay, Julanda.
So I have a question. No. Okay. So I have a question.
So technical, if research is so technical, I'm gonna let you answer your question, man. I want you to remember that, Julinda, since it's so technical. You remember that. Go ahead.
I was gonna ask, do you have a source that says that it is healthy to have 3 sex chromosomes? Because I'm in the health field, and I'm just saying, I just don't. Nah, I need to see that. Like, it's okay, it's healthy, like there's nothing wrong, it's a positive thing. Anywhere in that department, like, we wish more people had 3, like, science is trying to increase the number of people having 3 sex chromosomes, because that is not the way it stands now. It's a mutation, right? It's like people are born as little people, right? Midgets. It's not a good word, right? They can have normal lives, but it's clearly a mutation, right? It's not normal because most of us aren't midgets. That's what I'm trying to say. And you're taking the exception and making it the rule. That's not cool.
Yeah, he's trying to say a genetic defect is a benefit. That's how ridiculous this shit is.
If you say so, I know for a fact I never said that. I know I didn't.
Brother, you did.
You said it multiple times, nigga.
Look, Kelly, he said it, and he also said this
never
syndrome
said that.
distinguished.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Never said it.
He did. We sat there and listened to you, bro. You said that's why we dominate sports, nigga. That's what you said.
Right, so that's not a genetic defect if I'm dominating.
That's a
How the hell is
good
that?
That's you say. You're saying that it's a benefit when it's a genetic defect.
Well, hold on. You guys are arguing. Like, where's the evidence that our athletes? Where's the evidence? Have our athletes been genetically tested? Like, does Shaquille O'Neal have 3 chromosomes? Like, how do we know, right, that our athletes that are black, and we can talk about if they're Abo or Hebrew or Mesopotamian or whatever the hell we want to call people nowadays, but where's the evidence that these athletes do have 3 chromosomes? Because if we don't have the evidence, then you can't say, oh, we dominate. Clearly, you can't link those 2 things.
It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. There's evidence of them having higher percentages of fast twitch fibers due to their West African ancestry, but not a 3rd fucking chromosome. He made that shit up.
So in research, there's a thing called correlation doesn't mean causation. So just because there are 2 variables that exist doesn't mean that one caused the other. You have to prove that one caused the other. You just can't just say, oh, black people know the dance and it's their genes that make them dance better. You have to have a reason. You have to like test it and all of that. Like, that's what research does. And it doesn't sound like that part, at least you're not presenting it. I don't want to say it doesn't exist. I'm just going to say you haven't presented that evidence. I think that's fair to say.
Yeah, I didn't present the evidence because that was never my point I was trying to prove. And I told you that early on when you asked me that initially. I said I'm not going into the ifs, ands, or buts. I'm just proving a possibility. I didn't give a damn if it was negative or positive or pros and the cons because that's your opinion. That's your opinion. You're asking me to prove, go and get some proof that I never was trying to prove, ma'am. I've been said that. And
but it really did. Okay, maybe it did sound that way. It sounded. Maybe you never said the exact words. Having 3 sex chromosomes is a positive thing. But what you did do was highlight positive things about having, you know what I'm saying? That's the difference. That was like the little nuance in the way that you presented it.
And then I just wanted to win a simple debate with Lucky. I didn't want to win that debate.
You see how that works?
Yeah, so I didn't want to win that.
Moving the goalpost system. He first claimed that
Hold on, man. No, I'm not. I just wanted to win that debate. I didn't want to move.
Brother, you were just distinguishing yourself from Africans with this syndrome. And then when somebody asked you more about it, you try to say that you weren't distinguishing yourself.
Oh man.
Then when she asked you,
you see, he's trying to run away from what he said now. He repeated it multiple times. Now he's trying to run away from what he said.
And then when the sister asked you again, brother, you being disingenuous.
You are trying to run, nigga.
Why are you so aggressive? Shut up, Callie.
Shut the fuck up. You ain't even on the stage. Don't be a cheerleader in the go be a cheerleader in the chat room.
You don't tell me to fucking shut the fuck up.
I don't want to hear you. Bye. Shut up.
Bye to you too with your sassy ass.
Be quiet, you dumbass.
No, your mama dumb.
Damn, you dumb as fuck. No, your mama dumb for having you. Your daddy should have pulled it out, put you in the napkin.
Whatever.
Kiara, could you please,
just chill, y'all, just chill.
Could you please, do not talk to him no more? He's not here to talk.
Okay, I know.
You gotta.
No, I'm here to talk.
I'm not gonna.
You just got your cheerleader up there. I don't give a fuck what you got to say. You over there spewing a bunch of nonsense, and you're trying to run away from what you actually said.
Now you
running away. Hold on. You're running away from what you said. You sit there and said that you sat there and said that the genetic defect was beneficial to black folks. That's why we dominate sports. Now you're trying to run away from it. You said that. That's exactly what you said. Now you're trying to run away from it because you've been debunked. Your sources don't agree with you. You misconstrue what your sources say. You don't know what you're reading.
Facts, Kelly.
Facts on facts.
Yo, not a coincidence. You up here?
What's that on the screen? That looks.
No, I think he left. I think not a coincidence left.
I see something about aggression.
Yeah, this is what he was quoting, sister. Remember when he said that black people was in this study about serial killers?
Yeah, I never said nothing like. He just said y'all lying. I can go get my sources. I keep showing source after source. And like I'm not here for that. I show multiple sources, and I can
This
show the
is the source
argument
that you showed, brother.
about
You
the
didn't even click
serial
on it.
killers and some being
You
black. I got
braved
sources for
around
that.
it, brother. Come on,
And
bro.
you're not a good debater.
You
Look,
didn't even click on the source,
you're a
bro.
sore loser.
Bro,
You don't
you
want to
just got
grow up.
smacked up. You just
The
got smacked
sister
up, bro.
right here got more fire than you and more
The
integrity.
sister disagrees
more
with
than
you, bro.
you.
She
gotta
tried to
sit
give you
back
the
and
benefit of the doubt.
Hey, he's
So
trying to run
PNF,
away from
take
what
that
he
damn
said. Now,
black
don't
feet, look.
do you
worry,
have an
don't worry
extra
about it, man.
chromosome,
That
PNF?
dude is
Repeat
disingenuous.
what I said, and I'll
what?
when I'll address it. Just say what I
PN,
said. Tell me.
PNF, do you have an
Disingenuous.
extra chromosome?
Okay, are y'all looking at the screen? Why does it use the word it's the first sentence instead of the normal complement of 46 chromosomes? That's what's normal,
Normal.
right? That's what's normal. To have 46, having more than that is abnormal. That's literally
PN,
what I was saying. It's
And
abnormal.
Yep.
And what I said
It's
is
not.
y'all
It's not
put
a
words in my
benefit.
mouth. And what I said is you put words in my mouth. And if I
He's
can
not.
be
Hold on. He's not the first
I'll do it.
abo. He's not the first abo to try to make a claims that more of something equals benefit. Just like people were saying that the six toe and all that shit, and then the six toe and the six finger meant that it was a benefit and all that other type of shit. That's just trying to make these claims in these cases without proof.
Listen,
This is
I
what they
got a
do.
dog.
Then they
I
say
have a dog
maybe.
who's a mutt. I have a dog who is a mutt. He is a beagle and a Labrador mix. And the dude got 6 toes on both his back feet. They just dangle there and swing and jingle. There's not really much in there. That's an abnormality. When people see like, what's up with your boy? What's up with your dog? I'm like, yo, he a mutt. You know what I'm saying? He's abnormal. That's not a great thing to have extra toes, right? Like, it's not normal. So if you have a woman with a vagina and the ovaries and the fallopian tube, and she got a 4-inch clitoris, bruh, that's not normal.
yeah,
Like,
that she's an Aboriginal.
oh my God, be quiet.
He said he just made that shit up. You see, I just make that shit up. This is what they do. This is what they do. These dudes just make up all kind of
You said
nonsense
she's
and
an
bullshit
Aboriginal.
on a regular basis. Hey, who was that? Hold on.
See,
Who
this
was
is what I mean by
that abo that?
filibustering. They're having a
Hold on.
whole
Who was that? Who was
conversation
that
about something I
abo?
didn't even say.
Exactly.
No, who
They're
was that
trying to use
abo? Who was
1
that
second
abo that was claiming to have
No,
six
I
fingers
didn't.
and that
You're
at the
lying.
Aboriginals were all tall and they lived in the mountains? There was
You're
some
a
nigga who was making this claim
liar.
years
You're a
ago.
liar.
I
He's a
forgot some abo who
bold-faced
said
liar.
that. I didn't say you
He's a
said it. There was an
bold-faced
abo who said that
liar.
shit.
He's
But
a liar.
you were
He's a
trying to
liar.
say
I'm
a
saying
genetic
you lying
defect
though.
is a
I'm
benefit.
saying you're a
No,
liar though. That's
I'm
what
not
I'm
lying. That's
because I
exactly
said
what you said.
so. I can prove
You
it though.
said it. Yes, you did. You
You're
said
a
that's why we
liar.
dominate sports. That's the
Liar.
same thing.
No, I
That's what you
didn't.
said, bro.
No, I didn't.
That's what you
No, I
said.
didn't. And I said
You
you
said
lying.
that's why we
I said
dominate
you're
sports.
lying.
Yes,
Nigga,
you did. I don't
as
give a
you
fuck if you
said,
say
PNF,
I'm
fuck
lying.
don't mean
I'm
nothing.
telling
I
the
said
PNF.
truth.
you're
That's what
lying.
Hey,
you said.
hey, bro.
And I'm gonna
We
keep
still
on
love you if
reminding
you
you,
got
your ass
extra
lying, nigga.
chromosomes, bro.
What you
If
thought I
you
was
got
gonna
extra
let you say that
chromosomes,
shit?
intersex, homie, we ain't tripping. We love
And
you.
that would explain
No,
why he has a
okay, that's not my
comprehension issue.
argument. That was never my
Black power.
argument,
That's
so
what I
y'all are
told him
worthless.
last
That's
time,
called
brother. That's why I
filibustering.
told him I ain't
That
want
was
to. I
never
ain't
even
want to
her
hurt his
argument.
feelings, brother.
She's
I said if
arguing
he
that.
really
I
got
told her
this
I
shit,
was
then
never
brother, he
talking
got
about
it.
that shit. She said
Someone's
she
in the
wanted to see
back.
some evidence. I don't care what she want to see. That's not the point I was making. You're wasting time because you're a loser.
Someone's in the back chat.
Exactly.
In the back.
See, there you go. So now we're a loser because you lose in the
Yes,
battle.
because you're
You
trying to
sat
prove a
there and now
No,
point
you're
he
I'm
trying
not
not
to run
losing. He
away
proving.
lost.
from your
I was
claim.
never trying to
Your
prove that
claim
point.
was that black Americans dominate sports
No, I
because
didn't.
we have a
No, I
third
didn't. I'm not
chromosome.
black.
That's
I'm not
exactly what
black.
you said.
I'm not
That's what
black.
you
I would
said.
never support
That's what
black.
you said. That's what you
Never.
said. I know
Never.
you're West African descent.
That's what
You're
he
of West
Y'all
said.
not
African descent.
asking
I've
the y'all
never
not
said
asking the
anything
right
You're
like
West
that.
African
questions,
descent.
man.
That's what you are.
Like,
Y'all not
stop
Just
it.
asking the
claiming
right
You're
anybody
questions.
to be West
lying.
African.
What
You're lying.
what
I've never said the
percentage?
black
You're
What
dominate
you're West
sports.
percentage?
African descent. That's what you are, bro.
Hold
No,
on.
you're
What
a liar
percentage
because
of
I know I never
African
said it.
Americans? What percentage of these African Americans have this third chromosome? What percentage are we
Like,
looking
you're
at?
asking me questions that don't matter. I never said any of
How
that.
does
You're
it doesn't
lying
matter? I thought you no.
because you're.
Listen, brother.
I proved
Before
my
I
point.
came on the panel, I was listening in the
No,
chat.
you took over the conversation, ma'am. I already proved my point with them. I'm
PNF.
trying to prove another point that I can't get to you because of you. I have a question to ask, and y'all won't let me ask it.
Do your thing. Do your thing.
One question.
How you gonna
and
ask a
y'all
question? You
free
never
to ask me
answer
anything
my
after
question
that.
about multiple Negroes.
After this question, you can ask me anything. Now, ma'am,
Okay.
you're one of the best. as well as Nat, please give us the definition of Africa. Not African, not Africanus. Give us the definition of Africa. Easy. Show me the source, show me the source, show me a source, any source, show me the source like how y'all do. What is the definition of Africa?
What the fuck do that got to do with anything?
It's
Answer
a question.
the question.
It's just a question.
It's typical. It's typical Apple. It's a typical Apple
You
question.
see what they doing?
That's it's a
I
typical
have questions
Aboriginal
They got
question.
thousands of
I have
questions for
questions
you,
too.
but they can't answer one.
I have
Trying to
questions
run
too.
away.
I already said
Trying to
that.
run away from being West
Can you
African.
answer one
Hey,
question?
Kiera
Answer
and
the
whoever this
question.
PDF nigga, both of y'all are West African descent. That's what
Hey,
y'all
You
are.
don't
Kiera,
even
look.
know me to
You're
say I'm
West
West
and
African. So
and
you
so is
are
Rich.
foolish.
You're
Kiera,
all
look at
West
how
African
You
Slim
don't
descent.
talking
even know
about
that I'm West
African.
African. Prove
I
that
knew
I'm
you
You
was
West
are.
gonna put
African.
You're
He
West
African.
asked you a
African
question, now
descent.
answer
Nobody
it.
said
You're
African.
You
I
avoiding
said
you
answering the
are West
question.
Africa.
African descent.
A
That's what
typical
you are.
Abo question, but no
Yep.
answer though.
Exactly.
A
Where is the
typical
answer?
Abo
Prove that I'm West
question. That's
Where is
African,
exactly
the
then
a
answer
dumb
it.
answer?
question.
Callie,
Don't
you
have
said
nothing to
what
do with
Let
the
it be
subject
done.
matter.
Answer
That's
P
a typical
answer
dumb
PNF
Abo question.
question.
A
Where the
typical
evidence
dumbass
from?
Abo question.
Where
They
is
don't have nothing to
Africa?
do with the
what
It's
conversation.
typical
is
y'all to
You are of
avoid
Western
answering
Central African
questions.
descent. That's what your
3
genetics are.
chromosomes.
That's where we
The
got the
3
historical
chromosomes
Is
documentation,
tells
is
you
the
the
Saying
question
you
archaeology,
sitting up
where?
here trying to
the
tell me about
anthropology.
Hey,
myself.
I'm
Like,
not trying to
Nothing you
deflect.
say
I already answered
well
100
nothing you
questions. I'm not deflecting. I answered 100 questions.
Hey, hold up, P&F, bro. We
Having a
can't hear
4-inch
Callie when you
clitoris
and
is
her
a
going
fucking
in, bro.
stupid
Let
question.
Callie say what he's trying to say, bro.
Asking
Like
what
exactly.
the
y'all,
Just
definition
reading
of
everybody
all
talk.
these
Africa is not
questions.
stupid. Answer the question.
They
Yeah,
can't
I'll
answer
answer the
one
question the
simple
way I want
question.
to.
And
The
first
way
of
I'm
all,
saying it right now.
I asked the princess. I didn't
The
ask the dude
historical
who
we hold on.
invented.
We got historical documentation, right?
Now, you're not
Historical
talking about nothing here.
documentation,
You are. You're not talking about
anthropology,
nothing.
archaeology, and
No,
genetics
you don't
that's
have
gonna
nothing.
put
You
your
got
black
emotion.
asses in
You have
Western Central
emotion.
Africa.
You
I'm
have
not emotional.
nothing.
Who
I'm
is
chilled right
black?
now.
What?
I'm not
Are you
I'm very
black.
chilled.
That's
serious?
your
You
problem. You're
are of
calling
what?
everybody
Both of y'all
black
Are you
are of
because
West
serious?
you
and
identify as that.
You
Central
are hella emotional,
African
Can't even
Callie.
show me that
descent.
I'm black.
And hold on. And you are from our
Don't get
ethnic
into
group.
a yelling
I
match,
Who?
know
bro.
who you are.
Oh
You
my
guys
God,
Wow,
are
this
in
that's
man is
denial
debatable.
crazy.
because
Listen,
you
y'all
don't know
are
This
history.
man is just
arguing.
gonna
You think
basically
you're
tell me
Moors.
who I
You're
am and
not.
don't know me
You
from a
think
can of
you're
paint.
Aboriginal. You're not. You are both
No,
the same
I
thing that
disagree.
This
I
everybody
man
just
else
sounds
is
disagree.
in here
foolish.
except for Andy.
Okay, can you
And the
please
Hey,
tell
only
me my
thank
indigenous
you.
person
position?
here
What's
I'm
my
gonna get
is
shoe
out
Andy.
size?
Hold on.
Thank
Hey,
you for
The
okay,
only
answering
okay.
my
indigenous
question,
person in the
Kiara,
PNF.
chat
you
room
gotta
is
get off the
Andy.
panel.
No,
Kiara, you gotta
Everybody
get
else
off
is
the
PNF.
Western
panel.
Central
This
African
man literally
descent.
gonna just tell me
Nah, you
about
gotta get out
myself
the
and don't
panel,
know me at
Kiara.
all.
That's exactly who
Kiara,
you
we
are.
can't
PNF.
hear. I ain't gonna lie,
Kiara,
PNF.
you gotta
Kiara, we
get
Thank
out
you
can't
the
for
hear
panel.
you.
answering
Hold
my
on.
questions.
You, they
PNF, thank you
still
for
Yeah.
haven't
answering my
answered
questions. I
PNF's
get
Nah,
ready to
because
question. I
he
go.
asked
your
them one
energy is what
question
he
and
attracted to.
they
He wanna
avoided to answer
argue.
Yeah,
that.
that I'm the only
He
indigenous
wanna
person here,
argue,
dude.
and you giving
No,
him the
no,
I'm
you
the
fuel.
want
only
to
indigenous
argue.
person
So you
here,
gotta
dude. So you can't argue with me.
All
No,
right,
you're
PNF.
not.
PNF,
No,
Kiara,
you're
thank you.
don't
not.
do
You're
that
Okay,
not
I'm about
with
to.
here,
Killer
Andy.
Peace,
Cali, whatever
y'all.
his
You're
name
not
is. Don't do
indigenous,
that
Peace,
with him.
fucking
y'all.
Lotus.
Nope, I
Neither are
have
you,
more indigenous.
Kiera.
I
Don't
have
do
more
that.
indigenous ancestors
Andy,
than
shout
yours.
out to you,
Okay,
man.
then
You're the
prove
only
it then.
indigenous one
Why is
on the
this
stage.
Asian
No,
Siberian talking to me?
Andy's people came here. Andy's people
Right.
came
It
No,
here
don't
and
make
first and
sense.
Andy's
If
finished.
people
anything.
are
Why are
Andy's
you
people
calling
are
me not Asian
indigenous. The
Siberian? You're
rest
No,
of
fucking
I'm
y'all are
accurate,
African
Western
man.
Central
indigenous.
African.
I'm
All right, we
indigenous.
gotta
Your
get
ass
him,
came
man.
on a
He
fucking
from
There go
boat.
my
somewhere else. He's
there go
not
my
Yeah,
from
we
Get
this
out of
gotta
here
get him,
land.
now.
man.
He looks
Fucking
nothing
prove
like
it
Hey,
the
then.
Olmec
all right,
statues
so
Hey,
at
look,
all.
Kiera.
Do you have an
PNF,
Yep.
set it
indigenous
up.
Kiera.
name? Do you have an
Hey,
Hey,
I'm
indigenous
get
on
off
name?
the panel,
dictionary.com.
man.
Andy.
PNF,
He
set
looks
it
All right,
up,
I'm
nothing
man.
like the Olmec
I'm on
statue.
dictionary.com.
Set it
Are
up,
you ready for
You
the
look nothing like
definition
the
of
Olmec
Africa?
statue. So what the fuck are you talking about?
You ain't an old man.
Are you ready for the definition? All right. It says a continent south of Europe and between the Atlantic and Indian Ocean, about 11,700,000 square miles. Now, you got the definition. Now, can you tell me the different type of Negroes that's in America? That you say is different races of Negroes. PNF?
Nah, pin up. He got off the panel.
Oh, that fool.
He you know why he got mad? He got mad because I called Andy the only indigenous person up here, and that her and his brain dead idiot woman, Kiara, that they are
Oh, that's
Western
his
Central
woman?
African descent.
No, you are an idiot. You can't
Hold
prove
on.
that I'm
Hey,
from
come on. Hold
Africa.
on. Hold on, y'all. Hold on,
Shut
y'all.
the
Prove
fuck
that
up,
I'm from
Kiera.
Africa.
Andy, bro, I don't want to put
None
you
of
in the
you
back,
can
bro.
prove that I'm
Yes,
from
we fucking
Africa
can.
because
We
you
can
don't
take a
know
DNA
me.
test.
You don't take a DNA test for what?
You don't know us. You don't know me either.
Hey Andy, she'll never do that.
Just fucking
Take a
She's like
DNA test for what? To prove what?
Ambos. Hold on, Ambos have see they're terrified of DNA tests because they know what it's going to say.
I
What,
It's
to
going
know.
to
prove
put
that I'm
them
from
right in West
Africa?
and Central
Yeah, I know,
Africa.
man.
Yep.
How? All of my family is here. What are you
I
talking about?
dare you to
I
take a
don't have my
DNA test. I
family.
bet you won't do it.
My family is in North
Kiera, I
America.
bet you
Shut the
won't do it,
fuck
will
up,
you?
bitch.
Kiera,
Take a DNA
I
test.
bet you.
So this
I bet you
man
won't
want me
take a
to give
DNA
my
test.
spit to a total stranger to
They already
compare
have it.
to?
They already have it. They already have your
Oh
DNA.
my
The government
God,
already has
this
your
You're
dude
DNA.
dead.
is
Last one,
slow.
man.
All he
Come
does
on,
is
You
man.
just
know that,
talk
right?
Last
and
one.
Kiara,
ask
the
questions.
government
Hey,
already
chill out.
has your DNA. The government has your DNA. That's how you got into school. That's how
That's
Okay, it's
true.
still no proof that I'm from
that's how
Africa.
they made sure you didn't have no
Okay,
Hey,
genetic
hey,
test.
I
hey,
want you
who is
to
this
show
black
me.
woman that they got that
Show
said, I'm
me.
on the panel if you want to address me? Who is that black woman right there? I'm on the panel if you want to address me.
Okay,
Who
and
put
I'm
that?
telling
I
you
was
I'm
the
not
one who
black.
fucking
That's
told
a
her to
And I'm
black
get on
woman.
telling
That's
you
the
here.
I'm
one that's
not
talking
Oh,
black.
right
okay.
now.
Oh, that's
And
you.
I'm telling you I'm
That's
not
you.
black.
That's you, that African woman.
Just because you
How
think
you're
I'm
not
black
black?
doesn't make me black.
You African then.
Just
I'm looking at
because
this
you
Oh my
think that
African
god, you're
I'm
sister.
black doesn't make
delusional.
me
You're
black.
fucking delusional, dude.
No, you delusional.
How
Stop
am I
talking
fucking
to
delusional?
me. You're not even Aboriginal.
Andy,
You
Andy,
Yes, he
Ghanaian or
is.
Oh my
Siberian.
god.
Yes, he is.
Something like
Hey, Kiara,
Yes, I
Andy is
am.
the actual indigenous. Guess what?
he is
The
not no
whole
fucking like
world,
indigenous.
hold
Whatever.
on. I'm gonna say this. The whole world recognizes Andy as indigenous. Nobody recognizes that you are. The whole world agrees that Andy's indigenous, not
That's
you.
a lie. That's a lie.
That's a
That
fact.
man is
Please
Oh
show
fully
me.
yeah.
Siberian. Everybody
Okay,
knows it.
Kiara,
You
He's
got
not.
it,
pull it up.
kid.
He's
Pull it up,
not
Ask
Kiara.
Native
those fucking
American.
Kiara,
Americans,
pull it
dude.
up.
He's not
Show us why they believe that you are.
Native American. He don't have no brown skin. Yellow hair.
You have nothing to back you up, Kiara.
And you had
You can't
nothing
pull
to
up no
back it up that I'm West
documentation.
African.
You
Prove
can't
your
pull up no
point.
I got an
genetics. You
Prove
article.
can't
your
pull up no
point
I
that
got an
I'm from West
article
anthropology,
for you,
Africa.
Kiara. You could click
archaeology.
on it
Prove
in the
your
back
point that
Nothing,
chat.
I'm from West
nothing,
Africa. I'm
Kiara.
waiting.
Hey, Kiara,
I have
why
an
don't you speak
article.
your indigenous tongue?
My
Hey, y'all hear not a coincidence? Chill out.
Yo,
Okay, go ahead.
yo, can y'all hear me? Yeah, come on. I
Yeah,
need
you
like 10
good?
more minutes. I need like 10 more minutes.
Yeah, we can hear you, bro.
You good? You Gucci, bro. I just want Kiara to pull up the fact that she said that the whole world recognizes that she's indigenous. Please show me, because whenever we pull up scientific articles, when they're talking about indigenous people, they're talking about Native Americans from
oh
Alaska
my
down to the
God.
Chilean Argentine border. That's a fact. Please show me any scientific article that states that
You mean
you are
Patagonia?
indigenous.
Please show me evidence that I'm from West Africa. That's what I'm waiting on.
Yeah.
I do. You're part of my ethnic group.
How?
There we
Yeah.
Show
go.
Yep.
me.
That's because you from America.
Cause your black ass from Tennessee
You're
too.
Show
you're a black
me.
That's
I'm
American,
why.
which is of
waiting.
African
Cause your
descent.
black
All
ass is
y'all
from
I'm
Tennessee.
Americans.
waiting. You all
All
are
y'all
Yo,
calling me
yo,
Americans.
black.
yo.
I'm
It's too
telling you
many
I'm
people
not.
talking. Hold up.
I'm waiting
Hold
for
up.
you to
Look.
prove that I'm from
Chill,
West
chill. Not a
Africa.
coincidence. It's called chill. That's not a coincidence.
Show me I'm from West Africa.
All
Stop.
right.
Am I not a coincidence
Hold
voice?
on. Hold on. Listen. And everybody.
Yo, you in and out. You in and out. Not a coincidence.
The Abo American ancestors are stopping your Wi-Fi.
He said the
Nah,
always
Shut
bending
up,
over
y'all know
bro.
what he,
ancestors.
y'all know what he trying to tell y'all. Get one mic, man. Y'all chill out, man. I don't want to mute y'all. This ain't my platform, but you know what I'm saying. Y'all chill out, bro. We can get this conversation out one at a time. It's just Kiara up here.
Damn, you don't even count Lotus? Damn.
Kiara,
Because I'm superior.
you need to do the
Lotus
proof.
don't count?
Nah,
I'm
he just a
superior to
secretary.
y'all.
He the
Y'all see my
secretary.
Hold. That's a good
I'm
question. I want
African.
to ask this one question to Kiara. Kiara, do you have a driver's license? Kiara, maybe she hopped off. If you have a driver's license, what does it say on there?
It says more.
It says black. We all know goddamn well.
Exactly.
And
No, it
whenever she fills
doesn't.
out,
No, it
and
doesn't.
whenever
With
she
your
fills
goofy
out,
ass.
whenever
No, it
she fills
doesn't.
out
Prove it to
documentation, hold
me.
on, chill. I'm gonna let you go because you wouldn't answer. I said whenever you got to fill out documentation, whenever it comes to filling out for a job, what do you mark? You mark black
I
African
don't.
American.
No, I don't. I don't mark black. I don't mark black.
What do you mark
I
then?
just put other.
You
I
put
don't have
other.
to
That's
put
Why?
it.
black.
Okay,
Just
Why?
can
just
we
Oh, so
like
talk
you
to my
you hold
son
on.
at this point? Can we talk to my
Hold on.
son? I don't even
Why?
want to do this.
Yep.
You know, no,
Why?
I'm gonna move on this.
because you
I'm gonna
identified
move. I'm gonna move
I
yourself
off
as
of
know,
this.
black,
right?
I'm
and
gonna
I
move off
had
of
to
this.
also.
I'm gonna move off of this, but I want to make one quick point. When you don't mark black or African American, you actually help people of European descent because you actually take away money and resources from your community. That's what you do.
I don't care. I'm not black or African. I
Oh,
just
you're not
told
black.
you. Are you
Okay,
slow?
so that benefit you
Can
don't get
you
no
hear?
benefit from the government whatsoever.
I just told you
You
that I'm not black or African. I'm not
Okay,
yes,
I'm
you
not
are.
all
like
right.
you.
Then why do you sound like one?
You are.
Oh,
Yeah, why you
that's a
sound like
dumbass
us?
question. Like, get the
You
fuck
sound like
on.
us. Why do
That's a
you sound
dumbass
like us?
question.
Why do
You're
you
the
speak
dumbass on
African
the
American
fucking
vernacular English?
panel, dude.
How do I sound
Your ass
African
should go back to
American?
school.
Please tell me.
Why?
Hold on,
why
Lucky.
That ass
Let her and
texting
Cujo
more.
go back and forth.
because you speak
Let
African American vernacular English.
What is oh my god,
You
these
speak
people is
African American
slow.
Tiara, can
vernacular
I
English.
ask
Now
you
they're
one
up here trying
question?
to
I'm
tell
just
me
gonna
It's the
be
because
able to
I
language
ask
that you
one
speak a
speak.
question.
certain way that makes me African. These
You do. Yes. Yes.
What's some?
Yes. Even if you were a white person, you're still culturally African because you talk like us. So you obviously grew up
how do
around us.
I
So why do you speak like
what
us?
how do I talk like you that makes me African?
You
That's
sound
like
like an
that's
Olmecs
like
to me,
Because
that's
we
like
Tiara. You
you
speak,
sound
saying
like
we
an
speak,
because
Olmec.
I
we
Lotus,
man, come
Lotus,
on,
don't
come on,
interject. Let
Andrew.
her let them two go.
We speak, we speak African American vernacular English. That's what we speak.
oh, okay, that's
It's in our
you. I'm
pronunciations,
not
it's in our
African. I
sentence
just told
structure.
you that
No,
I'm
it's
not.
in, I can hear you talk. I can hear, but you're
Oh
wrong.
my God, these people are
You're
using
wrong. You don't know what the hell
talk to
you is.
basically prove a point
Yo,
that you're
can I ask you
African.
one
Oh my
question? I'm
God.
gonna
Yes,
ask
that's
you one
cultural.
question.
That's cultural. That's
Oh
cultural.
my
Tiara,
God,
Can't you
calling
tell when
me a
somebody's from
headache.
Jamaica? Can't you tell when
I
somebody
didn't
is
even
from
come up
Jamaica?
hey,
here for this.
You can
Chill,
tell. You can
Cujo,
tell
Cujo.
when some.
You are telling me that I'm African American because how
All
I
right,
speak? That is
Tiara, can I ask you a
crazy.
question, Tiara? I don't care about the African
Yes,
thing right now. I just
I'm
ask you a
about to
question,
go.
Tiara.
yes, yes. That's what I'm
Tiara,
telling you.
can I ask you one question, Tiara, before you leave? Can I ask you a question before you leave?
Just ask the question. She ain't gonna say yes or no, bro. Goddamn.
I didn't know if I had the floor. Cujo, my bad.
I said no.
I just wanted to ask her in her genealogy and her family history, did she ever see the term Moor? Because she keeps saying she not black, she not this, but I know for a fact that black people, most elder black people from the 50s and 60s, most of them don't know shit about no Moors. They don't know about no fezzes, they don't know none of it. So I wanted to know if her family
That's
been
a
claiming
lie. I
Moor.
already proved my point. I
No.
already proved that
So
to
your
not
family was
coincidence.
so your family was saying they was Moors back then in the
Yes.
50s and the
No,
Yes.
they was
you
not.
showed that?
Moore's not even on your ID. I'm actually in the Moore where I was in the Moore town
Okay, and
country.
black is
My
not
legal
either.
name
Black
is
is
Bay.
not either. Black or
Black
African
is
is
not
not
what I
either.
mean. So whatever the fuck you want to call it, sis, that's just stupid. That's the problem with the goddamn
I
temple.
already
All that
showed.
black, Negro, color, or Ethiopian, all that stupid ass shit. Just trying to distinguish yourself from being a descendant of slaves.
No, you're trying to
That's
force me to
all that
be
shit
something
is.
that I'm not.
That's all it is.
You're
So
trying.
I ain't trying to force you
You're
to do
trying
She
to
just trying
anything.
force
to,
me to be
she just trying to get you
I'm
out of,
hoping that
she trying
you'll
to get
grow
you out
up
of your body, Keisha.
and grow out of that silly ass shit. I
She
mean,
just
that's
trying to get you out your body,
ridiculous. You
You're
y'all.
sitting there
trying to
talking
tell
about
me who I
your
am.
family
You
from
don't know
Tennessee.
me.
Your family from Tennessee. Your family from Tennessee. It wasn't no damn
Can you
timber in Tennessee
can
until
you
the
please
goddamn 50s.
define Africa for me?
What?
yeah,
Yes.
Define Africa.
There,
Kiara,
there is no recognized definition of the word Africa. There is no agreed upon definition of the word Africa. There.
Africa's a
And what?
continent.
There is no definition that everyone agrees upon where the term Africa comes from. There. That's your answer.
I got one for you, Kiara. Why your people been reduced
Then
down
it
to
doesn't
marking
Well,
exist.
see,
others?
that's not her
It
people.
doesn't
Stop
exist
giving her
then.
that.
It
There's like
doesn't
it
exist.
does exist. Well, Asia.
Oh my
What does
God.
Asia mean? What does Asia mean? Does Asia exist? What does Asia mean? What does it mean?
No, But
What does
see
Asia? What does Europe mean? Wait a
but at the
minute. What
same
does
You
Europe
time,
ain't
mean?
trolling,
at
Cujo.
the same time, she don't
What does
exist
Europe
neither. That's
mean?
why she got to put other. She got
What
to put
what
other
does
when she
Europe
mark down
mean?
race.
Wait a minute.
Because I'm
What
not
does
about to
Europe
mark
mean?
black or African. I'm not
What
none
does
of that.
Europe mean?
Because y'all
I'm
don't
What
not
does
black or
exist.
African. Why
yo?
would I
Fuck that.
mark
Wait a
black or
minute.
African when I'm not none of that? I just
Because
told
you
you.
Because
you
Y'all
y'all
got
don't
some low
exist.
comprehension skills over
What you
here.
no, I understand that you're not going to mark black or African, but you was
man.
reduced down to marking other because
What
whatever
what
you
Y'all are
think you
claiming
are
something
don't
that
what?
y'all
exist.
don't have a meaning for.
So what does American mean? What does American mean, Kiel?
Because she don't mark down American,
Ass.
she mark
What?
other.
Wait a minute, man. No, no, let her answer. They do this shit to us. Let her answer. What does American mean? What does America mean? What does America mean? America
Yeah,
mean?
look it up.
No, you look it up. What
Land
does
of
it mean?
mothers.
Tell
You're
us.
not an American.
Tell us.
It means land of
What does
mothers. I
eight?
just told
It
you.
does not. That is not what it means. That is not what it means. That is
Okay,
not.
prove me wrong then.
America was named after
Prove what you
Amerigo
said.
Vespucci.
No,
What
she
did
gonna
He
you
was
try to
named
make
say?
the
after a white
argument.
man.
No, whoa.
On Black America was already
She
named America.
that's not true. She's gonna try to say that it's named after some mountain range that's in the
That's a
goddamn
lie. America was already named
that's in Central
America.
America.
On
By
old
whom?
on
Who called
old
it
You're so
ancient
America?
maps, it
fucking
was.
stupid,
So
Kiera.
you're
I
a
can
liar.
see
What
her.
ancient map? Stop,
You're a
Andy.
liar.
What ancient map?
And
What
Andy,
ancient map?
don't be quiet.
What
Let
ancient
let,
map?
let her and Cujo go.
What ancient map?
Yep.
What ancient map are you referring
I'm
to
not about
besides
to
the
do
word
this with
America on
Cujo
it?
no more. Cause he is the
What
same
ancient map?
nosy ass nigga
What
that
ancient
asked me
map?
if my family rode the back of the bus. As if I
They
know that
did.
fucking
They
question.
did. They did. They know you a fucking
No,
Indian, so how you don't know if
okay,
they rode the
they
back of the bus?
okay.
They did. They rode it. If they got on the bus, they rode in the back. They was in damn Tennessee. Tennessee segregated as hell. So yeah, they
Okay,
did.
okay. We're
Yeah, they did.
okay. They dealt with
But
segregation.
your
That's
family
okay.
weren't slaves.
They
But they
dealt with
weren't slaves though. They
segregation.
didn't
That
deal with
doesn't mean they're
slavery. They
slaves.
didn't deal with
I don't
slavery.
have no
They
slaves in my
done. No, that
family.
means that
I don't
you
have
don't.
no slaves
No
in my
one does.
family, Cujo. I already
No
told
one
you.
does right now. No one does right now. No one does right now, sister. No one
I
does.
don't have no
No one. Not one
slaves.
of us have a slave in our family right
I
now.
don't have no
You
slaves in my
descend from
lineage.
slaves in
I
Tennessee.
don't come from slaves.
You
Y'all
do.
do.
So
Y'all prove y'all
everybody in
slave.
your
I prove this
family,
every day.
everybody in your family, you really believe that your family, the
Y'all
thousands
don't
of
even
people
know
you
my
descend
family. Be
from
trying to
in the
tell me
1700s.
anything.
Yeah, because your
You
family's no
don't even
different
know
from
my
anyone
family.
else's,
Be
and that's
trying
the
to tell
problem.
me
Like with
something. That's your
that extra
problem.
that
You
extra
always trying
gene
to
dude,
tell
the
somebody who
extra
they
gene
are.
dude. Yep, I'm going to tell you. Yep, because you don't know.
No, you
So
not.
apparently someone
No,
needs
I'm
to tell
telling
you.
you that I'm not.
Someone needs to tell you. So what you think you're a Moor? You think you're a descendant of Morocco born in America? You think you're from a Mexican? You don't
Hey,
know what that
Kiara.
means either,
I
because
am a
it's not even a
descendant
real.
of the mothers and fathers that built civilization, not no
What
dirty slaves
civilization?
like
What
you.
civilization? What
Hold on,
civilization?
Cujo. Hold on, Cujo.
They
What
Hold on, Cujo.
civilization?
America.
Hold
America,
on, Cujo.
your
I
family
come from
built
free people.
American
My
Hold up.
people was not
civilization.
no slaves.
Era,
You
Yes,
couldn't
they
be
Era,
were.
Era.
slave from West Africa wearing a diaper sack, a
Hey, yo,
haystack.
Cujo,
That's a
let me, all
diaper.
right. Kiara, can I ask you another? Kiara.
You sound like a white
When you,
person and you're
no,
laughing, yo. That shit ain't
You
funny.
saying I
Kiara,
sound like a white
You
person
sound,
because I'm
you do.
articulate? Okay.
No. You're not articulate. No, you sound like a white person because you said that black Africans had on diaper sacks.
Okay,
That's
I'm
why you
He's
sound
talking
like a
about
articulate.
the
white
I
person.
talking
sound
Because
points.
educated.
He's
you
talking
don't
about your
sound.
Cujo,
talking
hold on,
points.
Cujo.
Your
I'm
voice
not. I'm
don't sound
not.
like
You
a
don't
white
sound
person.
articulate at
Jojo, I'm
all.
Because
not
I'm
You don't sound
talker. I'm
articulate at
articulate,
all.
sorry.
educated
Jojo,
Yo,
not
people.
Cujo,
talker.
Kiara, let me ask you a
Okay.
question. Kiara.
You don't sound articulate at all.
Hold on, Cujo,
Whatever.
The sad thing is,
Kiara.
she actually has a pleasant voice. She just ignorant.
Oh, I told her she got a
No,
nice
I'm
voice. She
not
just
Yeah,
ignorant.
real
You
she's
all are
sexy.
ignorant. You all are pushing fake Hollywood
Hold
history.
on,
All
hold on,
right.
Kiara,
You
hey,
Kiara,
all
hold on.
all
Hey,
right,
saying
let's
that's
all
something
cool.
calm
and
down.
now you
Even I
think
have to calm down, right?
you're a
But you know
slave
what's
Let me
sad,
ask her.
sis?
but go
Hey,
ahead and be a
sis.
Y'all
slave
not
then.
walking
I
her
don't
down
care.
right.
Be what you
Y'all
gonna
Hold
not
on,
be.
walking
hold
her
Just
on.
don't
down
try
right.
to
Hey,
tell me
hold
who
on,
I
Y'all
hold on
not
one
am.
second.
walking
Hold
her
on one
down.
second. One mic, one
Hey,
mic, one
hey,
mic, one mic,
hey,
one mic,
I
one
got
mic,
one
one
mic.
mic,
Let me
one
ask you
mic,
this question.
One mic. I just want to say this, sis. You have a pleasant voice. You do. You sound like you could be a nice person, except you're not really nice. But you lack a lot of information. I'm hoping one day that you'll figure it out. You seem like a very young person who's lost, and you bought into a lot of different things. But I'm hoping that one day you'll figure it out. That's all I'm gonna say about you. I hope that you figured out Whatever you're missing in your life, I hope you figure it out. I have no ill
How
will
are
towards
you
you.
gonna
I
tell
know.
me I lack
Hold on.
information? You're
Before I want to
calling
let me say this real
yourself
quick.
black.
Hold on,
You
no, let me say
cannot
this to you,
provide
sis.
no proof
Let
of
me
a
say
black
this to let me
country
say this to
on
you,
no
sis.
map. But I'm
I want to
slow.
apologize to you for disrespect to you. I want to say that because
Okay.
I'm too old for that shit. I don't want to do that. I'm not gonna do that. I'm trying to get away from that dumbass shit. But I want to say this. Yeah, I do. I hope you figure it out because you seem lost. You do.
No,
Kiara, can
you're
I ask you
lost.
a
You're
question,
calling
Kiara?
yourself black, and it's like,
All right, cool.
where's
We
black
lost,
country
Kiara.
at?
All right, Kiara. That's
But
cool.
you're
We
No,
lost.
calling
All right,
yourself
hold
America
on,
is
other.
hold
not
on, hold
called
on,
black.
hold on. Y'all not walking her down right. Kiara, when you was growing up,
You
what
so
Morris
silly,
things
little
did
girl.
hold on. Kiara, when you was growing up, what Morris things did y'all do
You said you
on the
can't
farm?
find it on a map. Who cares?
You all are asking
Cujo,
me all these questions.
Cujo.
Who cares?
No, Cujo, leave the African shit alone. When you was growing up, Kiara, what Morris things did you do on the farm that you said you grew up on? What did y'all do? Y'all was doing Morris things in Tennessee?
Yes.
Like what? I would
Uh,
like to know. I'm trying
yes.
to. Don't say nothing.
Yes.
Let her talk.
What I do every
I didn't
day. I
say
just
anything.
live
What are you talking
my
about?
life.
I said Morris things, not what you doing yet. The Moors
We
have a lifestyle. Do you wear fez? They. Because I live around Moors in my
No.
city. I know
What?
what they do. I want to know what y'all was doing in Tennessee that was more like. If y'all been more since the 50s, in the 40s, your family
we
told you
was
that. What was y'all
farming.
doing?
We was building.
As
Y'all was eating
Moors,
pork.
y'all saying y'all Moors. Hold on, wait, Cujo. Y'all saying y'all doing this as Moors.
Where y'all eating pork? Were y'all eating pork?
That is a stupid question to try to ask me.
No,
Like,
no, no, no,
what
no. The
are
Moors
my
don't eat
people
pork.
doing in the city we was from?
Moors don't eat pork.
No, hold on, Cujo. The reason why I'm asking her this is because she claimed that her family been telling her that they was Moors. So I want to know if if y'all was living like that, because you ain't just saying that. You just was y'all
Yes,
living
we
like
was.
that?
Yes, we were. Yes, we was practicing love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. That's what we do.
Okay. Since when?
You sound like a
What
chill like
time
Yona,
period?
my dude.
Since from day
Hold
one.
on, Andy.
Day one.
What day one?
Now he want to ask me when.
No, I'm asking you when because I can't find no records of no Moors being in Tennessee. The only
Okay,
hold on, I got
okay.
you. Let
My
me land.
family was
Hold on, let me
practicing
land.
land
Let
owning
me
then. If that's
hold on.
okay,
So wait. So the Malajin, what are they called? The Malajins? You probably don't know about them, but those are supposed Moors. Do you know? I don't think you know about them. I don't even gonna ask you
okay.
about them.
Don't
But
ask
those are
me that
supposed.
then.
Yeah, because I know you don't know. So if you don't know nothing about them, I want to know how is your family unique and how did your family in the 50s, 40s, because you claim they've been there. How are they doing all this Morris stuff and nobody and we can't find no documents of no Moors being in Tennessee doing anything. Black people talking about being Moors.
There's a temple in Nashville. What do you?
That's
I'm
a
kind of.
lie,
What
because
do
the
you? That's
etymology
weird.
in Spanish of Negro means Moor. So we are Moors in my city.
What? Oh, so wait. Here we go.
Disagree
So
with
now
that.
you're using words wrong. You keep saying that we're using words wrong. So now it's clear that you're just loosely using this more shit. You saying that Negroes, you trying to insinuate that Negroes mean more.
The
That's what
Spanish,
you just tried to insinuate.
the Spanish etymology for Negro means more. I gave
Cool.
the link to
Okay,
my
great. So you're
messages.
more. So you're saying you're
You
more
don't
as a
know the
term.
Spanish
Oh, wait,
language.
Andy,
Before you
hold on,
speak the
Andy,
Spanish
hold on.
language.
Andy, hold on, Andy. So you're saying you're a Moor instead of saying black. Okay, so you're not really a Moor. You're just saying more because you don't want to use black.
No,
That's
I'm
what I'm
not
getting.
black.
Cool, got it. So you ain't really no Moor. You ain't no Moor that the Moors we know. You're not one of them. You're a Moor
What
by
Moors do
term.
y'all know of?
What do Moors do, Kiara? That's what I'm asking you. What your family do? That's
I
Moorish like.
I
Because
just
Cujo asked you,
told
did y'all
you
eat
asking
pork?
me the
You ain't want
same
to answer.
question.
Do you eat pork?
No, I don't eat pork. I live
Does
a
your
very
family
clean
eat pork?
life. I live a
Okay,
clean life. I don't eat
gotcha.
no pork, none of that. I'm alkaline.
Okay, great. That's good. That's beautiful. I'm just trying to figure out because I can't find no documented history of no Moors and no big presence of no Moors in Tennessee, like from the 50s, 40s. I don't see no black people screaming that. I don't even black. To my knowledge, a lot of black people don't even know what the fuck Moors are. So I'm confused. How your family just mysteriously just with the few and nobody's documenting this, nobody knows about. I don't know. It's not adding up.
Mm,
But now I know you're trying to use more as a term instead of you're not talking about the people. You're talking about you're trying to use more as
what she said, more means
There are
Negro.
Moors in Tennessee. You do know that,
I'm
right?
not saying it's not that. I'm not saying it ain't no more. But what I'm saying is this: when we look back in history, when we look at slave accounts, we look at people talking about slavery after slavery. Why black people are not talking about being Moors? Why none of them niggas talking about feathers? They're not wearing. Why they don't? Why? Where's this at, Lotus?
Oh, hold
Where's this
on.
Nothing
Is
prior
this
present?
to
is
Noble
this
Drew
shot
Ali,
one?
bro. You can't
Where's
find
this shit
nothing
at?
prior to Noble Drew Ali.
Yeah,
Nothing.
actually, you can find it prior
No,
to
you
Noble
No, you
Drew
cannot,
can't.
Ali.
Lotus.
Shot one,
Truly
you are
Come on,
not.
bro. This is
asking
the
worthless
problem. This is
No,
what
you
I.
questions.
can't.
No, it's not a
Too
worthless
late. You
You're
question. You
lost.
know
asking
why?
worthless
No, hold on.
questions.
It's not a worthless question because here you go. Y'all think people stupid up here. Y'all don't do no research. We can't find none of this shit. Half this shit y'all claim, we
Because
know
the
when it
stuff that
started. We
you're,
can't find it.
the history
It
that
don't
you
exist.
research is fake history. You're
All right.
pushing fake history.
You are, because we
Prove it's
can't
fake
find what
history.
you
Prove
talking
it.
I'm
about.
not
Prove
pushing
it.
fake. I'm telling you who I am. I'm not
No, prove it. You always tell us to prove stuff. You got to prove that it's fake history.
I just
Prove it.
told you I'm Aboriginal
No,
to
no, 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 no,
America.
no, no. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking
No,
about you.
you're
Talking about all
not.
this different history. You saying it's all fake. Prove it.
Hold on. Now I got a question for Shot One. I want
No,
him
no,
to
no.
tell me
I
the
want you to pull up.
definition of
I want you to pull
Africa.
up, sis, because I'm not about to holler at you or disrespect you, nothing. I want you to pull. I want you to go give us a source proving that history is fake.
It is fake.
No, I want you to get a source. I
You
don't
can.
want you to tell me. I want you to actually pull up a source.
I want you to pull up a source that shows
No,
that
no, no,
you.
no, 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 no. You the one
This
made the
man is
claim.
steady over
No,
talking
no,
me.
sis. I'm not over talking you. You the one who made a claim. You made a claim. You have to back that up. Go get a source.
I have backed it up. You can look up the
No, you have not.
definition.
No, just because
Hold
you
on.
say something.
Hey,
Hold on, sis.
Kiera,
You just saying stuff.
Hold on.
Kiera,
I'm finna
I
put the
called
link.
some
Kira,
Moors to
Kira,
come and
Kira,
help
pull
you.
up a source.
Just
I just put a
Look,
source
post a
in the
link in the
the
back
chat
chat.
etymology is
for
on the
bucking you off.
screen. The,
And
the
somebody lied
etymology
and
is on the
said the
screen.
Moors.
She brought up the etymology of Negro.
I already proved my point. I already told you I'm from this land. I'm not claiming no other land. So it's like he's just asking some
Why you
irrelevant
marking
questions at this
other on your
point.
Okay.
paperwork?
Cause I'm not cause I'm
Yeah.
not marked black for if I'm not black.
No,
No,
I
why don't you
got you.
mark
I'm
more?
just saying
Why
why
don't you
your
marking
people
more?
is not
Because there's no
strong
more.
enough to have their own spot on the paperwork.
What?
Why is your people not
Yeah,
strong
yeah,
enough to have their own spot on the paperwork that you have to be
yeah. It
reduced
should say
down to
more, right?
other? It
Because
should
Yeah.
say
maybe
more.
people are hiding our identity. They don't want us to be Moors because it means free. We're free. We're not slaves.
Prove
We're
that.
claiming our
Can I
Prove
ask her a
nationality.
what
question?
you said.
Hey,
No, hold on.
said
Before
more
you do
than
that,
that.
and
Can
no,
I
no,
ask her
no,
a
Andy,
question?
no. Wait, Andy, wait. I want her to prove that what she just her claim that she just made again. She's made another claim. She said that the government doesn't want her people to put more on a government document because it means free, and they don't want them to be free. Now I want you to go prove. I want you to prove that because you're being contradictory by the way you say that because you're saying they don't want you to put that down because they don't want you to be
Well,
free. That means
okay.
that
Well,
means you're a slave. Then that's what
no,
you're
I'm not no
implying.
slave. It's just
Oh,
that
you're
I
Not to
implying.
only
cut you
Okay,
off,
claim
hold on,
Kiera.
hold on, hold on. That's what you
no
know, but
place
that's what you
access.
implied, sis. I'm not saying you are. I'm just saying that's what you implied. But I need you to provide us with a source stating that the government won't allow you guys to put more on a government document because it means that you're free. I need that source.
Hey, the brother I was calling to help you just went to court and got his national race and national identity changed to more. You feel me? That's the one I try to call to come and help you. So he know this shit. I could tell you don't.
Yeah. I also want to ask her a question if she has an indigenous middle name, because I sure as hell do. So, do you have an indigenous middle name, Kira? Answer
I'm
that
not
question for
answering
me,
none of
please.
his questions. He's not even. You
Yeah, you
like.
need to go get somebody that qualify to have this conversation because you don't qualify to have this conversation. You just throw anything out there. You hoping it stick. You just freestyling, and it don't even. I don't even Yeah. like we jumping you up here, and then it's
Who are
you
you
do.
Yeah,
talking
yeah.
to?
That's why I'm not trying to. That's why I don't
You
want to yell
do.
at her. I don't want to
Yeah,
yell
we
because
not
she
trying Yeah, to
doesn't
yell at
know.
he's backtracking. you. Just don't know. You don't. You know
You
that
know,
don't.
she just doesn't know,
How
but she's
I
not.
don't know, and I'm just
Don't
proving.
know.
I'm proving it
Hold
to
on,
you.
sis.
You
She
trying to
just
prove
she
to me that I'm
hold
black
on,
and
hold on.
African?
She just believes it, and that's it. It's just a belief. At this point, it's religion,
No,
and I'm
and
gonna
you
treat it
believe
as
that you
it
are a
is.
slave.
It's religion. It's religion. So I'm just gonna leave it alone. I'm not gonna ask her about it anymore because she just believes it. She believes what she
Right,
says.
Callie.
She
Just
has no
believe it.
evidence of any of this. So we're just wasting time arguing with somebody who just has a belief over what evidence. She's never researched or studied anything. She doesn't know.
Well,
How you
more
gonna tell me what
simple
I
than
don't
starting
know?
up with Drew Ali. So
Because you're retarded. It's simple.
y'all
You're
up on that?
retarded. Like, why do y'all have this
Nah,
damn
Andy, don't go there.
like
Just
this
leave
damn
it be.
mestizo on the panel talking to me disrespectful?
Once again, what does mestizo mean, sis?
Shit, get this damn
Hold on, no,
Asian
sis,
Siberian off the
sis,
damn panel.
sis,
I'm not
sis. What
talking to
does
him.
mestizo mean? No,
You
sis. What
show
does
me what it
mestizo mean?
mean. Hell,
What does it mean? You know what it means, right? Doesn't it mean someone of Spanish and indigenous ancestry, right? Isn't that what mestizo mean?
no, look it up.
That's what
Like,
it
show me.
means. We pulled that up before. Okay, I'm gonna post it in the back chat.
Y'all put up the
A
60
mestizo means
mestizo,
someone of indigenous and Spanish ancestry. That's
and you
what it
saw what
means.
the indigenous, the complexion of the indigenous ones.
Oh, damn! You just said, and you said
Here we go.
mestizo,
It's
so you
right
calling
here.
them
It's hold
indigenous?
on.
Call them
Don't.
indigenous.
I'm going to post a link in the back chat. It says,
Yeah,
and I'm gonna post this
post
link
the
too.
16
But it
mestizos.
also says mixed
It says,
too.
hold on, no. Since you told me to look it up,
Wait,
I'm gonna read it to you.
How about you come up
It
with
Mestizo.
some
says
facts?
mixed.
Show the
Mestizo
He's
16
means
not one
in
of
Latin
them.
America a man of mixed race, especially one
A
having
person of mixed blood. That
Spanish
means he's
and
not one of me.
indigenous
He's not like
descent.
me. I'm indigenous.
No, you're not. You're not naming
No,
me.
the
Yes,
fuck
That's
you
not
I
what you
not.
are.
am.
No, the
No,
fuck
you're
you
How
not.
you gonna
not,
try to tell
Negro.
me that I'm not
Indy's not
indigenous?
No,
indigenous.
I am. You're not.
Indigenous means not mixed.
No, you're not indigenous.
You're
You
Okay.
not
have no proof
indigenous as
of it.
shit, dude.
You believe
Okay.
it though.
You
And
don't.
you
You
Hold
have
on,
no
but you
proof that
believe
I'm
it
not
though.
indigenous.
You believe it
Crazy.
though.
How you indigenous and
No,
you a
she
Moor?
believes she believes she's
Yeah.
indigenous though.
More.
She believes it. She can't prove it
Like I
though.
said,
More is an
how you
indigenous
a Moor
woman.
and
He's just
how you a
asking
Moor and
irrelevant
indigenous?
questions
Mo,
like how I'm
Mo,
indigenous and
Yo,
no more.
Lotus, you
Like,
bugging,
dude,
Lotus. I don't trust you around nobody. You sitting up here, you echoing this girl a lot. That's bad. That's bad, bro.
I'm telling you the
Y'all
truth. I'm
niggas be
saying
up. Let me say something to you, Lotus. Q Butter and them been having a channel talking about how to
he's gonna
weed
say
out,
how I'm
weed
indigenous
out.
and no
Show
more.
off.
Hold
Go
on,
talk
hold
to his
on, hold
boyfriend,
on,
dude.
hold on. No, hold on. I want to say this to Lotus. Q Butter been saying how we weed out people like polite and shit like that. You niggas that be purposely lying, that shit is weird, bro. That shit is really
First
weird.
off,
Y'all, the
I
abos
didn't
be up
come
here
up here for this.
purposely
I
lying,
came
I am
for
scamming.
purposely
All of
Julanda
that
to
lying.
shit is
address
weird,
me because she
bro.
has an issue with me.
In the Ute
That's why I'm up
language,
here for.
Mo means people.
All
Boom.
right, Lotus. All right, bro.
In the
These be the
Ute
niggas we need
language.
to stay away from. Callie, everybody else on the panel, because these niggas is purposely lying. And Kiara's
No,
young.
you're
That's
lying.
And
You
not
there's
a
couldn't
lie.
niggas
make
That's
up
the
here.
history.
Ute Nahuatl
All right,
language.
bro. All right,
Andy,
bro. All
Andy,
right, bro.
pull it
No,
up. That's the
I
All right,
believe
Ute.
you.
stop talking.
I didn't
Andy,
Stop
I
come up
talking,
believe
here
you
bro.
that
for this.
I
I
can
came
believe
up
it.
Stop
here
talking,
I have
so
no
bro.
problem.
Julanda can address
I don't
me
have no problem
with
with
her
that. My
issue.
problem is niggas be purposely lying about information. We all grown, bro. We don't gotta lie, bro. We don't
What
got
information
why
am I
niggas going out
lying
their way
about?
to lie, bro?
You can't name
Niggas
any
is really going
information
out their
I'm
way to
lying
lie,
about.
bro. That shit is disgusting, bro.
What
I hope
information?
y'all don't got kids, bro. I be hoping y'all eyeball niggas don't have no kids. I hope, cause that shit is bad, bro. Y'all niggas really be on the
What
internet super
information are
lying.
you talking
You're
about?
calling us pseudo because I'm
Loaded,
claiming America
loaded,
is my home.
loaded,
What information?
loaded,
Wow.
loaded. You know you be up here super lying. You know you do, bro.
Name one thing. Then name one thing. That shouldn't be hard.
Most of
Julanda,
the
you
shit
are a
you
stupid
talk about,
asshole.
Nope. Name one thing.
we start talking about the Royal Society. You just make up everything, freestyle like a motherfucker off the Royal
That's not
Society.
freestyle. That's the people that
That's
control
you
your brain.
freestyling. You calling yourself a linguist? That's freestyle.
Hold,
That's
hold,
bullshit.
hold on.
Do you know what a
Julanda, come
linguist
on the
is?
panel if you got an issue with me.
No, tell
That's what
PNF
I'm
to
Everything
up
you
come
want
up.
to
here
He
say, I
like
for.
he
am.
get beat up.
I does this. Y'all don't.
You make up shit. You do. Oh, you do. I agree with that.
No, I
Lotus,
don't
you
make
make up
up.
shit
I don't
regularly. You
make up
do.
anything.
Constantly.
I just told you in the
Regularly.
Ute
You stay
Nahuatl
making up
language,
shit.
Mo means
Hold on.
people.
Lotus makes up shit, but most of the time he's up here just trolling. That's mostly what Lotus does. He's not up here being serious. He's doing the DoorDash, laughing at most of this shit. But he knows this shit is pseudo. He knows about basically everything he says is pseudo. But he don't share a lot of shit. When he does share shit, it's bullshit or has nothing to do with the
Yeah,
conversation.
right.
But
I've
most of
been
the time, but
I've been
most of the
debunking
time,
y'all for like a whole
time,
6 months.
you're up here trolling. You don't even like Kiara or even agree with her, but you'll do it because you're having fun. You think the shit's funny. You don't take her seriously. I know you
I
don't.
don't need him to take me serious. I'm not asking for his approval.
Yeah, like Lotus was making fun of you not that long ago.
I
Well,
don't care.
Hold on,
Do
but
you think I
you
care?
disrespect Lotus too. You disrespect Lotus too, and that's why he
Okay.
started getting on your helmet.
Okay.
But Lotus not taking you seriously, and he shouldn't.
And I told you I do not care.
You do. That's why you on the panel.
No, I came on a panel to address Julanda because she has
No,
an issue with
you're not trying to address Juju. Because
Yes,
you still
I
have
am. How
hold on.
you gonna tell
You
me what I'm
said
not
hold on.
trying to
You
do?
said
Like
hold on,
always,
sis.
like you're
You
just trying to
hold on.
tell somebody what they
You
is and what
said
they're not trying to
you
do,
said
who
that
they
she
are
called you
and who they're
the B
not.
word, right?
You're
You
just
said
like
she called. Hold
you're
on,
like
hold on.
a
I'm not trying to be
child,
funny,
just
sis.
a nagging, just nitpicking.
You said she called you the B word. You said you had proof. You should have shown that by now.
No, hold on, let me speak.
You don't want
I
none of Jew.
told her that I don't care.
You don't want to
She
see
brought
Jew.
it up, and I told her I don't care about something that happened 2 weeks ago. I told her that a few days ago.
I don't care.
And she's still mad in the chat.
Pan African more, can you turn off your mic, please?
It's off.
Thank you.
Okay. You want to go? Go ahead, Andy. You've been waiting to talk. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, I just want to ask her a question though. Like, since you like to call me mestizo, why the hell are you acknowledging my indigenous heritage? It makes no fucking sense, dude. And also
I
another
don't
question: do
acknowledge
you
you
have
as
an indigenous
indigenous.
man?
I don't acknowledge you as
Really, I don't
indigenous.
acknowledge you as indigenous either because you're
Okay,
a fucking
that's
fraud.
your opinion.
You're a fraud.
You're a fraud.
No, it's
How am
not.
I a fraud?
Hold on. We got the definition of mestizo right on the screen. You keep calling him out like you're disrespecting him, but actually it's a compliment because you're admitting that he's indigenous. I asked this
Exactly.
question because Smoke Signal does the same thing, and I brought it up the other day because he's been saying it for years, and everybody's been letting it go. And I decided to address him like, every time you call him mestizo, you actually call him an indigenous.
He's not
And then he tried to
Exactly.
run away from it.
originally like indigenous. He's mixed.
No, he's
You're not
indigenous.
originally indigenous.
He's mixed with
I'm indigenous. I'm
he's mixed
indigenous as
with
fuck,
the
dude.
original indigenous people. He's not indigenous like that.
He's not just indigenous. He's indigenous to North America.
And I am too.
He sound like he got
No,
German.
you're not.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
No, you're
Prove
not.
to me that I'm not.
I got fucking. I
I bet I look like the
got family
Olmec
members in my
statue.
bloodline that are
I
full
bet I look
blooded
like the Olmec
indigenous.
statue. I bet you don't.
No, you don't.
Look
No,
at
the
my
fuck you don't.
photo.
Really? Show me your stupid ass photo then. I'm fucking
Show
dead,
me
dude.
your face.
No, Andy has shown his face plenty of times. But Andy, don't even worry about going there. She's West and Central African, since she's confused. We don't have to
Yeah,
No,
disrespect
she has
her.
a hobo
Hold on.
fetish. We all know
We
that.
don't have to disrespect her and call out a name
You don't
or
know
call.
me
Because
from a
I was already
can of
doing that. Like I said, I already apologized for doing that. We don't have to do
You're
that.
steady
We don't
disrespecting me
have
by
to
trying to
call.
tell me I'm
We
something
don't
that I'm
have to
not.
call her
And I
dumb
told
or
you
nothing
don't
like
call
that.
me that no
She
more.
just someone that's confused, and that's okay.
No, you
She's young.
confused.
Yeah, she's butthurt.
No, I know.
Yeah.
I'm right. I got evidence on my side.
Me too.
Man, I was.
You don't have no evidence. You can't even
Yeah,
show
I
that
do.
you're from West
I
Africa.
got. Hold on, sis. I got genetics on my side. I have anthropology, archaeology, and historical documentation.
We got low key on the
what the
panel.
people said for themselves.
Yeah.
We
I'm
got
on here.
we got a more on the panel that can help you, sister.
What's cracking? What's the deal? I'm multitasking, so I might be a little bit distracted. I was on a mission when my comrade called me. I was already on a mission, but I'm just tapping in. I'm just listening in a little bit. I don't know what's going on, but I heard West Central African. I heard indigenous. I heard those
Hey,
terms.
how
So
about this?
what's going on?
Explain more and let her know about Moors and what Moors are and where they come from, things of that
His name
nature.
is
So
Pan African Morris. Shout out to that. I see that.
Yeah.
Your name already makes sense. Go ahead, continue, brother.
Yeah, so I'm the brother that just got the court order and got my race and national origin changed to Moor. And what's important, what a lot of people don't know,
is that when you read through the treaties through the 1600s through the 1800s, I've read through all of them several times. The four countries that were involved was Algeria, Libya, Tunisia, and Morocco, and they were making treaties with some European nations, United States, Great Britain, so on and so forth. And within those treaties, they didn't use the terms Algerian, Tunisian, none of that. They only used three terms to refer to the people that were protected by those treaties. That was Moors, Musliman, which came before Muslim, Muslim a later day term, Musliman, Musselmen, and Mohammedans. And they also referred to the Europeans as Christians and Englishmen. Now, also, what was a part of these treaties is West Africa. There was rights reserved specifically for all of West Africa. Now, we already know there are Moors in North Africa, but there are Moors all over the world because Moor was the international term that they used for people that look like me and look like Slip Double, dark
Whoa.
skin, or what we now call black. It went from Moor to Blackamoor to black. That was the international term. Now you have more tribal identifications, but this was the international term that they used whenever they saw somebody that looked like us. Now as far as indigenous is just pre-European. That's a so yeah, we're indigenous to this particular land that we're on here in North America because the Khoisan was here. The Khoisan Africans were here over 51,000 years ago. Check out the book here.
Whoa, I know
Well,
where you got that from.
no.
No, that came from that website, Real History. Hey, not a coincidence. You know that information he's talking about? It's on that website, Real History. It's on that website, Real History, for real.
Well, that's not true, brother.
Oh, for sure.
Not at all.
Okay, so
That shit pseudo as fuck.
No, it's not pseudo. It came from Dr. Imhotep, and you should check out Michael Imhotep's channel because I mean he's one of the coldest motherfuckers that's teaching about the Mayafa, about the Moors, about our history. Now they got physical evidence. They got tools that was left behind, DNA evidence, skeletons.
So let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Let me Pan African more. How did the Khoisan get to America?
I don't know how they got. I don't want to guess. I don't want to speculate. I could give you my speculation, but I don't know the exact way they got over here. I just know that they were over here over 51,000 years ago, based on the evidence that was found by the mother.
Well, hold on, real quick. You can go PNF. Hold on, real quick. Yo, I need everybody to like and share the video. I'm back now. Like, share the video. I don't know what we're talking about at this very moment, but go ahead, PNF.
Yeah, he was going out on how he changed his race to Moor, and he's a Pan-African Moor, and I have no problem with that.
And he explained how the Africans came from America. The Khoisan was over here. That's the
right. Yeah, that's his job. He can do all of that. That's what he do. So what I want to do is make a distinguishing of what we are, how we differ from Moors. We're Americans. We are Americans, and our pedigree of American is Moorish. We are the race of Americans. We are the indigenous and Aboriginal Americans. If we are descendants of Moroccans, that's not saying we're Africans. So that's one argument. And Noble Drew Ali said we fought. Hold on, I'm almost done. I promise you, I'll let people rebuttal. I don't just laugh at them. Noble Drew Ali never said we was African. He said we were the inhabitants. We inhabited the shores of Northwest and Southwest Africa after the Canaanites who followed the Cushites. He never said we were African. And on top of that, Moorish American.
Isn't this the same man that said he's going to answer my question, but didn't answer my question and he ran?
Answer your question, but I'm answering another man's question right now. But you jealous? Because I'm talking.
No, you
to
didn't
else.
answer my question, brother.
I will,
and I am jealous. You're bullying me. You're bullying me.
No, I'm not. I said I'll answer your question. I will. I said I will.
All right. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Now this is interesting. What you saying? It's interesting.
Yeah.
Hold on.
I mean, that kid said, "Don't interrupt me." He had already said it.
No, I didn't say that.
You didn't say that. I could have sworn you said.
Nah, I'll fuck with you. But Pan African more. I need a source for that Khoisan thing. And
yeah,
PNF.
The first Americans were Africans by Dr. Imhotep.
Right, that's cool. Yeah, I know.
Okay, that's cool. Okay, look, that's cool that he put it in a book. But so when we read these people, We got to understand where they're getting it from. We can't just be like, oh,
They got it. They got it
M.O.
from a
Tuck said it.
European. I want to say the European name was Alan Goodyear, but don't quote me on that. But he was the guy who actually found the evidence. It was a European guy. I think his name was Alan Goodyear.
See, this one I need to know is I don't know. Maybe I would like to pin that down and see where that came from. Because there's no evidence.
I mean,
for that.
but it's a lot of evidence for the Khoisan being here over 51,000 years ago. About 13 different forms of evidence left behind. But as far as the Moorish Americans are concerned, just addressing the Moorish Americans.
I can't let you get off that point real quick. So you said that it's not an evidence for. Can you give us a scientific article, archaeology, anything that proves that they were here 1,000 years ago? Can we get that?
Yeah, I think it's from Alan Goodyear. Alan Goodyear was the European that found the evidence.
Hold on, let me look up Alan Goodyear. How do you spell that? Is it Alan or Alan? Like ALAN or ALLEN?
ALLEN. Last name Goodyear.
Islam.
Hey, could I please say this? And I'm not going to interrupt Cali. I want him to prove his point, but I want to prove this point to Cali of taking things out of context. It's something in debates where you ask there's a point in a debate where you show sources, and I'm going to show you where you're wrong at, Cali. But go ahead.
Yeah, I don't see. I'm looking right now. I don't see anything about.
Well, for the
Alan
record,
Goodyear
PNF
and-
has never told about different races of Negroes in the United States. Never answered the question. For the record,
Alan Goodyear and the Khoisan people in America. I don't see any of that. That shit come
Okay,
right
who
up.
was that? Who just said that? No disrespect.
That's me, Cali Enigma.
The person who said that I didn't say get a racist.
Black Power banging.
Black Power banging. Okay, let's be technical and precise. I never said it was 3 races of Negroes. Never said that.
You said it was different races of Negroes.
Never said that.
Okay.
Yes, you did.
I press rewind.
Okay, so let me say what I say before he press rewind. I said the definition of Aboriginal is various copper colored races. And I said races, and I specified there's several races. As I was talking about my copper colored reddish brown skin, because he was talking about the blacks and how the blacks made fun of me when I was growing up, and I never felt black, right? So now I'm going in on the definition of copper colored race, and it's actually racist with an S. That's what I said. I said nothing about Negroes. Once again, you're not paying attention.
Okay, I still can't find anything about the Khoisan in America.
Yeah.
I'm still trying to.
I'm looking it up
So are the
myself.
Mexicans part of that race? We'll talk about this later. But no problem. I got you.
So I wanted to add on to what
not to cut you off, bro. Not to cut you off. 'Cause I've seen that before. The only place I ever read about the Khoisan being in America, and I knew it was garbage information, was off that website, Real History. That Real History website, which is pseudo as fuck.
As soon as I Googled it, it came up, but I'm quoting it from the book. But I just Googled Alan Goodyear, Africans in America, and it came right up under science. Hold on 1 second. Let me go back. ScienceDaily.com. New evidence puts man in North America 50,000 years ago. Let me go in. Let me see what.
Man in America, but it's what they got to do with the Khoisan though? And hold on, you said new book. How old is that article that you put up?
I found
it. And we talking about man, what kind of man? What kind of human? What kind of hominid?
University. This is the sources. University of South Carolina. The archaeologist is Dr. Albert Goodyear. And let's go in on the website.
Look, go ahead. Just read it. Just read it. I got it on the screen.
Occurred. Let's see.
Start from the summary. Start from the summary.
Okay, let's see. Radio chest carbon, blah, blah, blah. Artifacts at least 50,000 years old.
Now read it out loud.
The summary is radiocarbon test of carbonized plant remains where artifacts were unearthed last May along the Savannah River in Allendale County by University of South Carolina archaeologist Dr. Albert Goodyear indicate that the sediments containing these artifacts are at least 50,000 years old, meaning that humans inhabited North America, long before that last ice age. And then it goes into the full story. Now, this is off the website. I don't got the book in front of me because I'm not at home.
So okay, they're not talking about they're not talking about the
2004 too.
Khoisan. It's
No, not at
2004.
all.
They're not talking about the Khoisan. This is actually they talking about the copper site.
Yep.
Right. So there's
You said
problems
that
with
they're
it.
talking about who?
The Topper site.
Topper site. Who is that?
That's what they call it. Topper site. It's in North Carolina.
He's
Yeah,
talking
but
about
But are you saying that they're not talking about the Khoisan? Then who are they
No,
talking
not at
about?
all. Not at all, bro.
and that's not. I think that's only 20,000 years dated, brother. I might be wrong
Yep.
though.
No,
No,
actually,
it's about, I think
so,
about 25,000. You're right.
No. So the problem with this, no. The problem with this is that the artifacts are dated at 3,000, but the
Facts.
primary excavation went down to a level at 50,000. Searching for evidence, but they didn't find any evidence at 50,000.
Facts.
That's the problem. So there's this misconception as they found 50,000-year-old stuff. No, they didn't. The stuff that they found was dated to 3,000.
And on top of this article is outdated. You know what I'm saying? From 2004.
Yeah. So
there's been
we can
more,
even look at
more better
so,
information's come along.
Hold
since
on,
then.
real quick. Previous Clovis dispute in 2004, Albert Goodyear of University of South Carolina announced that carbonized plant remains. Hold on, let me show you. Carbonized plant remains found as dark stains in the light soil at the lowest excavated level at the top of site have been radiocarbon dated to approximately 50,000 years ago, or approximately 37 years before the Clovis people. Goodyear, who began to excavate the top of site in the 1980s, believed the lithic objects at the level are rudimentary stone, tools, and thus artifacts. Other archaeologists dispute this conclusion, suggesting that the objects are natural and not human-made. Some archaeologists also have challenged the radiocarbon dating of the carbonized remains at Topper, arguing that 1, the stain represents the results of a natural fire, and 2, 50,000 years is a theoretical upper limit of the effective radiocarbon dating, meaning that the stratum is radiocarbon dead, rather than dating to that time period. Goodyear discovered the objects by digging 4 meters deeper than the Clovis artifacts readily found at the site. Before discovering the oldest lithics, he had discovered other objects which he claimed were tools dating around 16,000 years old, or about 3,000 years before Clovis. Right? So we see what the argument is. One, they're saying that these stains that they're saying is from a fire, man-made fire, isn't. That's what most archaeologists say. It's just Goodyear saying that it is. Again, this is from 2004, and that 50,000 years is when they do radiocarbon dating. That's the longest it can go is 50,000 years. So that's when they say when you get to that, it's like it's radiocarbon dead. They need to use something else that goes past that to actually solidify that 50,000 years, because that's at the limits of it. So there's a lot of problems with this, but yeah, if you want to keep reading this other article, you can.
I want to say goodbye, guys. I got to go take my cat to the vet, but you guys have a nice day.
All right, peace, Andy.
Hello? They're still checking. If you're having issues. Okay, here we go.
Oh, you up here twice, Pan African More. Which one is you?
Yeah,
And he might have logged in with his computer and was probably logged in on his phone and probably just logged in with his computer. That's what probably happened.
Which one? You the one that just popped on, right? Yo, you there?
Yeah, hello? Can you hear me?
Talk again.
What I was doing is I was actually trying to. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I
Go
hear
ahead.
you.
Okay, now what happened is I was actually trying to pull up something, another source, about the court sign, and when I hit the home button on my phone, it actually like took me out of in regards to some of this information, but it looked like it's not gonna let me do it. It's not gonna, because when I did it, it took me right out of the chat.
I'm just telling you
Okay.
about the court
Nah, 'cause
sign,
that's
bro.
probably because you're on your phone the way you came in on your phone. Did you go
Yeah,
to you had to go on stream your like when you click the link, it gives you options. You got to use the default browser.
but when it comes to the whole
And
idea
then you
about
can
the
go back and
Khoisan,
forth.
when it comes to the Khoisan in America, if this evidence was readily available, it wouldn't just be in like an article or something here. It would be easily accessible, something you can find with no issue.
It would
There's
be a
just none
big
of that.
deal. It would be a big deal.
A massive deal.
Anyone would
But
do it.
hold on, the more you understand that this article it doesn't mention the Khoisan at all, right?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
We hear you.
Okay. Yeah, no,
This
I wasn't.
article it doesn't.
Quoting from my phone.
Nah,
Yeah,
go
the
ahead,
only
my bad.
reason why I even read the summary is because it sound like it got some echo going on. I can hear myself talking. Is it
You
too?
breaking up,
Does it
bro?
have me up
You
there
breaking
twice?
up.
Okay, I'm gonna X out and I'm gonna come back in.
Yo, hold on. Before you do that, you are up here twice. Which one? You on two different devices? Which one you on?
No, what happened is that whenever I went to go check my files, it takes me completely out of YouTube altogether. And when I came back in, it brought me in twice. So I'm gonna have to
You know
leave.
what?
I'm gonna try to leave out.
Yeah, kick him out, and then he should be able to come back and let him
So
come
look,
back in
yeah,
because
but
maybe
when
they'll
you
be
come
saying it.
back in, go through your you on an iPhone?
No, I'm on Android.
But go through the web browser. Like, what web browser you got? Safari? What you got?
No, they don't have Safari on no damn
No, I'm
Android.
using YouTube.
Oh,
I'm
I
using
don't know.
YouTube Maps.
Nah, but go through the
You
web
on an
browser. I
Android?
don't know. I always had an
Let's be
iPhone. I
No,
don't
no
know.
Safari, no
hey,
Safari on Android.
hey,
I don't
Safari
know.
is an
you just being on
Apple browser.
you,
I'm an
you being
Apple
on
guy. I don't
yeah,
know,
me
man.
too. Me too. You being on Android speaks
And
volumes.
I mean, I hate apples. But
Everybody
yeah, you
making
know what
sense.
though? But you know what? This whole thing, like I said, I know
Nah,
where
but
that
hold
come
on, real
from.
quick, Callie, because Callie, he about to drop off and come back on. But try to go through, copy the link and go through your web browser, and then you could go back and forth to if you want to go on the internet and stuff and get a source so you don't get kicked out. You heard?
Okay, he heard you.
All right, I'm gonna leave out. I'm gonna
But
come back in.
okay, no, I'm saying, but I know where that comes from, bro. Because this lady, she tried to bring this to me like right before the pandemic, like 4 years ago. She showed me that then she gave me the link to the website, and I went to go look. I said, "This is a pseudo ass website with no sources." It was right on Real History, that Real History website. I'm being dead ass serious. You can go find it on the Real History where they're claiming the Khoisan are the real indigenous people of the Americas. That
I
they had been here from 50,000 years, 50,000 to 100,000 years. Bro, I'm being dead ass serious.
I hope
So
homeboy.
look,
Let's go ahead.
but this is actually another like so he added the Khoisan into this, which I never heard that aspect to it. Yo, everybody like the video, share the video.
No doubt.
But I never heard that aspect to it. But this is something that Aboriginals do try to bring up, where they try to put themselves ahead of the time frame that humans are in America, right? But again, they use old data and they're not using updated data when they talking about this type of site. I knew exactly what
Facts.
he's talking about because A1 talks about this site, right? But they said these conclusions are disputed, right? And it's all it is the dispute is not about really about the 50,000 years. It's about if these things is pre-Clovis or not. That's really the dispute. It's not the 50,000. But go ahead.
And they also pull up that one. They also pull up that one site where they find maybe like artifacts or something like that, which could be like just broken rocks that happen to be like smashed mastodon bones, right? Mastodon
Mm-hmm.
bones, right? And they always pull
That's the
that
one in
site up too to
California.
prove that they're humans too. Yeah, the one in California. So they always try to pull that up too to make claims that those people were here. But they were talking about not modern humans. They were talking about ancient humans on
No, what?
that site.
Nah, I mean, yeah, no. So on that in the California site, it's a question of what type of humans. That's what they're trying to say, but they don't leave out
Yeah.
that it could be ancient humans, like you're saying, right?
Right.
They want to put Homo sapiens sapien there, but they can't because they would be the so. If Homo sapiens came here at what is it 130,000 years ago, right? You would actually
Right.
see them earlier on in Asia and so and other places. What
Facts.
you don't. You get what I'm saying?
No.
So nah,
And there would
in
be more
California,
genetic mutation. There'll be more genetic mutations if they had been there that long. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
because they would be further apart from the Asian, their closest ancestors, the Asians, right? They
Yeah, if
would be
they've been there
further apart,
for 130,000 years, they would be distinct, and they aren't.
distinctly apart, and they're
Yeah,
not exactly. Yep, because they're only about 20 to 30,000 years apart,
years
right?
removed. Yeah,
Which does cause, which in that time frame you'll get a lot of different mutations, but
there, there's a lot of subclades. There's a lot of
yeah,
subclades on the habitat, but it's still the same habitat. You know what I'm saying?
mm-hmm.
There's a lot of subclades. But yeah, it's no different, man. What the dude was saying about all this moors and trees, it's just silly. It's not true. England had a treaty with Morocco early on, but not with Tunis, not with Algeria. What no such thing as no damn Algeria. I mean, it's just
No, but
running talk, man.
Cujo,
It's
did you hear him
not
say
true.
that? Did you hear him say that Moorish was a term that was used for all the people that look like you and me around the world?
I mean,
Like he was saying,
in
like
certain parts of
he
America,
implied that
it
they had
was
been
at
there.
one point.
I know, no, he wasn't implying that. He's not implying what you think he's implying,
Oh
but he
no,
was
I know what
implying
he.
that they had been there for like
Oh
hundreds,
yeah.
even like
Oh
a
no.
1,000 years.
No,
They were
I know.
Moors all over the world.
Yeah, that's bullshit. That's
I
absolute
know.
bullshit. Absolute bullshit. That's absolute bullshit. They just want to believe that shit. Noble Ali said in their Circle 7 Quran, which I have one, said that old man Cush allowed a group of Moabites to settle in what's now Africa. That's what it says. So I don't care what you say, it still would be. You still would be African.
Kara,
All
you hear
around the
that?
world, the
You hear
same
That's
that,
what
way.
it
Kara?
says in your Circle 7 Quran.
What's up, Kara? Do you hear that?
You are American.
Yes, I am an
Hey,
American.
no,
Thank
but
you.
Cujo, he do believe he's a Moor, but an African,
Yeah,
and
but
that's one thing about Kiera. I was gonna ask Kiera, do you see how the brothers on the panel didn't agree with somebody that considered himself to be African, didn't agree with the information, still challenged it,
hey, look,
and
at this
you
point in
can't
time,
when somebody else come on with some information, you can't say everything they say if it sound like it's Aboriginal, it's all correct.
ain't no
You know what I
half
mean?
stepping. Ain't no half stepping no more. It ain't no.
Ain't no
We passed that more stuff. We need to be past that
Okay.
because all they're looking for is an identity. They're looking for something to say that they're not niggas. They're looking for something to say that they don't descend from slaves. That's all that shit is.
And I don't. I told you that.
Right, right, exactly. You prove my point.
You can't prove me. You
Yes,
can't
I
prove that
can.
to me.
I can prove it to
No,
you.
prove it then. Show me
Well,
my family history.
let's go.
I want you to show
Let's
me
go.
my family
Okay, let's
history.
All
do
right.
let's do
Hold on, real quick.
genealogy right
Cujo.
now.
Yeah,
Hold
that's
on,
what I'm gonna
Coach. He
say.
came back on. You
Hold
guys can
on,
go after. They came
No,
back on.
let's do it right now. Let's pull
real
it up
quick.
right now.
Real quick. So this what I'm gonna say. Kira, you saying if somebody you would have to give up some names. I don't know if you're willing to do that.
Hold on. I didn't even come up here for that. I came on the
Well, that's what
panel
you getting,
because
chick. That's what
no,
She
you
wants
getting.
to run.
Nah, hold on, y'all, please listen. At least let her get more than 2 words out. Come on, y'all.
no. What I'm saying is that I didn't come on a panel to, be involved in this conversation. I came on the panel because this female Julanda is steady disrespecting me in the
Hold
chat.
on,
If she
Kira,
has an
hold
issue
on.
with me, come up here and address me.
Hold on, Kira. Kira, please. This is not what this is for. We up here, we want to talk about history and stuff like that.
Okay, but you got someone in your chat disrespecting me, calling me cunts and hoes and
All
right,
right,
Kiara,
look, we're gonna do that another time. If you're not gonna address this, go ahead. Let me address the more questions. I don't want to play no games with this. I was already addressing Pan African Moor, so if you want to ask her any questions about Moor or why she a Moor, just ask me that. But cool. I didn't even see you up there. I couldn't see the name. My bad. What's good, PNF? Yo, I was out for a little second. I had helped my family move some stuff out the storage. I'm back now, so excuse me if I ain't say what's up to y'all, but
and I
Yes,
just jumped
appreciate
in
you.
the conversation. You know what I'm saying? But peace, everybody.
Peace, peace,
Uh,
peace.
Big up, Virginia.
so basically, we had a reset, right? So y'all keep screaming this more, more, more. Did any Moors write any, like in the 1800s? Can we find like Moors writing books or having newspapers, saying the things y'all say?
Well, let me address
No.
what we was addressing before. I had the little issue when I was trying to find this information. I wanted to add on to this information dealing with Allen Goodyear. So, from the book "The First Americans Were Africans" by Dr. Imhotep, on page 14, it talks about evidence of an African presence 51,700 years ago. I just have a screenshot from in my phone so I can add on a little bit more from that book. 51,700 years ago, in a campsite in Allendale County, South Carolina, discovered by Dr. Albert Goodyear. What was found was artifacts, architecture, campsites, carvings, Egyptian writings, footprints in lava, genetic M174, D haploid groups, linguistics, paintings, skulls, skeletons, structures, and tools. I wanted to add that in.
All right, all right, hold on, real quick.
I need that link.
No, stop. No, it's not a link. It's a book.
There's a
We
book.
understand. It's a book, and David It's David Imhotep's book. Cool. Now let's listen what David Imhotep said. He said Albert Goodyear claims these things. Right here, right? We got what Albert Goodyear claims. He doesn't claim to find anything Egyptian or anything African at that site at all.
Facts.
So let's just deal with that. Forget about whether it's true or not. Albert Goodyear doesn't even claim to find the things that Imhotep is claiming to find.
Man, he made that up.
So this is what I can do is once I
look,
get
remember, my bad. I just want to say this.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, I just want to say we got Albert Goodyear's thing right here.
Got you. So what I have to do is I have to go into the book so I can look deeper into Allen Goodyear myself and find out more about it. But what I also, and so I want to, if as far as that goes, just put a thumbtack in there. We can come back and we can address that when I have more information. I don't know what source that you're pulling from, to say that Allen Goodyear. Well, since we're talking about it, what source are you stating the claim that Allen Goodyear?
He's going to a science. He's using a scientific article.
Hold on, look. I'm going check it out. I'm going to the article. You remember you said, "Oh, look, I googled it real quick and I found it. New evidence was man in North America 50,000 years ago." That article.
Okay.
That's from Albert Goodyear. So again, that's both of your. We're using both of your sources, right?
Yep.
We got the Imhotep.
I only got one source. I only Googled it because it was suggested to since it was suggested to Google it to see if we could find it because I don't have the book in front of me.
No, I got you.
But my source, the only source that I can claim. Well, let me just say this: the only source that I can claim I can add any validation to is Dr. Imhotep because I've listened to him. I listened to his student Michael Imhotep, so I can give some kind of validation to the source.
No, but bro, you hear what I'm saying, brother?
You're not validating the source by saying you agree with somebody.
Brother.
No, I'm not.
That's not a source.
No, but brother, Dr. Albert Goodyear, he's not saying that he wrote his own article. He's not saying what David Imhotep said, bro.
He's not.
Yeah,
he's not.
That's the
He's
point. Look.
Okay, let me say something to the comment. The other dude said a comment. He said that I'm agreeing that validates it because I agree with him. No, that ain't what validates it. What validates it?
Hold on, real quick. Don't worry about the comment section. Just worry about us up here, bro. Forget the comment section, right? So this is look. If you look on the screen, Albert C. Goodyear, evidence pre-Clovis sites in eastern United States. He's talking about the same type of site, right? Pre-Clovis, South Carolina type of site. He doesn't say anything about any African Egyptian artifacts. We have to understand that. So if Imhotep is sourcing him, he's already misquoting him. Do you get that point? Because we don't need the book right now. We don't get that. That's why I asked you where is Imhotep
saying he got it from. So we tracked that down. Goodyear. Right? Now we can have an argument about if Goodyear's right on the dating and all that, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about if there's any African stuff there. And Goodyear doesn't talk about anything African there. Nothing.
Okay.
Right?
For now, I'll give you that.
Yeah, hold on, not to cut you off, bro. He's a paleoarchaeologist. You know what that means, right? Paleoarchaeologist?
What does that mean?
It means that his work, he's an archaeologist in the Americas.
Okay. Well, let me say this. If this is this source that you have up here, you're saying that this comes directly from Alan Goodyear himself. He's saying what he found in particular.
Yeah.
And
this is his work. It's his work.
Even if he does, this is what I have to look into. I have to see in totality, besides just this source that you pulled up, I have to see what else did he say. I have to see more. I have to look and see if there's more up-to-date information, if there's more information coming from him. I can't just go off of this one source that you pulled up and me come to a complete conclusion based on that.
Would you like for him to
he's on his wiki, so there's more sources. There's more sources.
So,
keep pulling them up, not a coincidence.
So I'm pulling them from the top of site. I'm just pulling Goodyear sources about.
Paleo means ancient, by the way.
Yeah, but the point is, Goodyear, he doesn't mention anything about anything African that he found at this site. So Imhotep is just inserting that.
Okay, we could revisit that, but what I want to address was what the Moorish American said. In particular,
okay, we can address that, brother. But hopefully you understand what they saying that Imhotep could be a little pseudo. He got some good stuff in there though. He's hiding the fact that we're Aboriginal.
No,
that's what
I understand
Imhotep is doing.
No, I understand exactly what they're saying about Imhotep. I'm gonna go back in and I'm gonna look into that myself. I'm gonna look into that. Definitely duly noted what y'all are saying about Imhotep. But I want to address the Moorish American.
Okay.
And if there's any other Moors that's on this chat as well, because he said Prophet Noble Drew Ali said this, and he said that we're descendants of Moroccans, and
he did.
Now, first of all, descendants of Moroccans. Now, when you're going into court and you going in there and you claim that you're a Moor, and let's say if you have a case and you want Moors on the jury, well, first you got to prove that you're a Moor. If you go in there talking about you're a descendant of Moroccan, you're just making it more difficult on yourself. Now, what you can say is that you're from a region where the Sultan of Morocco had jurisdiction.
Man, that is complete bullshit, man. Ain't nobody gonna sit here and listen to you say that shit. That's bullshit. You ain't doing that. Dude, I am from right.
That's Cujo.
About what's bullshit. What makes it bullshit? You said it's bullshit. What makes it bullshit?
You can't do that. Don't nobody care about what you say when you.
He says everything is wrong.
Who gives a fuck about what you say? Come with some facts.
Bullshit. Come with some facts. No, Drew Ali never said none of that shit. He ain't never say. I was in the tub. I grew up in that shit. He ain't never say that shit. None of that's in the temple. None of that's in the Circle 7.
He didn't never say what? What, that we're descendants of Moroccans? I'm talking about what the Moorish American earlier said. He said he was quoting Noble Drew Ali. You said Noble Drew Ali never said that from Moroccans?
What's your nationality? Moorish American. What's a Moorish American? A descendant of Morocco born in America. That's in your questionnaire, brother.
That's not my questionnaire. I'm not more science type, brother.
That's what I was trying to tell y'all. I was distinguishing that.
No. All that shit.
I'm a Moor. I'm not a Moorish American.
Cujo is just denying everything
and attaching American to my title, to my race, to my national origin. I ain't fuck the U.S. Fuck the U.S. Fuck that American shit.
What you
and look. And just because I say fuck American, it don't mean that I'm saying we're indigenous to this land, but we're indigenous to the world.
We are not.
Indigenous to the motherfucking world.
That ain't even what I said. Now y'all arguing, bro. Like how I start to an argument.
How can you say everybody's indigenous to the world if that's the case?
Nah.
How are you indigenous to the world? No, we're not.
And Europeans are not indigenous to nothing, to nowhere.
And he's saying that we're not the oldest.
What?
Oh my God.
Hold on. Europeans aren't indigenous to Europe?
Hold on, real quick.
What?
I'm going to tell you why we're not the oldest.
Hey, not a coincidence. got to stand on that claim. Not a coincidence.
Look.
You
Okay,
got to stand on
okay,
that
cool.
claim.
There's no
Okay,
oldest.
look. Okay,
The oldest have to be.
okay. What particular region are Europeans indigenous to in Europe specifically?
They're indigenous to Asia, Central Asia, more than
No,
likely.
what specific location? Where exactly do they come from? Specifically, location,
You
They
just
come
land
told
from
me.
mass.
Africa like
Hold
everybody
on.
else. They
Hold
come from
on.
Africa like
Asia is
everybody
a
else.
continent. Asia is a continent.
And Europe
Specifically, where are
and
they
Europe
indigenous
is a
to?
peninsula of Asia. So they come from Asia, like I said, all over that
That's a
motherfucker.
continent.
No,
You got to be
yes.
specific, bro.
Europe is a
They
peninsula
come
of
from
Asia.
Africa.
Europe is not a continent. Europe is not really a continent, if you really want
It's
to be
Eurasia,
right.
really, or just
Yeah,
Asia, right?
no, it's just Asia. Yeah, Europe
We
is
don't. So basically, what
a
y'all saying, y'all don't know where they come from. Y'all, they
No,
from
we
Asia,
do.
they from
no,
They come from
Africa.
We
Africa.
do. We
they come
actually
from,
do.
they come from Africa like everybody else. See, you're
Okay,
looking
you
at
saying
race like white people told you
Europeans
what
come from
race was.
Africa?
Yes, everybody does.
Everybody does. All humans
All human
migrated.
beings.
I mean, originated from Africa.
They descend from a group. They descend from groups of black people more than
Okay.
likely.
He's
Okay.
laughing, bro. He's
Okay.
laughing, bro. Can you show us
Yo,
any
that's
scientific
crazy.
evidence that agrees with you that that didn't happen?
No, you just want to.
Hold on,
All
it's too
you
many
do.
questions. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Cujo got the floor right now. Kylie, hold on. You asking good questions though, but I don't. It's too many questions being thrown around
Brother,
at once.
No problem. Not a coincidence. No problem.
I came from the same shit. But what I'm saying is, dude, to say that we're indigenous to everywhere, you are using a European concept of race and trying to legitimize it. That's basically what you're doing. Because black people or people you call Moors aren't all the same people. People in Africa aren't all the same people. There's no such thing as a black race. So to say that
I
black
never said
people,
that.
there's no such thing. So who is this
I
we that
never
was
said,
all
I never said
indigenous
that
to
we're
the
all
earth?
the same people.
Who is this we
I
then,
never
brother?
said that.
Who is this we?
I would never say that we're all
Brother,
the
who
same
is
people
this
because
we?
we're not all the same.
Brother, who is this we that you're speaking of? You said we're indigenous to the planet. What we? Which ones?
I'm talking about African people.
Everyone's indigenous to the planet. Which African people are indigenous to the planet, brother? Because we're not all one people. You just said that. You
My
can't have it
family.
both ways. You cannot have it both
Well,
ways. You can't.
I'm talking about people that have my phenotype who are, yeah, we're using the term African. My last name is Akibalan, but we're I don't want to get into a debate about the term
There's
African.
no debate.
I use it because it's a well-known term. We know it
Yeah,
goes to a
because the
specific
world uses
land.
it. It makes sense.
I'm saying that people that look like me, what we call African people, are the oldest people on the planet. When you go to different places in the world, different continents, you're going to find people that look like me as the oldest people in those particular land masses.
Because you believe in race. Because you believe that because they look different.
I don't believe in anything.
Wait a minute.
I'm saying
Yes,
that
you do.
whenever I've looked
Yes, you
up,
do. I'm
the
gonna tell
oldest
you why.
people in all these
Because
places
you're
is
saying the
always
oldest
somebody that
people.
looks like me.
You're saying the oldest people shared your phenotype. The oldest people shared your phenotype, as if there are different people than the people who don't share your phenotype. The black Negritos who live in Cambodia and all that, they aren't genetically more related to Africans than they are to the Asians that they live around. Those are Asian people that live there. They're not African. The Adamanalidas who look like they're from the fucking Congo, they aren't African. They have more in common with the Indians. They have more in common with all other Asian groups. So no, that's not true. The reason I said we're not the oldest people is because there was no second people. We're all human beings. There's only one group of human beings. That's it. There's no second people. There's no second race and third race. If you want to say that the original human beings look like you, I can agree with that. But that could be argued as well. But I can agree that more than likely the phenotype that's shared amongst the African continent, shared on the African continent right now, is probably the oldest phenotype. I'll say that. But to say that we're the oldest people, we're not any much. I mean, there's no second people. There's no such thing as a second race and third race and all this nonsense. But if you need that to make you feel good,
Oh, okay. So you saying that
I'm telling the
these
truth.
people that we call Chinese people, these Japanese people are just as old as we are, and that they don't come from us. That
they're all
They
just
don't
all
come
they
from
just
us.
mute. There was a
They don't come
mutation
from
that
us.
occurred.
They don't come from us. They come from our ancestors, just like we do.
Facts.
They don't come from us.
Okay, well that's what I'm saying. If they come from our ancestors, that means our ancestors.
We're all the same species.
They're their ancestors too, brother.
Yeah, we're all the same
not
species,
our
bro.
ancestors. They're not our
Hey man,
ancestors.
look.
And why they smell like dog and got lice then?
They say we stink too, for the record. I don't agree with them,
I
but
don't
I've
stink.
been to Korea.
Speak for
No, we
yourself.
do have a smell.
I smell
Some
like
people
cocoa
do.
butter.
Yeah, they say we smell like peanuts. That's what
Hey
they say.
man, we gotta
That's what they say
differentiate.
for real.
We
That's
gotta
what they say
differentiate
for
the
real.
offspring from the
No,
parent.
there's no
We're the
first.
parent, they're the
They're not the
offspring.
parents. They're not the parents. You need to get
It
out there.
doesn't look. It doesn't mean that they have to feel belittled or they gotta feel
They
lesser
are not
than.
the parents.
Hey, I still consider them to be indigenous people as well because they're pre-European, they're pre-colonial. It don't take nothing away from them that they're our
Colonial.
offspring.
No, I mean,
That's not me downing them.
How would they be our
colonial.
offspring, bro?
I mean,
Y'all
colonial
didn't
implies
y'all just say that they
colonize.
come from us?
No, they don't
Said
come
that
from
they're a
us. They come
mutation.
from our
So that
ancestors.
means that we're the
No,
parent.
that mutations occurred out inside and outside of Africa, bro.
Africa. Yeah,
It don't mean that they weren't here.
that don't mean
No,
that they are.
they're the same species for a reason.
They're the same thing. They're just a different. They just look different. All of us descend from Africans. Even
Okay, y'all.
Africans. Even
Okay, what
Africans.
I'm saying is that people that look like me and Black Power banging, we have the oldest phenotypes
You can say that.
on the planet.
That's
We got the
debatable.
oldest
I
phenotypes.
can know that.
We're the originals.
But
They're the Aboriginals.
We're not the
phenotypes.
original.
Africa has
No,
every
we're not
phenotype on
the.
Earth is in Africa. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Every
You can say
phenotype
we
on Earth is in
share that.
Africa right now.
I'm saying the oldest people. When you look at the Twa people and you look at the Khoisan people, yeah, the Khoisan got tight eyes, but they're still dark skinned people. The Twa are still dark skinned
Average.
people. Those
They're
are the
average.
oldest people on the planet. They look like me and Black Power Bang.
They
They
have
look
the
like us. They
oldest
don't look like
phenotype. They have
Chinese
But
people,
but,
they have
Japanese
the
but you
oldest
don't
people.
descend from
Africans.
them Khoisan, bro. You descend from Western Central Africans.
Right. I
Okay,
mean, we
but
don't descend
those
from modern
Western Central
Khoisan.
Africans still look just like the Twa people and like the Khoisan people.
A lot
No,
of
they
them
do
do.
not.
A
No,
lot
they
of
do
them.
Dark,
not.
bro, they're dark skinned. The
No, they do
Khoisan got
not.
tight eyes.
You
The
you think
Khoisan got
that
tight eyes.
hold
The
on,
Twa people are
before
short.
you guys
The
go.
Twa people are
You think
short.
that the
They're
Khoisan
still
and Nigerians look alike? Or the Khoisan, like you think the Khoisan and Igbo,
A lot of West
Yoruba,
Africans do have
Isan
tight eyes,
look
though.
alike? You think that
They
they
talking
look
about the
like
almond
the
eye shape.
Khoisan? And let's be quiet, bro. I'm talking. Chill. And so you think that all those people look alike? You think people from Makongo look alike? You think people from Mende tribe? You think that these people look like the Khoisan? Are you kidding me?
bro,
The people from up there in Niger, the people from Benin. You think those people look like the
I don't,
Khoisan people?
bro, I don't understand the disassociation with these dark skinned people and us. I don't understand. I
Hell, they're
got
not even
people. I got,
genetically linked, bro. They have no genetic connection at all. They're far removed from each other. You know that, right?
bro. You can,
Hold on,
bro.
real
You can
quick,
just,
real quick,
bro.
real quick. I'm
You
hold
can
on, real
look at the
quick.
people.
Yeah,
Okay.
hold on, real quick. I'm listening, right? So I'm just listening, and I really not understanding what's the point of this conversation. So if somebody could let me know what the point is, because if I'm lost,
I guess
kind of a little
he's
bit.
trying to say
I understand the point that it made,
that
but
Native Americans. He's trying to say that we look like. He's trying to say that Black Americans look like the Khoisan people. Or he's trying to make some type of connection there through lookership. Most of us don't look like people from Khoisan. We look like Western Central Africans.
Let me ask a question. Okay, we look like Western Central Africa. Okay, so let me ask a question. Why the term Black American?
What? Why the term Black American?
Huh?
That's a fairly recent
Why
thing.
you said Black American? Why utilize the term? But who are the Black American? Why Black American? Why that term?
That's what we just decided to
hold
call
on, real quick.
ourselves.
No, yeah, we
We
decided to
ain't
call
Okay.
ourselves. But look, it comes from because they started calling us Negro, and then we speak English. The people that spoke English, instead of all the time calling us Negro, they also called us Black. Black and Negro interchangeably.
So basically, you let someone name you.
Yeah,
No,
you let someone name you too.
No, I didn't let no one
Yes,
name
you
me.
do.
You
You
didn't
call
No,
name
I
yourself
don't,
a
because I
Moor.
don't
You
identify
call
as
yourself
Black.
Kiara.
Hold
You
on,
didn't name yourself.
stop. No. She calls herself a Moor. Moors don't call themselves Moors. They don't.
They do
Yeah, they
that.
Spaniards
do.
did.
They do
Iberians
that.
did.
No, they
Yeah, they
don't.
do.
No, they
No, they
don't.
Yeah,
don't.
they do.
No, they don't.
No, they don't.
Yeah, they
They
do.
do now. They
More
do
come
now.
from
You got
Maury.
people who do
Now,
it now.
not in
Yeah.
history.
Oh, yeah, not in history.
More come from Maury.
Yeah,
More,
Maury.
more is just the
Well,
English,
hold on.
English
Stop.
version of Maury.
Real quick, let's not get away. So, whatever. We let people name us. Yes, we didn't. Originally, we was Igbo, Yoruba, Ashanti, etc. Right? And then we come over here. They turn us into Black and Negroes. We let that happen. Cool, but we accepted that and we move forward.
Okay,
It
so
still
if you
doesn't
accept
change the
that,
fact. No, hold on. No, I accept it because that shit happened way before I was born.
okay, but if you accept that, why do you have to push that on me because you identify as that?
Because if you really did your genealogy record, you're gonna see that your people was labeled black and Negro.
Yeah,
That's it. So you can deny it all you
Yeah,
want. I'm not.
Yeah, you the
I'm
one
not
living
like.
in Kansas.
You're using like the modern English term of Negro, which is gonna say black.
No, what other term for Negro is there besides
Word.
river? Besides
Okay,
river, because
the
there's no
the
etymological.
Spanish etymology for Negro means
There's
more. I
no,
gave
it
the
means
link
black.
to
It
Not a
means
New
black.
Race.
It means black. It's
It
a
means
No, it
synonym.
black.
doesn't.
Look it up again.
No, it
Negro.
doesn't.
Negro
They
means
tack
black.
black to it. They're
No, there's
attaching
more
the
than that.
English
Hold
word.
on, you guys.
Kira, Kira.
Hey, I want to help
It
you
doesn't
out.
say more. It doesn't say more. It says black or more.
It clearly says more. They're gonna put the English version of black to more to confuse you.
It says no. So if look, so your source is supposed to confuse us. That's what you're saying. You're saying
Let me help. I want to help the sister out. I want to help the sister out as far as Moor. I've heard this argument 1,000 times that we didn't call ourselves Moors. Besides the fact that you got people on the planet right now that's outside of America that call themselves Moors.
Yeah, you do.
I got a source for you.
Yeah,
Page 38 of the Knights Templar of the Middle East, The Hidden History of the Islamic Origins of Freemasonry by HRF Prince Michael of Albany and Walid Amin Salhab. Moor is the English transliteration. They actually called themselves Maori. And North Africa at the time was referred to as Mauritania. So this whole notion that we didn't call ourselves Moors, yes, Moor is the English version, but we called ourselves Maori, along with a lot of other terms that sound similar to Moor.
It's the same word, and it's a Latin
Hold on
word.
real quick. Hold on real quick.
And a Greek word, and it does mean black. It does. It's just that
No,
simple.
I don't deny that. I don't deny that at all.
And they call Mauritania means land of the blacks.
One thing, one thing I want to interject. So, for example, if we go to Africa, we could say that we was called these names in Africa. If we talk about the Nguni people, the Zulu are from the Nguni people. Quebe is from the Nguni people, and there's a lot of different people that's from the Nguni, but they are from West Africa. And in West Africa, they may have not been called Nguni. So even the same people still in Africa, names change. So to say that our name would not change from history is foolish.
All right, hold on, y'all. Hold on. We got somebody new on the paddle. Cuban Crisis. What's good, bro? You there?
Peace. I just wanted to just say this. I'm gonna hop off because this shit's giving me a migraine. So
peace to you, Cuban Crisis.
Whoever's saying peace, whoever's saying negro does not mean black and did not come from the Iberians, present day Spanish and Portuguese, you are very wrong. Negro is where Negro comes from. Negro was a part of the Lacoste system. It was a terminology given to Africans. Okay, that's first of all. And it's a word that's still used in Spanish that depending on the sentence, depending on how it's being presented, can be derogatory or it can be something that's not derogatory. There's a wine that's called Negro Gato, which means the black cat. That's what it means. Then you have the word Moreno, which means black, that they came up with. No West Central Africans were calling themselves Morenos or Negros. Moreno is where you get this term Moor. Moor is
that's not true.
That's a lie.
That's false.
That's a lie.
Hold on. Don't stop. Do not interrupt him. Don't interrupt him. Let him.
You got to cover the source for that.
Hold on. Listen. Stop.
At least let him land.
Y'all don't hold on.
That was pseudo.
Listen, Lotus, mute your mic, man. Everybody mute up, please. Yeah. Let him talk, and then if y'all have something to say after, y'all can go in turn.
So
go ahead, Cuban Crisis.
This term, Moreno, right, is a term like there's women whose name is Morena, right, which is feminine for black. Just like you may see the name Negrito or Negrita, which means like little black, male or female. So this is where these terms come from. Now, if you're going to say that I'm incorrect, then what you need to do is get a passport and go all through South and Central America and the Caribbean and hit up every so-called Latino neighborhood in this country and go, as a matter of fact, even go to Spain and Portugal while you're at it And I want you to go on your little missionary journey telling people that that's not what it means. Because you know where you only hear people saying this? It's the weirdos, the people who subscribe to Drew Ali, the people who subscribe to non-Temple Moore ideologies. This is where it comes from. And it's so interesting that you have thousands, maybe millions of people who are saying the opposite, but you got a select group that you only find in this country that happen to be Black people, Africans, who are in denial of being African because they hate themselves. Y'all have a good day.
That's a
Hey,
great
let
point.
me address
Hey,
that
La
African
Paz, La
more.
Paz to you, La Paz to you, Cuban crisis, man.
Please let me address it first, Pan African more. I know you want to go in. Please.
España.
Okay, so first, not a coincidence. Let's go up in here on Negro. In for now. It clearly says older English words were more and blackamoor. He specified blackamoor and he left out more. And let's go up here and read this right here, which is very important. As an adjective from 1590s, use with the capital N became generally early 20th century, e.g. 1930 in New York. In reference to U.S. citizens of African descent, but because of its perceived association with white imposed attitudes, roles, the word was ousted late 1960s in a sense, right?
How does that help you in a sense by black? So
It
because we
doesn't.
didn't
I
hold on,
wouldn't
stop.
even
No, no.
finish though.
All
I
right,
wouldn't
but
even
let me
finish.
I need to say this. Sorry, bro. I need to say this. Because Negro and nigger was too close together and white people like to say nigger, we stopped calling ourselves Negro and said we're gonna go with black. That's what that
Oh
means,
my
brother.
God, you interrupted me for that. The point that I
Yeah,
was making.
because that doesn't help you out. But go ahead. I'm gonna mute up. Sorry, brother. I just had to
Wow.
say that. I'm sorry. I had to say
Right,
that. I'm
I
sorry.
feel you, but that's not the point I'm making. I'm literally emphasizing on white imposed attitudes, and this is the reason why the roles of the word has been switched. So your people are basing your lives off the attitudes of white people, and what she's saying is make perfect sense based on what I mean versus what the Cuban dude just said.
I mean,
Now, when we go back to the etymology of Negro and more for what it means for North America, not some Spanish islands, and we can show that the how long Spanish in America versus some islands and their relations with Americans. We're not talking about no islanders in Spain. So the
what?
etymology does pertain to how she's fixing it, especially in Spanish areas, especially in Spanish dominated areas
What?
where
What?
this language was using, not
What?
some Hispanic, not
What?
some Hispanic island,
What?
not some islander of mestizos and how they use it and how they comprehend it. Right. So
What?
that's what I'm doing now. I want to adjust Pan African more. I swear this is it. 30 seconds. What the brother brought is what he brought, and it's not my job to go against him. We are Americans, and we emphasize on being American and being from America. He's a African Moor. He clearly said that he's not a Temple Moor. He's not with the Moor Science Temple of America. And that's what I'm proving. He has nothing to do with us. I don't care how he sugar it and gloss it over. That man is on his own. Anything that we got, we own. He cannot borrow from us, then move on and make something new. He can try his way won't work. He's
That's what
not
we're
a
doing.
Moorish. I promise you, I'm almost done. He's not a Moorish American. His race is Moor. We are Americans. Moorish is an adjective to us. It's explaining what type of American we are. That's in the sense of Moorish American, it's an adjective
And
explaining the
where you
American.
get that from?
He's just a global Moor who done some paperwork. Now he's telling y'all how he done it.
Where
If
did
it
you
work
get
or
that
don't work, I don't care. I'm just simply telling y'all he's not a Moorish American. And when we do the etymology for African, he don't even know the definition for Africa. So he just really said he don't want to do the semantics on Africa. So he's claiming something that's worthless. So what I'm saying is we're not African.
Why is it
And
worthless?
the descendants of Morocco does not prove Morocco was in Africa. So
Well,
I'm not really
how?
bashing the brother.
How
I'm not
doesn't
bashing
it?
the brother. I'm not bashing you. I'm just straightening it
No,
out for
no,
these
no, no.
people in
I'm
here.
not that dude. I'm saying, why is it? How can you sit here and say that
Oh,
saying
that's
a
cool, Joe.
descendant
I
of
was talking to
Morocco
Pan
is
African
not
more.
from?
I was not
How
even
can you
talking to
say?
you.
How
You
can you
cannot
say?
interrupt me and ask questions before I land my
How
plane,
can
and
you
y'all
say
let the
that?
Cuban,
Nigga, this
y'all
ain't
let
no
the Cuban
goddamn
land.
clubhouse.
You let
This
the
ain't
Cuban land
clubhouse.
that
This
nonsense.
ain't clubhouse.
Talking about we some weirdos.
No, Cujo, let him
No,
land and then respond. Cujo, let him land and then respond.
once
Let him
again,
land
Let
and then
him
respond.
land.
I was a
You
widow.
let the damn weirdo Cuban who looked like a damn hillbilly,
I
a
know.
half-ass
I
hillbilly.
swear.
You gonna let him land and then take his
I didn't
side?
have a
Yeah.
question for him.
We're
I have
not no
questions for you.
weirdos because I'm straightening it out. We have specific instructions and we have a constitution. You have to carry it out. You can't be like who? What's the brother name? Pan African. I got muted, but if he muted me, it's cool, bro.
Ain't
Go
nobody
ahead.
miss you. Ain't
Hey,
nobody
he
miss
muted
you, bro.
everybody. He muted everybody.
Yeah,
Land your plane. Land
he
your
was
plane,
talking
bro.
about me. I'm listening. I'm listening.
Oh, okay. So, like I said, he can't take.
Hold on, my bad. I was on mute. I'm talking. PNF. There's no reason for you to talk about Cuban crisis, what he looked like, right?
Oh, he was
You
talking
don't
about
have to
me.
do that. He's gone. He been gone. He didn't say nothing about you personally.
Yeah, he didn't attack you personally.
Like, come on,
okay.
bro. Like,
All right.
let's keep it on the evidence. I mean,
All
on the
right, man.
information.
I rarely do that. So, thanks, man.
But
I
okay,
That's all right, man.
then
Just land your plane.
go ahead. You got it.
Right, but I want you to. All right, cool. Just make sure you address my Moor assertion. But anyway, like the brother, like I was telling the brother, he's a great brother, Pan African Moor. He's not a Moorish American Muslim. We are specific on what that means and what we practice. We are not Africans. We know the definition of Africa. We know when it was instituted. So we are very careful with that word. So by him being a Pan African Moor, he has a whole different understanding. Now, last but not least, I was supposed to show the sources of more being used in the 1800s. I'm going to show it being used in the 16, 17, and 1800s.
Dude. Oh, good, great. Because of course you can show it being used. You can't show it being used to your black ass. You can't show it being used for none of our black asses. You can't show that word being used for us here.
But let me make one more point then, Cujo.
No.
Okay.
You talking all that shit.
No, I was gonna give you the reason why I was called more. I was gonna give you the reason.
You were not.
If not, I'll wait. If you want me to wait, I'll wait.
Now I want you to tell me how Morocco is not in Africa.
Let me just say this: Kiera was correct.
I want to hear that too.
Kiera was correct.
Morocco not in Africa.
Hold on. Who said he said Morocco's not in Africa?
No, it's
Yeah,
not.
that's what the Morris American brother is saying.
No, it's not. No, Morocco is not in Africa. What are you saying? What proof you got?
That's crazy.
That's nuts, bro.
You're not a Moor.
What
You're
about
not Caribbean. You're not Moorish. How you know?
Hold on. What about the Ottoman Empire?
You know that you said that on tape, right? You said that on tape.
What about the Ottoman Empire? If Morocco's not, are you kidding me? The Ottoman Empire.
What do you know about
the Ottoman? So no one know Moors in the Ottoman Empire?
Not really. No. The
Ottoman. You know about
these men over here is something
the
else.
Moors were separate from the Ottoman Empire. You would have had probably some like in Tunis or Tunisia or something, but oh, that motherfucker caught that shit. Fuck.
Huh?
Hey man.
Actually, the name Morocco was in America first.
Huh?
The name Morocco. The name Morocco was in America first.
Show me. No, they gotta show that to Cujo. They gotta show that.
We gotta show everything to show us what Africa means.
Hold on, stop. Too many people talking. So look,
can Pan African Moor address Morris American? Can I address Morris American?
Hold on, real quick. What? This is Morocco. This is Morocco, right here. So where is Morocco at? So this is what the whole world knows is Morocco. The whole world knows this is Morocco, except for PNF and Kiera.
And see, but look, what he's gonna say.
And Lotus.
Hey, not a coincidence.
No, hold on. I got you, PNF. That's where America stops. I got you, PNF.
See, what they're gonna say is because what they call Morocco in Morocco is Al Maghrib, and Al Maghrib means the farthest west. So what they like to say is really the farthest west is America.
No,
we're really talking about America.
I'm already disputing that.
When that term came up, they didn't know shit about
they had no idea. They had no idea.
Let me rebuttal.
Al Maghrib does not mean far west. That's pseudo.
Oh my God! Yes, it does.
West, bro.
No, it doesn't.
I was a Muslim when you make it.
But let me say this before Lotus.
Rebi, that means God. It's land of God.
That's what I was going to say. It literally has a definition, but Africa don't. We have a definition for Morocco. He don't have a definition for Africa.
That's not the definition of Morocco. That's not the definition.
It means the land of God, bro. Like, chill out, bro. You don't know what you're saying.
In what language?
We'll prove it in a debate
In
or
what
however you want to do
language?
it. Prove
In
what
what
Africa
language?
mean. No, what do
I
Africa
don't
mean?
know. No
Right,
one
so you're
has.
not African. You're not
What
African
does
then.
that, what does that, so Europeans
He-
aren't Europeans? What does Europe mean? What does Asia? I know what Europe means. What does
Asia
mean?
means mother. Asia means
No,
mother.
Asia means
It's
east.
also an Egyptian queen that we
Asia
get the
means
name
east.
from.
Asia
Asaya.
means east.
There's
No,
a
it don't. It
Kemetic
means to
queen named
rise up.
Asaya.
Asia means east. Europe means
No,
west.
it
No, it
does
doesn't.
not.
Yes, it
Asia
does.
means to rise
Oriental.
up.
The Greeks
Asia
gave it
means
the
to
name.
rise.
The
I
Greeks
got
Hey, I
gave
got
it
a
several
the name.
definitions on that. It's
The
several
Greeks gave it
definitions
the
on
name.
that.
The
It's
Greeks
mother
gave
too. I
them
can
the
show you
name.
a
It
source
doesn't
for
mean
mother.
whose mother. No, it doesn't.
hey,
No one
hey, I
is. No
want to
one
make
is.
a.
No
I,
this
one
You're
is
not
man
a
is
called
just
good.
like a
Asia.
You're
nagging
not good at
kid.
debating,
No, he doesn't. No, he
Cucho.
doesn't.
Hey, little
You're not
bro,
good
watch
at
your mouth,
debating.
man.
You're not
Don't
debating.
talk
You
to
ain't
me.
good at
Don't talk
debating,
to me, little
Cucho.
bro.
I'm gonna be
Oh,
real,
I'm the
bro.
greatest, bro.
He's
I
a
You're
would
not
destroy
nagging
good,
you.
hey,
bro.
kid.
I would destroy you.
You are a
I would
wait, I
nagging
want
absolutely
to.
kid.
destroy you.
Hey, hey,
Cujo
hey,
got skills, homie.
I would
Nah,
absolutely
cool.
hey, yo,
Nah,
destroy
hey,
Uncle
you.
yo,
Joe, because he's just denying everything. He's supposed to be
No,
You're a
right
I can
about
nagging
I can
kid.
everything.
prove it.
That's not
What
how you
language?
debate,
What
fam.
language? What language? Maghreb means farthest west, and Maghreb means the farthest
No,
west.
I said
That's what it means.
Morocco means. I said
So, in what
Morocco.
language? In what
He's
language?
saying
In
it's
what language?
interchangeable. He'll have
In
to
what
prove that.
language? In what language?
Let Lotus prove it. He's saying
No,
it's
I'm talking.
interchangeable.
No, I'm talking to
And,
you.
and,
You
and,
No,
said
and,
it
and
I
means from
said
God,
Morocco, Indiana existed before Morocco was a name used over there in Africa.
and you
Hey,
are
you a
a
liar.
goddamn clown
Nope,
for saying
nope.
some
There's
stupid
no.
ass shit like that.
I'm not lying at all.
Man, come on, Lotus, man, come on, bro.
Nope. Kiera and
Indiana,
PNF beat
Indiana
y'all
is
up.
Indiana is some new shit. It was
No,
called
no,
Indiana because
it's
that was the
not.
farthest western land
No,
where
it's
Indians still live.
hey, bro, could I just
It's
give him a
also a
source, Lotus?
Wakanda over here. It's a Wakanda over here too.
Oh
Right.
Lord,
Got him. Got him.
It's a
Got him.
Wakanda
hey,
over
hey,
here.
hey, hold
Now
on.
Got him.
what?
Conda
Now
what
what?
forever.
does that mean?
Hey, man, I wanna
I
address
bet
the
they
What does
Morris
deny
that
that
mean?
American
too.
because he,
Lotus, you gonna
hey,
ride with that one? You gonna
That's a
ride with that
farthest
Wakanda in
west.
Yep.
America, Lotus?
Look it
It's
up.
Wakanda.
Hey,
It's in
y'all
Chicago.
gotta at
You
least let
lying,
It's
Pan
in
bro.
African
Chicago.
address Moorish
Look
American,
up
man.
You don't
Y'all
believe
let
that
Pan
shit,
African
Lotus.
yeah,
Stop
address
man, he
playing.
went
Moorish
on.
American.
Morris America went on a whole rant about what I said. Can I address him?
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead and let him,
Yeah.
y'all. Just remember the topic. What we was talking about first. Don't.
Oh my
Okay,
God.
I want to address
okay, man.
Cujo, fam.
He don't know what language it come from, though. I just want to
All
put
right, the
that out
language.
there.
We're
And
gonna
no,
come back to the language.
T'Challa from East Oakland.
What language?
All
What
right,
language it come
let
from?
Pan
Hey,
African
you
do his
fucking
thing, y'all.
stupid.
Let Pan African do his thing, y'all, and we're gonna come back to the language. I got
My
it. I'm gonna
God.
give it.
Yeah,
You
man.
can just
Hey,
answer the
man.
question real quick. Answer the question
Hey,
real quick.
okay, the Morris American. Okay, the problem that I got with what sounds like, because a lot of the MSTA, they're like religious zealots. It's like if Noble Ali ain't said it, then it ain't valid. And me being the Moors are ancient people. It predates Prophet. I don't got no problem with Prophet Noble Ali, but Moore came way before Prophet Noble Ali. This identity came way before him. So he's not the end all be all. And he also was talking about people coming after him and furthering and progressing our people, coming with new information, up to date new information. So Moorish American may have been, cool at the time when he was around. He was when he came up with the Moorish American ideology. To my understanding, he was only alive for a few years, so he didn't even have a lot of time to be able to expand on the work that he put down. But I give honors to him. But as far as Morocco not being in Africa, I mean that's not even debatable. But more importantly than that is that what a lot of Moorish American and what a lot of people don't understand is that it was African nations that reserved rights for Moors, for our people, because they were catching bodies. They were catching bodies on the Europeans. Both sides was catching bodies. So when you go through the treaties from the 1600s to the 1800s, all the treaties are talking about y'all don't enslave us, we won't enslave you. Now both sides actually violated those treaties. That's just how war goes. But
Hold on.
they still had those particular treaties intact, specifically for us. So when you separate yourself from Africa, Moorish American, you separate yourself from all the rights and privileges that our ancestors reserved for us, that shed blood for us, that caught bodies for us. When the Moorish Americans do that, you don't cut your nose off to spite your face. When they
Thanks for
talk
the
about the
invite.
Sultan of Morocco, they said that he had religious suzerainty, i.e., jurisdiction over all of West Africa. So slavery, a lot of us come from where I did my DNA genealogy, which that could be a whole nother conversation. And yes, it is West Coast African, Central Western African, Cameroon, and Equatorial Guinea. Yes, I come from the Takar people and the Mobubi people. But what I'm saying is that's where all our rights and privileges are at. When you go in court, you can't go in there with opinions and religious zealotry and Prophet Noble Joe Ali Circle 7 Quran quotes, which that probably came from the Aquarian Gospels of Jesus, but that's a whole nother subject. Your rights and privileges and your power is in Africa. Period. I'm telling you that for a fact. Everything that I put into my motion and my petition when I went to court and Judge Elaine Palmer signed off on my motion, my court order to change my race and national origin and more, it was Africa all through that motherfucker because that's what it said in the treaties. That's what I am. I included my DNA certificates from AfricanAncestry.com that identified an aspect of one particular aspect of my very diverse genetics that are because we're arguably some of the most genetically diverse people because of the triangular slave trade. So separating yourself from Africa is totally asinine.
Are you
There
addressing
are
me
no
or you
rights
giving
and
me
privileges
advice?
and just saying and proclaiming that you're a Moorish American. You got a proclamation and you got a constitution, but it's not honored by the people, the entities that matter because we're all about international. We want to be able to take this shit international. It's not just about Europeans co-signing the shit.
Message.
You can get this shit co-signed anywhere, but you want to be able to take it internationally. That's the point. We just
All
get
right.
them to sign off on shit because we know we can take it to other countries and they're gonna honor it.
Okay, and
That's the game.
like I said, no
Islam.
disrespect. We are not the
It's not.
same. He proved my point. He's not a Moorish American Muslim, but I still wish him the
We're
best.
we're reserving
Hey, I
rights
hope you
for
learning,
Morris
Kiara.
Americans,
I hope you
not
learning.
to cut the wisdom,
No,
Morris
Cujo is
America.
learning.
No,
So
I want
let's.
to say
Hold
this
on,
is
hold on,
I'm gonna
hold
important.
let
on,
you
This is
land.
hold on,
extremely
hold on,
important.
Let him land.
hold on.
Go on and land, brother.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
This is
Pan
extremely important
African
for Morris
Moors.
America. He needs to
You gotta
understand this.
land. You gotta land. I'm
He
trying to
needs,
give y'all. Hold on, listen. I'm trying to give y'all time real quick to hash this out real
all
quick
right,
because I
all
don't
right.
believe nothing y'all saying. Just to say it, you know what I'm saying. I have a problem with a lot of things you said. I was gonna interrupt, but I stopped myself. Right,
I put the link to Wakanda in the
but
back chat.
no, I know that. But
Yeah,
Kiara,
it's a Native
that's not the
American
problem.
name.
No, but look, no, hold on, stop. That's not even the problem with that statement. So from the African side, we understand Wakanda was a made up place. It's a movie. So for you to say, "Oh, Wakanda is in America," it doesn't matter because Wakanda's made up to us anyway. You get that? Wakanda. It doesn't mean anything if Wakanda's name is in America.
Right.
So
All her point was if
it's a
Wakanda is
fake
in
movie.
Africa, Morocco can be here
No,
too.
no,
That's
but
what
look
she's
at the
saying.
way
No,
it's
that's
spelled.
not
It
her
may not even
Put
be
point.
it in the
That's not
back
pronounced
her
that
chat.
point.
way.
Yeah, I know that, Callie. I
Yeah,
know that, but you understand what I'm saying, right, Callie? To
yeah, I
us,
understand. I understand exactly
America
what you're
is
saying. Yeah,
anyway. So for you to say, "Oh, well, there's a place over here called that," so what? The
Shut up,
movie
Kelly.
is science fiction. You get what I'm saying?
Okay, but
So
they got the
Yeah, but
name
the
of the movie
actual
from here.
places are not. The
no,
actual
they
places
didn't.
ain't science fiction. No, they
They got the
exist.
name of the place from here in America.
oh my god.
Like that's a different
Oh
argument.
my
I ain't
god.
even gonna lie. It's always these
Whatever,
filibustering
man.
moments. Like no,
Nah, but
like
hold on, listen.
In Wakanda, they
Hold
mark
on, stop.
other.
every
Hold on,
time we
stop.
get these dudes.
Real quick, PNF, real stuff. Because I stopped paying African more. I didn't want to just cut him off. I don't know if he was finished, but I want y'all to wrap this thing up. Y'all arguing with the Moors because truthfully, I'm not with none of that shit. And we could pick apart the shit all day, but I'd rather move on to something else. So I want y'all to kind of
To
wrap
wrap
that
it
up
up,
so
the
we can move.
Morris Americans need to understand. If you separate yourself from us, we're actually reserving rights for Morris Americans. We're including them because we're all Moors. We all the same people. We all look alike. You know, at the end of the day, what can we actually use? What is something valuable? Because when you ask people that don't study what we study, that's going to be the first thing that they ask you is, okay, what good does this shit do? And I can tell them something that is something that where is it actually to their benefit. So we can debate about all this information all day, but people outside of us, they want to know, well,
Yo,
what good does this do us?
can you see the question on the screen? Can both of y'all answer that question on the screen? Did either of these guys renounce their U.S. citizenship?
No, and I just want to address him till he close out.
Hold on.
Man.
You
Real.
said no. You can address him. You said no. Pan African Moore. Can you answer that?
No, I didn't.
All right. PNF wants to address some things you said. PNF.
Yeah. Have you landed your plane yet, brother Pan African Moore?
But I don't want you to take
Are you
forever
drunk?
either, PNF. Come on, man.
Oh, I did, but my phone's about to die. I'm gonna have to call back in on my other phone.
All right, appreciate him. So let's move on to Cujo, because like I said, we're not the same, and that's the only point I was making. So any decision he make in his life does not reflect the MSTFA or Moorish Americans. He is not a Moorish American. He's a African Moor.
So PNF, let me ask you a question. So on records, of course you did your genealogy, right? Y'all big on genealogy, know who y'all are. Do you have records of your people saying that they're Moors? Or are you the first generation Moor?
No, I'm not the first. Everybody in my family Moorish Americans and Islam. Majority, but not my grandparents. They were Baptists. And let me go into the records. Yes, there's records.
Hey, I respect you for being truthful, homie. I respect
Yeah,
that.
me too. Me too. I respect that.
We don't know if
I'm saying I'm giving due respect for that.
I just want to, yeah.
No. Because he said, what was he truthful about? He said all his ancestors.
I said yes. My prior ancestry, my mother and
said,
fathers are Muslim. They are Moors. They practice it in Chicago. They live it. But my grandparents were Baptists. And you want to go into the history of what we call Moors.
All right, hold on.
And I said, yes.
Said, all right, hold on, real quick. I'm just trying to understand what you're saying, right? I'm not in it all the way, so I'm not saying I know everything. So when you talked about your parents, you switched it. No, you didn't say they was Moors. You said they was Muslim. So they're Muslim.
It's interchangeable. It's interchangeable.
No, all right.
Man. It's all ours. It belongs to us.
Got you. But they're Muslim.
Muslim, Islam, Moorish, everything.
I got you. So they go to a temple. What do they do?
Nation of
Islam. Don't matter. It's nationality with them.
I get it, bro. I get it. You're saying, listen, I don't know nothing about this shit, right? You saying it don't matter. It matters to me.
It's a lifestyle. Listen to me, brother.
Check it out. No. I just want you to be more specific. Are they part of an organization?
Yeah, organization and lifestyle national movement.
What's the name of the organization?
People and Folks.
Is that something? So that's your organization. So your parents are part
that's
of
a
your
product of more science.
So who created that? Who created
Why
that?
You cannot ask me 100 questions, brother? That's rude. I don't know everything, family. That's rude.
Well, I'm trying to. Well, how else am I supposed to learn? You don't know what I'm thinking to understand the questions in my head, do you?
You got to understand this. Our claim is denationalization and dehumanization after the
so look, PNF, check it
Proclamation.
out. Listen to my words carefully. I already said I don't know nothing about this. So this isn't no I got you moment. You understand that, right?
Okay, I got you. I feel you.
I said that from the jump. I said I don't know nothing about this shit. I'm trying to learn. And me asking questions, that's how I learn. I can't let you teach me and just keep running, talking. I got questions. How am I supposed to learn like that?
Right, because you asked me one thing, then another one, and I'm just trying to make it plain for you.
No, you're making it very generic for me, bro. You're giving me vague answers. I need specifics. I want to, because this is what's bothering me. When you talked about yourself, you said you're a Moor. No. Then you said your parents are Muslim. So we understand that they're practicing Muslims, right?
Yeah, we're all Moorish, fam. I don't even use the term Moor like that. Y'all using the term Moor, but I can't differentiate myself from y'all. I'm literally trying to. We don't use the terminology like you. We're not Moors in that sense, but it can be what we are can be shortened into Moor. It can be a slang word. It can be a lingo. I'm not a Moors. I've been saying that.
So
he got oil on his tongue. He's slick.
No, I'm not a Moors. I'm not a Moor. I'm literally telling my brother Pan African Moor that ain't how we do it. We're Americans.
So why Kiara named Beta? Ain't that some more things?
That's a part of our accolades and our character. Those are some of the names we use. Those are some of the names we use throughout history. That's why it's there for you to research. It's there for you. It means it's short for governor sometimes or chief. It's like a ruler.
Do you believe in DNA, brother?
Okay, let's go back to Cujo. Is Cujo still up here? I'm not gonna let 100 people interview me like I'm a goofy. Let's go back to
Cujo. Brother, so many questions.
Can we just get back to the DNA?
I'll get back to you later.
Now you said. So you El Rookie? No, I'm
It's
cool,
all
bro.
right. Can I address the host? Not a coincidence. Can we just get back to DNA? Because, like I say, a lot of these, you
So how
feel
he
me,
just gonna bully the conversation? He wasn't
ideologues.
even up here.
Hold on, PNF, stop. Let him address
I'm
me.
out of here,
I can
Respectfully.
man.
moderate.
I'll
I'm
be back.
capable. I'm capable.
Yeah,
Hold
God
on.
I'm
damn.
gonna
Let
be
me
back
get.
when he get down. I'm gonna be back when he get
Hold on.
down. He's disrespectful. I don't fuck around like that, man.
Yo,
Brother,
bro,
I
hold
tried to
on.
address you first respectfully,
Mulatto,
brother.
chill out. Let me do this. PNF, you
All
being
right,
way
bro.
too sensitive to be a grown ass man. He ain't even addressed you yet, and you being sensitive.
I'm saying I
That's
can't
that.
get to
That's
my
that extra
point.
chromosome.
Hold on. Let me finish. That's the extra chromosome.
All right, bro.
That's a good one. Mulatto, I'm
That
trying to
was funny.
transition to something else. We can transition to DNA. You want to bring up DNA? Let PNF land his plane, and then because I want to move on from the more stuff too.
All right.
So
The
go ahead,
Can
PNF.
the
I ask him
reason
a
why
question
it's okay. Let me say this,
when you
Cujo. The
finish?
reason why it's important for me to address you is because you are hella technical, like not a coincidence, right? The brother clearly said, our brother Matthew. He said what? It means what? What is the definition? If you know the topic, what was we talking about, Cujo? It mean what?
The definition of what?
Right? You forgot, and that's how I know
No, the
you're not
definition
ready.
of what? The definition of what?
Morocco, and you asked me what language it
Oh,
comes from,
West.
that's you. Yeah,
right?
that's what I asked you. The way you asking me.
Right.
What
It
language
means
does
the
it come from?
land of God. It literally means the land of God, and it's an
I said, what
Amazigh
language
word.
does
So
that come
there's the
from?
proof. But damn, you won't even let me
Amazigh.
say it.
Amazigh.
Well,
Yeah, you
Amazigh
don't know
then.
how to say it. It's Amazigh.
Amazigh. It don't
It's
matter.
Amazigh.
It's a sword.
It's
It
Amazigh.
don't matter.
It's Amazigh.
It don't
And
matter.
these
It
are
don't
these
matter.
are
But I
these
gave you
are
a sword.
these are pre-Muslim pagans. These are
Don't
pre-Muslim
matter.
pagans.
Don't matter.
It
I
does
gave you a
matter.
sword.
It
It means
does.
land of God. It don't. Yeah, you
And
see this type
what
of
do they call?
argument,
What do they
man.
call it?
This
What
dude.
do they call it now? What do the people in Morocco call
No, we're
This
Morocco?
saying the
man is too
definition. What does it
hostile. He
mean?
needs to
We're
calm
asking you what
down.
does it mean, and it means land of God. We're
Oh, be
arguing this
quiet, little
for a
girl.
reason. Hold on, Kiara. The reason why we're arguing this is because Morocco has a definition. Africa don't. Don't you see what we're doing here? You have to give me a
No, I
definition
don't see
for
the
what you
big
claim.
deal. I
It's
don't
a
see why
big
that's
deal.
an issue.
It's a big deal because you cannot
I
tell me
don't
I'm an
see
African if you don't know
how.
what it
Okay,
means,
okay.
brother.
PNF. What's the definition of your first name?
The
What?
definition. I don't. Oh wow,
Because
he
if
getting
your
personal.
first name don't
What's
have a
that?
definition, then that means that you got to change it, right? Well, I mean, I don't understand
It,
that,
it
bro.
means one who uses the sword. I'll give you that much. That is the
Okay.
etymology of my name. I have a plaque for it, actually.
Yeah.
I got it.
What's
I
your
have
name?
it hanging on my wall.
What's your name?
I'm not trying to tell my name right now,
What's your
but I
name?
gave him the definition of it. I'll share him in the private
My
chat.
name is Melvin. What's your name? My name is Melvin. What's your name?
Wow, you want to get personal and technical with every little thing.
What
I
the hell
just
you
proved
gotta
the
hide?
point, and you
What
don't
you
want to
hiding?
Hey,
admit it.
hey, Cujo a front line soldier,
Why not?
He
warrior.
just lost, and y'all don't want to admit it. He lost.
Really? I mean, we're afraid to share a first name. God, dog. I must have my whole damn name up here before.
Who said
He
that?
doesn't have to share his name if he don't want to. What's the big deal?
Well,
No,
my first
relax. I'm
name is
just saying.
Natula,
I'm just
homie.
trying to figure. You're afraid. Why are you so afraid to share your last name, your first
He
name? We're
never
not
You
even.
want to
said that he
do it?
was afraid.
I don't get it. I'm just saying. I don't get it. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm just saying. I
Well,
don't get
what
it.
the hell is
It's
your
just a
last
name.
name? What's
My
your
name
first
is
name?
Okay,
my
hold
first name is
on.
Eddie.
Hold on. Can I have your checking account information? If it's no big deal, then.
Your checking account
Well, you don't
information
need that when
and
you mark
sharing your name is
other.
not the same
You can
thing.
have
Are
my
you
second
serious?
You
cousin.
mark
Come
other.
on.
But can I
You can
You
have
have
it.
it
can't.
though? Can I
I'm
Yeah.
have
not
it
trying to
though?
be funny.
You
Exactly.
can have it.
I'm
Yeah.
not trying to be funny, but that's absolutely
Yeah, you can
ridiculous.
have
It's
it.
not the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, it don't make sense. She's just engaging in an adult
You're not
conversation that
trying to
she's not
tell
prepared
me, and he
for.
doesn't
So
have to tell you his name if he doesn't want to.
Cujo a
Y'all
he
just
doesn't
fool.
have to
Yeah,
tell
she's
me
Not
yeah,
not
she,
a
anything. I'm not
she's
making up a
very
y'all
name.
are just pressing the issue.
My
He
no,
doesn't
please
no.
have
You
to
address the
you know
tell
you.
host,
I'm
you.
not
brother.
making up a
That's an
name.
adolescent question.
I'm not
Now,
making up a
please ask
name.
the question. This will be
I don't
brief.
care what his name
Not
is.
a coincidence. This is why I suggested that we get back to the DNA because if we don't,
No, because you don't know what the
it
hell
gives
you was talking
pseudos
about
too
when we was
much
talking about
wiggle
that.
room. Look,
You didn't know what
look.
we
When
was.
you mention DNA, they have a panic attack. Pseudos have a panic attack when we mention DNA. It's their Achilles heel. Really,
Cujo said you don't even know what
Let's,
you're talking about. I believe
you
Cujo.
don't.
that's my whole
For
point.
real.
When we
Let's
mention
let's
DNA,
mention actual
it,
history. We can talk about DNA
That's my point.
Honestly, I'm pretty good on that. I
Let's
keep
talk
They
biology
about it,
in
start
man.
college.
running. They
Let's talk
start
about it.
panicking when we mention
I
DNA.
ain't
But when
panicking. I
Did
bet
you
you
take
I'm not
did
they
you
when
panicking.
take biology in
you
college?
feel me? If we don't mention DNA, we giving them wiggle
I'm
room.
not panicking. Let's talk about
All
it.
right.
What
So
are
the
we talking
question
about?
is,
Talk about it.
respectfully,
Yeah, I
genetically,
like that.
why don't we acknowledge DNA when into
This dude
all of our credit. The
Let him
said
DNA
he
answer
proof
was
the
that.
question,
people.
Cucho. You got
That's El
Oh damn!
Rukin, dude. That's a
you got
Chicago gang
Tourette's, bro.
All
You
right.
that
got
converted
emotional
This is
to
the
Tourette's.
more
question,
Shine
family.
Temple shit.
He
The
won't let this
DNA
man answer the
Nah,
confirmed.
he
question.
said something. I ain't gonna let that shit go.
The
Hey,
DNA
dude,
confirmed.
dude.
All right, family. Can I complete my sentence?
I don't want to
The
hear it.
You're proving my point, brother. The DNA confirms that each of us are correct. We have
Look, bro.
Moorish DNA, we have African DNA, we have Aboriginal American DNA, we have Caucasian DNA, we have Aboriginal American, Native American, Chinese, Hebrew Israelite, etc. We have this DNA in us. Why are we
There's
still
no Hebrew
debating about
Israelite
ancestry?
DNA, bro.
I give an example. When I took a DNA test, it showed that I had Sephardim ancestry, Sephardic
Sephardim.
Jewish ancestry. That's a fact. So
Yeah,
I don't have
Sephardic.
to
You know,
get up here.
Sephardic
Yeah,
Jews
that's
don't
not a
look like
Hebrew
you and me,
Israelite.
right?
They look like
Not
me.
even
I'm a
even
mulatto.
even at
They
all.
look like me. I'm a mulatto, brother. My
No,
point is
Sephardic
this:
Jews don't look like you.
a lot of them do. A lot of them do, though, brother.
No, they don't.
But who
Well,
did he compare his
listen.
DNA
Whether they
to?
look like me or not, I have their DNA. So my
You
point
know where
is, we
they
don't
come
have to
from? Yeah, they
debate
come from the
ancestry.
Iberian Peninsula.
I agree. So my point is, we don't have to debate ancestry. Don't you realize that each thing that we're each literal ingredient that we say that we're mixed with, we actually are. So why are we still debating about, are we Aboriginal American? Are we Moorish? Are we African? We have all of that mixed into us. Can we move
So
forward and speak about
I
preserving
agree.
our communities
okay.
in the U.S. today?
I agree. I
So
agree with that.
who am I gonna compare my DNA to in Africa?
Your cousins.
You got it.
What
Checkmate.
cousins?
They're gonna compare
The
it to
ones that
everybody and
took
every
DNA test.
every
Hold on, I'm
genetic.
trying to answer that. I'm trying to answer the sister's question. They're going to compare your DNA to other African people that took DNA tests.
So
It's not
No,
basically
rocket
they're gonna
science.
strangers.
compare it against
So
they're gonna compare it against
strangers.
everybody, bro. They're gonna test it against everybody,
I agree.
not
So
just Africans,
She asked
everyone.
me about the Africans. You didn't hear her
I'm not
question, brother?
No, I understand it, but no, but
I'm
you
not
should have
All
just
done
right.
told her that
answering.
they compare it to everyone,
I
Yes,
agree.
everyone, not
strangers.
just
So
I
you're
us.
agree.
comparing my
I agree.
DNA to strangers that I've never met.
Yeah, you
Exactly.
don't
Yeah.
think there's other
You haven't
humans on
met.
Earth that
Hold on.
share genetics with you?
Exactly. That's my
Okay, so
point. You haven't met all your
what are they
cousins in
comparing?
real life.
What are they actually documenting in the comparisons? What are they doing in
Now,
these
if you're
DNA
asking us, are
experiments?
we geneticists? I mean, come on. You know
Oh,
we're
you're
not
not a
geneticists.
geneticist, so you don't even know what they're comparing.
No, you
You
gotta
just
go to the
going with the
DNA
flow.
companies, brother.
I do.
Yo,
No, I don't, because
Yeah,
I
you
can
gotta
prove
go
you're
to the.
lying.
You do, bro.
I can
hold
prove you
on,
don't know
hold
what you're
on,
talking
All
about.
right, brother.
hold
I
on,
can
y'all.
prove
My
it.
You're
bad. Yo,
delusional.
hold on. Yo. Hold on, real quick. I stepped away for a second. My bad. So, what's the question posed? What's going on? Where we at?
He's asking us
Uh,
why we don't do the DNA. Why. You know how I go. Why we don't do it, and he just proved his multinationalism ethnicities.
yes, and he want me to give my spit or whatever to a lab so they can test among strangers who I don't know.
All right, man. That don't mean y'all not related just because you don't know 'em.
Hold
Okay,
on,
first off, I have two
Checkmate.
parents. They have
hold
two
on,
parents.
hold on.
Hey,
What
let
are
Exactly.
me. Hey,
y'all?
hey, let
I
me.
still don't
Hey,
know
hey,
what
So
let
y'all
they're
me jump.
talking
testing
about.
all of
Let
my
me jump
lineage.
in. Hey, let me jump in real quick
They talking about
for the
DNA.
sister. For the sister that's a
Well, what
Moor.
about it though?
I want to add another angle to this. When I put in my motion to change my race and national origin to Moor, I included my signed certificate from African ancestry, the company, that was a company,
Exactly.
a brother and a sister. They own the company, and they done DNA tests for Oprah Winfrey, Isaiah Washington, Spike Lee, so on and so forth. Now, the thing is that it actually helped my case because
Yeah.
there's a connection between West Africa and North Africa. That's why Prophet Noble Drew Ali. Now, this could be
No,
considered
no, no.
speculation. No. This is
Let
for
him talk. Let him talk. Go
any
ahead.
more. Any more need this is good information for them.
No.
Why? No. All right, man. Look. Listen, man. What I'm saying is that getting the African ancestry DNA test is beneficial when it comes to proving that you have rights, that you have that you are the true recipient of the rights that were reserved by those four African nations. Those four African
Exactly.
nations that were making treaties with those European nations that they were at war with, where they were making agreements not to enslave each other, which it was still happening. But my point is that that's a benefit from getting it, because we got to go beyond how we emotionally feel and our opinions, and we got to get to things that are more viable, things that other
All right,
nations
hold
are
on,
going to.
hold on. Because I don't. You keep going back to this more stuff. I don't want to. Could you? I'm trying to figure out how. So you changing the more. What's the difference? What's your difference
Well,
in your day to day? What's your difference?
well, now if you were to, let's say if you were to go to court, now you can utilize the United Nations Declaration for the Rights of Indigenous People. Your race also affects your credit score.
Hold
You
on,
go on.
hold on, brother, hold on. So you said you could utilize it. Why? How? You gotta give us more than you can use
please
this.
break that down.
You can, you
Right,
can't just say, "Oh, I can use this," but how does that change anything? You got to be more
right.
specific, bro.
Got you. Because more is considered to be a part of original people
Okay,
and
so
black
if
is
you're
not.
driving down the street, right? You're traveling down the street. You get pulled over. You have a legal gun on you.
Okay.
How does that help you?
It don't. With police, you don't debate with police. You do that shit in court. You debate in the
No,
court.
I get
Not
it.
with
When you
police.
get to court, how is your outcome going to be different than somebody who's a Black American?
The outcome can be different because now you have access to all of these different rights. You got access to treaties. You got not just constitutional for U.S. citizens.
But has it
Constitutional.
benefited you in court though? Like break that down.
Nah. Hold on. I need to know. See, he says, "Oh, you could do this, do that." I want to understand what makes it different than a Black U.S. citizen from you or more. What's the difference? Can we both end up in the same state prison together?
Man, anybody, of course, man, of course. That
So what
goes
is the
without saying.
difference? That's what I'm trying to get to. What is the difference from you being what I'm a United States citizen? When they look up my race, they're gonna say Black. When they look up yours, they're gonna say more. What is the difference? How are you getting different treatment?
Okay, once again, number one, now once you're more, because now you could be considered indigenous. Now you can access the United Nations Declaration for the Rights of Indigenous People.
I've been in jail with indigenous people, so I don't understand what's the difference, bro. How does it stop you from being treated as somebody, any other citizen?
Bro, what I'm saying is that when you go to court, now you have access to more rights because of what was like the treaties, for example. Let's say if you had a court case, one of the things it said in the treaties is that you have to have a more on your jury. When Black people go in, they have people that most of the time they rule against them, whether they're considered Black or white, they rule against them. But if you got, now that you're accessing your treaty rights that was also made with the United States, now you could say you got to have a more on my jury as a part of my jury.
There's a treaty with who that says
treaty with the United States.
With who though? So one side is the United States. Who's the other side? There's two sides of a treaty, brother.
Morocco.
So one side with Morocco, one side with the United States says that if you go to trial in the United States, you can have a more on your jury.
Absolutely.
I mean, but a more would be your peer, right?
Yes, a more is my peer.
Okay, so no, hold on. So we already have the law as a United States citizen. I can have a jury of my peers. So what's the difference? I can have Black people. Listen, I can have Black people, or I can have Black people on my jury. You want to have more? It's cool. I can have Black people, so I don't see what the difference is. How does that make it better because you have a more?
I'm gonna explain it to you. The problem is that Black people usually rule against Black people in decisions.
What?
They go against.
That's not true.
They go against. Okay, pull up the facts. Pull up the facts and say to prove that it's not true.
Oh, that's your claim. No. That's your claim. You need to pull the facts to prove that, bro.
Well, you're saying that as it's the same as me having a more on my jury, having a Black person is going to be to your benefit. You made that statement.
No.
As if it was to your benefit. When is Black people being on a jury been a benefit to Black people? When?
Always. It always is. That's why Black defendants seek to have Black jurors. What do you mean when? It always is. That's why they want it there. Like, what are you talking about?
to my understanding, and I can't tell you this for a fact because this came from somebody who teach some other Moors. This came from Mir Kush in particular. I don't know if y'all familiar with Mir Kush.
So would you
They
want us to
stated,
believe that black people generally go against other black people? And I don't believe that, and I'll never believe that. That's crazy.
I mean,
And this
shit.
is
I
the
mean,
problem.
it's not. No,
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 hold
no.
on,
That's
real
not
quick.
crazy.
No,
That's
no,
absolutely
it
no,
is.
no, no, no. It's
No, it
not
is.
crazy
It is.
because
It is. It is.
I
It is.
live in a
No,
black
hold on,
neighborhood.
real quick.
Black people
And this,
don't go against other black people. We don't kill each other. We don't rob each other. We don't go against each other. We don't beef with each other.
that's
We
not
don't
what we're
hate each
talking.
other.
Listen,
That's not
now
the purpose of
he's
this
moving the goalposts. We're talking about juries. We're talking about juries.
Yeah.
You see
We're
how
talking
you got to
about
go
juries.
to everything else?
Okay, what I'm saying is that both of us need to be able to prove as a fact that black people rule in favor of black people or against.
No,
We're
no,
both giving opinions. We're both giving
no,
our opinions right now.
no.
We
You made
we
a
can't say
claim.
for a
No,
fact.
bro.
Okay,
You
well
made
prove it as a fact.
no.
Prove it as a
You
fact.
made the listen, brother. See, look, you jumped out the window and said black people generally go against other black people in these jury trials. This is what you said.
Right.
I said I don't believe that because the
Okay.
first thing when we see something and we be like, oh, he ain't do it, especially if it's some
That's an
bullshit.
opinion.
Unless
That's an
no,
opinion.
it's not an opinion. We
We're
generally go
talking
with each
about.
other. No. Look, we generally go with each
You
other
said
as long as
I
it
was
got
moving
nothing
the
to do with no
goalposts.
sex crime or
Now
no kids.
now you're talking about what people say. But I thought we were talking about juries. So if we're talking about facts, let's keep it to facts. We got to pull up the
You
facts that
haven't brought
show
any
that black
facts, though,
people.
Right, you haven't brought any facts. But can I ask this guy a question right quick?
Go ahead,
Okay. Well, you haven't brought a fact either. If I didn't bring the fact about black people ruling in favor of
All
black
right,
people,
okay,
then you
cool,
didn't.
man. Okay. Peace to everybody, man. It's been a minute. Not a coincidence,
Oh,
man. You been
dog,
good, bro?
salute. Yeah, I'm chilling, bro. Salute.
That's what's up. Peace, Cali. Peace, big ups, Virginia. What's going on, Cujo? And to the rest of the panel, peace. Okay, so brother
Black Power
Pan
Bang.
African Moore.
Yeah.
So you said that you went and you changed your racial status and your nationality.
My national origin, not nationality.
Oh, your national origin.
Right.
So if you don't mind sharing, where would your national origin be now?
My national origin is Moor.
So your national origin,
right,
means where you're from, or it means
okay.
that
Let me
titled yourself.
explain. Let me explain to you, brother. Moor is an ethnological nationality, not ethnographical, because the Moors moved around. They didn't stay in one location. And that's what I was alluding to when I mentioned those 4 different African nations, Libya, Tunisia, Morocco, and Algeria, that reserved rights for Moors, Muslim, and Mohammedan. They didn't mention anything about Algerians, Tunisians, Moroccans, etc. They said Moors because they were reserving rights for a particular group of people that didn't have anything to do with a particular location.
Okay, so you went through the Secretary of State with this, or did you go through the what was some of the process that you did to go through this?
I went through the county court in my city, Harris County Court, with Judge Elaine Palmer, a sister.
Okay, so and through that process, you did not renounce your American citizenship?
No, I didn't.
So you still gotta, and I don't mean to keep on. I'm just trying to get some context before I make a response. So do you have a state issued driver's license and state issued license plates, and you have a job?
I got all that.
And you pay taxes and stuff?
Currently, yes.
Okay, so cool. So basically, I think that what NAC is trying to get to is, what's the difference between me calling myself a Black African man, American, and I got all the same things. I'm doing everything the same way. I'm born and raised here in the U.S. You were born and raised here in the U.S. What you have done, and because now you've changed your national origin to more, and your race or whatever to more, now you kind of, because you're not a citizen of Morocco,
So now you're a stateless person.
No, that's not true.
Yeah,
That's not
yes, it is.
true.
Hold up. Let me finish. Because I'm absolutely extremely experienced. I was a Muslim for 50 years, so I know quite a bit about Moorish ideology.
And please let me get in next because we sped past what I asked earlier. But go ahead.
Yeah. I'm a land. So again, and if you do decide to go further and renounce your U.S. nationality, then you really leave yourself out here with no possibilities of doing or being able to do anything that's in accordance to the United States and its jurisdiction. And you honestly would become more of a stateless person at that time. But because I think it's just all semantics. I know that we like to claim these things to sound intelligent and make ourselves unique. But bro, I think you're a more intelligent person and it'd be best suited to really come on back to the family, get back in here with these real African American men, these scholars that you see on this panel and some that are in the chat, and really work with us to try to help better our community and stop worrying about Moors, stop worrying about Hebrew Israelites, start worrying about none of these people that don't give a damn about you. Whereas you can go to court and ask for a jury of your peers, i.e., I am a person who was facing a long time and wanted to make sure that I had black people on there, and we did, and we fought to have these black people on there. So, and eventually my case was dismissed. So, there's some things that as you guys continue to go down this rabbit hole, that you're going to take away some of your rights that you really do have. And, believe that you really do have rights as a black man. You may not be treated fairly, but you really do have rights as a black man, brother. And I'll land my plane right there.
Wait,
hold
on
real quick.
Okay.
Hold up. You said you was fighting the case and you fought to have black people on your jury, right? Yes, sir. And there's a reason for that, right? Absolutely. My case was out in the suburbs, outside of Detroit. Man, move my case back to the city. Right. So he tried to point out that that he can have a more on there. Well, like I said, we can have a jury of our peers too. That's all right. And we choose if we're in that situation, we want people that look like us on our as our jury. So, like you said, there's no difference. He said he doesn't see it that way. You brought up a real life example. O.J. Simpson, he was another case where he made sure he had a black jury, and
he fought. I remember that he fought to make sure black people were on the jury with him. I was in high school doing this trial.
Okay,
whether we think he's guilty or not guilty.
Those are good points. But here's the problem.
But hold on, please.
Hold on, stop. Hold on, stop. I just want to highlight this point, brother. Because when I got you, I tried to get you to give us examples, right? I tried to get you to be more specific, and you chose not to. So Old Dog came up here and gave a real life example. Appreciate that from the OG. Khalil pointed this out in the chat. That's why I brought up the O.J. Simpson verdict. He pointed that out. Shout out Khalil. So we do have points of reference in history where we can point out where having black people on the jury is good for black people. Hold up. My case was dismissed 4 years ago, so it was recent. It wasn't back in the 80s. This is just recent. 2 years of my life. I had to fight this case for 2 years.
Can I ask a question?
I want to address
the brother. You got to spit past me more than once. Goddamn. Can I ask a question?
Hold on. Let Mulatto get the question out. Go ahead, bro.
I appreciate it. And it'll be very brief. It's actually pertinent to what we're speaking about now. I think the brother, he might have misspoke now. There's nothing wrong with him acknowledging he does have Moroccan ancestry. But brother, you have to articulate. Are you claiming that when you went to court, it benefited you that you were of Moroccan origin? And if so, how did it benefit you, brother?
No, I didn't say I was from Moroccan origin. And to the point of, having black people on the jury. Just because I changed my race to Moor doesn't mean that I can't request to have black people on my jury as well as Moors.
No,
But it's
we
only about
understand
6
that.
more.
No, we understand that. The point was bringing up the black people was to say what's the difference, because you say you have a right to have a Moor on your shit. We say we can do the same thing. So your example showed no difference from what you can already do.
And he also made reference to special rights that are
Yeah.
recognized by the UN. The UN does not have any jurisdiction over the United States of America.
Not in
No, it doesn't.
not in a county
I'm
court,
not.
a state
Not in
court,
American
federal
court.
court.
Yes, understand
But
this
on the
though.
international platform.
When you present something from the United Nations, it's still taken into consideration. It might not be top tier like your religious rights and other rights, but it's still taken into consideration.
All right,
And
but
when
consideration
you
for
go
what
and
though? What's so special about something being taken into consideration versus something that can be actually affected? So
because
again, what I mean by that is, do I have to go to the United Nations as an African American man to make myself feel special, or do I take my ass to court by some good lawyers and go to court and fight for my Fourth Amendment right, or my Fifth Amendment right, or my Second Amendment right? You know what I'm saying? The UN has nothing to do with that.
Okay, but I also utilize treaty rights, which is above the UN. And
How can
whenever
you?
they try to, and this is the problem with the Constitution, and this is the problem with U.S. laws, is that the Religious Freedom Restoration Act talks about it can encumber your religious rights if there's a compelling government interest.
Brother, you're
That's why you
evading the
want.
question though. How did you utilize these pieces of legislation that you're speaking about? How did you use them, brother? How did they benefit you?
What I'm saying is, if you have a case you want to use, you want to have access to as much shit as possible.
Okay, well, I got one.
Especially if you're fighting for your life, especially, you want to have access to as much firepower as possible. You don't want to just relegate yourself.
No, I agree, but how did it benefit you though, brother?
Because I can utilize everything, me as being a black-skinned African, I can utilize all of those rights, and I can also utilize the rights that Moors have as well.
But you can't utilize, because you're not a Moorish citizen. You're not a person from Morocco. You have yet to.
It doesn't have anything to do with Morocco.
Yes, it does. You have yet to
citizen.
renounce. If you're going to be a national for a Moroccan national, you have to renounce your American nationality.
Brother, you gotta understand what I said earlier. It doesn't have anything to do with being a Moroccan national.
But if you want to utilize the treaty, then yes, it does.
No, brother, they didn't say Moroccan, brother. I said it. I said it multiple times. Listen, you got it. Wait. Listen.
How did you utilize the treaty to your benefit, brother? That's what I'm asking.
But let me address what he was saying about the Moroccan thing. I said it multiple times that these treaties with these 4 different African nations didn't say anything about this is only for Moroccans, Algerians, Tunisians, or Libyans. It said Moors, Mohammedan, and Muslim, which is just synonyms for the same thing. One is just more religious. One is just having more to do with your phenotype, what you look like, your appearance. More dark skin, swarthy.
No, that's not true though. That's not true. It has something to do with where those people were from, not how they look.
No, brother. No,
it didn't have nothing to do with how they look. It has something to do. No, I know the treaty you're talking about. You're talking about the American one, or the England. It was one. England had a treaty with Morocco. That's true, and that was in the 1500s. They're the ones who sold the Moroccans the guns when they went and attacked Songhay and destroyed Songhay. That's where they got the cannons from. So England had a treaty with that particular kingdom in Morocco, but that didn't go all the way to no damn Tunis.
How did you use these treaties to benefit you, though, brother? Can you tell us
that treaty has nothing to do with us at all.
No, but just ask him, how did you use these treaties to benefit you? That's because you got to teach us, brother. We need to learn. So how did you use these treaties to benefit you?
I'm teaching somebody who's read the treaties, all of them from the 1600s, multiple times. I'm telling you that it reserves rights for Moors. It didn't say Moors that live in Algeria or Moors that live in.
That's why they call them Moors.
Exactly.
That's why
So
they
what
called them
right?
Moors, because they were from that area, bro. The
But
treaty was
brother,
so
what
they
right?
wouldn't attack.
All right, bro. Y'all,
What rights
man,
did
y'all,
you
y'all, y'all
reserve
not, y'all are
when
speaking from
you
a place
found
of
this
love. Y'all
information that we
gotta,
don't already have? Is the
you
question.
gotta read, you gotta actually like read all the treaties
That's
to,
what that's why I'm asking you, brother. What rights did you
Name one
ascertain
treaty.
once you read these rights that you didn't already have? I'm listening.
the treaties reserve rights that
And
number
Hold up,
one,
Cujo. Hold up, Cujo. Let him
number
name.
one, first, because it's multiple. Y'all are throwing multiple things. First of all, we gotta understand that these rights were not reserved for just people in a particular landmass. They said Moors because Moors traveled. They're
Exactly. No,
Okay,
but
we
what
get
considered.
was
that.
the rights though,
We
brother?
get that
Don't
now.
run.
We get that. We
who
get that.
told you that? Where you
What
get
were
that
the
from?
rights
Hold
though?
on,
No, no, no,
Cujo.
no.
Hold
Don't
on,
let them run.
Cujo.
Don't run.
Don't
What
let
were
him
the
run,
rights,
Cujo.
brother?
Hold on,
We
Cujo.
listening.
He
Say
quiet.
what? Say
What
what
were the
now?
rights, brother? That's what we asking, brother. That's the question.
Well,
What were the
one of the
rights?
most important rights is your religious right. Because if you just strictly going off of the United States, they said they can encumber your religious rights based on compelling government interest. But if you got treaty rights, which is
You
based on the
didn't know we had
Constitution,
freedom of
That's
religion
not true.
before you.
That's not true. We have
considered
freedom of
supreme.
religion.
Yeah,
That's
you
not
didn't know
true.
that, brother.
That's
What's
not
not
true.
true? What's
We,
not true?
they can't impose anything against their religion
Yes,
legally. No, they can't.
yes.
No,
No,
In
they
the
can't.
Religious
They
Freedom
cannot.
Restoration Act, they
in,
specifically state that
in,
they can encumber your religious rights based on compelling government interest. Yes, that's a fact. They
Hmm.
can. They can step on your religious
I
rights.
don't
They
know
can
about
step
that.
all on them.
I'll look into it.
Well, it's a fact. You can read it yourself. Look up the Religious Freedom
But
Restoration Act.
how would one nation make a treaty with another nation and I'm giving you a right to have a religion? Who gives a fuck what religion they have in that nation? That's silly.
no. I
So you're
want to
saying
go
that
back
the
to one.
Muslims, that the Moors could
Man,
come
what
to
they
America and
no,
practice
what
their
they
particular religion?
this is
Well, I
what they
mean,
were saying.
what authority would anywhere you say Europe, and that's false to begin with. Okay, so let's
What's
say
false?
England,
What's
because
false?
it wasn't Europe. Europe is
I didn't
not one
say.
place. You did say Europe earlier. You
Okay.
did,
Great
you did,
Britain,
but it's not
United
Europe.
States,
No, there was no
Great
Great
Britain,
Britain.
United States. It was
The
several
original
European nations.
treaty was between
It's more
England,
than one
Queen Vic.
treaty, brother. It's a lot
Yeah,
of
I know it's
treaties,
two.
brother.
It's two
No,
major
no,
ones.
brother. No, brother. It's
Between
a lot of
it's
treaties.
one between the United States and Morocco. They may have some since the treaty of friendship and all that bullshit. That was
Okay,
signed by Thomas
okay,
Jefferson.
okay. But you got to understand, man, that the law of England shall continue is the oath that they take when
England
they
don't have any
sign,
authority over the
Cujo,
United States.
Cujo, Cujo,
when they
Cujo,
take an oath in the office.
Cujo.
So you got to
Can
common
I ask him
law
a
is the
question?
laws of England. This
Can I
is
ask him a
English
question?
law.
England don't
They
have no
use,
authority over the United States.
Cujo,
England had
bro.
nothing
They
to
got
do with.
Cujo,
Look,
brother.
I know the history of that area, man. I could just break it
I
down.
know, Cujo, but he getting you frustrated because he's not
I'm
being
not
a warrior.
frustrated.
So,
Go ahead. I'll
so
shut up.
how did the treaty? How did I mean? Okay, so have you ever been to court in recent times where you are utilizing your Moorish?
no. I didn't catch it. I didn't catch a criminal case and had to defend myself. Utilizing me being a Moor. No, I just got the court order last month. No, I haven't went in there defending myself because I got caught up in some crime from some holy, from
Okay.
some pigs. No, I didn't
So
get caught up.
are you gonna use your Moorish treaties and stuff like that to help you through this case?
The next thing I'm gonna do is get a court order for tax non-obligation because in the treaties they talk about Moors uh, shouldn't be dealing or are exempt from taxes, from anything having to deal with taxes.
So are there
Oh
any
my
laws
God.
that allow Moors to have
Now
any?
look, now let me specify. They don't use the word in particular. They use another term. So since that's my next mission, I'm going to focus on that in order to, because everybody wants something that they can use right now immediately. So that's my next mission, to get a court order for tax non-obligation.
All right, good luck, brother.
Hey
That's all
man,
you can say is
hey
good
man,
luck.
I'm not just doing it for Moors, man. I'm an African first, brother. Before I'm a Moor, I'm an African first. I got a family. All my family's black. I'm the center of my family. Black Power Banging know this as a fact. So yeah, I'm about black people and African people. I don't care what you identify yourself. You got that right. I'm not going against that, and I'm not telling you are Moor, and I'm not trying to tell nobody they are African. That's what I am.
All right.
That was the worst
I,
side of
I,
the
I
South. You know
can.
that.
I can tell people
Yeah, I can
that they're
tell.
African. I can.
Yep, me too. Yep, sure
So yeah,
can.
if you are a Black American, you are Western Central African descent. I don't. And if you don't want to call yourself Black, but you sound like
Hold on.
us, you look like us, you one of us too.
So more, let me ask you a
Of
question
course,
because
absolutely,
Callie,
absolutely,
Callie, Callie,
absolutely.
hold on, yo more. Let me ask you a question because Callie just made me think of something. So you said you changed your stuff around, right? So
Yeah,
obviously your peoples before that wasn't Moors, right?
yeah. My parents are classified as black. Yes.
Is anybody in your family classified as Moors?
Mm, No, I'm the only one.
Okay, so
Hey, that's something Webos wouldn't have meant to.
nah, I appreciate his honesty, like So why do you think that would change like the outcome of like your family lineage that you now becoming a Moor?
You seen the three come by? No, that's on me.
Like how does that change
Well,
anything?
well, for one, because of how my family regards me on my mother's side, because I have so because of the position that I'm in, because my mother, before she transitioned, she was the matriarch of the family. She was basically the leader of the family. So my family looked at me to carry on her legacy. So for my when I got my African ancestry DNA test done, it impacted my family. It gave my family, they were proud. They were speaking on that. They tell other people based on my results. So part of the family on my maternal side that carry the same DNA that I do. So
Absolutely.
me
That's what's
putting
up.
out there now, as far as me being a Moor, me being an African Moor, African first in particular, that's going to impact my family because me talking to my family, they have called me and asked me, tell me more. We want to know more about our pre-slavery history. Because at the end of the day, it's just a title. What's most important to me is putting out this information. Is our people getting back to our the essence of what we are, and spiritually what we are, because I deal with African centered spirituality. That's the foundation of what I deal with spiritually. So to be honest, my ultimate goal is really to lead back to that. That's my number one goal. But outside of just spiritual, culturally, for our people, because whether you call yourself a Black American and you study things having to deal with Africa and you're proud of your African ancestry, I am too. So anything to draw in my people to give them incentive, because every action is motivated by an incentive. So when you're asking me, well, what's the benefit of a Moor? And I start telling the people that I work with, my family, when they ask me these benefits, and I'm able to tell them something, I'm able to tell them, well, you can access this. Y'all are gonna debate it, and that's fine. That y'all
No, but
debate that.
cool. See, look, Pan
Okay.
African Moor, you have to understand. See, look, I thought you was gonna get to the point where you actually tell us what it is. But instead you was like, well, you can access this. And you didn't tell us what you could access. This is where we keep this is where the miscommunication is. We're trying to see
Yeah,
what
we
the
want a
benefits is.
definition because you're not
We
like
trying to
not just a definition. We want you to define what it is because it's kind of vague right now, and you're just
it's
kind of leaving
very
it
not
out there where we
kinda,
can just
it's
guess,
very
speculate. We don't want to speculate. We want to know.
And more importantly, honestly, and I'm gonna say it like this, and I may be wrong. Just about everybody up here, I'm not very familiar with Black Power Bank, but just about everybody that's on this panel, and like I said, a few other guys that's in the chat, these are very well studied men. They already know the answers. I know the answers. Cujo know the answers. But Pan African more, and the reason why I came up because I didn't hear you give concise answers. You do what we call the Abo shuffle, and you try to
Okay,
put out
wait,
this.
wait, 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 brother. You
Let
asked
me
me what's
finish.
the benefit. You
Let
asked me
me
what's the benefit, right? I already
Right,
answered
right.
your
No, no, no.
question
I
about
mean,
the
hold
benefit.
up, brother. Hold up. It's been across this whole, time of really trying to get you to uh say some of the particular things as far as law is concerned, as far as what does it mean to change your natural origin. It's been a all the way around type of thing instead of just getting straight to the point. And again, I'm just trying to tell you that we already really know this stuff. We just wanted to
the
hear you
religious,
articulate it so we
the
can have
religious
a
rights, brother.
conversation with you.
Your religious rights, brother. The treaties reserve your religious rights.
The First
Because if
Amendment
you're just
does
trying,
too.
Yeah,
That's what I was
First
gonna say.
Amendment does
You
too.
already
we
have that. The Constitution protects that already, bro.
Yep,
you don't
freedom. It
want to,
says freedom of religion. You have the right of freedom of religion that protects
yeah,
your religious
your
rights.
First Amendment. Your First Amendment.
Right.
And I keep
I
on
can
saying
make
the
up.
same.
I can make up my own religion tomorrow, and I'm
Facts.
protected.
I'm with y'all. I'm with y'all. But that's why I keep saying the same thing. You saying it like I'm doing an elbow shuffle and I'm going around it. But I said very specifically that
Yeah,
the
but we're trying
United
to get to
States,
the Amorge stuff because that just pertain that what you're describing, it impacts everybody. Everybody has those rights, those benefits. So
I got you.
what is it that Moors, what benefit do Moors have specifically that benefits just you guys?
I want you to listen closely to what I'm saying. The United States came out and said that they could step on your First Amendment religious rights if there's a compelling government interest. Look up the Religious Freedom Restoration Act. Look it up. You don't got to take my word
All right,
for it.
no, okay, all right, no. But look, all right. So you said they can do it. Have they ever stopped people from practicing
I
religion?
haven't seen it.
Man, I've heard of people when the vaccine was coming out that they tried to use their religion to not take the vaccine, and they still stepped on them
No. Stop. That's not true.
Not the government.
That's not true.
Those are private corporations.
The government did not do that because we had a big outbreak out here in New York with the Jewish community because of their religious thing. And you know what the Jewish community did? They took upon them like, nah, we gonna get this thing done. The government had nothing to do with it. It was always
But not a coincidence. Not just that. Not just that. A lot of the people that keep blaming the government, it turns out that these multinational corporations were giving you the opportunity to resign or take the vaccine.
Yeah.
Private entity.
I want to ask y'all a question. Why do y'all think that the United States put out this particular statement saying that they can step on your religious rights, that they can encumber your religious rights based on compelling government interests? Why do you think that they put that statement out?
Probably because people can be using a religious group to possibly overthrow the government. So if that type of things happen, then they could step in. But my thing is, they said it.
Or if it infected
Go ahead, Callie, real quick.
No, I was gonna say, or if it has some type of impact on national security.
Yeah. So they said it, but now can you give us examples of them just, stepping on the people's religious freedom?
Here's the whole thing, brother. Why not have the ability to be able to pull from the treaties that supersede the First Amendment right? Treaty being supreme law of the land, where the treaties reserve your religious rights so you don't have to just strictly depend on the United States and their law.
A treaty does not supersede the United States Constitution.
It's supreme law of the land.
A treaty does not. A treaty does not. A treaty does not supersede.
That's in
the treaty do not supersede the laws of the Constitution of the United States of America.
Because look,
are supreme law of the land based on the Constitution.
No, it's not. So listen,
that states that in the Constitution. It said treaties are supreme law of the land.
No, they're not. The United States is a sovereign nation.
Let's break this down. So let's say the United States have a treaty with an Indian tribe, right? So are federal laws exempt on that reservation?
What'd you say, brother?
Are United States federal laws exempt on Indian reservations?
Nope.
I'm asking no more. If one of those Indians committed a federal offense, United States, what?
No.
So they can come get them, right?
Yeah, they can come get
Even
anybody in
though
there
even
just
though
like
they
that.
have a treaty though.
Yeah, a treaty don't save you, but it
So
can help
what?
you.
So what are you
It
talking
can
about
help
then?
you.
So what
It
are you
can
talking
help
about
you.
then?
If you caught up in a court case, you want to use as many things as possible, brother.
Now, see
If
what
you
you
fighting for
see.
your life, if you fighting for your life, why or if you're behind the wall,
Man, in that case,
why wouldn't you want access to as many things as possible? Why would you want to just strictly depend on the US law?
But okay, but here's the reason why we can't take what you're saying and try to utilize that is because you're talking about a whole lot of nothing because it doesn't really apply to the a citizen of the United States of America. So
Oh,
if I'm
dog.
talking,
This shit don't work, bro, in courts. This is why
okay,
Moors go to prison all the
That's
time.
opinion.
look,
That's opinion, and
I'm just
and
doing
those
it
are
in a
Morris
more
American.
diplomatic
I'm not
way.
a Morris American. I'm
I'm
not
just
a Morris American. I don't. They got something totally different.
I'm
We're
not
still the
saying
same
I'm
people.
not saying what you're saying.
We don't squat on houses. I'm not a
You
sovereign
asked a
citizen.
question, and
I don't use sovereign
but,
citizen ideology.
but
I
listen,
use strictly what's on the record.
what you are offering, you're offering that whenever you get into some type of trouble, you want to utilize as many things as you can to get yourself out of the trouble. But what I'm telling you from the outside looking in and listening to this conversation and having very, very personal experiences with the courts, that there is no way, bro, that I will ever listen to anything that you say when it comes down to the court of law and laws. And that's what we're saying.
Cool.
You're a very
That's
smart.
fine.
You're a very smart guy, but I just think that you are you misdirected right now, and you really do
It's
need to.
not for you. It's not for
Okay,
you,
I mean,
brother.
okay,
It's not for
cool,
you.
cool,
It's not for you. That's
cool. I
fine.
mean,
I'm
you're
not trying to
right.
force
You're right.
it. I'm
It's
not
not
trying to
for me.
force it on you. I'm not trying to force it
I'm
on
not
you.
saying that.
Check
I'm
this
not
out.
saying that.
Out.
But
Here's
what
the
it
good
is
thing
when you
though.
come on these panels like this, you're gonna get the pushback. And I'm
No,
just,
that's right.
I'm just trying to
I
kick it with
I
you
don't
because
got no
you
issue.
sound very intelligent, and I don't, usually I go off on people, but I see something in you, or I hear something in you. So
I hear something in you too, brother.
yeah, I just wish that
I hear
I
something in
wish
you too,
that you
man.
will, hang out with these guys a little bit more, and listen to learn too, and not just to respond, because they do put out some really impactful stuff that even helped me further my ability to research and seek the truth, because that's what it's all about.
No, but I would say that I would say this to you, bro. I would say this to you, bro. One of the issues that you have, because you believe certain things that aren't true. You believe that David Imhotep is a legit scholar. He's not. Dude's pseudo as hell. And so you have to be able to eliminate some of your biases that you have towards this information. It's like when we gave you what I believe, what was the man's name? I forgot the the archaeologist's name that we brought up earlier. I forgot that guy's last name. But anyways, though, he had his own. That was the article of his work. He never mentioned Africa. He never mentioned anything about no hieroglyphics or none of that. But David Imhotep implied as if he stated that was it. That's what he said. He never stated that at all. And yet you're like, well, I got to go look this up. No, that's what not a coincidence pulled up was that doctor's was that archaeologist. It was his work.
I'm with you. I'm with you, brother. And the brother said that I need to listen, not just to respond. Look, I listen intently. And I said what I said earlier, I'm going to do that. Y'all brought up, he pulled it up about Goodyear. I'm going to go check that out. I'm going to look further into that, But as far as this stuff dealing with the Moors and the treaties, that's
one more thing, brother.
I know that like the back of my hand. That's not nothing I got.
No, saying one more thing, brother. One more thing. That issue you brought up with the Khoisan being in the Americas, yeah, that's false too. There's no information in that. I know where that information originates from. It comes from real history. And if you saying that David Imhotep, did he state that too? Did he state that too? That the Khoisan were in the Americas first? Did he state that too?
Absolutely.
Yeah, see, that's where he got that from, bro. His source is Real History, that Real History website. I'm telling you.
Hey, I had to jump in right there. I don't know about the Khoisan being in America, but African influence was in America.
No, it
Like
wasn't.
over. No, no. Let me tell you. Let me tell you why I say that. There is no way that the bow and arrow could be here in America and it
Yes, it could.
simultaneously get built.
Yes, it could.
False. That is
Yes, it could.
false. How can it
Humans,
simultaneously get
yes, it
built?
can. Hold on,
Easily.
humans were doing agriculture around the world without having contact with one another. Just a
Exactly.
humans, certain things that
They
just
did an inoculation.
because
They did it in Asia and they
facts.
did it in West Africa without any
That's a fact.
contact with each other.
So you telling me
It's a fact.
like multiple different inventions came together and made the
Yes,
same thing?
yes,
Yeah.
but they're not using
No,
it. They're
now,
not
now,
using the same
you know
tools,
what?
bro.
But
Native
now, what
Americans
this
use the
is?
There
turtle
wasn't only
shell.
one civilization that
All
built
right, so
the
check
wheel.
this.
There
So
were
what I
multiple.
would say is that the Africans had influence on the Asians, and since the Native Americans are of
Nah,
Asian descent, then they brought it over.
you
You
gotta
But
show
know,
bro,
that.
bro. You
to
see how
think that
long
Nah,
ago that was,
no,
bro? No,
no.
no,
no,
bro.
heck no, I don't
Hell no.
believe.
They came out like they left Africa like 60 plus 70,000 years ago. No.
No.
No, what I'm saying is
I gotta
because the Asians created the crossbow, right? Off of the design of the bow and arrow. But to think that that the Native Americans independently created the bow and arrow, I
Yes.
don't know. No, sir.
A lot of things was independently created without people come up with the same ideas, bro. We're the same people. If we come across the same problem and we're trying to figure out how to solve this problem, we'll fuck around and come up with the same thing that works. Because if it works,
Facts.
it works.
Same thing happened with like iron smelting iron and shit like that was taking place in other parts of the world. And these people had no contact. They just figured it out. It happens.
Now,
But
iron
just
smelting
because
probably was
something similar, doesn't mean that it's the same. And if you look at the tools that were used to make the bow and arrow in Africa and America, they had different tools. Turtle shell with the natives.
I can
Like, look,
understand it's different because you got different things accessible.
no, look. Think about this. Iron smelting, right? What time
All right.
period is iron smelting in?
But all right, let me ask you this. I'm
No, hold
not
on.
for sure the time period.
No.
But I just want the reason why I want to ask this because in
Hold on,
Africa
look.
when they was doing
What
iron
year is the
smelting, they
Iron
used
Age?
termite
What year is
mounds.
the Iron Age?
I have to look up the actual dates, but I know they use termite mounds.
Yeah, because you would be iron smelting. If Africans had influence, when they teach them how to smelt iron.
Hold on, listen. We need
They
to
wasn't doing
understand this.
iron smelt. They didn't have an iron age in America.
Stop. Okay, but fine, cool. So we had the Iron Age, around 1200 BC, right? So if we got the knot culture in West Africa. They're dealing with iron. So you mean that they had to learn how to do iron and then teach people in Europe and Asia how to do it?
No, I'm not saying that. Well, people probably came and learned, and
Because
then
by this time, listen,
as it
1200
moved,
BC.
as the information moved.
So look, check it out. 1200 BC, we have people already in Europe. We have people in Asia. We have people in Australia.
And people has
We have
always been
people
moving. Yes.
in these Pacific Islands. We have people in America, right? People already where they are. You get what I'm saying?
1200 BC, you got to show me where West Africans were going to the Americas or something like that, bro, or even to Europe. 1200 BC. 1200 BC, you talking about Africans and like England and places like that?
They was not smelting iron in America.
No, but that's fine. But was they smelting iron in Asia?
I would have to look that up. I know
They
I looked
was.
up America. They was using soft metals in America when it come to
They was
metallurgy.
doing it in Asia.
They was using
They
like
was doing-
copper. But now, even if they was doing it in Asia around that time, we can't say that it wasn't human interactions between those two places.
It's possible.
No, we
That
know
the
there was
information wasn't
interaction,
transferred.
but I specifically was talking about the knot culture. They're in West Africa. That's why I pointed them out. Right?
Yeah, and that's why I wanted to point out the fact that when did they migrate over to Europe
Like who
and teach them
taught
how to
them?
smelt iron?
So if they didn't learn,
it's not about
over to Europe.
migration.
Listen, Black Power Banging, check it out. Either somebody taught them,
All right.
either somebody taught the knock people how to smelt iron and deal with iron, or they learned it on their own and they taught everybody else. Because that's if we're going by your logic. Somebody had to teach
I
them.
would believe it that way. Yes, that it spread, that information spread.
Can you show us evidence instead of just belief though? Because that's the same thing that Abels do. They just believe shit.
All right.
You say
So
you gotta have proof.
I give you
Cali,
evidence. I
don't
give you
do it
evidence
like that.
of rap
Don't do it
music.
like
Rap music is the very same thing. Music has been done in history throughout different cultures, but rap music still we can't say that on the West Coast we was doing it different. No, it started in New York and it spread around the world.
No, but
And
you're
with cars,
also
the Model
let's
T,
be
when we
fair
start
though.
looking at hold on, motor vehicles started in the United States. Now they make Ferraris. In other parts of the world, but it don't mean just because that's an
Yeah, but
No, there's
expensive car
evidence
that
that it
no,
they
but
might have been
also
developed in Germany earlier. To be
hold
honest
on,
with you.
look. But look, also
Motor
you
vehicles were never
give an
developed in the United
example
States.
when the world is what we call like much smaller. Transportation is
Right.
easier at this time, so it's
Communication.
easier to move these ideas and inventions around. Who got that mic open like that? Sounding like that. Is that Cujo? Yeah, that was Cujo. So we're talking about at a time where things are being moved around the world easier than it was thousands of years ago.
understandable.
You get what I'm saying? So
But information then traveled in the mind of a person. You feel me? We gotta really sit back and think about how this thing works. You feel me? There is no way when we start looking at even with iron swords moving, weapons moving, cannons turn into smaller cannons, and it moved around the world. It didn't pop up in the minds of multiple people
all
and
right, so
start
check this
creating
out.
similar.
Check this out.
No,
Check this out. So Black Power begging. All right. So do you think that all right, so we know that we can go to 20, 30,000 years ago. We have the Paleo Americans, right?
right?
Oh shit, my bad, pardon me. So we have the earliest Americans here, right? Um, do you think that somebody had to come here and teach them how to build somewhere to shelter? How to
So let
build
me ask you
shelter?
this: now, are they of Asian descent?
Yes.
So when they came here, they still came here with Asian information. So they was building Asian shelters.
That's not
Yes.
true.
So
That's
no,
not
hold
They
on,
true.
was
hold
building
on, hold
building
on.
Asian shelters with the Asian information, with the things that they had
I
readily
got
available
you.
to them, which turned it into something
I
different.
got you. Look, I kind of set them up, y'all. I kind of set them up, right? Because then, how do we get to the pyramids that they built? So somebody came back and showed them how to build the pyramids.
So now we talking about the pyramids. I no. First and foremost, when we start looking at this, how do you know that
Or
that was
did
even
they
the
do
same
it on their
people?
own? Or did they do it on
I
their
can't
own?
even say that the people that was there, like that built the pyramids, the people that surrounded now, I really can't. You feel me?
Now you
I
really
don't
go.
know who
I
built them.
try to stop. Hold on, stop. I
I
try to
don't know
stop
who built
Callie
them.
from
I'm
calling
gonna
you
keep
an.
it all
You
the way
sounding like
100.
an avo now, bro. Nah, you sound
I
like a
don't know who built them, bro.
Callie. My bad. You said it too, but yo,
I
Black
told
Power
you, bro.
nigga. Yo,
I
yo.
like the brother, man. But that shit crazy, bro. Like you said,
Nah,
you just
Black Power
believe, he
begging.
believes
Nah,
shit, right?
he people.
Let
We
me
gonna
let me
work
tell
them
you
through
why
this.
I say
We gonna
that.
work them
I'm
through
gonna
this.
tell you why I say that because
Wow.
when we start talking about in that particular area, when we come to North America, from my what I know about Native Americans, they not building the same thing here. So I know that it wasn't the people here that I know to be Native Americans, Indian, that built what was down
See,
there.
look.
So
See,
I would
look.
consider them two different
All right,
people because
look.
they had
But
two different informations.
nah. Okay, so
I
you
got
gotta
a question.
understand.
I got a question. Do
Hold
y'all
on,
think that
more. I
do
got
you
you.
think that the Olmec were the pyramid builders?
I look, the
Hold on.
Olmec, they could have been a whole nother people that died
Hold
all the
on. Let
way
me say
off.
this.
I
Let
don't
me
know.
say this. Let me say this. This is what we gotta understand though. So from the time that we get the first people, see, y'all not looking at things the proper way. We get people coming in 30,000, 20,000 years ago, right? They're spreading all about. So these people, they might have been together, but then they left and spread apart. And then we get pyramids let's say 25,000 years later. So these people are already separated, doing their own thing, all that. They're not different people. They became to be sort of different in culture and all that, but genetic, they're the same people.
Okay,
right?
They're the
genetically they
same
could be
people,
the
but they
same
don't even,
people.
but they don't know each other though anymore.
Yeah, they don't know each other originally, but they got the same blood in them.
Facts.
These people,
y'all reaching.
No, nobody's reaching because we have multiple waves coming in and these people mixing, right? But so what we're talking about when they first came in, they're not the same people as or that we get 4,000 years ago when we get the Olmecs building shit and all this shit in Mexico and all this other shit. These people been separated, right? But they're still the same people. So for you to say, oh, they're not the same as North American as South American,
yes,
they are.
are.
They got the same mixtures, just you know, a little bit here and there differently, but they're the same people.
Yep, from Alaska all the way down to the Argentine-Chilean border, those people are genetically the same.
They hold the same genetics. You know what I'm saying? That
Talking about Native Americans?
Yeah. The
Man, I keep telling y'all, they got here in the 19th century, man.
Nah, they actually match to ancient bodies. They actually match to bodies from 17,000
They did not. They didn't. No, they got here earlier than that.
Man, ain't no bones live last that long.
They got
Stop
here.
it.
They got here earlier than that. But hold on. Let's go back.
No, they
Right?
did not. No, they did not.
Absolutely. You could say no, they didn't. I could show you bones that did, and then we.
He just gonna say it's fake anyway. So I mean, there's nothing you can show Lotus.
No, bones cannot last. Bones cannot last 500 years.
Yes, they can.
I don't care what anybody.
Yes, they can.
Oh, hell nah.
I'm not even entertaining.
I'm done.
Okay.
Yeah, it ain't worth entertainment because like we already know we got to prove not a coincidence. We have to prove nothing to him. We've shown it. You've shown
every element.
Matter of fact, you know why?
Bones, bro.
Not a coincidence because we've shown all that shit on this channel so many times. The actual proof.
So let me tell you where I'm at with this.
The
whole thing is to say that.
That's it.
Okay, to say that they independently built them without African influence, to me, that's foolish. That's like saying the Ferrari was independently built without Model T influence. I just don't see it. I don't see people I work in the construction field. I've been working. I don't see people. I see people today building with blueprints, not just all of a sudden getting it popped in their head and they know how to do it. No, sir. I'm dealing with men that build hard hats, steel toe boots, and I work in this field, bro. People build off of blueprints, and the blueprints could become from something else, and they got something called reverse engineering, but the influence come from somewhere.
I agree.
That's right, Black Power banging. They came from America, they went to Africa. That's what I'm talking about.
I don't believe it came from America and went to Africa. I don't believe that because there's no way. Look, even when we start talking about just people mating and having babies, y'all call yourself the Aboriginals. Y'all been here, but y'all haven't had enough sex to totally control a state. So that, homie, y'all sex is like just baby. Y'all need to put in some more work, bust some more nuts. You feel me? To even control a landmass. So I don't know if we get down just to the basics, but what I'm talking about is simultaneous thoughts that's coming in two different paths that's totally independent of each other. So that has not happened anywhere.
So Black Power banging. Look, this was built. Let me try to do the math. 1200 to let's say 800 years ago.
No, it wasn't.
Hold on, stop. Yes, it was.
They
stop,
built that
bro,
in 1913.
Stop. Man, whatever. I don't want to hear that. Yo, Lotus.
I can show it to you.
Lotus, stop. All right, listen.
Hey, let me
No. I got you. 2 seconds, real quick, Sean. You right there. Lotus, if you're gonna keep interjecting like that, you're gonna have to come with a source, or I'm gonna kick you off for real, bro. But let me just say this real quick. This was built between 800 to 1200 years ago, and so Black Power banging, you got to be saying that Africans had to come over here 800 to 1200 years ago and show them how to build this. But go ahead, Sean. Let Sean go. Nobody interrupt him. Go ahead, Sean.
All right, so real quick, this is what it sounds like when I listen to Black Power Banger. He is saying that in order for someone to be able to do something, someone else had to show them how to do something. So How did Africans show people how to have sex? I'm asking a question. I'm asking Black Power Banger a question.
So
Did
no. Now, do you see what you just did? No. Do you see what you just did?
Answer
Do
my
no, sir. No,
question.
sir. Do you see what you just
Answer
did?
my
What you no? What you
question.
no?
Did
No? Just
African
did is
people
not even
show
fair,
other
bro.
people how to
That's
have
not
sex?
fair. That is not fair.
That is what you're
No, it's not.
proposing,
No,
Black
no, it's
Power
not.
Banger.
Let me show you
Yes,
why.
it
Let me
is.
give you an example.
No.
Riding
I
a
heard
bike.
you.
No,
I
sir.
heard you.
Riding a bike. Like saying is sucking a titty, a mama titty to eat. Like you got to show somebody how to suck a mama titty. Something that happened naturally in nature and riding a bike is not natural in nature. So
You just
building
proved
a
my
structure
fucking
is not
point.
natural in
Something that
nature.
happens in nature happens
Humans are nature.
naturally.
That structure is not natural in nature, bro.
Black Power
Humans
Banger. Listen
are
to
net
me.
and part of nature.
Listen to me, bro. Humans are a part of nature. They learned off nature independently how to do the things that they did when they needed to form their own spears. Did nobody show them how to fucking do that? They were sharpening rocks way before that. We have evidence of that long ago. Now to add to that, right? Motherfuckers was looking at ants, bro. They were looking at fucking ants, how they
Let's
were
go.
building mounds. But these temples that are on the screen right now, that they're not a coincidence is showing, doesn't even represent the same shit that Africans was doing over there in fucking Egypt and Nubia when they were mound building, bro. They went through stages. You can't show me stages of these fucking these natives over here doing the same shit that happened in Egypt and Nubia. They don't have those structural mounds. This shit is new age. Hold on, let me finish. Hold on, let me finish, bro. Let me tell you what they were doing when they were building this shit, bro. Every time they had a fucking king, they built a level. So the first king is built off the foundation of the civilization, all the way until the last king. What he's showing on the screen are that's not a fucking pyramid. That is to represent the fucking rule of order for these people. When we study the fucking pyramids, they tell us this shit. They tell us themselves what they were doing when they erected these things.
After Sean finished whining, I got my source. To
And the
bunk
Hold on.
everybody.
What's happening right now is that you actually going against an earlier argument. Because I heard earlier today in an argument that you said that it was said that all people originated out of Africa. Do you believe that?
Them originating out of Africa has nothing to do with what we're talking about right now, because you said,
Sean, tell them they're separated for tens of thousands of years. When we what group of people we talking about? You get what I'm saying?
So no, hold on. So when he started talking about having sex, so having sex originated in a particular point and spread it out throughout the world. That's specifically what he said. So if life started,
I said what
in
you're
one place,
saying. What you're saying is,
bro,
that the rest of the world had to learn how to have sex from Africa.
So
According to your
what I'm
logic.
saying. So according to the logics that which and I believe you
No, your logic.
If
Your
everybody,
logic, not the logic.
okay,
your
from
logic.
my logic, from my
There you
logic.
go. There you go.
Do all human life come from one place?
The origin of human life is not the argument here, sir. That's not the origin.
I'm asking you.
Everyone knows where life started on the continent of Africa. That's not up for debate.
Yes, it is.
That is not up to debate.
Okay, so hold on. So basically, now you're trying to flip it on me, saying that life started in Africa, people spread it out, then had to learn how to have sex. Think about what you're saying. Like really use logics.
Get them, Black Power.
That's not what I'm saying.
So what I'm no, bro. Simply and plain.
That is not what I'm saying. I said what you said according to your logic. I didn't say what I was saying because I haven't stated what I was saying yet. I came on here and I said specifically what I am hearing you say sounds like this. That is exactly what I said. I didn't say what I've said yet, because what you're doing is you're using a diffusionist argument, which would be pseudo. We're trying to prevent you from being pseudo, because we said this before to you on a similar show regarding the bow and arrow when you brought that up before, as if humans don't have the wherewithal to create some of this shit to be able to survive, bro. When you put some people in an unnatural,
I don't know what happened. I think Sean ended up dropping out or something. But yeah, what Sean is saying is that what he's saying is absolutely right. Yeah, you're back. You're back. Go ahead and pick it up. Go on and pick up, Sean. Go ahead.
Basically, what I was saying was, when you take people and put them in an unnatural environment, they have to adapt to that environment. So naturally, to them, they're going to develop the tools and the mechanisms to survive in those areas that they are placed, or that they inhabit, or that they encounter. This is natural among all humans. Black Power Banger, I can take you to the suburbs and you will be able to survive in the suburbs. If you are unable to survive in the suburbs, you're going to adapt to the suburbs and figure out how life works in the suburbs. Or if not, you're going to bring your ass back to this fucking hood where you are naturally already aware of how life goes there. So I'm saying, we humans, we have this innate ability that's instilled within us to be able to create, design, and do things. When you take away someone else's ability to be artistic and express themselves in a manner to be able to resolve their problems, you're now taking the human away from them, because now you're putting the onus on other people. Remember, they said that fucking aliens built the pyramids at one time, which was the dumbest shit we've ever heard in our lives. Then they turned around and said, we had another brother on the panel who wanted to be a goddamn Hebrew, and he said, and then you got the Hebrews claiming that the fucking Hebrews were enslaved and they built the fucking pyramids. Neither of those things were true. What was true is that the people of Egypt came together and used this word that they call Bak, B-A-K, which means to do work in Medu Neter. That word means to do work in Medu Neter. They came together and they built the shits themselves, and then they documented where they got the limestone rocks, how they quarried the rocks, what they ate, and all of this shit. So we have all of that. So what I'm saying is, these people have a right to their existence in what they created and established. Is it greater than where the fuck we come from? No. It ain't greater than where the fuck we come from. It's actually new and recent to the world. But to them, it could be great because that's their desired culture. But man, a fucking bow and arrow is being built everywhere because people needed to survive. That's the logistics of the argument is survival in that instance. And we can look at the archaeological record to argue that with evidence.
Instead of
Let
taking
me
the
ask you a
time
question.
to construct a
Go
weapon
ahead,
like
Black
that,
Power Man.
you have to make
What
sure you
doesn't
put all
exist?
this money in and bend it and all that.
What doesn't
That's
exist?
some real
Hot
thought
or
put into
cold?
that. So, end of the day, not a coincidence. I put my sources in the
To
background.
to me,
That
to
chicken
me
eating
and you,
pyramid did not
hot
look
and
like that
cold
100 years
exists to
ago.
me and you
They
because we
reconstructed
have dealt with
it. You
the
had all day.
difference between
No, I'm
temperatures,
asking you,
right?
which one doesn't exist, hot or cold?
We
You
have
know,
dealt with both, bro. We don't there's no which one does or which one doesn't exist. They both exist, bro.
Now
okay.
hold on,
So now,
real quick. Just take a 2-second break. This is Lotus's source.
It's Loso.
This is Lotus's source. Let's just take a
I knew this
2-second break.
nigga would fuck us up, yo.
Y'all can go back to y'all conversation. Go ahead. I just want y'all to see
the
his source.
reason I say that, right?
Mm-hmm.
I was taught information by somebody else. I just asked you, now you a knowledgeable brother, and I just asked you a question, and you said they both exist. Cold does not exist. And when somebody told me that, I didn't understand it. It didn't make sense. I was like, I done drunk cold water. I understand. And they said to me, they said cold doesn't exist. They said, have you? And I was like, well, 0 degrees. You think heat don't exist? I was like, yeah, it's degrees, heat's gone. Well, how can you get to -10? And then I was like, damn, you're right. How can, because you still removing heat from 0 degrees. And then I done been in a 1940
No.
freezer.
Let me stop
No,
you
hold on,
before you
hold
make
on,
it
Nah, let
hold
him
embarrassing
go.
on,
yourself.
Let
hold
him
on.
let him say it, bro.
No,
Let
let
him
him stop
say
before
it.
he embarrasses himself, man. It's this thing called zero
Dropping that
Kelvin.
science,
Nah,
Black
he
Power,
wanna
baby.
do it.
There's
He
no
Drop
way
wanna
I
that
do
can
it right
thermo,
embarrass
now,
myself,
that
brother. You
Cujo.
can't fuck
thermometer
with me
Cujo,
like
science
he
that.
on them.
wanna do it. Let him do it,
Yeah,
Cujo.
let
Let
me
him
do
be.
it. Let me do
Let
it.
him bury
So the
himself,
thing
Cujo.
is, at 0 degrees, you still can remove heat. Negative, and I'd have been in a negative 40 degree freezer. In negative 40 degrees, you can only stay there so much because heat removes out of your body. And I can ask you how many different ways that heat moves since Cujo got it. But anyway, so the reason why I say that we achieve as humans absolute zero. They haven't achieved that. You feel me? So the thing is, heat always exists. There's heat energy that exists. Now watch this. I asked
What is
you a
heat?
question. I
What is
asked you
heat?
a question.
No,
You talking
I
about
ain't cut you
well,
out. What is heat?
they use British thermal units to
No,
measure it, but
heat is when atoms are
Bro,
moving. Is it movement?
exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
okay.
So that's what it is. So you're
Nope.
saying you have movement in matter. Yeah, that's what it means. But there
All
is a
right.
thing called zero Kelvin. Go ahead and look that up right now. For real.
All right. So the reason why I asked you that, right? So that's information that's in the we living in the same country, going through the same school system, and at the same time, that was information that you wasn't taught, right? So the information still have to travel from mind to mind. It's still information. That's how information travels. It's not pops up in two brains and two people have this same thought. No, it don't work
No,
like that.
man, that's not it. You failed to understand how people educated themselves, bro. There was not a school system not too long ago, bro. School systems are fairly new as far as what you're referring to. So how did the people teach themselves? It's very clear through experiment,
Culture
right?
is a
And
school system.
observation. No. Through experimentation and observation, bro. The culture thing gets developed in a different form. Inside of that, those life lessons are instilled through mythological or folklore to be able to tell the story because they don't know the deeper meaning or explanation that science provided later. So when they were trying to explain their natural world, they created these folk tales to be able to explain what they could not comprehend at the time. So they deified those things that they did not know. We know of this from the early African. So when we're listening to, or when we're reading the text from early Africans, folklore or folk tales or mythological stories as it pertains to their existence within a society, we can determine that they didn't have certain tools. When we look at the fucking natives that were here, they went through that same process, bro. No one bestowed that upon them. Observation and experimentation is the survival mode in order to advance things. Through trial and error, they were able to learn how to catch a fish. They weren't just, originally the first thought that a man would actually have is if they don't have any tools or anything that they actually could do to catch a fish in the water, but you see the fish in the water and your stomach growling and you hungry as hell and you see something that you're trying to eat and the nuts and the leaves ain't helping you, you're trying to catch that bitch with your hands. So then you start to develop a way for you to gradually catch that bitch with your hands. From that, you begin to be like, oh, well, some of the motherfuckers is too slick. I gotta go find something to be able to catch it, whether it be a net or something else. Oh, I don't have a net in this particular era of life because I ain't thought that far to come up with shit to bring together and make a basket and catch them that way. So I'm fucking putting a shaved rock at the edge of a tree limb. I'm tying that bitch together some kind of way with leaves. Once I got that bitch tight, I'm going back to that same water where I seen these fucking fish, and I'm just gonna chuck this spear down in the water, and boom, I catch a fucking fish. That was technology and the development of fishing at its finest without motherfuckers even knowing each other, bro. And we see that across the world.
So
No one can
in
argue
Africa, I
against
think it was
that. But
like
hold on, hold
64.
on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. What I am saying to you is that at the time, of that type of shit that's going on, these people, some people are already ahead of the other people who was just learning this shit. And we have to take that into consideration. Nature teaches lessons. That is why you have these fucking these nature deities. Them understanding these things. Now, I can get scientific with you and talk about this hot and cold shit. I don't know where the fuck you learned that shit, but you know what I'm saying? You got to dial all of that all the way back.
I do refrigeration I do refrigeration.
Okay.
That's what I do for a
That's
living.
fine.
Break it down. Break it down.
That's fine. I'm happy that you do refrigeration. But what I am telling you scientifically, that is inaccurate. But to move forward with my point, bro, think about that. So think about when Africans came over here to the New World, right? These motherfuckers didn't have a sense of understanding how to do the inoculations. That was mentioned to you earlier by Callie, and not a coincidence. They both said inoculations. That was pivotal. But these motherfuckers wasn't dealing with China and dealing with inoculations at that sense. Human beings have the ability to build and establish shit simultaneously without ever coming into contact with one another. And when we see these two things that they actually have, they can represent two different distinct meanings and explanations for why they had the intent to create what it is that they established. We have to take that into consideration in these conversations. I am saying to you, brother, whoever taught you that the bow and arrow comes from Africa was incorrect according to the archaeological record, because they don't even make the shit the same way.
That's what I already said, Sean.
So are you saying the bow and
them.
arrow? They didn't. So when they say, I think like the oldest date I seen was 70,000. It's like 60 something to 70,000 years old. That's the oldest evidence on Earth that is false.
Something being older than something else does not negate the fact that these people independently develop their own shit, bro. That's not what I'm saying.
No. Hold on.
We know that this technology. Listen to what you're saying to
I'm
me.
listening to you, but what I'm saying is this:
years,
at 70,000 years ago, can you find me at least 8,000 years and 10,000 in the Americas?
Black Power Banger, listen to me wisely, bro. What I am saying to you is clear. Just because something is 70 or 80,000 years older does not mean that technology was passed on. It just means that life was lifing before these motherfuckers arrived in the New World and began to do life themselves. It had nothing to do with one or the other. They had to independently figure out the fucking United States of America, or North, Central, and South America, when they began to inhabit this motherfucker, because it wasn't nothing like everywhere else and other people have seen. Those people that migrated in, whether it was down the Belt Highway or through the Beringer Strait, them motherfuckers had to figure it out, because it was a fucking ice age over here, bro. And they were chasing big ass mammals and shit and animals and shit to be able to survive.
How long ago? What was the time frame? Give me a time frame.
Between 18 and 25,000 years, bro. In North America,
there is no evidence of a bow and arrow in America 18,000 years ago.
You're missing the point of what I am saying to you, brother. Just because something is older doesn't mean that technology was passed on. My point is,
I hear what you're saying, but what I'm trying to say is that
just
the
because we knew
information
something
traveled with the
years
people.
ago. No, listen, bro. That shit wasn't traveling. Because we knew something 70,000 years ago, don't mean that the people 20,000 years ago that came into a whole new place had that knowledge. They did not. They had to establish it.
And we had no contact with them.
Banging is winning this argument.
Hold on, no. And we had no contact with them. It's the same thing when it comes to developing. When it comes to our agricultural practices. The agricultural practices were also developed independently on their own. Just because they did something that may be similar doesn't mean that they got it from somebody. Humans are capable of developing their own.
Are Jordans and LeBrons the same?
Nope.
Hey, you know
But
what
they are
though?
both
The
shoes,
principle of
right or wrong.
That's a
the
fact.
Are
principle the
Jordans and
principle of
LeBrons the same?
Yep.
I just need to
if we're going
understand
off of
if Jordan and
science,
LeBrons are the same. Are
if we're
Jordans and
if
LeBrons the same?
hey
I'm trying to keep it simple.
if we're looking,
Without
let's
listen,
keep it simple.
it's Uber Eats and goddamn what's the other one called that Lotus do?
DoorDash.
DoorDash. Is Uber Eats and DoorDash the same? Is Uber
Nope.
Eats and DoorDash the same, or are they both?
Uber Eats and DoorDash is not new, and they was delivering pizza before that. So
No.
food was
Listen to
being
what I'm
delivered
asking
before
you.
that.
You're missing
So
the analogy here.
no, you're missing the point that
hey,
they just
sir,
built a model off a model that was already built.
Let me answer the question.
No, bro. Listen to me, bro. Are DoorDash and
Hey, I
Uber
want to
Eats
answer
the
that
same
question.
shit?
Yes, they are the same. The principle is the same.
Are they different?
Hey,
Are they different?
The only different
Are
name.
they
The principle
different?
is the same.
Were they established at the same
The
time?
goal is the same.
Were they established at the same time?
One of them was first, meaning that the information somewhere else, information.
No, fuck
previous.
your mic, Lotus. I'm talking to Black Power.
You're
Baby.
making my point.
I'm
This
not
is the
making
thing.
your point. They
At
didn't
70,000 years ago,
listen, bro.
the bow and
I
arrow
already
was
explained to you.
developed.
The
I
problem,
clearly explained it to you.
The answer to the question is principle of correspondence. Principle
Hey, Black
correspondence is
Power banging, bro.
connection. Everything,
Black Power banging, man. You just
everything is connected.
you have a belief, bro.
Everything is connected while in appearance of separation.
No, man.
Everything
What the
is
fuck are you
connected
talking
only
about?
in the appearance of
Anyway,
Ain't about
as
no
I was
belief,
as
homie.
I
Ain't
was
about
saying,
no
yes, it
belief.
is a
I can
belief.
give you
Yes, it
another
is, Black
example.
Power. Okay, all right. No. Hold on. Fuck
I
your
give you
example.
hold on. I give you another
No.
example.
Hold on.
I
Don't
was
give me an
raised in
example.
Compton,
No.
California, right?
Hold
In
on, Black
Compton,
Power. Okay.
California.
Let's
Hold
play
on.
that
Now I
game.
was sitting and listening to
Black
you, bro. I
Power.
press mute. Now listen to me. No. I'm about to cook.
No. Where
So
is your
they
source?
cripping in
Where
Compton,
is your
California.
source?
In New York.
Where is
In
your
New York.
source?
I'm the source.
Black
I'm
Power
a
Bagel.
Compton
Where
Crip, cuz.
is your
I'm a
source that
Compton Crip.
says that they got the
Hell, they was
fucking
not
arrow from
cripping in New
Africa?
York. They was
Show
not
me.
cripping in New
Fuck
York.
that shit.
Where did
Fuck that.
that come
That's some
from?
gang shit,
It
bro.
came from
That's
the
American
no.
culture. That's
I'm
American
telling
culture,
you,
bro.
it,
That's American
it
culture.
wasn't. It was.
That's
They was
American
dissing it in
culture.
New York. They
Crips
didn't
move.
accept it in New York.
Crips move.
They
Crips
adopted it from
move.
Los
Crips
Angeles.
move.
So the
Yeah, yes,
mindset,
they sure
the
did. They
mindset, the
sure
thought
did.
came from the
They
West Coast,
no,
and it traveled. It
that's
traveled to the
different.
South,
That's
and it
American
traveled to the West
culture,
Coast.
bro.
It's the
Was it
same
fucking
thing.
gangs, nigga? Before was it fucking gangs 500 years ago, nigga? Was niggas banging Crips and Bloods 500 years ago?
Tribes are the same as gangs. Tribes, yes.
Was niggas
Tribes
banging
operate
Crips
the
and
same
Bloods
as
500
gangs.
years ago,
Yes,
nigga?
not
You a
Crips and
goddamn
Blood, but they
lie. It
call
wasn't a
different
fucking
names.
Blood or a
So
fucking
what? The
Crip,
name
not even
changed.
80 years
I'm
ago,
talking
nigga,
about
or
how the
70 years
ideal.
ago.
I'm talking
What?
about how the
ain't no
ideal
goddamn
changed.
ideal. No, it's not. No, it's not. So
Crip and Blood
okay,
is
so
the
you said
ideal,
tribes.
homie. It is.
So
It's a
you said
mindset.
tribes.
Yes, it
So you
is.
said tribes, right? So did tribes exist in fucking North America
Man, you
before the
only
European got here?
Yes,
Yes
tribes
or no?
existed before. Yes.
Right. And was it fucking tribes in Africa that existed long before the fucking
Yes.
tribes over here?
Yes. Yes.
Right, but they never known each other. But they never knew each other, bro. But they
To
both
say
had
they never
fucking
knew each other
tribal.
would be false.
No,
That would be
how?
false. That would be us underestimating human beings 1,000,
They never
2,000,
knew. They
10,
never
20,
knew each
30,000
other.
years ago.
They never knew each other. They never knew each other ever.
They never knew each other. Exactly.
That's a belief to say they
They
never
know
knew
it
each
ain't.
other.
They never knew each other
That's the
ever.
same when we saying like they developed brick masonry over here independently, and I don't believe that. I believe brick masonry is learned from somebody else. You know what I'm saying? They
It's a
had to learn
science
the
that
teachers and all
spread.
them had to.
Nah,
Yeah,
by the
science
time
No,
spread.
it's
Now how
not.
they spread it is up
no.
for debate.
Look. No. Just think
How the
about
fuck,
this.
y'all, bro?
When
You gotta
America
go
was
look at the
populated,
evidence.
in the beginning, when America was populated 20, 30,000 years ago, was they doing brick mason around the world?
I know the oldest I seen was
The
go back
answer
to
to that is
Kettle.
no. The
Okay.
answer to that is no.
The answer to that is no. So that means once they started doing it in Africa and Asia, right? They would have to then come over here and teach them how to do it, right?
Yeah.
That would
20, 30, that was hunter gatherers.
there is no proof for that. That's what
But
you're
you see
missing.
you see
No,
evidence of brick
there is
carving
no proof
and
for
stone
that,
Yeah,
carving.
bro.
because hold on, not a
They
coincidence.
they
He would have
developed
to
that
provide
skill
evidence that Africans
independently.
came over to the
Yo,
Americas.
can you hear me?
You know, and when were you trying to say that they came over to teach them about bow and arrows? And matter of fact, how long ago would that have been? How long ago did Native
There we
Americans even
go.
invent bow
That's
and arrows?
nice. That's what I'm talking about. So we got the information of the bow and arrow. They said 60 to 70,000 years ago. I don't know, it's probably 64, 62, something like that, to 70,000 years ago in Southern Africa. They didn't have it in West Africa. And it traveled around the world, and it from South Africa.
You
Who
got
went
to
to
show us
who
how
went
it
to South
traveled around the
Africa to get
world.
it, bro?
Human
I know.
migration.
God
Human
damn.
migration.
Don't
And
make me
look, well,
log
I
on to
press
my
mute when
computer, bro.
motherfuckers just talking. So from South Africa, and Asia didn't get it simultaneously. Asia got it later. But the people in America are of Asian descent. And Asia got it later. So you trying to tell me that
They
Asians got
developed
the
it
information
independently on
and
their own. That's what we're
get
telling
it
you.
from
They
Africans?
developed it on their own. No, we're telling you they
They did
developed
not
it
develop it on
independently on
their
their
own.
own.
Nah, I don't believe that. I
So
believe
you're
in the human
saying that they
migration
developed the
theory.
No,
bow,
see, there
the
you go. You
string,
dealing with
the
belief.
tip,
Both of you niggas is
belief,
dealing
yes,
with
the
belief.
bow, the
What the
arrow
fuck is y'all
tip,
evidence
and a
at, yo? Like,
feather
why the fuck are we sitting there
simultaneously.
going back and forth about the goddamn bow and arrow, bro? You dead at the fucking, you're dead at wiki, nigga.
Because the skill
Do
set
you
has
Hey,
not
to be
Sean, this is
understand you
learned.
what
You
I
dead at
can't
kept
just
wiki?
saying.
independently.
Well,
You
Ain't
first
not a
off,
coincidence. Then I
can
kept
make
saying they
stuff
kept
on
No,
your
going
no,
by
own,
no.
belief.
but it got
Listen,
to be learned,
listen,
bro.
listen. You saying beliefs. What I'm saying,
They
you got
didn't learn how to
five
fucking
different.
do a bow and arrow from no
You
goddamn Africans, man. They
you have
didn't.
five. You have
Stop being
five.
slow, bro.
You have
All right,
five different.
I'm finna show
You
you.
have
And when I
five
show you
Negroes made
this,
the bow
when I
and
show
arrow,
you this, you
dog.
gonna shut the
inventions.
fuck up.
You have
Not a
five different
coincidence. I'm about to
inventions
drop and come on my laptop, bro. This shit is asinine, bro. We
for
arguing about a
one
goddamn,
used for
we arguing
one
about a
thing,
goddamn
and
bow
you
and
saying
arrow with
that
niggas
that
that don't even
happened
understand these motherfuckers know
simultaneously.
how to do shit, bro.
Yeah, you don't understand, homie. There's no
No,
way
I ain't saying
motherfuckers
shit
use
about no
five different things.
simultaneous, nigga.
Look,
You didn't
I could
understand
take
what the
all
fuck
you
I was saying. You don't
fuckers,
understand
put
human.
y'all in the
You
engine room,
don't
and
understand
y'all cannot
anthropology,
figure out how
bro.
to fix a
You
fucking
don't Black
refrigeration
Power
system.
Vega. How much do
If
you
you
know about
look, I
anthropology?
could take
How much
you
do you know
and
about
put you next to an
anthropology?
air conditioning system,
How
and
much
you
do
can't
you
just
know
figure out
about
how to fix it.
anthropology, bro?
That's not
Black
how
How
it
do you
works.
know about? How much do you know about anthropology?
That is not how it works. I don't know much.
How much do
I
you
don't
know
know
about
much. I
anthropology?
don't
Not a
know
coincidence.
much.
Right, exactly, nigga. Stay in your place. Let me in, out Steve.
Yeah. How much do you know about invention? No, you stay in your place. You telling me five different inventions happened that they I'm gonna sharpen the rock. I'm gonna get a stick. I'm gonna put some feathers on the end of it. I'm gonna get a string. I'm gonna put it on another stick, and we're gonna use this to shoot a stick. Like they did that they did that independently. Five
No,
different
I
things
think
come
people
together out of nature
underestimate the
in one
intelligence of
for the
humans and
same
how we
purpose.
traveled and stuff back then, bro.
For the
We still
same
in the
purpose.
narrow
That's
European
foolish as
thought
fuck.
process with that shit.
Hell no, that do not happen, homie. That
What
don't
side you
happen.
on, Cash? What
Bro,
side you on?
don't.
You said what?
I said, what side you on? Your mic kind of low, Cash.
Oh, okay. No, I'm gonna jump on the computer in a minute, but no, I'm saying that shit spread. So same with brick masonry, right? You don't just learn brick masonry out of nowhere. You gotta know that you gotta learn that skill set from somebody. You know what I'm saying? And it takes thousands of years to even develop that. But I don't like to underestimate humans and say, oh, all them niggas was dumb and then they got to this isolated place and just learned this. It happened in certain instances, but I believe in the human migration thing. Stuff may stretch back a little bit longer and people brought it out of Africa and traveled with it. You know what I'm saying? And that mean they still start to develop different
Ain't
phenotypes,
no
but it come
motherfucker
from
from
one place.
Africa showed a goddamn Native American how to fucking create a bow and arrow, nigga.
They were
Yeah, I
born
mean,
to
saying
make
a
bow
bow
and
and arrow,
arrows.
Hey,
that's
can I
pretty
add to
common
this?
all around the
They didn't
world.
even know how to make bow and
That's
arrows till
pretty
like the
common all
20th
around the
century.
world, brother. That's pretty common. Bows and arrows are pretty common all over the world. You didn't have them amongst the Negrito. You didn't have them. Yes, you did. You had them amongst the Negrito, but you didn't have them amongst the Aboriginal Australians. They didn't have bow and arrows, but most people
You
did.
gotta see share my screen, yo.
The Greeks, the Romans, the ancient Egyptians, they all had bow and arrows
Man, dude,
in their
that's like
art, right?
2,000 years apart. Of course, the Romans had damn bows and arrows, and Egyptians. The hell?
This nigga,
Hey,
don't
hey, you know
No, I'm
what?
just
don't
saying
do
in the
it, man.
artwork you'll see
Hey,
bow and
the
arrows.
Native
No shit, I don't gotta
Americans
look
are
no
not
damn
known.
artwork.
But
The
you will
Americas
not
are
see
not
a
known for
Native
having
American
militaries using bow and arrows. You know what I mean? Africans are known for having militaries using bow and arrows. And on that side of the world,
Are
they
you familiar
wasn't
with the Inca
experts.
Empire? Are you familiar with the Inca Empire in Peru?
The Incas, yes. You talking
Yeah,
about
they
like
use bows and
Tupac
arrows.
and all them.
They
And
use
oh
bows
boy,
and arrows.
that
No,
separated between his sons, and his sons, he got caught,
And they were all
and
black.
that's what
And
what's old
they
boy
weren't
name?
that black.
yes, they
Oh
were. They
boy,
were darker than you.
oh boy, that
No,
they
they
caught
weren't.
him, and he
I doubt it.
all four of his structures came from the gold and silver.
You talking about Cortez' cousin?
Yeah,
What was his name?
Ferdinand de Soto. Ferdinand de Soto. I think Ponce de Leon or something like that.
Yeah, no, Ponce de Leon was in Florida. I just
Oh,
can't
okay.
say the name.
No, I thought Hernan was Cortez.
Hernan Cortez. He talking about De Soto. No, it's not De Soto either.
So Hernan de Soto wasn't. He didn't drop like that a disease over there in the Inca Empire. And wanted to go back and see what it did to devastate
No,
the
it's
empire.
Pizarro.
And he was
Francisco
Ethiopian.
Pizarro. Francisco Pizarro was the one who conquered the Inca. Pizarro. Francisco Pizarro.
Wasn't that the one Cujo that said he saw black tribes or something like that?
No.
Pizarro? Was he the one that made that?
No, Pizarro. That was they don't claim like that. No.
Which one of them said that? Because Apple's be misquoting Pizarro.
De Soto.
Oh.
I think it's De Soto. Yeah, it's De Soto. It's definitely one Hernando Cortez. It's certainly one him.
Real quick. I just want to end the bow and arrow shit. I just want to end the
that's
bow and
just
arrow
silly.
shit real quick. Just real fast. All right. They did not get the shit from Africa. The shit traveled into North America via the information that has already been provided when they inhabited this motherfucker. Their understanding of the bow and arrow is a trait that who you think the Native American people are. So you have to think about who are these people. They're an admixture of what? Right? Once you understand that question of these,
I'm gonna stay here.
These Southeast Asians, right? And these Northeast Asians, that's who the fuck they are. We know this. So they come into the Americas with their understanding of this. They didn't get it from no Africa because they never encountered Africans. They didn't. When those people that left out
Asians
of Africa,
got the information from Africa.
no, bro, listen to me,
there's
bro.
no way that that's possible. There's no way that that's possible. There's no way that that's
It'll
true.
be like what you should say. What came from Africa is stuff like marriage. That probably came from Africa. You know what I'm saying? Because the people took it with them when they went to Asia.
No, I'm talking about 5 different inventions used in
Asian
one
people
thing for a
brought this
similar
shit,
purpose.
bro. Okay, so what African was in the Americas 12,000 years ago?
I'm not saying African. I said African influence, Brody. That's
No,
what I'm
bro.
saying.
What
African
African was in
influence.
Northern-
So what I'm saying.
African-
How though? How, they would
is
have to come in
African
contact
influence,
somehow.
period, around
They
the
were like,
world.
what
That's
African
what
was
I'm
in
saying.
Northern Europe 20,000 years ago? What black ass African was in Northern Europe 20,000 years ago showing these motherfuckers how to create a bow and arrow?
Sean, I think you said they walked out of Africa with that information.
The people, that's what I'm saying. Think about what I'm saying though. The people
Hey, Flip, is that Sean that's making that statement?
Africa. That was 60,000 years ago, bro. 60,000 years ago.
Is that Sean making the statement? Is that Sean?
60,000 after 10,000 years in a certain whole region, a bow and arrow would be common knowledge, like fucking. You know what I mean? And then it just spread.
So what they calling each other and
migration
text messages
King
or
Juba,
giving people
King Juba
take a
had
work
bow and arrow.
No, bro, that ain't how fucking humans work.
Hey, Flip, can you hear me?
You're taking nature out of the fucking thought process. What I'm trying to get you to see, Black Power, is that listen, motherfuckers was in different climates that they had to adapt and survive in, bro. When you leaving up out of a natural, what was natural to you into an unnatural estate, an unnatural climate, you have to adapt and adjust. You don't know these fucking places. And then you have to stay there long enough to develop, and then you got to pass that shit on. These motherfuckers that was moving and grooving aren't the same people that left out of
Hey,
Africa.
you know what? I fucks with that. So what you saying? Now let's go by your logics. They independently did it. So if people independently create things, that they should independently create things, and it should get better over time. So what are some other things, modern day things that people independently created, and they doing it in two different spots right now?
Grilling.
Nope.
He asked me a
I said
question.
grilling.
Yeah,
That's
nigga. Okay, so
that
you
was
don't
actually a pretty good
understand
answer,
the
Sean,
evolution
man.
of grilling.
That
You
was a
gotta
good answer.
understand the evolution of grilling. I'm keeping this shit 1,000. Motherfuckers was building pits in the ground, bro, and putting over motherfucking trees and all of this other shit to grill their foods. That shit has evolved into an immaculate technology these days. And you look all the way around the world, there's many different pit styles on how to grill food. That's why I said grilling. You have to look at how far science and technology has brought us and our understanding of these things today. That's why I'm saying that the way that we do shit, for instance, I'm just going to use North America. The way the motherfuckers might grill in Memphis will be totally different from how they grill in Kansas City. They might be totally different than how they grill in Houston, Texas, which will be totally different how they grill in New York, which will be totally different than how motherfuckers in California get down on the fucking grill. And the reason that I say that is because these different styles of just a cuisines of food that we can eat all taste differently throughout these places that I just named. Because there's different mechanisms and styles that go into that. But the thing is grilling, preparing the food.
Why would you assume that bow and arrows will get better in certain areas? If it didn't need to get better, you're not gonna just make it better. I mean, if you didn't have a need for it to be better, it wouldn't necessarily get better. You know what I'm saying? It don't work like that. You know, things don't naturally just get better. If something works, it works. You stick with it.
Yeah, if it's already effective, there's no reason to try it. If it's not broke, don't fix it. Doesn't make any sense.
I mean, you got hunter-gatherer people right now who make bows and arrows. They learned it from their parents. You know, the older people in their particular group.
But the bow and arrow is already
of grilling,
there's no way
you're talking
put
about
5
like the
inventions
Hawaiian
together
luau. Hawaiian
for
luau.
one
They're the
purpose.
ones that dig the hole in the ground, and they put leaves over the top in order to slow cook.
And they're not the only ones that do that. They do that.
Nope.
And they do it all over Africa.
No, that's a fact. But it was developed independently. That was the point.
Yeah, it's definitely. I mean, a bow and arrow. I mean, you could say that when the Asians came to 20,000 years ago or whatever, came to the so-called New World, that they could have brought that type of technology with them. That's not far-fetched.
That ain't true.
But
if you was to say a spear was independently developed,
Yes,
I might could believe that, and I wouldn't even argue that. But a bow and arrow, two different things that came together for.
I mean, it don't take
foolish as
much.
hell.
That's
Hell
right.
no.
That's right. Black Power
Hell
Banging,
no.
you are absolutely correct on this. Man.
Hell no. That's
Hold on,
five
so
different. That's
they
five
put the
different
bow-
things come together for one purpose.
Wait, hold on, real quick,
I don't
real
even think
quick,
anybody know how to make a rope.
real
on
quick.
a
Hold
bamboo.
on,
Black
y'all.
Power.
Hold on. Let me say this real quick, Sean. 2 seconds. You can get back to it. Lotus just said Black Power Banging is right. So
He
Lotus
said
is
Africans
agreeing
taught
with Black.
indigenous people. That's what he's saying.
Exactly. That's what he's saying. All on the fact,
He's
just
just a
so Sean could be
contrarian.
wrong. Yeah, no, but let's point this out.
He's a contrarian.
Lotus agrees that
No, that's not why.
Africans. No, be
Why?
quiet, Lotus. No, that's Black Power Banging's point.
But I'm not necessarily saying Africans taught them. They could have
Don't do
learned it
that.
from Asians, but it was
So
the bow and arrow is African influence.
They
Period.
are Asians.
They are
They are
Asians.
Asians.
I got your moment, knock.
They are Asians. What do you
They
mean?
are
But so what I'm
Asians. That's
saying
what I'm
is
saying.
that the
Power.
Asians could have learned on that side of the world and then travel with the information to this side of the world
Black
and
Power
talk to
Banging.
people
That's what
here.
happened.
So explain to me inoculations, Black Power Banger. They independently developed.
I have not studied inoculations.
I know. I'm telling you, bro, because I spent
Only thing
years
I know
studying.
is about they say a brother African taught the Europeans here.
Yes, and that's a fact. That's a fact. Not only a brother, there was a sister in South Carolina that actually participated in the educational process in that shit. It was just the fact that the brother, his shit made it all the way back across to Europe because of who owned him. And he went before people up there talking about this shit that they bear witness to in regard to introducing them to what they call the nigger pox. But anyway, that's another story. What I'm saying to you is the people that came into North America are exactly the fucking Asians, bro. That's what they
I'm
are.
not saying the Africans came into North America with the bow and arrow. What I'm saying that the bow and arrow is African influence, and the people that got the information learned it from Africans. Even if the Asians brought the information from that side of the world, from Asia, even if they brought the information from Asia, the Asians that learned it on that side of the world that brought it here, they got it from Africans.
No,
that's what I'm saying.
wrong. That's wrong. That's hyperdiffusionist.
They did not independently come up with it. No, sir.
Listen,
I mean,
okay, so hold on,
both of us is going off beliefs.
Black Power, did you just not say that you would get down with the independent use of people creating a spear?
A spear, a stick with a rock on it.
Listen
Not two different.
Do you think that
Spear is
people
a big deal, bro.
around the world could independently create a spear? Yes or no is all I'm asking.
Yes.
So
a sharpened stick? Yes.
Now, hold on. So how the fuck would they not be able to have that same thought process in order to build a fucking bow and arrow, bro? That's
okay. So no. Let's do this. So here I am. I'm a primitive man. I'm gonna take a stick, and it's a big animal. I'm gonna sharpen the stick, and I'm gonna keep him away from me. But now I'm saying, you know what?
Hold
on. Let me cook. Let me cook. So now I'm saying maybe if I sharpen. So now I'm saying I'm gonna go from a bigger stick to a very small stick, and then I'm gonna get a string, and then I'm gonna put it on this stick, and I'm gonna use this stick and this stick with some bird feathers, put it on the back of this stick, and then I'm gonna use it to shoot it.
No,
What the fuck?
No, hold on, stop. You looking at I'm echoing. So look, you're looking at it the wrong way. So humans didn't go like that way, but first of all, we was running up on shit face to face, right? Then we started throwing shit, right? Then we get the spear, and then we figure out, oh, we can make something that can we can actually project this further than our arms can go. There's an evolution to it. You just jumping from, oh, let's just add a string to it and all that. Nah, there's ideas and things that come into play. And you're missing the point of nature. But go ahead. Who got this up right now? That's
There's another invention where they throw the spear. I don't know what it's called.
It's called a throwing stick.
Throwing stick. There you go.
You put that. You attach it at the end of a spear, and you lunge it forward. That was pretty much used all over the world as well. It's pretty deadly too. But it was definitely used in Australia amongst the Aborigines.
And slings and rocks. Everybody didn't, and it'd be like, I'm gonna throw a rock.
A lot of people
slings and rocks.
Slings. You find slings pretty much everywhere.
Because that information started somewhere and it spread.
But I'm saying, it spread with the people who left. It's not like
yes, I agree with the people who left. And they left with the information, and the information was in their head.
But as far as we know, the Denisovians could have been using it, the Denisovans rather could have been using it as well. We don't know that. We don't know.
But no, my argument is this: that when they came with the sling and a rock, that they didn't pop up in Africa, pop up in Europe, and then pop up in America and pop up in Asia, and all start using slings and rocks.
So are you saying that their ancestors brought it out of Africa and then migrated to Asia and then to America? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, what I'm saying is that our ancestor could have migrated from Africa to Asia. Then the Asians could have migrated from Asia to America. Well, you know the Asians.
You do know America. Those Asians. Those Asians also originally came from Africa too. You know that, right?
So at the end, how many years ago?
About 70,000 years ago.
Yep.
About 70, and that lines up perfectly with what I'm saying, because the bow and arrow was like 60,000 years ago. So now you
Yeah,
got
but it
people
wasn't like
that's
everybody
leaving.
left
You
on
got
one
people
day.
leaving with this. And the matter of fact, and it says 70,000. The oldest
Yeah, I
time
know.
frame is 70,000. So now you got people leaving with this information, going into Asia, and that same information
The
from
people
70,000
that
years
left
ago
But
ended
you're
up in
guessing though.
America.
60,000
You don't
years
have no
ago
evidence
were
to
not
back up what your
fucking
belief
And,
though, bro.
and you
Africans.
ain't got no evidence showing that it
But
independently it created.
but
No,
they
Come
but
didn't
I
on.
know, but I'm not saying anything because we don't have no proof.
they
You
didn't teach
gotta at least have proof.
they didn't teach
You
Hey,
you
have
I got
none.
where they are the
I
people
have
who left
proof.
Africa. They
I
are.
have proof. I have proof.
You need to
And
let that one go, man.
this is why I asked you the questions that I asked, because there's evidence. There's a whole book about archaeology in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, I will pull the book up and I will show you motherfuckers. This is why I think this is asinine. This is how we debunked motherfuckers who thought the Olmec goddamn was African or black or got the influence from this shit, because the archaeological records show and fucking prove. Now, the greatest thing here is that I ain't even, if you paying attention, Black Power, I ain't even arguing about Africans developing these certain technologies first. That doesn't even matter here. What I'm saying is the knowledge of the bow and arrow is something that is independently in a thought process of all humans because of their natural environment. When you understand that, you can see that. For instance, in order to make a sphere that you just brought up, where would they get the know-it-all to sharpen a stick, let alone move from sharpening a stick to sharpening rocks and tying the fucking rocks on the fucking sticks? That was an evolutionary process, right? That's technology. Or even a fucking the little thing that y'all mentioned where you put the little rock in it and shoot that shit. All of that was a part of that, because all of that goes back into this history of weaponry. Yes, the evidence is in a book about the history of weaponry as it advances, as man advances. Bro, we didn't stand still. Time didn't stand still. People evolved, and as we evolved, things begin to get better. We developed these technologies and advanced these technologies. All this shit going on. Africans didn't create gunpowder, my guy.
I didn't say that.
No, listen to my point.
That was in Asia.
Oh, hold on. Yeah, that was in Asia. So those motherfuckers
Just
didn't
like
need
I just got
Africa.
information said the bow and arrow spread from into
Listen
North
to me.
America from Asia.
Listen to me. Listen to me. What I am trying to get you to see is that Africans, even in the advancement of technology, wasn't even thinking about fucking creating firecrackers or gunpowder. But the fucking Asians who come from up out of Africa thousands of years ago developed that shit independently on their own merit. Now fucking guns are all around the fucking world.
Saltpeter.
You see what I'm saying?
I know,
Hold on.
you prove my point. It started in Asia and spread around the world. It did not independently start around the world.
You're not
So yeah,
listening.
prove my point. I'm listening. Prove my
I am
point though.
talking about technology, bro. I am talking about technology. The advancement of technology allows that shit to get around the world. But guess what? Africans ain't even created a fucking gun to this day, nigga. What gun can we go buy from a gun store right now that was made in fucking Africa? Think about that.
Actually,
What
the
do that?
Africans did
What do you?
manufacture
That don't even matter. What
They
we
didn't
talking about?
manufacture. They
Independently
don't
coming up with the
manufacture
same
guns.
thought. That's what we're talking about.
Listen, what I am trying to tell you is in the thought process of fucking Chinese, they developed this whole firecracker shit. They did that independently from everybody else in the rest of the world.
So can I just want you to say this.
Hold on.
Did America get the bow and arrow information from Asia?
I am about to make a point. That is all right. Them making the firecracker shit was an evolutionary process in the weaponry, which you go back to your argument that motherfuckers was creating a lot of this shit earlier on in Africa. No one's arguing that point.
The point is that the motherfuckers that left out of Africa, and even those that reverted back, them ain't the same motherfuckers that are in Asia. There are whole new different people who gotta learn a whole new way
I'm
of
not
life.
arguing that. That's not my argument.
That's why I'm telling you that these Asian. No, okay. So if you're not arguing that, then you have to agree that the motherfuckers who created the bow and arrow over this bitch got that shit in their advancement from their own understanding of their natural world before they came into the new world.
And I know it came from Asia. It came from Asia. It didn't develop independent. It did not develop independently over here.
The fucking people are Asians, bro. They're Asians.
So you proving my point. So you agree with me. What are you saying?
Do
you not understand what you saying?
Her point was that they got the shit from Africa. They didn't. They're fucking Asians. The people, the Native Americans here are an admixture of a few people over there.
Asia got the bow and arrow technology from Africa. America got it from Asia.
African, and they ain't had no goddamn contact with these motherfuckers. Wasn't no goddamn Africans coming far east.
I'm gonna say it again. Asia got it from Africa, and America got it from Asia. Now, prove it wrong. Prove that they got it independently. Prove it.
Sean, I don't want to interrupt. I'm the one on the screen with this shit, bro. I don't talk.
Sean.
I don't talk out my ass. I got books on this shit. I don't talk out my ass, bro. The same shit you niggas don't study, I study. When you arguing with all the apples and shit, bro, I study fucking science and technology. I study archaeology and anthropology. That's the shit that I love because it answers more questions for me. I don't independently focus on one thing and beat up apples. That's how I know I can beat the fucking abos up, because I know who the fucking indigenous people are. With evidence.
Sean, you beating him. He started this whole conversation with saying, I believe Africans had contact in America. Now he's changing it to the Asians.
Look, the bow and arrow the bow and arrow came from Africa. That's my whole thing. The bow and arrow came from Africa. I'm not saying the Olmecs are African. I'm not saying the African came and built the pyramids. I'm saying the bow and arrow is African. Period. No matter where it's at in the world, the bow and arrow is African, and I stand on that.
Sean, you beat him so bad, now he in Asia. So I'm gonna just tell you that.
Because the reason why I say that, the reason why I say that because in my study of the bow and arrow came that the oldest evidence of the bow and arrow is in South Africa. After the bow and arrow, the Asians also developed the crossbow. Now, when we start talking about the crossbow wasn't developed in Africa, that was an independent thing. The crossbow was developed in Asia. So now we talking about how did it get to the Americas? Well, the Native Americans are Asian. They're Asian. They did not come up with this shit by themselves. Come the fuck on, homie. What I'm saying is that they did not independently, simultaneously come up with something. That's false. That's false.
Read this, bro. Read this, bro. Read this. Can y'all hear me? Can you see it on the screen? Can you see it?
Yeah.
I'm gonna read it to you. It says early immigrant travelers on the plains, such as Alexander Henry, noted that even after the introduction of firearms, men never went anywhere without bow and arrows. Many chroniclers left accounts of just how proficient the people were with them. George Gatlin, for example, spoke on the men at the Missouri River villages playing an arrow game where they competed for speed, shooting as many arrows into the air as they could before the first one hit the ground. He noted that men could often let fly 8 arrows before the first one reached the ground. The bows were also powerful, as mentioned by Paul Kane in his travels of Nakota bows and arrows, he wrote. These they use with great dexterity and force. I have known an instance of arrows passing through the body of animal buffalo and sticking in the ground at the opposite end. Right? Here we go.
So let's talk about the origin. Pull up something with the origin of it.
Hold up. To enable men to efficiently use bow and arrows from horseback once horses was available, planes, bows, and arrows.
Is horses from America?
God damn, bro. We talking.
So you're talking about horses. I heard horses were introduced to America. So you're talking about a different time frame, bro. Let's talk about when it was introduced to America.
Bow and arrows, bro. I'm talking about I'm talking bows and arrows and their use, bro. Was Africans making shit that looked like this?
Was horses introduced to America?
Yes.
You in your article it mentioned horses, bro.
Listen, yeah, it was talking about shooting the arrows off the backs of horses.
Okay, now let's talk about the origin of it. Where did North America get it from?
I'm not moving the goalposts. I'm still on bows and arrows, my nigga.
Okay, I want to know what did it develop independently in America? Show me something saying it developed independently in America. And hey, look, I'll rest, homie. Show me where it says it developed independently.
Stop, man. You can see that, man. You can see that the Asians took it over, brought it over here.
Look, bro, even if the Asians brought it, the Asians got it from Africans. Bow and arrow is an African invention. It's an African invention. Period.
No. None of this shit look like African shit.
I mean,
go look at the bow and arrow in North America and Asia, and go look at the bow and arrow in Africa.
Oh my God!
What you talking about with the turtle shells?
Hey,
Sean, beat them all the way to Asia. Yo.
Hey, Sean, let me explain something to you, homie. Let me explain something to you. When a person that's created something by hand, if that person dies and a new person take it over, it looks different. So what I'm saying,
hey, gentlemen, this is what you call blackology right here, right?
Independently,
this is what you call blackology, where you just say black people did everything.
It was not created independently.
This is what black people created everything. This is with the same shit, bro.
Show me. I didn't say blacks created everything. I'm saying the bow and arrow specifically.
Look at the bow.
You have no evidence of it. You have no evidence of it, bro.
You have no
evidence
just believe that it was independently.
You believe it.
You have no evidence. You believe it was independent.
Hold on. You believe it, Black Power Bang.
You believe it was independent.
You believe. Yeah, I do.
Show me the evidence it was independent.
Not belief. Not belief. There's no evidence proving that it wasn't.
Show me it was.
So you're gonna have to show. You're gonna have to have. No, you're gonna have to have evidence that it was actually that they were influenced by somebody else. Until then, you have to go with. You have to go with that it was developed independently. Not to mention that they're not even using the same materials. Not even using the same materials. Made
How
different.
They gonna use the same material on different continents?
Of course. But hold on. But don't they have access to metals in the Americas? Didn't they have access to metals in the Americas? Yes, they did.
Yeah, copper and bronze and gold. Copper and gold.
I know. They could have used that, but they didn't know how to smelt iron. No, that's my point, Cujo. They didn't know how to smelt iron.
They didn't have iron. They didn't know how to take.
They did not have an iron age. They did not have iron. They could have used metals.
They could have used. Yeah, they
couldn't have used nothing. Let's not talk about none of that. I mean, show me how they independently.
Yes, they could have used gold to do that.
They could have. Yeah, y'all like to say the gold tip spears and all that shit.
Yep, they could have used that. They didn't know how. So why didn't they?
This dude
they learned how to do that, but they didn't know how to smell no iron.
Yeah, that nigga lucky. He said it do sound a little elbow-ish.
I said this earlier before you got on, Sean. I said that the shit that he was sounding like an elbow. I was the first one to say he sounded like an elbow.
There we go. Pull that up. There we go. It's in the back check. Pull that up.
Oh, he said he fighting back, y'all. Hold on now.
I mean, what's the big deal though? I mean,
no. So my whole thing is that African influence was in America.
I mean, but that's just a human thing, bro.
You know, African influence on the bow and arrow in North America, bro.
It's not exclusively African.
The bow and arrow period is African. That's a wrap.
No. It wasn't no African influence on the bow and arrow like you originally argued. That didn't happen, bro.
He's saying like
no
African years.
Look. I'm gonna throw this out there too. Stone art. When you talking about carving in stone and making art, started in one place. It started in one place.
Wow, really?
Yo, Black Power.
You got
sources on the screen.
Let's read it. There were at least 4 waves of bow and arrow use in northern North America. These occurred at 12,000, 4,500, 2,400, and after 1,300 years ago. But to understand the role of the bow and arrow in North, one must begin in the 18th century when Russians first arrived in the Aleutian Islands. At that time,
Aleutian.
Yeah, the Aleut were using both the atla and a dart and the bow and arrow. This is significant for two particular important reasons. First, there are few historic cases in which both technologies was used concurrently. Second, the bow and arrow in the Aleutian Islands were used almost exclusively in what he said didn't happen, warfare. The alt was critically technology because the bow and arrow.
Hold on. You said it did. I didn't happen. Hold on. What's that word right there? What island is that? Is that in the United States?
Can we finish, bro?
Is that island in the United States?
We're gonna get to
go ahead. No, go ahead.
We're gonna get to all this.
Go ahead.
We're used exclusively in warfare. It was a critical technology because the bow and arrow are useless for hunting sea mammals. One cannot launch an arrow from a kayak because it is too unstable and requires that both hands remain on the paddle. To use an alt, it is necessary only to stabilize the kayak with a paddle on one side and launch the dart on the opposite side. The Aleut on the Alaska Peninsula, there you go, did indeed use the bow and arrow to hunt caribou there. Is that correct, Cujo?
Caribou.
Caribou. It's like deer,
Okay. However, in the 1,400 kilometer of the Aleutian Island, there are no terrestrial mammals except humans, and the bow was reserved almost exclusively for conflicts among them. The most significant event in history of the bow and arrow is not its early introduction, but rather the Asian war complex 1,300 years ago, when they recurved the back bows first entered the region, altering regional and hemispheric political dynamics forever. This entire
Hold on, repeat that again. Hold on, Sean, repeat that again. Didn't it say regional? Read that again. That last couple sentences. Read that shit again.
It says when the recurved and back bows first entered the region, altering regional and hemispheric political dynamics forever.
Ouch!
All right, go down to summary events. Where it say summary events?
Do you really want to go there, bro? Because look,
it says the first recorded use of the arrow and bow occurred quite early in human history.
Do we really? Because I was going back to 1,000 years ago, bro.
Would it say 10,000 to 5,000 BCE?
Yeah, this source killing you, bro. This source is killing you.
No, it ain't killing me. Keep going.
4,500 years ago. Ain't no fucking African contact. These motherfuckers over here got arrows and shit.
Dude, they had been out of Africa for like 70,000 years by that time, bro. Come on.
Bow and arrow spread into North 700. It says bow and arrow in North America 700. Then it says bow and arrow spread into North America, science and technology. Bow and arrow spread.
It's not supporting your Africa theory, though, bro. Your Africa idea.
I had to go back. I had to go back to the article that I sent. So right where it says bow and arrow spread into North America summary. Now you go down.
We all want to read what you're reading. We all want to
read. All right, look. So when you go down,
hold on. So
I'm telling you.
Are you on the article on the screen or are you on a different article?
This is the one I sent.
Okay, so hold on.
It should be the same one.
No, it's not.
So the first word you should see is say the bow and arrow.
Article. Hold on. Your shit says wiki summaries, correct? We got two different articles, bro. That's why I said hold on, because I need to pull your shit up.
Hold on.
The bow and arrow introduced from Asia into North America became an important tool of hunting and warfare among.
Oh, there we go. Hold on. Can you start that over? What did it say? What
the bow and arrow introduced from Asia into North America
Okay.
became an important tool of hunting and warfare among
Introduced from
nearly
Asia.
all
So
native
now,
North
now, now,
America.
you said it was independently thought of on the American continent. False. False as
They
fuck.
are
Show
Asian,
this
bro.
keyboard.
Those people are
They
Asian.
are Asians.
Oh
You
my
you
God!
proving our
Look,
point.
what well, this is what I'm not saying. I'm not saying a group of Africans came to America and said, "Hey, motherfuckers, here go the bow
But
and
that's
arrow."
what you
What I'm saying is,
said.
I know what I'm saying is the bow and arrow
You
is
changed your
African and
story,
it's
bro.
African. No, what I'm saying, this is all I always say. The bow and arrow, the ideal of the bow and arrow came from Africa. That's
Do not let
African
the
influence on the
arrows.
You
Americas.
have no
Do
proof
And
of
I
that.
will
arrows
also
flip
say
you,
that when
bro?
it comes,
You
I will
letting the
also say.
arrows flip you, bro. You letting the
I will
arrows
also
flip
say,
you.
I will also say that
This is sad.
stone art is also come from one place. I'm not saying it's come from Africa, but it come from one place. When
Oh
it comes to
Lord,
stone
bro.
carvings,
No,
that people
you
that
got no proof of that,
simultaneously
bro.
carving
You
the
got
Motherfuckers
no
was
stone,
writing
proof.
on stones a long time ago, bro. That's some independent
not
shit as
writing,
well.
not writing on
Not
stones. So
writing, drawing
when it
figures,
comes
bro.
to like even the Olmec heads, the
Oh,
Olmec heads, their influence of carving a face into that rock came from
bro,
somewhere.
listen,
And
bro.
it didn't come from the Americas.
Listen,
The
No, it
Americas got
came
the shit
from
late.
it
Hey,
came
you
from
hey, you be
humans.
freestyling.
It
Hey,
came
this
from
dude
humans being
freestyling,
human.
man. You freestyling, bro.
At the end of the day, the Americas got
hey,
everything
Black
late.
Power Banger, Power Banger. Tell the truth,
Hey,
bro.
look,
You know you
look. So
bullshitting.
at the
Tell
end
the
of the
truth.
day, at the
Tell,
end of the
no,
day,
at the end of the day,
at the end of
you
the
full of
day,
shit.
they did not independently
At the end of
create
the day,
it.
you full of shit.
Yes,
Hey,
Say
black,
it
hey,
at the
again.
end
black
of the
power
day,
banging. We got to
they
You
did
change that
not
P to
didn't.
pseudo
independently
banging.
create
You
it.
didn't eat it.
Black
Yeah,
pseudo
yeah,
banging. We
yeah.
got to
All
start
right,
calling you black
yeah.
pseudo banging.
Hey, I'm with all that. I'm with all that. But you said they independently created. But
They
now you want to
did,
say,
bro.
oh, I'm sued or they
They did,
independently. That's
bro.
bullshit.
They
There's
did
no two
because that's
groups of people
fucking.
created the
Hey,
No,
same
but your whole
invention.
Native
ideal
That
has
don't
been it come
happen.
out of
Americans are
Africa, and you
Asians,
have
bro.
no proof of that.
The
At
people
first,
that
you were saying that
migrated.
Africans came to America. Now you changing your mind.
Listen. My brother, Black Power banging. He's so Black Power. We black people did every fucking thing, so I'm backing him up. God damn it, they got that shit from us. They got that shit from us. They got that shit from us. God damn it. That's right, Black Power banging. Fuck it. They
I know. I
got that
told you. I
shit
said
from
he
us.
doing blackology. He
Yo!
doing blackology.
Yo,
He doing
I'm
that
over here
blackology
listening.
shit.
I'm over here trying to cook and listen. I'm like, yo, this motherfucker is like, look, they either got it from us over here or us over there. But they got that shit
But
from us. Fuck
you
it.
know what though? You know what they'll be saying, sis? The claim he's making, he actually, all those black folks that say that black people have always been everywhere, he's helping them make that claim by saying this
Nah,
shit.
I
Or
don't.
he's
What I
making
don't
you also.
believe. This is what I don't believe, and this is another thing that y'all say I don't believe. I don't believe Asians came from Africans. I don't believe Europeans came from Africans. I don't
Whoa,
give a
whoa,
fuck about
whoa,
proof.
whoa, whoa. We don't
I
believe
don't
that.
believe
Whoa!
they came from us.
We don't
I
believe
don't
that
care
shit.
about that.
He just jumped
You
out.
feel
You
Yo,
just
me?
jumped out a window, bro. You jumped out the
Hey,
window.
I'm
wait,
out the
so
window.
listen. So listen. Y'all heard of what's his name? Chief X? I'm Facebook friends with Chief X. Don't ask me
Yeah,
why I'm Facebook friends with Chief X, but
I used
the
to be.
other
He
day,
stopped me.
right? The other day he made a post really against like the Abos, and he's like basically why we, whatever he said in this post. My comment was, why do we have to blackwash everything? That we have to be the first at everything historical. We are it. We did this. We built that. We like at the same time. We're not in that position anymore. So we're literally admitting all of these defeats, right? So like if we
Facts.
never, if we never say we were the first people in South America, then we don't gotta care that somebody else is dominating South America right now. But if South America was ours, then we gotta admit somebody took South America, motherfucking Caribbeans, Europe. So we was the first European. Somebody took it from us. Somebody took North America. They took Africa. See how fucked up we look? If we just say we did everything, that's stupid.
Because,
Share the fuck up. Share the fuck up. Say, hey,
because
the Spanish control that motherfucker. The French control over there. This is all what we had. This little piece right here. And yeah, they took goddamn Africa and took us from there. Right? That's all we would have to deal with. But y'all adding that we was the first in all these other places, and it's just making us look like bigger pussies. Like we
Yeah,
just looking like bigger pussies.
yeah, because all we do is juxtapose white supremacy. That's all we do. We just take
So what
white
I'm
Yeah.
not
platforms.
saying is that we
We
was
take
the
white.
first in
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
America. I'm not saying that.
We take white
Okay.
platforms.
Okay. So you're not saying we were the first in
I'm not saying
America.
we was the first in America. I don't believe we created everything. I don't believe we was the first Europeans, the first Asians. No, I believe
We
Asians are
were.
different.
We
We
were.
are Africans. Now the Wabos,
Okay.
if the
Okay.
Wabos don't want to be African, I'm happy for the Wabo movement because we got
So,
motherfuckers away from us that don't want to be African. But the bow and arrow is an African invention. Fuck what you
so
talking
Hey
brother,
about.
man,
just
so what
listening,
though?
you were sounding, and I just maybe you could work on your delivery. You were sounding a little aboish. You know, I'm adding the ish. I was saying in the chat,
Hey,
my mother used to
you know
add
it's
ish.
crazy because my Abo homeboy say I sound like the white boys.
What?
Hey, Black Power banging. I got a
You do.
question for you, bro.
You sound like the white boys. Wait a minute. You do sound like the white boys when you talk that multi regional shit. When you think that Asians just come from Asian Europeans, that's white boy shit. You do sound like a white boy. So you're Aboriginal
Yeah,
Shit
boy.
pseudo as fuck.
Hey, I'm
Yeah,
with the pseudo
Not even
shit
backed
thing.
up by genetics at
It's
all.
African or
You know,
nothing.
it's
So
crazy.
wait, can we
Black
understand
You know,
Black Power
Frank
Bank?
Johnson and all
Do
that.
you
Frank
accept
Joseph, the
evolution?
white boy, all them boys been with the Abo since day one.
So Black Power Bank,
Evolution,
do you accept
evolution, like
evolution?
turning from monkeys. I don't believe
No,
that bullshit.
no, not monkeys, primates. It's a difference, right?
Nah, I'm not into that. All the
Human
primates been
beings
turned.
are primates.
Okay.
Black
No,
Power
I,
Banger
I, I get
said
it. No, okay, yes, monkeys are primates, but
Yeah,
it's the other kind of
melanated. Melanated.
animals that.
yeah.
And he
Mhm.
said
Hey,
he said that
we
them
actually
motherfuckers
do
don't
come.
come from Africa, yo. He
Because we're
said
not monkeys. Primates, we're not. A monkey is
fuck the
separate.
primates. Fuck the
No,
primates.
no.
Fuck all of that.
Monkeys
He
are
said
over.
that the Chinese don't fucking come from Africa.
Yeah, that's silly.
So
Come
who?
from
So
Africa?
The Chinese
What
have
you
already
mean?
disproven that.
Yeah, they
What do
are.
you mean come from Africa? Like, so do you think at the time when they left Africa, they were Chinese people going to Africa?
He think that niggas
I
went
believe
there and it was
they
already
man,
Chinese
let them
people
stay where they at. I ain't even trying to go back that far. They in Asia. They in Asia. The
Bro,
Europeans
you
in
know
Europe, let them stay
they
in
did a
Europe.
study on
Fuck
this,
trying to
bro.
go back and
Yeah,
try to
you know
make
that.
them
Yeah,
say
they
that
did. They
we was the
actually
first people and they
there. They
all
have.
was us.
they
The
studied
That
it.
don't
Yeah,
even
Asians
matter to
started
me.
claiming
I
that you
don't
they
was
care
Right.
about
studied
us
it
So
and they
creating
found
they,
out that
everything.
they
What
migrated. The
I'm
ancestors
saying
came
I'm
from
is
with
that
you.
Africa.
I'm with you with that Black
They
Power
weren't
Bang.
us
That's
though.
what I'm
that's me
saying is
right there.
this is what I mean about the bow and arrow thing. We want to make it seem like when we go back 60,000 years that humans was just this inferior thing and we got smarter. I believe we got dumber. And now when it
Who
comes
said
to
the
Africa,
humans were inferior and got where did you get that from?
the,
No one said that.
because I got it
Yeah.
out. I got it out of conversations with people. I'm
Potentially
not saying
just
that
as
I got it from
intelligent
you.
as
I'm
anyone
not
in
saying I
the
got it
bro,
from
planet.
you.
you gotta
Don't feel hit.
I
have
get
I
what you're
threw a
saying.
stone, but it wasn't at
Okay.
you. I
So go
threw a
ahead.
stone. So, but
So
when I study and they say that the oldest evidence of five
Who is
different
they? Who is they?
inventions
Who is they? Who
use
is they? Who are
five
they?
different.
No,
When
no, no,
I
no, no,
got it,
no. You're not gonna do the elbow shit on me.
what you mean
Who's
they?
they?
When I said when I study with different people, when I
Who
have
is
conversations with different
they?
people,
Who?
what
You
you
need to
mean
be
they?
studying with these dumb
what
motherfuckers.
kind?
Hold
Okay,
on,
what
when
kind
did
of
hold
people?
on?
Well, what kind of people are they black nationalists? Are they flat earthers? What
I
kind?
have
When you say
conversations
they,
with I mean whether it's
No, I
black
need you to
whether it's the
explain
Pan
to
how would you
me.
Africans, whether
categorize
it's
them?
Wabos,
Okay,
whether it's
listen.
Moors,
Who is
whether it's Hebrew
they?
Israelites. I have conversations with lots of people.
Who
So the
is they?
conversations that are going in this direction, what type of people? Just so we have a understanding
Pan
of who you.
Africans
Okay, Pan
and Hebrew
Africans.
Israelites, Moors,
Who
Okay.
is
Wabos,
they?
Hethys.
Fuck
What do you mean?
that. Who is
Look,
they?
what did I
So
say
they're
when I
all
said they?
so they're
Please
all black
rejog my
people.
memory. What did
So
I
they're
say when I
all
said
black
they?
people.
You said
You
was
said
you
when they
studying with
said.
these people? You said you
Huh?
were studying with these people, and I'm asking who the
No, I
fuck
said
are these people?
when I study the bow and
What you
arrow.
studying? What
When
you
I
studying?
study,
Here lies the problem.
okay. So when I study the bow
No,
and
no, no,
arrow,
no,
the
no, no, no.
oldest
What are you
evidence.
studying? What are you studying? What are you studying, and where is it from?
Didn't I just not say when I studied the bow and arrow? Didn't
No,
I
nigga.
just not say when I studied the bow and
Where?
arrow Didn't I just not say when I studied the bow and arrow? So, bro, just let me land and I'm going to answer your questions. So, when I studied the bow and
I need to follow you. I need to walk slowly.
Well, follow me. When I studied the bow and arrow, there's no other study I could tell you, Brody. The bow, the stick with the rock on the front of it or a metal on the front of it that you shooting at enemies or animals.
Where are you getting this information from?
Okay, hold on. How about this?
That's what I'm trying to get to. I don't care about what you're studying. I want to know where is it coming from? What is the influence?
Hey, hold on. Let me all right. So my information is coming from different sources of information of things that I read.
Provide me with the book
all
that
right.
talks about bow and arrows.
So
I mean,
now
hey, Black. Look, let's get this straight. So you think that people in Asia were just there and Africans left
the information that I got.
Can I finish? The Africans left Africa and went to Asia and taught them.
Not necessarily saying the Africans left Africa.
The thing is, but see, that's not what the evidence is. The evidence that we have in front of us right now suggests that the people that are in Africa, in Asia, came from Africa. And
that's fine.
Those people had been in Africa for nearly 200,000 years before leaving the continent of Africa. So sure, they could have taken things with them. Sure, they could have. But all groups didn't do it because some groups don't have it. Like the Aboriginal Australians that I mentioned, they didn't develop that type of technology. But they could have had it and lost it. You see how that works? They could have had it and lost it. It's not a big deal.
Or there could have been an earlier wave that migrated out of Africa.
I could guarantee that you cannot find any information saying that the bow and arrow developed independently in America. I guarantee it.
Hey, bro, you sound like Lotus for real right now.
All right,
bro.
man. You got
No. Because at the same time, this is my argument. It didn't develop. That it's influenced by. I don't give a fuck if it was 30,000 years.
You can't claim
the influence
bro.
still came from the.
You can't claim it. All right.
Was people real people 30,000 years ago? Like, what kind of people are we talking about? Like, are these people like us? They're people like us. Regular people.
You know what? I'm gonna keep it 100. That I'll be speculating, and
regular humans.
Animals that needed weapons to fight animals.
Regular humans. People 30,000 years ago are just as intelligent as us.
30,000 years ago, they was pop locking and dropping.
They could if
they was having parties and all that joint.
Yeah. Party is a relative thing, you know.
What I'm trying to say is they had so how far back was they more like not so
been around for like 200,000 years.
200,000.
Yeah.
I did not know it was that long. Well, goddamn, what?
Modern human being.
Okay.
Yeah, you had some archaic human beings, and that's what they say. People like the Australian Aborigines with the higher brow ridge or whatever. But those people still have the same intelligent potential as anybody else that's alive right now. We haven't gotten smarter. We just have more access to more information, more shared information over the years. That's it. We are the culmination of thousands of years of information. That's what we're living in now. We're not any smarter than somebody was 30,000 years ago. Nope. They're anatomically modern human beings.
But so I want to understand like this whole conversation about this bow and arrow. Like, what is the big deal?
I don't know.
So let me tell you how this. I'm gonna tell you how this started.
I want to ask you. What is the big deal if the Native Americans, right, or indigenous people? I don't know what y'all calling them now. Right?
It wasn't at the Native Americans.
So I'm gonna ask you. What is the big deal if they just maybe their river bear jaguar ancestors spoke to them and told them how to do it, right? Because they have their own form of spirituality. One day they said, we tired, we hungry, we need something to kill these motherfucking animals. Okay, ancestors talk to us, and boom, this happened for them. And it also happened to our African relatives, right? Who was talking to the spirits and they was cracking the cola nuts and everything else. And they did they
72,000
spiritual
years earlier, huh? I got you.
You know niggas don't
72.
believe in that on this panel. So they be like, no, that's pseudo. So you can't even.
So look,
I
let me tell you
listen. No, I'm queen
how this
pseudo now.
argument all
When it comes to
started.
spirituality, I'm gonna be mad pseudo. I'm pseudo when it comes to spirituality. I ain't no
So
We all got a little
atheist.
pseudo.
I'm pseudo when
Yeah.
it comes to that too.
So
Yeah.
I was on the panel with some Wabos, and the Wabos used to always throw the bow and arrows in the chat. So I start to study like different weapons and their wars, and I come to find out that the oldest bow and arrow was found in Africa. So I start pressing the line on them for that, like the oldest bow and arrow was found in Africa. And it was crazy that when I said that it was some Native Americans that got offended and were like, "Damn, you're joining their side." I'm like, "No, but you would be doing the same thing the Wabos doing if you don't want to admit that the oldest bow and arrow come from Africa." You know what I mean? So I've been pressing that line ever since.
Human
Because
beings,
whoever wanted.
human beings have been in Africa longer than human beings have been outside of Africa. Period. Human beings have been on the African continent longer than human beings.
That makes a lot of sense.
That's
of the continent.
that makes
And
a
I
lot of
wouldn't
sense.
argue that.
Human beings have been off the continent for about 70,000 years, according to
And then when we left
Yo,
out of
I
Africa,
wanna
we got
ask.
into
Look, I
bestiality.
wanted to ask you a question.
I would
No.
agree
We
to
would have been
that
in the bestiality. Why wouldn't we be in the bestiality before?
because
Why you gotta
we
put it
started
on
having sex to
everybody else?
Europeans.
What? Europeans didn't exist.
That's how we made
Yo, I
them.
wanna.
No, we
Hey, I got a question
shit.
for the panel. Right? So technology like brick masonry and metallurgy, like you see the Native Americans, they didn't have blacksmithing, but they were dealing with gold, copper, and silver. Do you think that developed over here independently, or did they learn that from migrating here, or did they learn that from other people?
Gold and copper.
Because you got brick
Yeah,
masonry is something that's just not
gold and
brick
copper.
masonry,
Brick
metalsmithing and
masonry.
brick. Yeah.
Okay, so all right. How old is brick masonry?
I mean, shit.
thousands
They
of
went
years.
back to the what is it? What's the group in Turkey? That place in
Just
Turkey.
you about to answer your own
back
question.
to the
You about to answer
about
your own
10,000.
question.
Yeah.
Go back
How?
to the topic.
All right. Now, what
Rebecca
is
Tepe,
considered
right.
the oldest brick masonry in the Americas?
European structure.
European structure. The
Yeah,
Inca. What is it? Is it Corral Supe? Is it Corral Supe? I could be wrong.
Yeah,
But
you're
is it
wrong.
Corral Supe?
So in the Americas,
That's
that's
not
including
brick
South
masonry.
America, right?
Yeah, I was
Y'all,
thinking the United States. I was thinking America, North America.
oh, North America. Well, Sean, what was your question? Is your question
Well, North America is that stuff in the Southwest with the Anasazi.
Yeah, but that wasn't. They didn't really use any type of masonry like that.
All right, my question is this, because I'm trying to answer him. So, what is the oldest mason would be considered masonry, right? In the Americas, Lucky.
The Americas. He said Americas, y'all.
Yeah, look it up. I don't know.
Pull it up. Somebody.
I'm about to go to the computer. Let's go to the computer.
Share your screen. Share your screen.
Yeah.
Hey, that's crazy.
Pull that
I'm
up.
the only pseudo, but they got a brother in the chat saying that it was carried out of Africa as well. Okay.
A lot of things were carried out of Africa, bro.
Ooh.
I mean, sun-dried the Egyptians. Well, this is without me looking it up. I know the Egyptians made bricks with mud. You know what I'm saying? They did the same in what's the name? And what's the name of it?
Somebody put in the chat that you shouldn't have to.
Yeah,
you don't gotta source up for a regular conversation. So I'm going to say that the Africans invented lashes and lace fronts, and what? Somebody come debate me on that, because
I mean that's probably true too. That's probably true.
You didn't have to say it so sexy.
Come on, Kuja. I'm trying over here, like.
Okay,
because
but I'm still trying to figure out. Hey, Black Power Bacon. When did you switch from? No, when did you switch from? Because you used to say that Africans came to America and that's where they brought the bow and arrow.
No, what I said is
You did say that. You did say that.
No, bro. I never made it a definite.
Because remember, we argued about Ivan Van Sertima in the past. You said the Africans, there were early African explorations.
No, listen. I said I can't say that they did not come. And I can't say that they did. I would never say that Africans did
What
not
does the
come,
evidence
and I would
say?
never say that they did because I don't know.
You remember?
But I
I
know.
think you said
Let me
about the
tell you.
Bombard. The Bombard tribe. You try to say that. Well, let's say this is what. Let's say maybe you didn't say definitively. You said it's a possibility, and we were telling you that didn't happen. The
Yeah,
Bombard
y'all
tribe
did.
didn't make it.
But and we was talking about. I said because of the bow and arrow was here. Now how it got here, I don't. It could be through the Asians because they are Asian. And I'm gonna keep it 100. I didn't know the Mexicans was of Asian descent. I did not know until I started arguing with Wabos. Hell no. Until I started arguing with Wabos about 4 years ago. I did not know. I just knew I'm growing up in California, homie. I just knew they was Mexicans. I didn't know. I didn't
You
know the
couldn't
Native
tell.
Americans was Asian.
I'm not trying to be funny. But you couldn't tell. They didn't. A lot of Mexicans look Asian as fuck.
I couldn't tell. I just knew they was
There are
Mexicans.
a lot of Mexicans. A lot of
It was
Mexicans look
mostly
heavily
us and them.
indigenous.
I'm highly disappointed in Black Power Banger. I'm highly disappointed.
It's all good. Be disappointed.
I've known that my whole life.
Listen, bro.
About that, about Native American. I mean, about
Hell, I used to
Mexicans.
think Mexicans was white people growing up. Till my
Well, what
parents
are
had
they?
to explain
Wait, what
explain
are
the
they?
difference.
What are they?
Well, they are
They're
mixed.
mixed
They
Spanish.
are mixed with.
They're
They
mixed
mixed.
Spanish and indigenous.
Okay.
Well,
I
listen,
wanted to
it
hear,
depends on
or
the
Some of
since
them are
he was
fully
going,
indigenous.
I wanted to hear if he
It
was
depends
going
on
to agree with that. Do you agree with that?
They are mixed with the Spaniards. And the Spaniards, because the Spaniards, when
Spaniards
the
and
Spaniards did
indigenous,
They
correct?
do have fully indigenous Mexicans that are still
Wait a
around
minute.
Yeah,
that
they
speaks
got
a native
Hispanic.
tongue.
they do,
So Black
and you
Power
have
Banger,
some
hold
that
on,
look
hold
white as a
on.
The Spanish
motherfucker.
don't come into the
Absolutely.
Spanish don't come into
Absolutely.
the 15th, 16th century. So who the fuck was these people before the Spaniards? Do you
They
see
was
what
the
I'm saying?
regular indigenous. They was looking like that
Yeah,
picture that
but
not
they
a
were
coincidence
Native
be
American.
putting up.
Listen, they had
They was
Native
looking.
American. They had Native American. Listen, this is what we talk about in the evolutionary process. You had portions of people migrate to this place and seclude themselves, and they had over tens of thousands of years to just to have sex basically and mate with one another in a controlled environment where they didn't have to deal with anyone because they migrated away from everybody else. So there was additional admixture that could be included into what they are. This is why you get these haplogroups of the Native Americans that are significant to these motherfuckers in large proportion. This is how you
Right.
get A, yada, 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 right? And we see this and we have to recognize this and we have to apply this. We know who the fuck the first natives were, and that's important.
Sean,
And
can I
this,
ask you a question? I want
go
to ask
ahead.
you a question about this native. Okay, so you know how there are native people in different regions. So last year, not this summer, last summer, I went to Panama, right? And I happened to go to Panama during whatever their indigenous people celebration types of week was, right? So I know that I already knew they call them the Indio, right? In Spanish, they say the Indio. So I already knew that population existed there. But the way that my family speaks about them is that they live like in the mountains and in very secluded places, just kind of like in America how they have reservations. So they're not like typically amongst the average people. Most of the time, they you have either people who are black, people who have Spanish, who are Spanish, and then you have like the mulatto class, which makes up a large part, but those are typically black and Spanish people. And then you have black and native people who have those ancestries. They kind of are part of the mulatto class, but then the native people they live very, very isolated. Like, let's say you're talking about like places like Honduras, Nicaragua, Panama, Cuba, right? Those indigenous people from those places, do they have a different haplogroup than the indigenous people of Canada and North America or Mexico? Like, is there like some similarities to those haplogroups? Or are they like very distant?
Hold on, said it again. Say
The
your question.
haplogroups of the indigenous people, let's say in Central America, and maybe is that different than the indigenous people of like South America and North America?
It depends on where you're talking about, because a lot of those haplogroups that we're referring to are in North, Central, and South America. But then there's a group of people that migrated, like when we're talking about South America, that migrated into a distant location that was away from everyone else, and that group of people stayed there for a while, and they didn't mix. They only mixed within. So you see that haplogroup showing up on the map. So if you pull up the map, it'll actually show you specifically, and then it goes down. That's why in this conversation when we're talking about these people, DNA is significant because it gets rid of all the bullshit.
Yeah, all non-Africans are pretty much the same.
Because that's like the confusing thing. Like when I listen to, and I know I'm about to call his name, so I know he about to pull up. And I hear like an elder like Wale, and he speaks about the indigenous people, the indigenous people that he encounters globally. I'm like, when I went there, those people were literally. They were literally like. Huh? No, I'm talking about Wale. Wale, he said, he wants to.
Not a coincidence is sharing it. So look.
Oh, okay.
Just look at the map and you see X. All I need you to just let me know when you see X.
Okay, I see X.
Okay, you see it twice. You see it twice, right?
I see it in Africa. Yeah. And then I see it.
Hold on. What you looking at?
Okay. That's not Africa. Oh no, that's not Africa. What is that over there?
Europe. That's Europe.
Eurasia.
Oh, okay.
Europe. Now, this is how you got you gotta look at this shit. You gotta look at this shit.
I see it in the pink. I see Europe in the pink.
Right. So you have to look at it and understand what he's showing you right here. Now, what I talked about earlier when I said those people that went into South America and was by themselves and wasn't near no one else, that's X in South America. A, C, and D was mixing. B came in and did the same secluded shit.
Okay.
They did it in North America and they did it in South America. Right? Now, do you know the haplogroup of the, and listen, if not a coincidence just goes over to the right, look what the fuck it's saying right here. Just to his right, if he zooms out.
Well, yeah, zoom out.
In this case, we're using someone who is Asian who has roots in Southeast Asia. But his maternal haplogroup B45 and more, specifically subgroup B5A1A, is most commonly found among Native Americans of the U.S. Southwest and Northern Mexico. You see that? This motherfucker said Asia and Southeast Asia. Ain't that what I said earlier?
Facts.
So we know that the people of Southeast Asia and Asia are the motherfuckers who migrated into this bitch, and then they began to just do their own thing and come to be what they come to be and create the other haplogroups.
And this kills the whole Abo conversation every time. Just absolutely destroys the Abo conversation. Tells us
why.
Well, they don't believe in that, so
yeah.
But it went over this too many times. These Abos.
Yeah.
Well, that's crazy. Like, I mean, so like, and I like, I hate to sound like I'm like, duh, just stating the obvious. But how do people look at this right here? So I guess what happens is they look at this and they go, "That's fake." They just say, "That's fake. It's a fake thing. It doesn't exist."
They say it's fake. They do. They say it's fake so they can run away from being West African.
How do you look at this, right? And look at the people that are in these places today and not see a connection. Like the people you're saying in South America, right? Which is there's an X there. The people in Lord, what that say? My eyes not too good, you know. One say South America, the other one say is that Asia? Okay, one is North America. Okay, North America. Then we got South America, and then we got Europe. Right, that's where all the X's are.
Yep.
Right. How can you not see a similarity? Because the arrow is literally coming from Europe, going into South America. Do y'all not see that?
Yep.
Okay, so that let's just say that could be
no, sis, what you're making the case for the transatlantic slave trade being real,
but
and you're
I'm
making the
saying no,
case
but
for the
I'm literally
colonization of
seeing
the
this, and
indigenous people.
I'm really looking at this from with fresh eyes because I haven't seen it in this way, right? So it's an arrow not going in two directions. It's one arrow from Europe to South America, which would be like Spain going to wherever, Venezuela, wherever in this freaking South America, right? Then bam, you go. That's North America. From Spain to North America. Then bam, you go down to South America, right? How if you see the same kind of people in all three places, why wouldn't we draw that connection? I'm just really
why? Because people are willfully ignorant, sis. On top of that, too, this map also shows you how Spanish got into Latin America. It shows you how English got into America and Spanish got. It shows you all of this, right? This map
because
kills the whole Abel
look the
conversation.
same thing. The people that are in these quote unquote natives that we have here, right? They look just like the same Mexican people that's down there.
That's a fact.
They look like the people. Listen, when I was them people in Panama, they was all little short, like some of them had curly hair, but some of them had a lot of them had straight hair. Same features. They look like the same people that be at the fucking Home Depot trying to work. I'm not lying to you. Like
you can go up.
Those are the same people.
You can go up. You can go up to Alaska, all the way down to the Chilean border, and if you come across the indigenous people of all those places, I'm talking about even the people who are fully indigenous. They look similar. They look very, very similar. They look like the same people. Because they are. They are the same people.
You can do that.
And I do think we're being a little bit like racist or whatever, because I'm sure from within their tribe they could tell the difference. It's the same way like when I say somebody's Asian,
there's differences. I can show you the mosquito people.
I don't know
there are differences.
I wouldn't know the difference between a Chickasaw and a Cherokee. I ain't gonna lie to you. I ain't gonna be able to tell. They phenotype. They look different.
No, but since you know what this map really does though. It also kills that. It kills that Abel thing because once again we know for a fact that what's the brother name? PNF. His genetic marker, if it's not European, it's probably likely to be an E marker, right? I'm talking about his maternal line, and Kiara's her maternal line is likely to be L. So I know they're gonna get mad. And the Aboriginal Smith, yours is likely E2.
Wait, all these letters? I don't see all these letters you talking about. Okay, you said L. Okay, L is from Africa.
No,
L from Africa.
No. You're not gonna see E because you're not gonna see an E because this is just maternal line, and this is just showing the.
I didn't see that. That's just the maternal line.
Which test I gotta take to find out my letter? Because I took the African. I'm not African. I took the regular ancestry. Which test I gotta take to get my letter joint? Because they ain't give me no letter.
To find your maternal haplogroup, you got to take either 23andMe or you could do the African ancestry. The cheaper one is 23andMe.
And you gonna have to
23andMe, yeah.
If you got a brother or uncle, you got to get them tested so you can see both sides.
No, I do. Yes, and you know what? I did tell my brother that because I'm my mother's only child. But me and my brother, we have the same father.
Yeah,
so,
get him to do a test too. Yep.
Yeah, you can have your father. You can have your brother take the test.
Hold on. But on your mother's side, she got siblings.
Yeah, but I don't fuck with them.
See,
None of
okay.
them.
Listen, you don't have to. You don't need to fuck with them. You just need to fuck with one.
No, no, I'm trying to tell you, like
Here we go. Listen to what I'm trying to
You know
get you to
how
do.
you know how black people is.
I ain't
Listen,
trying to get into all that. I ain't trying to get into all
I'm
that.
just telling you. You know how it is. It's like, oh, me and you ain't got the same father, so you like my half. Like they would treat my mom on some shit like that. So I'm just saying, I don't fuck with none of them.
Yeah.
No, but he's just saying you can get one and you can find out what the male paternal line on your mom's side is. That's what he's trying to say.
Okay, the male maternal line on my mother's side.
paternal
The
line.
paternal side on my father, my mother's side.
So the Y marker.
So your mom's father, right? So we're talking about your mom's father. So it could be somebody who comes from your mom's father's father also. So somebody who you share the same grandfather with. If it's a male who shares the same grandfather, but it has to be a male line. So your father would have to have a brother. So if your brother,
no, not my father. You're talking about my mother's father. My mother, the man
no,
on my mother.
your but you need, but we're trying to get. So if your mom takes a test, we automatically get your mom's side.
Right.
We need a male on your mom's side. So your male's father's side, we need a male. That comes from. So say if it's a cousin, you have to share They have to share your grandfather's. You get what I'm saying? You have to share the same grandfather.
I get you. That's the.
And it
all
has
right.
to go.
I'ma just have to.
Male. You get what it has to be male. It can't be somebody who is from a female from your grandfather. It has to be somebody who's from
I got
male,
you.
all male. Yeah, that's all I'm saying. Yeah.
I
But they say you could do the female through the male as well. You could do female, the father and the mother.
No, because you're not gonna get the male. We're not gonna get the Y paternal. We need a male to get the Y paternal.
Oh no, I thought you were talking about like when you're doing the female, you can only get female, but when you do a male, you can get female and male, like the mother and the father.
The male will get
sis, let me give you an example. See, my paternal haplogroup is EM4254. That's West Africa, right? And then my mom's side is L2.
Okay, where L2? Where L2 at?
That's Central.
Oh, okay,
Central Africa. It's West Central Africa. You'll find
there. West Central Africa. So mine's is L2A1F. That's my maternal, and my paternal is EP252. Both West Africa.
So the E's have a whole different scale, and you can see where the E's come from too, because it's not on this map that I'm looking at.
Yeah, because this is just the maternal lines. Because females and males, males and females they move together, but they also migrated a little differently. Also, some
got you.
went here, some males went here. You understand? So it's not always going to be the exact same. But
let me find out. Listen. I know whoever I descend from. My female ancestors must have been very I believe they were like hunters and warriors and all that kind of shit, because like I like to use like power tools and shit. Like I don't know, like I went and got my nails done today. I like all the girly stuff. Don't get me wrong, but my nail tech be mad at me because my nails be breaking because was using a saw. Yeah,
I don't like to rain on people parade and shit when they say stuff like that. But that has nothing to do with that at all.
I mean, you do inherit things from your ancestors, don't you?
Inherit things. No, you ain't gonna get nothing.
You don't. I think it does.
No, you're not gonna get you're not you don't get stuff like
your temperament and stuff. That's what I mean. More like.
All right, but hold on, y'all, real quick.
Hey, somehow I didn't say because I was walking to the store. Everything comes from L1. All of this stuff on that screen comes from L1. All of it comes from L1. Every single one of them.
Yeah.
Yo, not a coincidence. They keep saying you timing out. You not timing out PMF. Why they keep saying that?
I definitely didn't time out no PMF. But
I think they say
I'm not even paying. And listen, me, I'm not even paying attention to the chat room.
Hold on.
I think she just want to get him a wrench or something. I don't know.
Hold on,
Tell her to give up her wrench for his wrench. Bump that. Why they both get wrenches? Come on now.
I'm not entertaining that right now. But listen, I forgot we got smoke signal up here. Listen, we got smoke signal up here.
Before Smoke Signal speak, I want to say my on my mother's side, because I got my uncles tested, right? Because my grandfather couldn't test because he was he drowned at the age of 23, right? And so his haplogroup is RL23, which is Northern Europe.
Mm-hmm.
So I was happy that my father's side that we didn't have that issue, but on my mom's side, yeah, it goes back to Europe. A white man that happens. It's pretty common in African Americans due to what happened during the
That's making me really think.
On my
Nah, that's
side,
why it's more. They tell you to test the mother's side first. But go ahead, Cujo.
Yeah, on my mom's side, it actually goes back to a H haplogroup, which is Anatolian haplogroup. If you look on there, I don't see H. But it's over there. It's in the Anatolia, Southern Europe. So I have a white grandmother.
You said H. You said H.
Yeah.
H is there. They got it Northern Europe, but
yeah. Okay, Northern Europe. But on my paternal side is BM181, which is pre-Bantu expansion niggas. You know what I'm saying?
Can you see that on Ancestry.com? You can see that on Ancestry?
Nah, that's 23andMe. You get your you only get autosomal on Ancestry.com, whereas 23andMe you get autosomal and your paternal and mitochondrial.
Wait. So you're saying that your mother originated in Europe, but your father originated in Africa. Is that what you're saying?
Tanzania, yeah. So like I'm one of the rare. You don't find too many black folks who have, and I ain't saying this as no flex. I was actually somewhat ashamed of it until I came to grip. You don't find too many that's like that. Most Black Americans, if they have any, a white haplogroup, it would be on their father's side. But
hold on, but what's the admixture though?
What's the admixture? Indians. Yeah.
No, but so like in percentage wise, West African compared to everything else.
Oh, like 70%.
Like 70% West African.
70,
So this is another thing with how different, depending on what type of test you're taking and knowing what the tests mean and all that.
Yeah, I know a lot of people taking. They don't know what it means.
My father's maternal line was L1C1C.
Real quick, Kelly. So autosomally, what he's saying is he's like 70% West African. But if you look at his paternal line, it's going to go to what you said.
My paternal line is going to go to Congo, Tanzania, more than likely East Africa. I'm looking into it because I'm trying to figure out, did he come through Mozambique or not? You know what I'm saying? But he would have been. The people who have that particular haplogroup now are the Hadzabe people who live in Tanzania. They got, they still hunter-gatherers. You know what I'm saying? I like outside, but I don't think I like outside because I descend from them. You know what I'm saying? I don't think it was. It's no.
You never know. That shit might be located and locked in your DNA. But I have a question. So wait,
they are real keen though. I like it.
No, but Cujo, you do know because you already know that some of the slaves were taken from East and South Africa too.
Yeah. I know.
So I have Kenyan and Namibian in my ancestry.
That is Namibian is
I got it at 14%.
Is wild.
Listen, Cujo. Let me tell you, I was I'm one of them Pan Africans that I be really trying to figure out. I'm trying to relocate to Africa. I'm not one of them Pan Africans that's trying to stay here, right? So I was looking into Namibia, right? And just for vacation, right? If you want to visit, I have never seen there in Namibia, and I think it's one of the places that's like isolated on the west coast of Africa. But in Namibia, there is a place where I guess you rent like this vehicle, and the beach, the ocean, and the desert actually just meet, right? And it's literally water and then desert for like miles. That shit is just crazy. Like the ocean is not like a big beach, like a whole lot of sand and No, it's like water, a little bit of sand, and then desert.
Yeah,
Right? That shit
Namibia
is
pretty much
Yeah.
all desert.
so freaking beautiful. And the person who took the person on the tour, there is a certain time of the year. You got to watch the time of the year that you go because of how the tides go and everything. And literally, the way they was driving the vehicle, they was like scared that the vehicle would just get washed out to sea or stuck in the sand. It's like a little pathway that you can. It's just beautiful to
That's where the
watch. Like,
Serengeti at, I think.
yeah, man, that shit is
Oh, look,
crazy. Namibia was looking
about
lit.
Namibia. Fun fact about Namibia. That was where the Germans actually put their first practices of a concentration camp. You know, before what happened to the Jews, they killed thousands of Namibians.
In the mid and the desert part, you know how they have what they call sub-Saharan, the Saharan desert. The desert,
That's not Sahara. That's not.
the desert,
further
but
south.
the desert is like overtaking Namibia,
Yeah.
where places that were inhabitable, the
Mhm.
people actually had to leave because the land was like drying out. So there are all of these agriculturists. I'm just showing y'all. This is a side of melanated that's a little nerdy, right? Y'all looking at history. I'm looking at plant life and all that kind of shit, right?
Yeah, me too.
Right?
Me too.
So there are people who are really trying to undesertify, like basically reverse the desertification of that area, and they're trying to bring water
Is that
and
what they
build
doing with the
trees.
wall of trees?
Yes. Oh my goodness,
They
they are
doing that
planting
in
all of these
Mali.
trees.
Yeah.
They doing that in
They're
Mali
Yeah,
planting.
they
as
doing
well.
they
Yeah.
doing that in the Sahel. In the Sahel, they're doing that.
Yes, yes. And I'm like,
Yeah,
just
the hell
just
is that?
watching this movement of how they're using technology and they're using like different irrigation strategies to make it green again because it was green at one point, it became a desert, and they're really trying to undo that. So,
And you know, a
know,
lot of the
I'm
water in the desert is underground. A lot of the water they find,
It's
especially in the
also going to
Sahara,
be
they
a
find
source
it
of food,
underground.
though, too. That
look,
some of those trees are going to be a source of food too
And it's also gonna
for the
bring
people to
wildlife
sell.
back into the area.
I'm just
Yep.
saying one day y'all might be listening to Melanated Goddess and I'm some like, continental African, like, with my YouTube channel on my farm. Y'all gonna see how I'm gonna make it green. You feel me? I'm
Well,
just
Nah,
saying.
Nah,
you know,
might
you know
wanna
what
go to
studies are showing?
you might want to go to
Studies have
Namibia
shown that
first.
that rain. I mean, 'cause some studies have shown that heavy plant life in an area can actually bring rainwater. So that's one of the reasons why they're doing it too, to try to curb some of the climate change and take some of the carbon out of the atmosphere. So it makes
Oh
sense.
wow, interesting.
But hold
Okay,
on, real quick, y'all,
It's like a reverse erosion.
okay.
real quick. Hold on. Melanated, I love everything you're saying, but we got smoke signal here. Smoke, are you there? You've been waiting patiently. I know you got something to say.
Now he going back and forth in
Hold
the
on,
back
Callie.
chat talking shit.
Hold on,
No, I was
Callie.
just telling you what he was doing. He was fine.
Go ahead, Smoke.
Yeah, man, I'm just waiting for y'all to get through talking about this nothing burger that y'all creating. But anyway,
Okay,
brother,
there you go.
Hey, Smoke. Hey, they put me on
He
your
needed
side,
he
homie.
needed to come up
They
on
said I'm
here
a
because he
Wabo
could
now,
only
Smoke.
disrespect on the
Now,
panel.
we ain't say you was a wabble, but yeah, Smoke, be respectful. We're gonna give you a chance. Nobody's gonna interrupt you. Nobody interrupt Smoke. Let him say what he
I
got to
got
say. And I'm pretty sure if y'all respectful to him, he's gonna be respectful back. But go ahead, Smoke.
according to a section of your title, it states verbatim, still, the Aboriginals have no claim for the 1800s. Is that correct, sir?
Yeah, still not one Aboriginal from the 1800s. Yeah, I haven't seen one. Like for instance, real quick, Thomas L. Jennings. He's from the 1800s. He's a black man. He talks about black man stuff, us being from Africa and things like that. But go ahead.
Is making a claim of your origin a requisite of actually being what you claiming to be, brother?
Yes.
Well, yeah. Melanated. If you want to say something, go ahead.
It would be prerequisite.
I'm saying so like it's a requisite for people actually acknowledging it. For instance, I have family members. I have heritage in Central America, right? But my origin isn't Central America. My origin is West Africa by way of the Caribbean, by way of Central America. But there are some people who only want to acknowledge the last 100 years of their existence, right? So we're talking about maybe, possibly their grandparent, maybe their great grandparent, and they're saying, this all I know. That's all I ever heard. Right? So these are black people that's looking like Keisha and Tyrone, but they speak Espanol, right? And they're saying I'm Spanish. And I'm like,
Are you
you
Jamaican,
dumb
sis?
ass. No, I'm not. I'm Panamanian.
No, I'm
And
talking
I'm
about, you know,
saying,
the Jamaicans. I was saying about the Jamaicans that helped build the Panama Canal. Are you
see,
descended from them?
so yeah, I definitely do. So you see how this brother, right here on this panel, knows my history. And maybe I have family members who don't know that history. So all they know is yo soy de Panama. Yo habla español, right? Get the fuck out of here, bro. Like 3, 4 generations, we wasn't speaking Spanish. Your ass is colonized, right? These are my relatives. What you call it, smoke signal. You don't even gotta interject. These are my relatives who denied the fact that 3 generations we wasn't speaking no fucking Spanish. So don't be shaming me because I don't know no fucking Spanish. Fuck a Spanish. That's a colonizer's language. But they feel like they so goddamn Spanish because they mother speaks Spanish, they father speaks Spanish, and their grandmother speaks Spanish. Ask them who their great grandmother is. Ask them who their great grandmother is. She wasn't speaking no motherfucking Spanish. None of my family was in this country 200 years ago. You feel me? But right now in 2023, they think I'm an Afro Latina. I'm a Latina. I'm a Latino. This is what my cousins are out here speaking. Black people that look like fucking daggone Wesley Snipes and fucking Yonda Van Sant. You see what I'm saying? Black people look like Oprah Winfrey talking about they Latinos and Latinas. I don't represent that shit. I represent fucking. I know my great grandmother was fucking Jamaica. My great grandfather was from Barbados. Them motherfuckers wasn't white people. They were the descendants of enslaved Africans. Common sense would tell me that. They wasn't no Tainos and no goddamn Arawaks either. God damn it.
Sis, it's the same thing that happened across Central America. Of course, you had the Garifuna that set up across across the Atlantic coast or the Caribbean coast in Central America. But my ex, her grandfather was Jamaican, and she's from Nicaragua. They speak Spanish in Bluefields and Big Corn Island, Little Corn Island. But they also have that. What they have is the like an English patois, or a
this is what irritates me when people say like, oh, because my grandmother ain't telling me this. Guess what? Your grandmother might not know the full story. I'm not shitting on grandma because my grandmother didn't know the full story. But guess what? I did my DNA. My DNA came back 95%, bruh. 95% sub-Saharan African.
Yeah. My girl from Jamaica, she 95%
hold on,
too.
Real quick, y'all. So Smoke. So what we saying is, to answer your question, we have a history of Black people, or so when the Irish person talks about, oh, the Irish was in America since this time, they can find Irish people talking about these things in the course of history. Same thing with Italian people, Jewish people, and the same thing with us when we say Africans, right? We can find this history written down. So when it comes to this Avo thing, when we say we need somebody talking about it, yeah, we need somebody talking about it at that time, or it's not true.
Do we find Irish people in Ireland in the 1800s having to make a declaration that they are indeed Irish? Do we have Africans in the
They're in the
1800s?
Irish.
Wait a
We
minute.
certainly,
Hold
we
on,
certainly have
brother.
Irish people in
I
America.
know y'all don't want to deal with the logistics, but you're gonna deal with them tonight. And I brought caskets for everybody. Do we have Africans making declarations that they are indeed African in the 1800s, brother?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
Because
who are
wasn't
they? Who are they? Who are
Africans
they?
part of organizations that have the title African? Wouldn't that be a declaration of being African? Or no, you want something more than that.
Well, he don't have no goddamn
I'm
label up.
asking Smoke Signal, are you asking, so a declaration, would that be an organization, right? The formation of an organization with the word African being in the title? That's my question to you.
That'll be acceptable. So by that
Okay.
standard, do we have any black people making a declaration that they are Americans in the 1800s?
Do we have what?
Any black people making a declaration that they are Americans in the 1800s?
There's all kinds of Americans. There's European Americans, African Americans, Asian Americans. American just mean you in America. Yes. Yes. So yes, so the answer is yes. America is just a nation that you're a part of. There's Native Americans.
Let me know
yes.
when you get through.
So I'm through, Smoke Signal.
Okay. So if we have those declarations, then that's all we need. That's enough evidence to suggest that niggas was indeed in the 1800s claiming to be American. And in the definition of American,
what?
No, they were not. No, they were not.
I know you want this work, but you gonna
No, you don't. No, you're not.
I know you want this work.
Hey, hold on. Smoke Signal. Let me say this. Smoke Signal. No, in the 1800s, and even going back forth, you're talking about the black people in the Caribbean. They were teaching. No, I'm not disrespecting you. The black people in the Caribbean were actually teaching the folklore of the Anansi story. They were teaching, and they teaching in Central America today.
Can you clarify what you're saying, Smoke Signal? Because I missed your gotcha. I missed it. So because there were other groups of people who were saying that they were Americans, right? Is that what you're saying?
Like a person like Frederick Douglass said he was an American. Yeah, he did, because he was an American. But he didn't deny that he was African.
Same with Paul Robeson.
What now the coincidence asking him is to show us a black person.
I rest my case, bro. If we got,
wait.
So wait. 1800s,
one of them
American.
So they were saying American. Okay, wait. So wait. So what I'm trying to say to you, and the reason why I went and gave that whole testimony type thing, right, is Smoke Signal. If you could understand that people, like if someone was to ask my cousin right now, do you have African lineage? She would say no. Right?
She would be correct.
No. What I'm trying to tell you is that she is only accounting the last 3 generations of her life. And she is saying that all I know is the language of Spanish. But that is not true. That's not where we end. That's what I'm trying to tell you, is that that's not true, because she's ignoring the fact that she has Jamaican ancestry, probably Cuban ancestry from Barbados, ancestry from Trinidad. What the hell you mean? Oh, we Spanish. We don't originate from fucking Spain. See, what I'm saying is that. So what I'm trying to say is that I'm trying to show Smoke Signal is that he's saying that she would be correct based off of her knowledge.
No, sis, but this what I'm saying is gonna actually go into what you're trying to say. Did you grow up taking Cersei?
Absolutely, Cersei tea.
There you go.
I'm sure she know about mother. Listen, you see, listen.
Let me know.
She knows about Cersei tea. She knows about sour sap. She know about all of that shit. She knows about.
And that shit goes back to Africa, sis. It goes back to Africa. That's my point. The Anansi stories and those herbs.
the
Did
herbs.
Soursop
She knows
did
about
Soursop
all of the. She
brought
knows
over by
about.
black?
Listen, she knows about when somebody is getting married, how you're supposed to conduct yourself. She knows about when somebody dies, how. Listen, our family do 9 nights. 9 nights is something that you do when somebody passes away, right? There is a whole structure of how you conduct 9 nights. I've
They,
only done it when I was a little kid, so I'm not gonna tell you I know it by
yeah,
the back of my hand, right? But 9 nights comes
the
straight out of
Garifuna
a
do it.
Khan culture. The Garafunas
I
do
know a
it.
lot of the
Look,
Garifuna that do
this is
it.
new
Yafi
to me that
Gadi
the
do it too.
Garafunas do it, but it comes straight out of a Khan culture from when someone passes away, right? So I don't have to tell you my exact tribe that I'm coming from. I'm telling you about traditions that are literally
You know,
passed on now.
you know
Now
what's
it's
funny with
literally
that
passed
too?
on now.
You know what's funny with
Okay.
that too? Because like Oya, they do like ceremonies for Oya in Cuba, and her number is 9. She's symbolized like the death and the
Here this nigga
separation.
go with this old pseudo
So
ass Cuban shit, bro.
nah, but that's
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 not
Man,
pseudo.
African.
How is it
ain't no
pseudo when
no,
they
nigga.
pass it
Ain't
on?
no no. You African. Why the fuck you bringing some Cuban shit up?
Because it's
Oh.
African,
I
brother.
don't
That's
hear
the
that
same
shit.
in
I don't hear
I don't
that
Nigeria.
even.
shit.
I'm
I
not
just
even
said
looking
that
at who's
shit to the
speaking, but
live.
that's not
Let me
pseudo.
see. I ain't want
Wait,
no
wait,
goddamn answer from you on no goddamn Cuban shit.
Sean.
No, them
Oh,
Cubans
okay. You
was some of
just.
them Cubans was African too.
Oh, I'm about to
Nah,
say.
them
You just
motherfuckers
Oh,
taking
don't
Cuba,
want
shots
to
at
be
me. Oh,
Cubans
African.
okay.
claim they claim they Africanness, bro.
They
Let
don't
You
want
me.
to
Cubans,
be
you
African.
got
I
That's
Cubans
not
already
true,
everywhere,
showed you
baby.
the
Sean.
source.
Sean. Let me tell you. I recently. I'm not trying to say this is who Melanated has been, but one of my coworkers recommended some reality TV to me, and in my, I work in the school system. We off all summer. I was binge watching shit, right? I happened to binge watch Love is Blind in Brazil. How about not only one, but there were multiple black people who were basically saying, I'm an Afro Brazilian. This chick was talking about Shango and Eshu and
Hmm.
all the daggone
No, I
Ifa
know all of
deities
that.
on there,
That's irrelevant to
right?
me. That's irrelevant.
No,
What it
that's
is
not
that what
irrelevant
they
because there are black. No,
yeah.
listen,
I don't know
there
why
are
Sean be
black.
dismissing that.
Listen,
Sean
no,
be
Sean, there
dismissing that
are
doesn't
black
make no sense.
No, you
Brazilians
niggas is
in
pseudo.
Brazil.
No,
Sean,
y'all are
listen,
not
there are
listening.
black
I don't give a fuck
Brazilians
about none of that
in
shit you talking,
Brazil.
melanated. I don't care what he talking about.
Sean, but you can't
Cash
be
know
acting like they
you
all
Sean, you
white.
on
Cubans
your
You
don't
can't
side.
fuck
do
with
that.
niggas. They want their own shit.
No,
They don't
that's
want
not
nothing
true
to do
because
with
see,
African
listen, I'm
traditions.
trying to tell you, they were
Damn,
basically
I'm
saying, I
going to
only
pull the
want to
source
be with
up
a black
again and
Brazilian.
show you niggas. I'm about to show both of y'all because y'all won't be y'all claim y'all African.
No,
I'm about
Sean,
to
I'm
But
trying
that's
to
the
tell
same
you
with
that they
hey, look.
to their
exclusively wanted
audience
to be with
that
a
they
black
told
person.
all the people on that fucking island and that are Cubans that they don't want shit to do with Africa.
Some of them.
No,
SHIT.
Like
Shit.
it is
He
here.
Sean,
only dealing
I'm
with a
not
couple of
negating that
Cubans.
that
That's
doesn't
not true.
exist.
That's
No,
not true, Sean.
no, I'm not
That's
gonna
It
not
agree.
true.
is
I'm not
true,
gonna
nigga.
disagree
It's
with
on
Sean.
their
No,
website.
see, I
How
know
you
that they
saying
exist.
it
I
ain't
just
true
told you
like
my
they
own
use
cousin
for?
did it. Sean, I just told you my own cousin did it, so I believe you. What are you
So
talking
what
about?
website you talking about?
No,
What
Yo,
Sean,
one day
Sean is only dealing
Tech
with
had me come on
isolated
a panel
incidents,
because he
though.
was trying to correct Cass on some shit with that regulate de Ocha shit, which ain't African, right? None of that
No,
shit. That's some
that's
watered down
totally
shit,
African. That's
man. Listen,
totally African,
But
but
that's
no,
Sean,
some
I'm
no, it
saying
ain't totally
some
African,
of the
nigga.
Brazilians,
No, it's
some
not.
of the
Hold
Sean,
on, hold
some of
on,
the
real
Brazil.
quick. It ain't totally
they
African. It's
saying
not
Haitian
totally
voodoo is
African,
not
nigga.
African.
Okay,
Haitian
so show
voodoo
me
is its
what.
own
Okay, so
thing,
when
and they
they
got
do
the right, but it's from
divination,
Africa.
Wait,
when they do
he moved the goalpost. What does totally African mean? What does that
Man,
mean?
what is
Totally
the word?
African.
what do
What the fuck
they
is?
use to do divination?
They use
That's
Ifa.
what I'm trying to say is that
No,
Rele.
what do
I'm
they
saying
Well,
I'm
use?
saying whatever
What
they
do
have
they hold on?
well,
You don't know
Brazil.
what I'm talking about. You don't know what I'm
Oh,
talking
okay,
about. But Kaz gotta answer the question. What the
okay.
fuck do they use to do divination, nigga?
Nuts, and they use the Delogoon. They use the shells. They use the cowrie shells for divination. The same like they use in Africa.
No, the fuck. They don't use shit from Africa, bro.
They use the cowrie
No,
shells,
they
bro.
don't.
But that's
No,
look,
they
Sean.
don't.
Your
No, they
argument
don't.
is. I'm gonna say why
These
your argument
motherfuckers
is irrelevant.
All right. So listen,
Because it
I'm
had to
gonna do this
develop
one more
to fit.
time. I'm gonna do this one more time. Cass, the last time I gave you this source, did you read it? Yes or no?
What source did you give me?
I put it in the
This was
back
a while
chat.
back when we talked
No,
about
it
this.
wasn't a while back. I put it in the back chat, and I clearly explained to you that the motherfuckers with Lukumi and Reglet de Ocha do not want shit to do with fucking Africa. They want to practice their own shit, their own way, in their own shit.
So wait, so how come, so how come,
But
so Sean,
looking
Sean,
at it. Go ahead.
I was gonna ask him about brother.
He's not
Oh,
looking
No,
at it in
nigga,
a
you want to
proper
be a
light.
fucking Cuban. It's okay.
No, because you can say that for it's like if you
You
go to
want to
Haiti
practice
or you go
Cuban
to
shit,
Brazil.
nigga. You
right?
don't want to deal with Africa.
No,
You don't want to
if you
deal with
want to go
Africa.
to
No, don't do
if
that.
you wanna, no, I'm just listen, let me explain, bro. You gotta let me speak.
No, I don't
If
want
you
your
go to
explanation,
Brazil
nigga.
or you go
I
to
don't want your
Haiti and
explanation.
you
But
tell
I
Sean,
don't
but
people
what
want
about
your
they gotta
crisis
practice
explanation.
like
Cuban?
the
Crisis
homies,
No,
Cubans
I
use
ain't
that
dealing
be
with none
like
of
foolishness.
that
that,
shit.
bro.
I'm not dealing
Because
with none
it's
of that shit.
multiple, it's
I
made up
ain't
of
listening
multiple
to that.
African traditions.
I ain't
If
listening
you
to
go to
that.
Haiti right
I ain't
now,
listening to that.
Haitian voodoo is
These
not just made up
motherfucking
of the
Cubans have
homie and
told
tradition.
you
The
niggas
same with Cuba.
that
Exactly,
we
that's
ain't
true.
in
Sean,
Miami and Cuba. They told you niggas that we ain't fucking with you niggas. This ain't no African shit we on.
wait.
And
But
y'all
So
he's
niggas
dealing
do
with
Sean,
not want to hear
isolated
that shit.
incidents.
so
Because
Sean,
with Cuba, the
Sean, you
government,
dismissing the Haitian stuff, like what he's
No,
saying? You
no, you not
dismissing
listening.
that?
I don't give a
yeah, he's
fuck what you
dismissing it. Because
talking
that's like
about.
saying
The shit that they
African
practice,
American
they don't
hoodoo,
even
people that want to
divinate
practice
the
African
same as
American
Africans.
hoodoo, they
They don't
don't want to
even
be back in
divinate the
Africa
same
and
as
shit.
Africans. They don't even call. They don't do they don't the elite KB. All of that shit. The Irikis. They don't. None of that shit is the same in fucking African
Well,
They had to
traditions.
do
I
stuff
can't,
to
I
adhere to the
cannot tell
Bro,
environment,
you
the
Sean.
too
whole
much
prayer and
because
speech shit is different, bro.
everybody
The
I know
whole
Even
that's
hey, look,
Haitian and
Sean,
they
even within
actually practice
Nigeria is
voodoo.
different,
It's
bro.
very secretive. It's very
I
they
said it. I'm gonna
secretive stuff.
say it one more time, bro. All of that shit is different.
I mean, but that don't
It's
mean it's
not
not
Ishay
African.
shit.
It's not all
But
different,
no, what I'm
Sean. It's
saying
not
is
all
that like
different,
it
bro.
could be what they call
If they go
a
to Haiti,
Creole or some
They
shit. You
don't
know what I'm
want
saying?
Hold on.
nothing to
What
do
are
with
they
you
talking
niggas.
about? What are you talking about? Is not African. What are you saying?
They don't want nothing. Their practice and what they do, the Cubans, okay? And I'm holding up. I wish I could turn my camera on, but I gotta change my settings. The Cubans, the motherfuckers that he want to be, don't want shit to do with niggas in
Sean, do
America.
you think they don't give the
Hold
credit?
on,
So
Melanated.
Sean,
I'm trying to answer Cali.
okay, sure.
Are you talking about the Yoruba? The what? Because some of the ones that they
No, there
claim
ain't
still
no
claim
fucking
Yoruba.
Yoruba shit in Cuba, bro.
they got a whole
Huh?
they got a whole
They
religious
designated
organization
this
where they
shit.
bring the
They
Yoruba over there
designated
to
this shit
Cuba.
for themselves,
They got
nigga.
a whole
Huh?
the
No, they have
Babalao. What's that Babalao
Catholicism.
name?
They have
Bro,
Catholicism in Cuba. They
So
have
listen,
bro, they
Catholicism
don't
in
do
Cuba.
I
They
mean, the
have
same
their
way
that's
it's
own
in
very
name.
Angola.
that's very
It's
small. The
called Regule
Catholicism
de
part
Ocha.
is
There
very
ain't
small
nothing
to
African about
non-existent, bro.
Regule de Ocha. There's nothing
Bro,
African
it's
about
very
Lukumi.
small and
There's neither
non-existent.
one of
If you
those
dealing
names
with
are an
part of the
indigenous
Catholicism,
African tradition. There's no indigenous
and
African
then a lot of the
tradition.
I have a question.
a lot of the
You
stuff
keep
that's
making
dealing with Catholicism
excuses.
come out the
You keep
Congo
making
Brother,
because
excuses for
Congo
being
was
you're not
Cuban.
asking no
converted, bro.
questions to Sean.
I ain't
Brother, you're not
listening to
asking
your
no questions to
motherfucking wannabe
Sean.
Cuban
You need
ass
to
nigga. Go
understand
ahead,
what Sean is
melanated.
trying to say. So, brother Sean, when you saying they don't want to deal with Africa, are you saying that
They
they
put out an
have these
official
beliefs?
statement. They put an
So
official
listen.
statement out. Not
So
that I'm
right.
not saying shit. They put an official statement out.
So that
He's
official
dealing with an
statement
isolated
is
group.
it saying?
He's dealing with an
So no,
isolated
listen,
group. That's
no,
not
I ain't dealing with
everybody,
no
listen. No,
bro.
I
motherfucking
hear you.
isolated group,
Listen,
nigga.
I'm trying to understand what Sean is saying. Sean, are you saying this official statement that was put out?
Very
It
clear.
was saying that that belief system that they have
Very
has
clear.
nothing to do with Africa.
Very clear.
No, he's saying
They
that they
want no
say they
ties
are.
to Africa.
Yeah, but
None.
they have them though.
He's
They
They
don't
dealing
have
want
with
to.
an
no ties to
isolated
Africa.
group.
They
So
don't have to.
Sean,
Cujo.
so Sean, I've had
They don't even matter
like
to
a
them,
15-year
Cujo.
old.
That don't even matter to them. They trying to rewrite their whole shit, yo.
No, Sean, I've had a 15-year-old student at my high school, right? Her father worked at the
He said they use flour
embassy.
shells. That's bullshit. What are cola nuts?
Listen,
That's the
I'm gonna tell
problem.
you,
They use it. They
That's
use
the
the
Sean,
same
problem.
Sean.
When
scheme
they
that they
using
use over
how we
there in
shall
I'm
speak,
Nigeria,
gonna,
bro.
I'm gonna
deities
tell
and
you,
all of that
Sean,
shit,
that
that's
they
not
are still
African.
giving credit to Africa, though. They are. I
No.
don't. I don't know. I don't know to what
Melanated, you're
degree.
not listening. You're not
You no, I
listening.
am. I
No,
am.
no, you're
You're
not.
saying.
No, you're
You're
not, ma'am.
saying.
Ma'am, listen to me very closely. I have indigenous Africans who are in the traditions, who practice Isheshe, have had these conversations with these motherfuckers, and they have made a declaration. They made a declaration. It ain't no set group. These
So do they
You talking
accredit?
about a
Do they
set group?
accredit where they
Because
got
I
the
know others
information
that's not
from?
on that.
Do they accredit where they got the
Listen,
spirituality from?
listen. First of all, it was never spirituality, so that's some
I'm
demarcation
talking
shit.
about the Isheshe part, the
Isheshe
spiritual.
is African.
Right. Okay. So are you saying that the Cubans that are there who have the culture, but they're not accredited, they don't want nothing to deal with
No, they
Africans?
accredit Catholicism with their traditions.
And that's
They
a that's
also
a
Catholicism.
lie.
no,
That's a
hold
lie that
on.
that's a
I
lie.
ain't say that they don't recognize that some of these deities have African origins. That is not what I'm saying. I am telling you
Okay.
that they are establishing their own right in their own tradition per se. That's why their own tradition and own right has a different name. They don't practice Isheshe. These motherfuckers go down.
Okay.
They go down a
See,
path of something other than.
that's why I'm trying to tell a brother.
See,
Like now, I understand what you're saying because I encountered, I would call a non-black Cuban, right? I had a female student at my school. She was from Cuba. Her father actually worked for the Cuban embassy that's located in Washington, D.C. And she was at my school. Um, and I hope she never hears this, but she was kind of like a off the chain little student too. I might add, like her father's an embassy. She definitely wasn't the most well behaved student. But anyway, um, she saw me, obviously I'm a black woman. She's talking to me. She can kind of sense I'm a little Afrocentric, maybe my jewelry and stuff like that I wear to work. And she felt very comfortable at talking to me about Oshun and Ogun and Olodumare. Like, I mean, she said, I practice African religion in Cuba. That's exactly her words, Sean. I'm not trying to like diminish your point, but I'm saying that perhaps some of the practitioners might actually acknowledge that the origin
yeah.
of the, like she's clearly a white woman. She's clearly, maybe Spanish and whatever, native, but not black. She wasn't nothing black there, but she said, I practice African religion. And she said, we practice African religion in Cuba. That's what she told me. She's like 15 years old, wearing
The
little
same what a
yoga pants.
Brazilian would say.
Well,
Same thing
the
with a
thing about it depends on the type of Brazilian because, like I
exact.
said in the show that I saw, they were black people. These were black people in Brazil, right? Black Brazilians or African Brazilians, and they were literally saying, I want to marry another Afro Brazilian. They said that I feel like that person will understand our struggles that we have as black people here in Brazil. They didn't want just a non-black Brazilian, like they didn't want a
Right.
Portuguese mix. They wanted a partner who was also black, those
But
people had the same spiritual system. It was like literally they just connected because they was like able to talk about their ancestors and they knew the I know what you're talking about when you say ancestors. You ain't talking about some white dude. Like they kind of had that
yeah.
commonality. So
But he's
it's kind of
pointing.
the same.
One
Go
thing
ahead.
Sean is pointing out, like what you spoke on Latin America and certain things within Latin America, that you pointed out. And when I've been around certain Cubans, yes, I've seen that. But I see that with niggas here shit, or niggas don't want to be associated with Africa. We see the same shit throughout the Americas. That's one thing. And then And then within the context of Cuba, you have more than one tradition there. Even with
Right.
Santeria is mixed, is an amalgamation of people that came from Dahomey. It's an amalgamation of what they got from the Congolese, because them and the Congolese would be beefing all the time. So a lot of that became mixed in within the tradition. Like, for instance, how you prepare Osine. Osine is the deity of vegetarian. But the way they prepare it in Cuba is like the Congos, because the Congos had a lot of knowledge, a lot more knowledge about the plants, because they come from the forest region or whatnot. So they was like, yo, these niggas magic over here popping. How y'all do this? And they came together and they came up with their own sign. And
Hey man,
that's
let me know when y'all
extremely
get through,
different from
bro.
what's in Nigeria.
We just talking
That's
some
different from
African
what's in
stuff right
Nigeria.
now. Smoke signal. Don't worry. It's gonna be time for Abo time again. Don't worry. I'm gonna be quiet when it's Abo time.
But
You
also,
got the stage.
Also, like, you go to Eastern Cuba, most of them from Haiti and Jamaica. So over there in Eastern Cuba is voodoo heavy, like not kind of voodoo. They speak in Creole and everything. They still speaking French and everything over
Right.
there. And a lot of that became mixed in with what we practice with Palo Mayombe, because of the heavy Congo influence within voodoo in Haiti and in Cuba. So yes,
And
they
most of
became
my
their own
Haitian
thing over
friends
time. Like
is
saying, when you go to
mostly like
Jamaica,
Christian until they, you know what I'm saying, unless they like they have to I want to say investigate, or like they would say like return back to their cultural roots, because they know that their roots were voodoo, but you know, when the whole like enslavement period and colonization and everything else, they mostly adopted Catholicism, right? So that's like
well,
a whole like
the
return.
Catholicism in Santeria, right, is very limited, and it's in Cuba. Where you're going to see the heavy Catholicism at is in the Spiritismo, and that's more the mediumship work and all that. That's when you start seeing the Allan Kardec books and all that. But then that has an influence from North America, because the spiritualist movement started here. But a lot of the Egungun practices and ancestral practices, like burying your folks on your land and all that, they banished that. You
Hmm.
couldn't practice that in over here. So they adopted the spiritismo thing and mixed it in with their spiritualism or whatnot. But over time, it really Cuban. So them having a right to, like, well, we practice E5, but we got our own flavor to it. They got the right to it. Same in Haiti. Haiti don't practice voodoo like they do in Dahomey, because you have 21 different tribes that came over there and brought their own flavor to it. You know what I'm saying? It's just like that. And that's what gives it a umph to it, because you have all these African tribes that came over there and said, we're going to add
Hmm.
to this, we're going to add to that, we're going to add to this. You know what I'm saying? So it gives this a uniqueness
Well, don't
within
be
the
keep
church.
saying 21 tribes, because you get yourself in trouble, because they're gonna be like, well, brother, what you saying ain't accurate unless you could list all 25 tribes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, folks be, you know what I'm saying? And I'm not, but I'm not negating that it don't be no cool shit going on and all that. We see it, but it's tribalism even with in Nigeria, whatnot. You go to Nigeria, they be like, look, we don't practice in Ife, we don't do certain things like they do over in oil. That don't even get practice here. You know what I'm saying? Same if
Absolutely. They are
you might go to,
super sold out for Jesus over there. What?
oh yeah,
You
but
gonna go talk about that E5 stuff to every Nigerian? They gonna look at you like, if you don't plead the blood of Jesus right now, and that's, you know, like, hey, them evangelist people was work. Did they job? What
oh, them and
they
the
did their
Muslims. The
job.
Muslims,
The
the
Muslims and
Muslims,
the Christian evangelists have done their job, and them damn Africans, they are cuckoo for cocoa puffs for damn Jesus Christ. You hear me?
yeah, that's what I'm
They
dealing with
I
now.
think
Yeah.
they could out Christian a black American. I'm sorry.
Oh
The
no,
way that, you know,
it's
because
terrible
we've
over
all
there.
seen those videos of them over there eating grass and doing all kind of stuff because they pastor done told them God
Look,
gonna deliver you. You know what I'm saying? Like, come
the
on.
Nigerians, the Nigerians I
If you
encountered in
talking
the
about
States.
Africa, if you talking about Africa, you definitely gonna be talking about a large swath of Muslims and Christians.
That's what I'm
Absolutely.
saying. They
Like
are
Yeah,
they
so
Grayson,
have
man, you go
bro.
I
to
feel
depending
like
on
they
what state
are
you are
worse.
in Nigeria. because some states in Nigeria, depends on which state you're in, it's gonna be mostly could be like Fulani, even some of the Yoruba or Muslim now. So even a lot of Hausa
Yoruba
are
Muslim?
Fulani.
What?
Are Muslim.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, Islam is
The
heavy there.
Yoruba
And then
got
if you go
Muslim
to
kings,
the
Doc.
Senegambia region, like a lot of the Wolof are
Yo, I
Muslims
cannot
in the
front.
Gambia and
Like,
the Senegal.
just
Senegal is
that's.
hella Muslim.
I'm not gonna lie and tell you that Senegal is definitely, it still is. I'm not gonna knock it. It's probably in the runnings for the country that melanated will end up repatriating to.
Well, my Muslim brothers,
But
right?
You know that,
They
right?
got what they're doing is building villages. They building like giving people land over there, African Americans in Senegal, amongst the certain Sufi orders and all that. And they're building land, building houses and everything for them to come
but
over
you
there.
gotta be a
A
Muslim
lot
to
of
you
my
gotta be a
boys lived over.
Muslim.
Well, that's the thing. It's with them.
You
It's
may want to
Islam.
avoid the
Because I
Muslim.
definitely, I've been following a sister who she's African American and she's a Muslim. She's like full hijab and everything, and like the excitement in her face about moving to Senegal, like she's just like yes,
You know what's wild?
like
Yeah,
In Senegal,
my boy, he moved to the Gambia, which is right across the river from
right,
Senegal,
right between
and his wife
Senegal.
was Wolof. He converted to Islam. He converted to
Oh
Islam back.
shit!
The whole
shit.
family, they there.
But
It's
Wait,
right
Yep.
so
but
they
between
remember, they
Muslim? Yeah, they
practice
are
They
Muslim in
practice
Gambia too.
Sufism over there, right? They
the
practice
Gam. It's
Sufism.
the
So
I could
Gambia.
rock with
my
Sufism. That's the reason why I was really, because Sufism to me is a blend of like Islam and African spirituality.
no,
Like just the
they shit.
way
You look
the
at
way.
that shit, it's like voodoo. It's like voodoo.
That's
Nah, yes,
Like you
it's
go into
very
you get
very
initiated in the Sufi
spiritual.
orders.
Yeah, it's very
listen.
very spiritual. It's
Uh, uh,
very like
Fun fact: the Muslims in the Gambia and Senegal and Senegal, the Wolf and the Mandinka, until the Ahmadiyya came into the area in the 1800s, women didn't want no goddamn hijabs. They didn't do none of that shit. Women would walk around with their titties out and everything.
Shit, they
At that
barely
point,
do it now. They
they won't
barely
want no
do it
nah,
now.
hijabs. I mean,
they
now they
not doing
on it.
that
A
in
lot of them
Senegal.
on it now. A lot of them on it now. But I'm
Nah, they
saying
ain't
back
doing
in the
that in
day.
Senegal.
Before
Senegal.
the Ahmadiyya is I forgot the Mullah, I forget his name,
Yeah.
Malam or some shit. He came from Pakistan, and that particular Muslim order, they went into that area and they like re-Muslimified, the people there who are already Muslims. I think it's unfortunate that those Africans brought into that desert way of life because that shit is not even practical.
He said that desert way of life.
Well,
It's not. It's not. It's
remember
not
a
even
lot of the
practical.
stuff. A lot of the stuff amongst the Gullah Geechee, New Orleans, Voodoo, and Haiti, a lot of that stuff come out of the Sufi orders in Islam too, because they had the Greek and all that stuff. The Mojo bag, that's a Congo word I heard, but like Greek bags, all that, writing the
Yeah,
prayers, like you know
that's
how we
what
had the
they
prayers,
said. Yeah,
that
you're
come
right.
from the
You put in
Muslims.
the Gregory. Yeah, they were doing Gregory long before Muslim. That's one of the things that the
No, they was doing it
Ahmadiyya
before,
try to
yeah, but I'm
get
just
rid of.
saying, like that Sufi orders, right? The
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
Sufi
don't.
orders and
I
different
want to
things.
hear,
I
I
don't
want to hear
ever
what
get
Crazy and
at it.
Smoke Signal got to say. What you got to say, my African brother, Smoke Signal?
I think you'll have a difficult time proving that last statement. But anyway,
It's
for
simple.
further reference, as to avoid the excess rhetoric, the excess sentiment, and the excess trivia, I have provided for you all a process upon which you can answer rather difficult questions like the one I posed earlier without having to be so troublesome and
Man,
so
you
much
just
of a
fuck
waste,
shit
and
up.
so
The
much
way
of a
What is he
waste of time.
saying?
I know you
So,
just trying to sound smart and shit,
here,
and you missing out the point.
so here we have the process, right? I
It's
want you
that
guys,
sentimentality.
to
What's the
remember
process?
this. So when you with questions in the future, you don't have to ramble on so long and just
Mm-hmm.
get to the point. The first step
Mm-hmm.
would be listen to the question, right? Very simple.
Thank you.
Listen to
Yes.
the question. The second step would be pause. The third step
Pause.
would be repeat the question. The fourth
Repeat
step
the
would
question.
be respond honestly. And the last but not least step, know when to stop. That's very important. I want you guys to understand that. To know when to stop. I relinquish the flow.
I'm glad you said relinquish instead of digress. You're getting better. You're getting better. But,
He didn't say he digressed. Don't be playing quoting root words on him. Don't be quoting root words.
No one needed that little soliloquy from you. Okay, yeah, that was
I was going to ask what was the question you asked because
he's not here.
Yeah, you said
That's
all
what I'm
that.
talking about. My point exactly. Y'all forgot
you're
the question.
not making a point.
So just ask the question again. You ain't got to say all that. Just ask the question again. Just say blah 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 blah. Just say whatever it is. That's how you go.
After all the things that I just witnessed, now you rushing. You are rushing me.
No, I'm saying that you like okay, brother. Yes, we forgot the question. You were right. You were king. You were this. Now what's the question? There you go. We got that out the way.
Well, anyway, the answer to my question was already satisfied, but so there's no need for me to answer it again.
Okay.
Oh, hold on. Earlier, what happened? He was looking for the answer. He wanted to hear out of context, because that's what Abo's like, out of context, right?
Sir, I already received
he wanted to hear.
The answer, sir.
He wanted to hear. No. I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you, sir. I'm not talking to you, sir. I'm talking to the sister.
Listen,
Let me have a conversation with the sister, sir.
You said you was done.
Exactly. Now I'm going to talk. Relax.
Can you relay that message to him?
No, I'm going to talk. You
Right,
said
right.
you were
You're
finished.
done now. He's starting.
I'm going to talk.
Brother
Chill.
Callie, he's done. You're starting. Go ahead.
Oh yeah. So earlier, this is what he said. He was looking for an out of context response about whether about black folks throughout the Americas or in Central America was claiming to be indigenous, but the shit was out of context. We put it in context. He didn't care about it in context. He just wanted to hear that black folks was claiming to be indigenous. No, just people who didn't know what the hell that happened. But once I started to put two and two together, I started naming things like the herbal treatments that are very West African. When I spoke about the Anansi story, the folklore, the African folklore from the Akan folklore, right? I'm not talking to you. I didn't cut you off. When you were talking, I was quiet. Be quiet, sir. I'm speaking. Like I said before, when I started, I'm going to talk. Stop, bro. Have some discipline, smoke signal.
I just gave you a 5-step process.
I'm still talking. I'm still talking. I was quiet for a while. I'm going to talk. I don't need you to interrupt because I'm not talking to you.
He wasn't answering your question either, smoke signal. So you're a little
exactly. I'm speaking to the sister.
Put them pom-poms down.
I'm talking to her. Why? See, this is what I'm talking about. Not a coincidence. He claimed. You said he want to be disrespectful. Dude, he's an ignorant motherfucker. That's why I gotta call him what he is, because this is what he want to do. He want to turn it to some nigga shit. Every time. I don't want to talk.
Limit that profanity, my brother.
Shut the fuck up, bitch, nigga.
Like, is grape nut ice cream Aboriginal?
No, that's not what I'm going. But the point was, sis, like I said, we went into the African folklore, right? The African folklore, which we know for a fact came from the Akan tribe, right? You know, the Ashanti that came over during the transatlantic slave trade, and that story is still taught throughout the Americas, whether it's in North America, Central America, the Caribbean, South, South America, in Guyana. You see it in Suriname, you see it in you see it, you see it in French Guiana.
Definitely,
wherever those people went, Trinidad, Antigua, you name it, that story is still prevalent even up till today, right? And we know that. We know about some of the foods, the way that the people prep their food. We know that these people are of African descent.
About the religion.
How often do you converse with these people, my nigga?
There's a huge Ifa presence in Trinidad and Tobago, right?
Yep.
There's lots of people who are what you would call Yoruba or practice a form of spirituality in Trinidad. Like,
Yep.
how did that happen? Well, how are the people in Trinidad practicing the same religion that they practice in West Africa if they didn't come there with their spiritual system? Like, it's just like I get it, and I stop arguing. If North Americans, meaning people in the United States of America, want to say this didn't happen to them, they don't descend from that, they got amnesia, whatever, they reject it, and they are who they want to be as of 18, whatever, fine. I'm done arguing with those people. Just don't tell the rest of the people in Central and South America and the Caribbean that we're crazy when we want to have our carnival, when we want to acknowledge our African ancestry, when we want to acknowledge that we have words
Well, you know they
that are
say
from
carnivals
Africa.
is an Aboriginal thing. You said
Now
you know
they
say that's
could
Aboriginal, right?
no, because there's too much documented history that it's not. So that's just the lack of research.
But it's
That's not accurate.
But when they see like in New Orleans, right, with Mardi Gras, with the Mardi Gras Indians, and then they see the feathers in the Caribbean, they be like, "Oh, that's Aboriginal because of those feathers."
But it's
They
not
go
though.
crazy with that.
But it's not though. We
Well, the
we know that.
original carnival, even for Caribbean, didn't even involve the feathers, right? So I would say that they could even say that that's probably more of a Creole aspect of the culture because we, after 400, 500 years of not being in your place, in your origin, there's going to be some mixture, right? But to say that carnival in itself is not representative of Africa, when you can go to Africa and go to Yam Festival and they have actual characters that are part of the carnival, then when you go to Trinidad, that same character, the same history and everything is depicted in carnival. You just cannot denote it. Like, you just
Pull
can't.
that up. Let's see that.
John Canoe. You look up John Canoe. I'm not even going to spell it for you. Look up John Canoe.
I know what you're talking about, sis. I know what you're talking about.
Just
Hey,
sit in the
sis, you
corner. Look up John Canoe.
sis, you ever heard of the Awakan? Sis, you ever heard of the Awakan of Suriname? The Awakan?
Yeah, pull it up.
Yeah, they're the Akan tribe that settled in the country of Suriname, which was a Dutch colony, right? That was a Dutch colony, and they still have their African spiritual practices, their ceremonial dances.
Hold on.
It's still practiced today.
I'm trying to write this down right now because I'm not gonna be like what's his name, Smoke Signal, and be like, oh, that's pseudo. How you spell it? Awakan with an O?
No, it's AUCAN.
AUCAN.
Similar to Akan, AKAN.
Oh, okay.
AUCAN. Yeah.
In the tradition,
yeah, they're the Akan.
Oh, I've heard of Winty. I've heard of Winty. I have heard of Winty spiritual system.
They call it OVA and Winty. They use both of those words.
What's going on?
Go ahead, Smoke.
Listen, you could deny whatever you want to. You are Aboriginal. Nobody's taking that away from you. Just don't tell us that the shit that we experience is not African, especially when you're not an expert on anything West African.
Here's your chance to prove it's African. Pull it up.
I need to prove it's African. You need to prove it's not African. Because I'm telling you that my peoples are doing the same shit that they doing over there. So you need to prove to me that they not. Hello? That's how that shit works. That's how that works, Smoke Signal. I'm telling you that my people, listen, bro, I'm trying to tell you, you don't need to believe me. Listen, if I'm saying that I'm doing 9 nights and 9 nights exist in Jamaica, you need to show me it don't fucking exist in Jamaica. That's how that works. That's how that works. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate your silence. I appreciate your lack of evidence.
Are we taking your word on this? Are we taking your word on this?
You can Google 9 nights in Jamaica. Like, I'm not gonna do all of the work for you. That's not how you win an argument, brother. I'm literally telling you 9 nights. 9 nights. The number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 nights in Jamaica. Hit enter on your phone. That's just gonna tell you where it comes from. It's gonna say the motherfucking Akan in Africa, bruh. So you can miss me with your bullshit.
Limit the profanity.
fuck, motherfucker, bitch, ass, pussy, dick, or I'm gonna curse. Until not no coincidence tell me something, you can stop trying to regulate his channel. Thank you. Good night.
We gonna get a source on that, or you just gonna continue to talk blab off at the mouth?
He said a source.
Listen, you are a person that I ain't never seen you. I've watched a lot of Not a Coincidence show. I ain't never seen you share your goddamn screen. So you are the last person
I just shared my screen, man. I told you
share it again. So share it again and show me non-nice in Jamaica then, since because I'm on my phone. I'm on Abo time right now. I'm on my phone.
You brought Jamaica to the.
I'm on Abo time right now, boo.
You brought Africa and Jamaica to
I'm
the.
on Abo time, boo. You don't listen. You don't tell Topcast why you ain't on your cell phone. Why you on your? You don't tell Topcast why you on your cell phone. So don't tell me why I'm on my cell phone. Now what?
How did Topcast get into this?
Don't let him.
How did Topcast get into this conversation?
Exactly. I'm trying to tell you. I'm on Abo time, boo. Hold that.
He is not a real person.
Yo, Smoke Signal, I want to ask Smoke Signal this question. You see how we like describe particulars about culture, right? We say, here are the particulars in our African cultures that's in the West. We got Shango, we got Winti, we got the Awokan, and we giving you particulars. Can you do the same? Like, did Big Mama tell you these? Tell us what Big Mama told you about, like, your Native American Aboriginal spirituality and some of the traditions. We want to hear that. You got the flow.
What we're gonna do is we're gonna be absolutely fair, right? And we're gonna be transparent, my nigga. Did your Big Mama tell you about Wendy? Did she tell you about Voodoo? Huh?
Mom told me about Obia.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the nigga that just brought this to the flow. Asking
for
Obia,
yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah, my ex's father child told me all about that. Told me about Obia. You know, Jamaican.
Okay, now
you can't answer my question first.
Listen,
you can't answer my question.
He's answering your question. Smoke Signal. Be quiet. He's answering you. Tell him again, brother.
No, he can't. I'm not talking to him.
Okay, so he's answering my question with a question. He never answered my question. I asked.
He always does that, bro. He's not going to give you an answer. He's not going to.
I said we're going to be transparent, right? Right. That's what I said. I said we're going to be transparent, brother. If you want to,
he does. He always does that. He can't. I'm gonna tell you why Smoke Signal is gonna ask you a question. You know why? Because he can't show you shit.
Shut your dumb ass up, nigga.
He can't show you nothing.
Shut your dumb ass up.
He's just gonna get up there and blabber and ask you a question and ask you another question. At the end of the day, like I said before, you know what he told me before? Let me tell you what he told me before, sis. He told me that I couldn't pull up any African relatives, right? So I had, not a coincidence, actually pull up my African relatives that I was matched to through my genetic test. Multiple Africans. And then he went on to say, oh, that's not your cousin, but you said that I couldn't show you any. And I just did. And he ran away from me because he can't do what I did because he's not going to take a DNA test. He's going to run away from that. And this is the same dude who thinks Earth is flat. So that's, what kind of brain activity you're working with.
No, I know it's flat. It ain't no thought. It's flat. Fuck you talking about?
DNA test is like holy water to the vampires.
No, nigga, I don't believe it's flat. I know it's flat.
No, you don't.
You
don't even know your goddamn name, nigga. You believe it, nigga. You think I told you your name?
You believe you're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, my nigga?
Yeah, it is.
You're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour.
Yes, I believe that. Yes.
What you call it? Smoke Signal. How was it? How was it 9 o'clock? How was it 9 o'clock in California right now in this almost 12 at night
man,
on the East Coast?
No, that's silly.
Ask the person who invented the clock there. Why you asking me? Hey, brother, there was something about.
I'm saying
ask the person
have you ever FaceTime? No, I got you. I understand your answer. Have you ever FaceTime someone on the West Coast while being in the East Coast? Because the flat Earth is not explaining that to me. How the sun is out for them and it's completely dark. Not even start. The sun isn't even setting. It's like completely gone on my side of the globe. Like I don't understand how to use.
And it's light in Hawaii right now. Absolutely light in Hawaii right now.
I'll beat y'all up on a fat earth later. I want to know why this nigga think he
Okay.
African. I want to know how this nigga think he African, but he didn't learn it from his
So
people.
all of the cultural examples that have been given so far are not enough. You need more.
No, he didn't answer our question. Hey, look,
We
look.
talking about? You said, well, why I think I'm African? My
Look,
parents told me I was African. My grandparents too.
He didn't answer
Smoke
our
signal.
question. We asked him the question first.
I know he did. He redirected the conversation. That's
I
exactly
mean, that
what he
was a
does.
great answer right there. Your parents told you. But I'm just saying, so in addition to your parents telling you,
My
and there
grandparents
being
told me too.
cultural, and your grandparents telling you too,
Mhm.
and there being these cultural similarities, I'm asking to smoke signal, what would be enough evidence for you to believe? Not what more, but what would be substantial enough for you to believe it?
Oh yeah, I would need one of your direct ancestors to have tribal membership to one of the African tribes.
You see how retarded this nigga is?
Nah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. That would confirm. That would confirm that you have.
That's
ancestors.
a dumbass question,
That would
bro.
confirm.
Knowing exactly what happened to trans women. But like I said, you're not gonna get a logical question from this dude. It just doesn't happen.
Brother. Don't even go with that. Okay, smoke signal. When you say tribal membership, right? So I know people here in America who identify as being Igbo, right? But they may not have a certificate that says I'm an Igbo Nigerian, because technically Nigeria is a very young country, right? So they are Igbo because. Hold on, listen. I'm gonna let you know. I have no problem. I know how to conduct myself, brother. Thank you very much. I have no problem about passing the torch. Okay, so she might not have a certificate that says I'm Igbo because she just has an Igbo. First of all, they're in a black nation, right? Where they don't. No, I'm not drifting. Just pay attention, right? If you listen more than you speak, you'll be good to go, right? So she's in a black nation.
Take your own advice.
I am. Brother, but the more you interrupt, the longer it's gonna take, and then you're gonna be like, "Damn, she's talking mad long."
You're gonna be a while anyway.
So then shut the hell up, then, bro. It could be quicker. Thank you. So I'm saying that the paradigm that exists in America, I can't take that and expect in another country. This is how they do things, right? But a woman who is Igbo, who can demonstrate Igbo culture, right? That's distinct from Hausa. That's distinct from Efik. That's distinct from Yoruba, right? She has her own Igbo culture. Who the fuck am I to be like, I need to see your Igbo certificate to make sure? Like, bruh, that's when you done fucked up. So then if I can show you I have cousins and aunties and uncles that are Igbo or that are Yoruba, how do you want to question them and be like, where your Igbo certificate?
I don't say
That's
I
not.
talk to that nigga.
That's where you wrong.
If I'm not allowed to question the Igbo, then the Igbo is not allowed to question me. We're gonna hold
You
this.
can question them about their culture all day long.
I allowed you to finish, ma'am.
You can question them about their culture all day long.
I allowed you to finish, ma'am. I know it hurts, right? But I'm using your own logic, and I'm using your own logic against you. Because of the United States, what you say can and will be used against you. I think y'all need to upgrade to this simple understanding. But anyway, if I can't question the Igbo on their claims, if I can't question the Nakan on their claims, if I can't question the Yoruba on their claims, then they cannot question me on mine without any proof.
You said a bunch of fucking nothing.
That's the standard. If that's the standard, then let that be the standard. I relinquish the motherfucking flow.
How they tolerate you, bro? You are a pain in the ass.
Yo, not a coincidence.
Smoke signal. Do you understand how slavery worked, bro? Do you know why a lot of people can't talk direct? You understand how it worked?
Why would a non-slave understand how slavery worked, my nigga?
Because
not a coincidence.
Hold on, everybody. Hold on. Sean got the screen. What's good, Sean?
All right, so real quick, I just want to let everybody know, man. I'm about to write the overall to the rest of the response to Con Calloway, and I just want to let y'all know that it'll be up on the Same Tree Different Branch Publishing website for free download to everybody to get this article. It is going to refute each chapter. Now, I want to show y'all something that's in this response that he doesn't have. And since I am giving it to you for free, you don't have to replicate anything. But in his book doesn't say this. I was going to say it in a presentation, but if you have his book, or if you opened his book, or if you read any of his books, it doesn't say this. This part right here that I have up right here about the copyright. All rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced or transmitted in any form or by any means, electronic or mechanical, including photocopying, recording, or by any information storage and retrieval systems without the written permission of the publisher. We own our publishing. Dane doesn't. He doesn't own his publishing. Now, granted, this ain't even in his book. So you can do whatever the fuck you want to with his book. It ain't shit he can do. He ain't got nothing up there. He has something totally different. And I know he's gonna look at this, and I want him to see this, and I want what's the other quote? Top Cats. I want Top Cats to see this because both of their books are poorly written. However,
you had Top Cat books too.
Huh?
You seen Top Cat book? It's terrible, later.
Big ups in Callaway and Top Cat.
So when this article drops, I am gonna come behind and do the presentation, and I'm gonna show some shit about his book that he shouldn't want to claim to attack Not a Coincidence again or any other channel again. And I'm gonna do it on the Mossy, because if you report, and listen to me, Dane, I'm being clear. If you try to go to YouTube and report the Mossy Warrior Clan YouTube channel when I do this presentation, you're gonna have a problem on your hands, because YouTube ain't even gonna accept it, because it ain't gonna be nothing in there that you can actually report outside the fact that I am tearing your shit down. And I'm gonna have every right to be able to do it the way that I'm gonna be able to do it. And then if you get funky and try to do your little reporting, I'm just gonna email every source in your bibliography and the sources I found that you didn't even use. And we'll see how they take that. You making $60 off a book and the work ain't even yours, and you claiming it to be your own work. The only shit in there is your misconceptions and renaming shit. So anyway, it looks like this. Now, this is a rough draft. This is not the entirety of it all. And I'm not going to go beyond a few pages of this, because it might not look like this by the time y'all get it. But as y'all can see, I got some shit in here. And you see my pictures, they got citations. They're sourced. So you don't see that in dude's work. But however, it is going to be how it's going to be. And I'm going through here real quick, just so I can go ahead and give it to you. But in this process, I'm showing you how to actually write a book, Top Cats and Dane. Yeah. And I really want to show this shit, because you did this. You went to Wiki and pulled up Paulo Diaz de Novas, and you changed all of this shit that I have highlighted right here in blue to try to make it sound like it's your fucking words. And I got it. All of this right here by you. You see how I source you right here, Dane? You don't do that in your book? Yeah. This is you, nigga.
Sean, can you zoom in and show what an in-text citation actually is?
I thought I was just showing it, but I zoom. Hold up. Right here, this is what an in-text citation look like. This is me quoting Dane. Right there.
So y'all see that Dane Calloway and Top Cats. You see where he says Calloway, comma, he has the name of the editor, and then he has the date, and he actually has the pages. So within the body of the text, so he stated some stuff, and then he cited where he got that from. and then he continued to speak, right? And then if you
You,
look further down, he
you
does it
heard me.
again.
You
So
just said he.
within the text, that's what's called in-text citation. Within the, there you go. You see it again? It's how he highlighted it. So he did it again. He said he cited some stuff, and he said where he got it from within the text, aka in-text citation. So when not a coincidence, or somebody else was saying why you didn't cite your stuff, and then Calloway said you ain't go to my bibliography. You're supposed to cite it within the text.
I
So
mean, you
when you are
can do
stating
it. You can
information,
footnote it, but he didn't do that either. You
well, you
can.
know, you're supposed to do both. It's not one or the other. You're supposed to do
Now
the
you can just footnote it
bibliography,
once you do
and
it.
then you're supposed to do the in-text citations. He only did the bibliography.
It's MMA,
That's
MTA style, and I forgot the other one.
yes. He's supposed to MLA.
MMA,
He's supposed to do the
MLA.
Yeah, I use
MLA.
MLA.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he messed
yeah. He
up, but
didn't write MLA.
Yeah, I'm
He,
trying to
that's what
think.
I
What
was
was the
about to
other one where
say.
they
He
put the
didn't even
numbers
go to
by the
college.
word and they have everything
He
else
wrote
at the
about it.
bottom?
So
Bottom of the
yeah, that's
page.
footnote.
Yeah, you can do
so it just
footnote.
looked like straight
Yeah,
forgery. It looks more like forgery.
Look, you see that right there?
yeah.
Oh, you put a primary in there?
Man, come on, bro. You know he
I see
did.
you.
That's the problem.
He
These
got
niggas be
a couple in
lying. These niggas are straight up liars, bro.
there. In each chapter though, I
I'll
saw
be
it say
helping
everything
Dan
in each
Calloway
chapter.
out in the future, so he'll be all right, y'all.
What
What?
you say,
Lotus don't agree with Dane Calloway anyway. Dane Calloway said
Lotus
Lotus
crazy.
don't be agreeing with none of these dudes. He's just a troll. He just trolls.
Dane Calloway said African
Uh-oh.
women
What is
came
this?
to Virginia in 1619.
What is this?
Smoke signals. Lotus called y'all Abo
He did say
American.
that.
Abo American.
He called y'all Abo American.
Hey,
Sean,
smoke signal. Hold on, smoke signal.
Sean.
Can you debunk Sean's book? Smoke
Sean,
signal.
what's that?
Yo,
What's that, Sean?
you believe the Earth is flat? How can you?
Hey, you know what this is right here? The manuscript of John Lynch to Thomas Jefferson. You know this in his book, right? Here's the manuscript. Here's a copy of the primary. It's located in the Library of Congress that he refers to in his book. Right here. Boy, listen to me. When I tell y'all that he used one particular source, he used one source for like four or five chapters, yo. I cannot make this shit up. I was like, dude, all you did was copy this shit and paste it.
He's just a grifter, man. He's not even.
No, but see, this is what the Abos can't do this. What Sean did, the Abos they can't do this because there's no evidence to support their claims. They just believe. Like you have the brother PNF, the brother PNF in the chat room. The brother PNF.
Down.
No, I'm saying, but the brother PNF in the chat room said he's going to college. He went to college, so he got his prerequisites to become an archaeologist, right? An anthropologist. He said to become an anthropologist. If you become an anthropologist, bro, you're not gonna be making the claims you making because you're gonna have to have a filter out process. You're gonna have to go through certain steps and protocols.
He's lying.
You're gonna have to have a method. You're gonna have to have a methodology, bro. So you're not gonna be able to the shit you claim is gonna be out the window.
That nigga saying the song guy from America. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Yeah, he gonna get thrown out, bro. They're not even gonna deal with him with that bullshit in academia.
Hey, yo, Dane said by 1860, he said the early 1800s. Here you go. He said only 32% of the population of Virginia were allegedly slaves during the early 1800s. Where did you get that number from, Dane? The average in the early 1800s was 38.86, my brother. Where you getting this mathematical equation from, man?
Yeah, that's high.
Yeah, that's high.
We're talking about almost 400,000 people.
Come on, man. He I don't know where he got his math at, but I helped him do some math. And because the Indians was not on the census, the first census, right? It ain't like they didn't know who the fucking Indians were, bro. They were doing it taxed, not taxed, total Indians, and how many of them motherfuckers was enumerated. He know what I'm talking about. It's in his book. He know what I'm talking about when he see that.
He like, oh, where did you get this data from? Oh, you know, it's just right there available to you at the National Archives and Schedules of Special Census of Indians. Come on, man. All of that. I'm listen. If he ain't have an answer, I got an answer. So we're gonna see how your book hold up to these sources, nigga. Since you popping, you talking shit. And like I said, I'm almost done, yo. It's see, in Dane's final chapter. You know what I mean? I'm about to go through that, then I'm gonna source that, and then I might give an overall statement. It's only 20,196 words. Then I'm gonna put it through my bring this up real quick. Y'all
So
can
this
see
is why you haven't been available. You've been doing this. Salute to you for
yeah,
this.
I've been doing this shit.
100 shout out for real, man. 100 for you. 100 to you for this.
Yeah, good job, man.
It
It look good.
Yeah, big up for this, bro.
Yeah, he gonna get the work. No cap. He getting the work, bro. For real. You see how this shit look, bro.
Yeah. This is the memo to Abos. Don't put out no fucking books or nothing, bro. Sean gonna kill you.
Yeah,
Especially
You doing top
So
cats for that?
look. Keyword, slave trade, African American, Niji, right? That's his word, ain't it? Black Negro, Virginia, slave ship 1619. I don't care if y'all see that, because I'm gonna tighten all of this up. This ain't even went through my editing process. This all rough draft shit. When I put it through the editing, I'm gonna fix it up. I didn't really want to bring out. I didn't want to add her into it, so that's why I just put Miss. But the book is their book, so you know what I mean. I kind of go through there, and then I provide my hypothesis.
She gotta get it too.
Yeah, she
right.
gotta get it too.
It's it's casualty of
Yeah,
war.
she part of that scam.
Yeah, it's
she ain't no
casualty
better
of
than he
war.
is.
But I provide a methodology to be able to show you guys what's going on with the book. So that's gonna be key. But when I do the presentation, it's gonna be about methodically dealing with the nuances of his book and specific shit and how he used it. And I'm gonna show people in a presentation format so that he can't claim copyright or claim anything via YouTube. Because
he can't. So you're gonna put it in a way you protect yourself.
Right, when it's in a presentation format and I'm giving credence to his book where I source the information from, right? He can't say that I'm you know what I'm saying? That you're not like, no.
Yeah, but this shouldn't be a thing anyway. You just critiquing this information. It's for teaching purposes. So he shouldn't even be allowed to even, push anybody's shit back. It's kind of like he's really doing is setting you back for a little bit, so you can't really attack his shit every day. That's all. He's just trying to stall and delay. It's a stall tactic.
But I'm gonna change the way this looks. So it's gonna look a little different.
It don't look bad. It look pretty good, honestly.
The shit look good, man.
No. The way I got it listed,
I know, Sean, you going for perfection, but even your rough draft, in comparison to what them niggas put out, bro, this shit look A1 top class. Shit, it looked good anyway. Even with them niggas that you weren't even talking about them niggas. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, this shit is already killing them. It got primaries all over the place.
Sean,
so no Abos can take this down. No Abo can take this down.
16 font. Sean, you don't got it in like 16, 20 font. So you sitting on Chrome right now.
Oh yeah, you're right. I should increase the font like he did or something like that. You saying?
I'm saying
at least double space.
Double space.
Lead by example. Show him you can do a single space. So maybe he step his game up next time.
See, you got to make it look like a first grader wrote it.
It'll make it easier.
Then it'll be right.
Maybe he'll step his game up though. You know what I'm saying?
No, he ain't gonna do it. Niggas buy that shit.
That joint say sources right there. Let me see.
For that
Go back to the sources, Sean. Go back to the sources. Let me see.
Hold on,
my bad.
That's in chapter. That's what I used in chapter 1.
That good old MLA format. Hold on, let me see how he do that right there. That shit, look at you see that indentation? That shit brought me back to school.
It's pro, huh? It's professional.
That shit look pretty. It look pretty.
It's professional as fuck.
But yeah, so dang, like for instance, for everybody that don't know, like even though I got the sources right here, you know what I'm saying? When you go in and look at the in-text citation, you can just pull the source that I use. and just be
Exactly.
able to go directly to the page or the source and determine like where I got it from, so you can substantiate the information that I provided. So
So like, and I think so. Can you? Okay, so just to give more explanation as to why that's important, because it sounds like okay, you just being nitpicky. I ain't put it in the body of the text, right? But let's say
yeah,
you just saying something like, Abo's been here for the last 80,000 years, right?
right,
And then you start keep going, the person who's reading it is going to be like, what the fuck? 80,000 years. Where did he get that from? So
right,
if you was to cite it, then they could go to that source to see if you cited the source accurately or you just made that shit up, right? That's why it's important for you to use in-text citations. Anytime you are saying something that does not come from your own natural mind, your own innovation, this is
You have to
something
cite
that
it.
you are
Yeah,
synthesizing based off
yep,
of what you read. It could be 2 or 3 different sources, and you're putting your thoughts together based off of that information. You need to cite all 3 of those sources.
that's a
That's
fact.
that's very important to do. Which is why I'm not a researcher, but
No, but you
yeah,
know what
carry
though?
on.
I want to figure out how Lotus and Smoke Signal gonna be able to challenge Sean's book. That's what I'm trying to figure out. All them goddamn primaries. How you gonna challenge that? Debunk that? I
I ain't
want them
gonna
two to
challenge
explain that shit to me.
They're
They
gonna
always say they can debunk
easy.
shit.
Whatever.
I
I
ain't
can
White
How
do
you
man
debunk a
whatever
prime?
I feel I
No,
want.
how do you debunk a primary?
It's
he
How
white
do you
man
debunk a
sources.
primary?
That's white man.
he
That's
can
the
bring
white
that
man
shit.
sources. It's a
He can bring that shit before
conspiracy. The
Dan
white
Calloway if
man
he
made
want
it up.
to. He can
The
bring
white
that
man.
bullshit in front of Dan Calloway if he want to. His ass gonna end up in Pelican Bay fucking with
Wait, what
Dane.
that say? The
Watch your
Negroes to
goddamn
be
step, nigga.
sold.
Fuck wrong
What
with
So
it
you
you.
say?
said you guys are saying you're gonna throw and go to prison for debunking this information? Is that what you're trying to say,
So
Smoke
smoke
Signal?
signal. This thing right here
That's
in
not
front of you,
illegal.
where it
You're
says
an agent,
Bro,
nigga.
we
Negroes to
finna
be
end up on
sold.
23-1 fucking with Dan Calloway, nigga.
So smoke signal. This evidence right here in front of you, the Negroes to be sold. Are you saying that that's fake, or do you
He's
think
already said it
that's
was
just
fake before.
wow? I want to hear him say it again.
Can
Smoke
you name
signal. Is
any of
that
those
fake?
Negroes? Can you name any of those Negroes that were sold?
Why would you have to? How would you have their names,
I
bro?
don't.
That's just,
Well,
I mean, that's a
it's an ad
nonsense.
to say to be
Well,
sold. So my
until
question.
then, I'm gonna
So
say
so
it's fake,
so
my nigga.
no. Listen.
Can you
I'm
remind
not
me
saying
those
no. Listen.
names?
Smoke
Can
signal.
you
Smoke
remind me
signal.
those
Stay
names?
focused.
I'm gonna
I
say
did
it's,
not ask
I'm
you.
gonna
No.
say it's,
Smoke
I'm gonna
signal.
say
I
it's
did
something
not
fake,
ask
my
you.
nigga.
I did not ask you who was sold. I'm asking you if the advertisement to sell Negroes is true. That's my question. You're asking a different question. I can answer yours, but can you answer mine first?
Yeah, well, in order for me to confirm or
Is this
deny,
advertisement a real advertisement? That's literally yes, it's a real one, or no, it's not a real one. Like, which one is it?
I mean, if you got something for sale and we can't confirm
Is it
whether or
a
not,
real advertisement? Like I know people
you
can
ask,
advertise to sell a purple
ma'am,
unicorn,
ma'am.
right? I can
Your
put out an
attempt,
advertisement to sell a
your
purple
attempts,
unicorn. I'm saying, was my advertisement a real
you know,
advertisement?
you get
Not
through
if a
things.
purple unicorn exists. I'm asking you, was my advertisement a real advertisement? So is that a real advert? It's really simple, and you're making it complicated for no reason. You're like dancing. You're doing the Abo shuffle right now. That's what you're doing. You shuffling out the question. Just answer the question.
Can I get the names of those actual items that were
It's
sold?
not. There is no. Is the
Yeah, all right.
advertisement
Well, it's
real?
fake. Well, it's fake then. If I
So
don't,
so it's so the
All right.
advertisement is real.
you don't
It's
have a
fake.
product, it's
So
false
so if I'm
advertising.
looking, if
Wait.
You
I'm
don't have
looking
a
for,
product,
if
it's
I'm
false
looking,
advertising.
Wait a minute, sister. So I tell you, all right, Smoke Signal. So
That's to your
if
question.
I can show you another advertisement for horses that were brought in, that's fake too, because they don't have the names of the horses. Because that's pretty much what when they were selling our ancestors. That's pretty much all it was.
Right.
right?
Do horses respond to names, my nigga?
Yes.
They don't. Yes, they do.
The
Just
fuck?
like my dog does.
Fans don't know that.
Benji.
Right?
Hi, Benji. Look at Benji.
You ain't even from the city in Tennessee. I can tell.
It's
Hold on.
possible.
Hey,
It's
hey,
possible.
Sean.
Right?
Sean. Hey, remember, you know what I appreciate? Remember that genetic article you pulled up
Hey,
about
Benji.
the bovine in America?
yeah.
And it's an African ancestry?
Mm-hmm.
That kind of presents more evidence for you abos. More evidence, because the cow meat you eat is of African descent.
This
That
crazy.
beef.
This not this nigga Lotus. Now he talking about he about to write a book. Since you done posted your book, now he talking about he about to write a book.
Yep, called the Native American Slave Trade.
He ain't got time. He got to deliver them that food. He don't have enough time to
We'll
write a
laugh
book.
at that book. You can
And
print it if
I'm
you
about to
want to,
copy
yo.
and
We'll laugh
paste
at that book.
and edit, and it's gonna shut it all down.
We'll laugh at that book.
It's gonna look like the other books. It's gonna look just like Dane Calloway.
Nope, no, my book's gonna look dope. My book's gonna look dope.
You know what? But that would be actually dope.
It's gonna
The
be
black
30
community
pages.
is like bad. That'd be dope that y'all are battling in
Ain't
the
battling,
form of.
Sis, he gonna do a 30-page book with 1-page chapters.
Let me tell you something. PS brother, right? Please learn from the mistakes of Dane Calloway and what's his name? Top Cat. And learn from the mistake of Top Cat. Your book needs to be of substance. You need to have
that wasn't no mistake.
Like,
them niggas wrote that shit up and they just wanted to get some shit out there to make money.
At least a 20-page chapter, right? Like you can't just be making chapters out of nowhere, like a 2-page chapter, 3-page chapter.
It ain't even that. It ain't even that when you put it all together.
And I would
say he ran chapters together. Dane ran chapters together. So what he ended up doing is, for instance, if something was 5 pages, he made it like 3 chapters. Real talk.
What?
And yeah. So
that's exactly what he did.
So if you read the book, he's all over the place. So he has no understanding of chronology.
2-page chapters in that motherfucker.
He paints no historical timeline. So therefore his premise is all over the place.
So you was like bouncing from timeline to timeline.
Like so
he went to Wikipedia and he was taking some shit out of context, changing words, sometimes change words, and he would just post shit in there and it would have no chronological order whatsoever. Just bullshit. That's and he would turn it into a fucking chapter where they're like a 2-page chapter, 3-page chapter.
So P.S. we need to have more lengthy chapters. Please look up the M as in Mary, L as in Larry, A as in Apple, MLA format for in-text citation. You need to cite things within your text, not just in your bibliography at the end of your book, but within the text. Your reader needs to know where you got that particular information from. So it's either a direct quote or like at the end of your paragraph, you cite it, right? That would
get it from the Royal. You gonna say the Royal Society did it?
No,
the Royal Society. The Royal Society.
You can't say like really like super conspiracy theory sites. That's not going to make your book, be very popular. But this will encourage your level of research to maybe intensify so you can have more evidence, because now you're exposing yourself to people actually verifying your references, because that's what the purpose of it is. And that's what makes your work more scholarly. So
he don't care about that. He not gonna care about that, sis.
I'm not gonna deter you from doing it, because hopefully your book is good. Like,
you're not gonna do that shit. Man, shut the hell up,
Yes,
dude.
I am.
Get it.
Not a thing. Ridiculous, man. You just a country.
No. Let him please write it. I already got the response. Don't worry.
And I have some of the information in the back chat.
Listen,
y'all not ready. Y'all not ready for it.
Where did this Native American slave trade transpire, and where did they get shipped to?
Oh, that's the Trans-Pacific slave trade.
Trans-Pacific slave trade. So
he's gonna say the Royal Society was involved.
Okay, so they enslaved people in North America and shipped them to where?
And they brought them from China, Japan, and Mongolia.
So they brought slaves from China and Japan across the Pacific to where? To where?
To America. to the
America.
Caribbean, South America, Central America,
For what?
West Coast of America.
Not a
What
coincidence.
countries? What countries specifically?
I sent you a book, not a coincidence.
China, Japan.
No, what countries did they bring them to? What countries did they bring Chinese and Japanese to? What countries?
We already got
I'd
it
have to
lined
go
up, yo.
through which exact islands they took the Chinese to.
Cuba.
Hey, Lotus. Lotus, what genetic article verifies what you say?
This one I'm putting it in the back chat once again.
Oh, the genetic article is going to say that Native Americans migrated from Mongolia and all those other places.
So he gonna write a book off of a link, off of an online site?
That's who they are.
Bro, no, listen to what
I'm
I'm
sure
asking.
it's not an online site. It's probably a research. I don't know. It can't be a site like just like a random.
It's not a book. It's
website.
not a book. That can't be where all your information coming from, brother. Is that what you're telling me that it is?
Oh, that's not your source, Lotus. That can't be your source.
Is it
Did you read that source? Right away.
Yep.
Hold on. You read that source? It says in 1802, Denmark became the first country to stop participating in the Atlantic slave trade. He said England followed in 1807, the United States in 1808, the Holland in 1814, France in 1818, Spain in 1820, Portugal in 1836. Then the same multinational commercial interests that had operated the trade in Africans turned to Asia for laborers. He talking about the indentured servants. Oh my God, man. This source kills you. Your source kills you, bro.
No, it don't.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
Indentured service.
Yes,
Does it say
yes, it
indentured
does, bro.
service?
Your source kills you, bro. Your
It does
source
not
kills
say
you.
indentured
That's a
service.
horrible source for you. That source is horrible for you. Because it talks about the transatlantic slave trade, Lotus.
And that's how they kind of snuck and continue the slave trade.
That happened in the 19th century. I told how many times do I have to explain that the real slave trade dealing with anything in Africa did not happen until the 19th century. I've been saying that for over a decade.
Lotus, it was talking about it like 1806 where they stopped, bro. That refers to they were doing it in the goddamn 18th century, bro.
They started making it illegal in the 19th century. What are you talking about, bro?
Hey, Lotus, you lying on your source,
That's when
bro.
they
It
started
said,
making it illegal.
hey, Lotus, it said they was getting kidnapped and everything, bro. I don't know what this nigga talking about. I just read some of it.
Yeah, read it.
Hey,
That's source kill you. Crack signal can't comprehend shit. So I don't expect crack signal to comprehend a goddamn thing.
Look, it says proponents of the coolie trade. Look.
Man, who don't know about Indians, bro? East Indians. East Indians. Coolies are East Indians. East Indians. They got you. East Indians.
When you go to the Caribbean and you ask,
you know the coolie is an East Indian.
Yes, the people who are Indian in Trinidad and in Guyana,
they were indentured servants.
They call them coolie. Like,
hey, sis, and what they were indentured servants.
Yeah,
let me tell you something. Before I'm gonna tell you something. During my childhood, I didn't know nothing about this history. My childhood, I didn't know nothing about this history, right? I know that I had Black friends who look like a African American, like a person who's Black, right? Whether they from Africa or African American or whatever. I have friends from Trinidad that look Black. But no, listen, shut up, listen. So anyway, but there were also people from Trinidad who look like Sean Paul, right? And I'll be like, oh, he's from Trinidad. And they go, oh, he's coolie. I learned that word from people from that country. People from Guyana, people from Trinidad, they call them coolie. And it wasn't until later on in my adult life they kept saying, oh, you can't say coolie. I said, what you mean I can't say coolie? That's what everybody called him coolie. They said that's like basically calling a nigger with the ER. It's like a hard ER.
Hey sis, what do you call an African person who's mixed with
gonna be active.
with East Indian? Right, they call him Douglas.
Yeah, Douglas.
Douglas.
No,
What they call it?
Douglas is that.
No,
Douglas is Guyanese, right? And Trinity they call them Cooley.
Yeah.
In Trinidad they call them
No,
Cooley.
in Trinidad, even in Trinidad too. When they mix from African and the African and East Indian mix, they call them Douglas. For real, Douglas.
Yes.
Chinese.
Well, I haven't heard of Douglas in the Trinidad, but in Guyana, they definitely call them Douglas. Like, yes, absolutely. Definitely familiar with that term, Douglas or Douglas or whatever. Those
In
are people
Jamaica, I
who
think
are
they call them Coolies and Browns too.
Like Tatiana Ali. Tatiana Ali, she's a Douglas. And guess who else won a Special Ed? The rapper Special Ed, he's a Douglas as well.
absolutely. Like, if you look at Special Ed, he doesn't look like a black man. Super Cat is a Douglas. Yes, he's mixed.
So
Heavy
is
D.
Nicki Minaj too. Nicki Minaj is also one.
Heavy D's mixed. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's just keep it real. Heavy D ain't no yard man. No, he's fully black Jamaican. You know what I'm saying? You look at Heavy D, he's mixed.
Yeah. So my source to one part of my book is gonna shut some shit down, and that's part of it. The coolie trade.
Well, the same mixed stuff y'all have over here in America is over there in the Caribbean. Even though y'all want to act like our slave trade is so different than y'all's slave trade, it's definitely a whole freaking mixture of shit. You know, I think I just had them ancestors that was like, fuck that. You know, because I mean, you know, I'm only rocking with 5%, son. So I'm hyped. I'm hyped with my 95. You feel me? Like, ain't nobody come at me with my 95. But who knows? I might do my fraternal. My fraternal might be like all fucked up. You know what I'm saying? Like,
hey, yo, not a coincidence.
my fraternal might be some
Hey,
European.
did you play? I don't know if you played the show with the AP you was on when they were talking about reparations.
Yeah, I played
Did
some.
You play that on here?
Yeah, I played some.
So
of that.
what happened with that? Y'all kept talking about Sister Bethy. What was she like, going against reparations or something? Like, what happened?
Yeah, she put a lawsuit against it. Some shit like that. Basically,
she put a lawsuit against reparations?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yo,
That joint was like Abo on Abo violence. So the way AP, what's his name, Ab Power, he was really questioning her down. Like I was like, yo, this is so interesting because she started stuttering. Like she didn't really have an answer. And then you know the other men was trying to like defend her, and eventually
she's a coon. She's a
she
coon.
just faded to black because he was like, if you're not African American, if you're not a Negro, you're not colored. Why do you care what they get? Like I was like, is he Abo talking like this? This is interesting.
No, because it don't make no sense. You know what I'm saying? But it's the whole point. But
he grew up African Center because he was telling me like, yeah, when I was younger, I used to play the djembe and you know Watoto. He knew a couple words. I say, nigga, what happened? And he like totally flipped.
Well, he probably acknowledged that. He probably acknowledges it's probably some like a mixture, you know, because there probably is
not
one
anymore.
Or two,
not anymore.
One
He
or
says
two.
he got no African in him.
He probably got one or two
Montezuma
native.
built the Disney castle. That nigga said Montezuma and Aborigines built the Disney World castle.
I can't with y'all.
No. He said the Disney tribe. He said the Disney tribe. I swear to God.
Oh, he said the what?
The Disney tribe. Disney. Like Disney.
Yo, I'm done with. Listen, I'm not listening to y'all right now.
Disney. I swear to God, he said that.
Big ups to Disney tribe.
I'm not fucking with y'all.
Lotus right there near fucking Disneyland, ain't it?
Lotus, you been to Disney too?
Yep,
You familiar with
it's in
Disney?
Anna. No, I'm in California, Southern California. That's in Anaheim.
He said Montezuma.
Oh, okay.
Montezuma in addition to tribe. I'm like, what the? Hell is that?
We got the Brooknon tribe. You feel me?
Yo, listen, Ab Power made that shit up right then and there. He said the Disney tribe helped create Disneyland and shit like that. Yo,
Hey, yo, I bet you $5 he heard that from Old World, Florida. Remember, Disney World is in Florida, so a lot of that shit from Old World, Florida. I bet $5, man. Because Old World, Florida be saying some shit. I'm like, yo, what the hell? I like go on the show occasionally, and them Wabos and Moorish dudes, they be on Old World, Florida. They be in the chat going crazy, man. And
Y'all, it's
with
late.
other
Can
white
I
people
just
that
get
be
on my female vibes real quick? Like, I just want to just encourage the men to make sure that they are in sound mind, because y'all have power as men, and you influence and lead women, right? Hopefully you do. And, you know, like that's why I heard the passion in Kiara's voice, and I was like, you know what? Like, even if though her man is talking craziness, she supports him. Do y'all understand the power that y'all men have? Like when you are, Malcolm X had a strong woman supporting him. Like she saw the vision. But even when your vision is stupidity, you will have women supporting your stupidity. That's going to influence the offspring. So you got to be on point, son. As men, y'all got to be on point because y'all are sharing that energy with this woman. And she is like, whatever his vision, I'm going to cultivate it. I'm going to grow it. I'm going to nurture it. And she could be nurturing bullshit. You feel me? Like, that's not cool. Like that's why I stopped banging on the shorty because I heard like she support her dude. Like whatever he on, she on. Real talk. Like you cannot be calling her a B and a stupid and she dumb. She is a black woman who loves a black man. He just happened to be on some 47 chromosomes. It's cool. That's where he at. Can y'all share that energy to him and not be coming at her when she's supporting stupidity? It's her
Hey,
nature. She's a woman.
he been
Hello. I'm
winning
sorry.
debates. He been out here winning debates, beating up on other abos, so he got something going
Oh,
on. I think he
he
won two
beating up on
debates over there.
abos?
Well, he had a debate with
I'm
damn, what is
confused. I
that
thought
dude
he was
name?
an
Hawk
abo.
School. Yeah, he had Abo too, but they was like going back and forth between Islam and Moorish, and the guy was saying
Oh,
that
okay.
and
On
shit.
a different vibe, like a different type of abo,
Yeah,
something,
it's a different
something.
type of Abo. Cause the
Well,
one dude, he don't like. He's like a Muslim. He's like a traditional Muslim, and
but
what's
y'all
his
bring
name is a
him
Moorish Science
along
Temple
so the
cat.
sister could come along because when he comes along and he understands, then she will. If y'all trying to get to her to get to him, it's not gonna work because they in alignment. Like she's supporting him clearly. You see what I'm saying? He jumped on, boom, she jumped on. Like she like I got my baby back. You feel me? She's trying to do her thing. So going at her is not gonna really make no sense. It needs to y'all have to like educate him or bring him in there as men
Yeah, the
and
pseudo
then
power couple.
I don't think I be telling her. I be like, look, let your dude come up. Like you should come up like with him, cause his lady is coming up. I'm like, look, man, you see how we be on these panels. He need to come up. Like, don't let your girl get off in that affected or nothing. You feel what I'm saying? But he should come up.
I don't know. I was feeling for old girl, man. I wouldn't want my dude to be getting clowned by no man either. I got your back, boo. You know what I'm saying? She was like, "What? You come for my man? I'm here." You know?
She definitely a rider. She be holding him down. I ain't give her a
Yes,
fuck.
yes. I can't fault her for that at all. You know what I'm saying? She could call me whatever she names in the chat. I don't care. You know,
Hey, sis,
women. Uh-huh.
watch. Look at this. This is something that Smoke Signal said that I couldn't show last time, right? So I was like, this is one of my African cousins that I was actually showing right here. I was actually showing that, and he was like, "Oh, that's not you. You're not." I said, "Motherfucker, I took the test. That's where I got met you." Hold on. Yeah, smoke. Of course, it was
But
crack signal
this
ran.
why, hey, this
Hold
why
on.
they get on my nerves.
You can see it right here too. Right?
We can't.
Pull it up.
Yeah.
If you look,
okay.
100%,
Hey, what test was
78%.
this?
She's Nigerian, right?
Yep.
You say
100%.
Nigerian, Benin,
100%
Togo.
African. And, yep. She is 100% African. 100%. She's Yoruba.
What's
The
her
tribe
name?
that
She
I
might
got
be my
linked.
cousin.
Hold on. That's
She
the
might be my
tribe I got
cousin.
linked back to. Sis, that's the tribe I got linked back through African ancestry. That's the tribe I got linked back through African ancestry. Yoruba. And she's not the only Nigerian cousin I have. I've shown plenty of others. I've shown some of my cousins that are from Ghana, from Sierra Leone, from Senegal.
I think, you know what? It's weird because we know our history, right? But I think that when we start listing multiple different countries, for them that makes them see it's fake because you don't originate from one place. It's weird because they should know. How would we?
They don't understand the slave trade.
They don't understand the slave trade, but like we get it. But when they hear, oh, Yoruba, Akan, Fulani, they like, see, you making that shit up.
I mean, shit. Look at your situation. Originally, they came from Jamaica, then they went to Panama, then you in the United States. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, you like
y'all
shit.
did that on y'all own.
Who you listen? And if you get to my child generation, his father from Mississippi. So
yeah, bye.
Hey sis, but check this out. I also have Caribbean cousins from Jamaica, from Guyana, from Suriname, from Barbados, Haiti, Cuba, the whole Dominican Republic, everybody. I got cousins all over the Caribbean. All over the Caribbean.
One of my baby mamas from Jamaica and the other one from Brazil. So, I mean, my train.
I got linked. I'm gonna have to share. I got linked back to two different tests. I had cousins from Brazil. 2 different tests.
Not a coincidence. I think you should schedule not a coincidence reunion next February for Carnival in Trinidad. I'm there. That's what's up.
That would be dope.
February.
So Carnival in Trinidad. Every year I keep saying I'm going to go Carnival in Trinidad. So Trinidad is supposed to
be in February. It's in February.
The best Carnival. I'm better than Brazil.
Because you know Trinidad and Belize have carnivals in February. Trinidad and Belize.
So a lot of the carnivals, and I think
they go around
each one teach one had did a video specifically around the carnivals, and the carnivals are set to be around holidays or traditions that the slave owners held.
Lent.
Right? Lent and all that, right? Yeah. Lent and Easter and all of them have something to do with like either the beginning of Lent, the ending of Lent, Good Friday.
The ending of Lent. When Lent ends.
Right. So in Trinidad, they have Carnival. I know it's in February because my best friend is from Trinidad and she always goes for Carnival. So yeah, man, we need to have a Abo Pan-African link up. You know what I'm saying? All the Abos that want to see all this African culture, we telling y'all to pull up. Pull up.
You know that you know Nigeria and Calabar. In Calabar, they do it. You know, a lot of people that been like repatriated back or whatever, they do one there. If you go to Sao Tome, you go to Sao Tome off the coast of Africa, and I think Cape Verde, I think they got their versions because remember them like the first islands they started taking them to before they brought them to the States. And if you go to East Africa, to those islands over there, they got something similar, right? And the Wabos would be like, "Yo, Carnival is Aboriginal," but I'm like, okay, so how is it in Calabar in Nigeria? How is it in a version of it in Cape Verde? You know what I'm saying? How do you go to the East Africa where those slaves are taken to certain places and they have certain little remnants that look like Carnival over here? Like, how you explain that?
Yeah, man, that whole man,
And that's
all of
crazy
that
because we don't
stuff.
even talk about those East African islands that people was taking the slaves on. That's a whole nother thing over there. You know,
How much? But I don't
Mauritius
think it
and
wasn't a
all these.
lot, right? But it was still some,
No,
but it
well, it
wasn't a
had
lot.
it was different waves. It was the Portuguese and the French took a lot over there, but the Arabs was taking a lot over there too. They was taking a lot of the slaves in those certain islands. So it started with the Arabs first, and then the
Right, them
Portuguese and
Arabs,
the French were taking them.
and I think that's what some East Africans be getting upset if you tell them that they have like Arab ancestry, but they really do, and they be acting like they don't.
Whoa. Who got Arab ancestry? Who?
Like
These guys?
some
No.
Somalis.
No, they don't. No, they don't. They just share.
Somalis have no
No,
Arab
they do not.
ancestry.
No, they do not. No, they do not.
They didn't go into Arabia and then come back into
No.
their
They don't
area.
have Arabic ancestry. They would Arabs. I would think it would be more that Arabs have ancestry from there. You know, I think it's kind of
So
fucked up
like,
how
so
we
you
look at
saying
the
like
world.
in Arabia they have Somali ancestry.
Right. That's why they share genes because it's close. All you gotta do is cross the Red Sea. It's right there, but it's not like they are just
No, I'm
happen
not
to
saying that it's like all of like basically like the majority of their ancestry
no.
is Arab.
Look what I'm saying. What I'm saying is those people in Somalia look like that before there was a such thing called Mecca or Medina or any of that bullshit.
Okay,
Yeah.
before,
Yeah,
but
they were like that before. They interfere with the people in the region, but to be quite honest, there was no such thing as an Arab until the time of Islam. You know, Arabs aren't a homogenous group. I
So
think it's kind of
so before there was Islam, but there was Arabic
they were just
language.
Bedouins. They were Bedouins. They lived all throughout.
Wasn't there the language of Arabic and before?
Yeah, there was a language Arabic, but it wasn't a codified language, which means it was very much similar to Aramaic. You know what I'm saying? And like if you go into Petra, where you look where Islam actually started, where it started in Petra, which is in modern day Syria, it was a buffer zone between the Roman Empire in Byzantium and the Persian Empire in modern day Iraq and
So
Iran.
it was close to Aramaic. So you're saying that the people there was able to adopt a new language. But so okay, so before there was, but it just sounds weird that before there was an Arabic people, there was an Arabic language, and then the Arabic people.
I mean, it was a language that was spoken by many of the Bedouin tribes. Qurayshi Arabic, which is supposedly the purest Arabic, they call it Kufic now. You know that.
So were they enslaving? Were they enslaving before Islam?
Not in mass numbers. No, they weren't organized. They weren't organized. They were organized
Well,
around.
Mecca became a major trade route with the Byzantium Empire.
No, it didn't. No, it was not. It was not.
That's so sad that before Islam,
no,
that's what
they were not enslaving.
It was a trade. They were trading heavy down there.
That's what they took. No, it was not.
Because supposedly it's the religion of peace. That's the sad part.
I used to be a Muslim. You know what I'm saying? I used to really be a Muslim. I believed all that shit. There is no.
So it's supposed to be the religion of peace, but you're saying that they was
I gotta send you that information on that.
They weren't even enslaving.
I'll gladly go in.
Because
no, they enslaved people, but they weren't no preeminent power.
But they weren't codified like they are now. Like,
you say preeminent power, but weren't they like they definitely was telling other Africans get down or lay down.
No,
they had what's they call a caliphate.
Not until Islam.
They had them. Oh, okay, not until Islam. Okay,
Not
yes,
until
yes.
Islam.
The
I'm
Ethiopian
talking
the
about.
Ethiopian church had power before them.
Way more power.
No, I'm talking. My bad. I'm talking about the Islam when they had the caliphate. That's when they had the time of
There
Islam.
was no, like if you look at like Abdul Malik, you know, like Abdul Malik would he was a king of Syria. You know what I'm saying? They didn't even call themselves Muslims. Even in 7-11, when they went into Spain, they didn't call themselves Arabs or Muslims. They didn't even use there was no word Muslim. There was like 6 Qurans in existence. You know, the way we learn about the Muslim conquest, it's like it's some miracle that these goddamn niggas in the desert just got together because some niggas saw something in the mountain somewhere, and they got together and they just went and conquered the world. No, all they did was take over the old Roman areas. That's all they did. I mean, that was still a big deal.
They found the Quran that was older than the prophet. They found the Quran that was older. I don't know how true that is.
Yeah, that's not true.
But they say.
I mean, I don't even believe Muhammad existed. I don't even believe Muhammad existed at all. I think all that shit's made up.
I agree. Muhammad didn't exist.
I don't think Muhammad.
So you think like all the hadiths are just fake?
Yeah, they like all the hadiths were made 200 years after Muhammad supposedly existed, and before
I thought it was 100 years, but not that that's not a little bit of time. It's still a long period of time.
Years, almost 200 years. My bad, but the name Muhammad's not even a name. It's a name now. It's not. It means one who is worthy of gratitude, or one who is gracious. You know, that's a title that you give someone. It's something you say about somebody. It's a name now. As a matter of fact, it's.
But I'm saying that's kind of how names have always been evolving. You know, we got names like Brooklyn and Winter, but Winter has always been like a season, but now it's a name.
Right? No. Winter has always been a name, but no.
Winter.
Yes, I've met people named Winter when I was in elementary school. I'm 47 years old. But
my bad.
I know a chick named Selma. I went to high school with her. I know a chick named Spring. I mean, but anyway, in the Semitic languages, the names are literal. You know what I'm saying? Like Daniel or like Jesus, for instance, Yahshua literally means salvation. That's what it means. That's what it means. Like Islam literally means the peace. Al-Islam means the peace. That's what it means. That's exactly what it means. I mean, it's a primitive.
So how come you find out about like? And I'm not trying to be difficult. So if anybody got something else to say, please. Like I heard that Islam means the religion of peace. Like Islam meant peace.
You know how Muslims say Assalamu alaikum.
Yes.
Okay, so you got the word salam in that word, right? Salam means peace.
Yes, salam means peace.
When you take a alif or an a and put it in front of it, because there's no I in Arabic. You know what I'm saying? You just accentuate the a differently. So you put a mark under it to make it sound like a eh. You put a mark over it to make it sound like a ah, and you put a mark e, eh, and you leave it alone.
Like how we do with a in like the nouns over here.
Yeah, it's no nouns in Arabic. You know, you have a leaf. Oh, and if you want to be an O sound, you'll put a hamza over top of it, which is like a little circle, look like a comma almost. You put that over top of it, and that makes the O sound. So you take that I and put it in front of salam. That's Islam. Islam means, so you said al-Islam. It means the peace. That's what it means. That's all it means. It doesn't mean submission. I don't even know.
Islam only means the peace.
The peace. Or the state.
Yeah, because salam isn't the word, because shalom, remember, in Hebrew they say shalom, you know. I've heard them say shalom alaikum.
Yeah, same root. Alaikum means upon you all. So when you say assalamu alaikum, you're really saying peace be unto y'all. You're not saying it to one person, but because
how they say peace be unto you, it's unto y'all.
It's unto y'all, because kum it would be more than one person. But in their little fairy tales, they say that you're greeting that person's angels and shit. It's just it's a fairy tale, man. You know, I was a Muslim, man. I really studied Arabic. I really was on it. You know what I'm saying?
So you don't think the prophet Muhammad was beefing with the Jews throughout
all in Medina and all that shit? No, I don't believe that. I don't believe the Waraka thing. I don't think that Mecca was an actual place until later. I think that the people made Mecca, and they created the story of Muhammad. Just like, you know, what like say right now, if we got hit by some type of bomb and these Aboriginal motherfuckers be talking their shit, 500 years from now, people would actually believe that we always been here. Because you just keep these fictions going and you believe it. Stories get more wonderful in time. They get more full of wonder in time. That's all that is. Nah, man. If you really like, and I kind of hate that it's a lot of Christians that attack it because I feel the same way about Christianity. But if you like, doing Tom Holland, he writes extensively about Islam in his early history. You know what I'm saying? I forget the other guy's name. But it's very interesting. But more than likely,
But
Islam.
science to Islam though, like how
Yeah.
science was,
Oh, what
especially
they
in
did,
Baghdad.
but see, what
Oh
they
man,
did was the Persians were already doing that shit. You know what I'm
yep,
saying? And once they
yep, you're
conquered
right.
Persians, they put that shit out. I mean, it came out of Islam. It didn't come out of Arabs. You know what I'm saying? It came out of
And the
Islam.
Persia was a buffer zone between India because a lot of information knowledge coming
Yeah,
from
yeah,
India,
exactly.
and
A
then
lot of, yeah,
stuff
that's
they got
what
from the Greeks.
like in English in America we call the numbers Arabic numerals, but in Arabic you call numbers Rakim Hindi, Indian numbers.
Wow.
Yes, in Arabic when you say numbers it's
Yeah.
Rakim Hindi. And
Algebra is an Arabic word.
You know Rakim the rapper. That's what Rakim it means number. So it's Rakim Hindi.
Yep.
So yeah, the zero, all that shit. That shit comes from the Hindus. They come and Hindi is Hindu. That's it.
Yeah.
The Indians, you know what I'm saying? And you got to romanticize India. That's where we get India from. Like they be saying, it means indigo. No, it doesn't. It just means people that live by the
What
Hindi
about
river.
some of the architecture?
What you
A
talking
lot
about?
of the
Oh, yeah, I'm not taking anything away from what happened once Islam blew up. They were the shit.
yeah.
But Islam didn't start off as this racist thing against black people either. It didn't.
No,
It didn't start off like that. But it did in time become that. It created an Arab identity. I mean, how in the hell are people in Iraq Arabs and people on the Levant in Lebanon Arabs? They're not related. You know, they just call themselves Arab because they bought into the ideology of being an Arab. You know, it gave them status. And even Arabs even blacks in the Sudan call themselves Arab. You know what I'm saying? Because they bought
Same on the
into
Swahili coast. Same on the
yeah.
Swahili
No,
coast.
Islam technically is the all lives matter religion, even though it's bullshit. But
Yeah, I mean,
it is.
Islam. See, my thing with Islam is the same thing with Christianity. It can't be real to me because it discounts half of the population. Because it completely discounts women, and women are half of the population. So
Half of the
come
population.
on, bro. Half of the population on the planet Earth are women. You're going to completely discount this half of the population and make them perpetual children for the rest of their lives. That's silly.
But
You know,
then you
that's
got
a
the Shiites and the Sunni too. You got the Sunni and Shiite.
the Shiite and the
Like two
Sunni,
different
you talk
there.
about the Ali and all that. That's where it get a little murky. You know what I'm saying? But that's more of the Persian. The Shiite are the Persians. You know what I'm saying? Because they had an identity before being conquered by the Muslims at the time. They called themselves Hagarenes. They didn't call themselves Muslim. They called themselves Hagarenes. And what a Hagarene is, what they were saying is they were trying to buy into the Christian and Jewish thing, because they could look at the Christian and Jewish scripts and make themselves a part of it. What Islam actually is a Arabicized form of Christianity where Jesus is not divine. Jesus is mentioned in the Quran more times than anybody else. Jesus is in the Quran more than anybody else. His goddamn mama got a goddamn book in the surah in the Quran. Maryam. So no, Islam is Christianity without Jesus being God. That's it. That's all it is. And it's been Arabicized with all the hadith and all that shit. That's just later. Ain't no
Hey,
damn.
Cujo, everything you said about the Quran, though, about completely discounting the other side of the population, Christianity and Judaism do it too.
Do the same thing, exactly. That's why I said both of them. But see, the difference with Judaism is Judaism is just a localized religion. You know what I'm saying? It's a religion of people who claim to be part of a particular tribe or a group of tribes or whatever. Whereas Christianity and Islam are universal. You know what I'm saying? Anyone can be a Christian.
And stuff like
Yeah,
that.
see, because that's the thing with Christianity, they're saying that they took the chosen one from the Jews, like, so now they're the chosen ones. And when the Muslims try to come in and say, we're the chosen ones because we actually got the bloodline because we come from Abraham too. We come from Ishmael and his mother Hagar, which is why they call themselves Hagarenes. They didn't even call themselves Muslims until I don't know the date. I don't know.
No, but you see, Orthodox Jews.
But y'all listen
Orthodox
to them
Jews don't even want women in their presence.
Yeah,
Orthodox Jews don't. Yeah, they don't want women in their presence.
Oh, the Orthodox.
Yeah, no, that's it. I mean, Jewish.
Yo, I had an Orthodox teacher. I had an Orthodox teacher when I was in high school. I said, you believe that we the cursed seed of Ham, black people?" And he looked me in my face and said, "Yeah, we teach that and believe it, but it doesn't make me better than me and you." I say, "Nigga, you think I'm cursed? So y'all be teaching this shit. Y'all come amongst us, but when y'all get behind the scenes, this is the shit y'all teach at y'all over at the synagogue and shit like that.
Why would I?
Mormons believe black people don't have a soul.
Yeah, they claim that they don't anymore. They claim they got a revelation.
But they get that.
Well, I don't agree with that. I don't think anybody have a soul, but that's a whole nother subject matter. But they look at us from a demonic standpoint.
Yeah, they say that we were
less
part
than.
of the population.
But they get that Hamite shit. A lot of them, even a lot of the Muslims that was in Morocco, right? You know, a lot of them was getting a lot of that Hamite anti-black shit from the Jewish scholars,
From the Jews, yeah.
Maimonides and all that shit.
Mohammedians, yeah, from the Jews, definitely.
Yeah, Mohammedan, yeah.
Because the Jews were respected. You know, because the Jews were
Peace,
respected
y'all.
in that book.
I'm about to head to bed. Good night, everyone. Peace.
And this is our first time hearing you talk too, Melanated. Big up.
I mean, I hear you all the time on Clubhouse, Cujo. I just be down in the what they call it, the goulash or whatever the hell. But I always hear you talk, Cujo.
I don't get no love on Clubhouse. Yeah,
Damn, I didn't know you was on Clubhouse, Cujo.
Yeah, I'm on Clubhouse. They absolutely.
What? Cujo be on there with darts firing at people. I just be down in the goulash listening to Cujo and Rob Bond and everybody else just going at it, you know.
I used to be on there. Regularly, but I got blocked from. I got blocked. The last time I was on there, I got blocked by what's his name? The stupid rapper out of Baltimore, King Los.
Baltimore got
Los blocked me.
You know, it's weird. They have issues. They have issues with me typing in all caps on Clubhouse, and I'm like, y'all, like, if y'all know me, that's all I do is type in all caps. Like, why y'all getting mad? People was literally blocking me from rooms just because I type in all caps. I'm just like, fuck you in your stupid ass room. Listen, man.
Clubhouse is a cesspool of goddamn very childish adults. It's just ridiculous. I don't have people like, well, don't say it then, motherfucker. I told
you know, most of the rooms are on Clubhouse. Most rooms on Clubhouse is like, yeah, black women ain't shit.
Yeah,
black men ain't shit. It's most of the
yes. All those relationship rooms.
I was on.
I cannot deal with any relationship room on Clubhouse. I'm like, listen here, ladies. I'm trying to like look at my man like he's a good man. I can't listen to y'all talk all this shit about black men. And the same thing about the black men. They be like, yeah, these ladies, they want you for your money and and like what is.
I hate that shit. What other kind of black woman are you gonna have? A modern black woman? What the fuck?
It's just too much. I just can't.
The thing is, it just shows how fucked up we are in the head. When we
I just ignore and
you get a motherfucker.
Listen,
that's why I say you get a motherfucker that vibe with you and shit, like Kiera vibe with PNF and shit. You just gotta get a motherfucker that match.
Even if we are talking amongst ourselves, when we're talking amongst ourselves, like you go on Clubhouse or anywhere else, when we're talking amongst ourselves, we still say black men and black women. Why do we sit with black? We're talking like white folks, and we don't even realize it. Why would we even why would we put that adjective in front of it? If it's a bunch of black people, why would I say black men?
You have to. No, you have to because we're in America, which is not like because Cujo. I have spoken to black men who will make statements that women are women. They make no distinction. When they say an attractive woman, they are not talking about a sister. They are talking about an XY chromosome human being who's attractive, meaning she could be Asian, Latina, she can be European. Like, yes, they don't. I'm just telling you that. So you said, why do you have to say black woman?
I'm saying that that's wrong and stupid. I'm saying that we're not even in our own world. We're in the fucking
No,
world, even when we amongst
these
our.
are black men who would
I know,
tell a
listen,
black woman,
I'm there.
pussy is pussy.
I'm
Pussy is
there.
pussy.
I'm
It's
there.
all pink on the inside.
I'm
I
there.
don't care.
I'm
Y'all
there.
women care about being with a black man.
None of
Like
them
these are how.
than
That's
me.
how black men
Don't none
talk
of
to
them
black
niggas get
women.
more pussy than me. Don't none of them niggas in their life got more pussy than me. Not a single fucking one of them. For real. So all that shit is bullshit. They're just saying
I'm
that.
telling you, that's how they talk to us. They tell us,
I know I'm there. I hear it.
yeah, like it don't matter. You think you got something special, black
But
woman,
what
between
I'm
your legs?
saying is,
Like, look,
we
the
gotta
next chick,
stop
she
that.
got it too.
We have
That's what
to
they telling
stop.
us.
We have to stop looking at the world like white people. We have to stop that. We should not be amongst ourselves and saying black women and black men. We should say men and women when we're amongst ourselves. If I want to talk about another fucking type of woman, I should say a white woman or a Puerto Rican woman or some other shit. But when I'm talking about us, it's just woman, because that's who you are to me, because I'm a product of a woman and a
A
man who
woman,
are black.
right? I feel you, Cool Joe.
I don't need
That's why I
to
rock with you. That's why I say big up Virginia.
I don't big up Virginia. I don't need to preface on like black. I'm not gonna do that. I refuse. Fuck that. Fuck that. We talk like white folks. We do. We talk like white folks, even when we talk to each other. That's ridiculous, man. We gotta, man. That shit ridiculous. I hate
Well,
Clubhouse.
that's what we put our American worldview on a lot of shit. I mean, which is
Yeah,
we grew up in America, but the negative part to it, I tell people like, yo, you think when you saying something, you saying it like, what people think about is the arrogant American or whatever. You think you know everything and
American
all this shit.
But you know what though? Those type of rooms have spread throughout the diaspora and to the continent of Africa. I hear African men talking and African women talking like that about each other too, whether they're in the UK, France, you name it. It's like it's become disgusting, like an internal self-hate.
Yeah, because we look
national and
at ourselves
globally. It's
as a
gross,
white
bro.
folks. We look at ourselves through the guise of white folks. White people are the standard. They're the de facto standard, and we view ourselves through their shit. That's how come whenever you
But
talk to these Aboriginals, they'll say shit like, you don't think we can sail boats? You don't think black people can sail boats? As if that means something. Don't mean anything. Selling a boat don't mean shit. White folks won't selling boats because they was adventurous. They did
It was
that
out of necessity.
out of necessity. Exactly. And they live on a fucking peninsula. What the fuck?
They
And
had
it's
to
still
get from them
thousands of
feudal
years.
societies over there in Europe and shit. Like, let's get the fuck
Man, you
away
had to
from over
get
here.
to that point. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? They live
facts.
pretty much like Native Americans until the advent of Christianity. They live pretty much, even after Christianity, they live pretty much like Native Americans. They live, they
I was
painted their
just listening
faces
to
and
something
all that.
about. I was just listening to something about Iceland, and they was like Iceland. They held on to their traditions for such a long time because they were, they were in the island, even though they were still connected to it. It was hard for them to get
It was
them to
island.
totally accept.
You know why he named? I forget.
Yeah, Europeans were tribes too,
You
and
know
we
why?
forget about it.
You know why
They're getting away from tribalism is recent.
Yeah, they still try. You know why? You know why he called it Iceland? I forget the guy's name. He was a Viking. He called it Iceland because he didn't want anybody to come there. He wanted people to think it was fucked up. And in Greenland, Leif Erikson, that's who I think found Greenland, and he called it Greenland because he was trying to get people to move there. When Greenland is pretty much desolate, but he was trying to get people to move to that colony. He called it Greenland.
Right, Greenland is where it's really mostly ice,
Yeah,
and
but
Iceland is like not as ice like Greenland.
He called it Iceland because he didn't want anybody to come. He wanted to keep it for himself. Not himself, not one person, but his particular clan. He wanted to keep it for them. And he did for several hundred years, actually. And that's how come they were a little isolated from Christianity. You can still find certain like Nordic shit, amongst the a lot of the Scandinavians. You still can find it. It's not as obvious.
Yeah,
but you
like
still,
trolls and shit. Like
yeah,
trolls,
like
they got
Thor, nigga. Thor, Odin. You know what I'm saying?
shit,
Odin.
that's in our
Yeah,
7 day, our
right.
7 days, our 7 days of the week and shit.
Yeah, 7 days of the week. Yeah, Monday, Tuesday is Twee's Day. Wednesday is Woden's Day. Thursday is Thor's Day. Friday is Freya's Day. Saturday is Saturn's Day, which is a Latin. They got that from the Romans. And Sunday again is Latin. They got that from the Romans. But yeah, they didn't, man. We see, but like when they tell their history, they tell their history like Rome and then the colonial period. Nah, motherfucker, they want to skip over what they call the Dark Ages when it really wasn't a Dark Age. What really happened is Rome collapsed, and these motherfuckers in France and all that shit, they didn't know how to do the shit the Romans were doing.
You know what I'm saying? You don't see any innovation coming out of that until the Muslims.
Yo, hold up, yo. I hate to break this up.
Fuck up, man.
Nah, you good, Cujo. I love the shit you talking about, man. You teaching me some shit, but I've been on here for 10 and a half hours.
God damn it, yo. All right, man.
God damn.
That's
It's
ridiculous.
definitely about that time.
I can't go on Clubhouse no more, so I need y'all niggas.
But if everything works right, I should be back tomorrow. We can continue this. You know what I'm saying? So let's see what tomorrow brings.
Thanks for having me, man.
All right, peace.
Cujo, I appreciate you, Betrayer. Appreciate you, Cali. King Cass, Black Power Banging. Appreciate all y'all fellas. Everybody in the chat. Like the video, share the video. You know what I'm saying? Let's get it out. I think this was a good stream. We had a lot of good conversations. You know, we're gonna keep doing what we do. All right. Y'all brothers have a good night. I'm getting up out of here.
Peace.
Peace.
See, we're talking about Black and African Americans. We're not talking about this beef shit that we're on. We're not on this drama shit right now. We're on Aboriginal TV's channel talking about Pan-Africans throwing shots at the Aboriginals. A Pan-African came on here, our brother, that makes our shows live for real. I gotta say, all of us need to like sneak together and throw this nigga like $10 because he's one of the only Pan-African boo-boos that come up here and put up a fight. People that just come up here need to see that. They need to see an African and they need to see an Indian and they need to see the debate so they could choose a side. Not a coincidence is a major factor in this community and people don't even know it. Goofy motherfuckers.